She never imagined that her younger brother, who called her sister every day and had the most obedient smile, was secretly plotting to nail her to the magic circle in the dungeon, bleeding her while sneering. All of this stemmed from a game world called Clash of Races Fear Rift, that suddenly descended upon Earth in 2079, initiating a true apocalyptic invasion. In order to establish a connection with Earth, this game quietly arrived in 2078 in a trial operation, undergoing 3 secret internal tests. Each test lasted only 7 hours, without warning or announcement, and almost no one noticed. Hundreds of people still downloaded the app out of curiosity or by chance, and the third test, due to a leak, attracted as many as 6 figures of players to log in early. Some of these lucky ones regretted it for the rest of their lives, missing out on the opportunity simply because they played it casually, while others completely changed their fate and rose to prominence. Her younger brother was the one who rose to prominence. But he kept it all a secret, never mentioning a word, watching helplessly as she struggled in the mire of the entertainment industry, working her way up resources and money on her own, all of which he used to level up his own online presence. To conceal his identity, he pretended to be someone else for 3 whole years. Even when she was being hunted down and seriously injured, she still trusted her brother. Only at the very end did she realize that these 3 years had been nothing more than a scheme he had orchestrated, to reap the rewards of her talent at the perfect moment. But fate had not ended. When Yuxiunga opened her eyes again, she was reborn in 2078, the year before the cataclysm of myriad races officially invaded. At that very moment, as she boarded the car, she transferred 1,000 yuan to Xiao Wu in front of him. "I'll give you another 2,000 yuan bonus if you get home within 2 hours. Xiao Wu's initial resentment from working overtime late at night vanished instantly. He responded in a standard announcer's voice. "Boss, please fasten your seatbelt." An hour and 40 minutes later, Yuxiunga sat in the passenger seat with a livid face, his soul almost leaving his body. "What did you do before you joined my company?" Xiao Wu opened the payment QR code and said without changing his expression. "I drove a hearse." Yuxiunga was silent for a moment, then transferred 2,500 yuan. "Go to the convenience store across the street and buy me a small bottle of baijiu." Money makes the world go round, and Xiao Wu was very attentive. He brought back the bottle of baijiu in less than 10 minutes. Yuxiunga was reborn at 11 p.m. last night, and by the time she got home it was already 1:47 a.m. She poured some baijiu, Chinese liquor, into a glass, then poured a glass of water, and carried both glasses to Yuxiunhuan's room. She knocked lightly on the door twice, and sure enough, it opened. That good-for-nothing was still awake. Yuxiunga became a star, while Yuxiunhuan became a son-in-law of a wealthy family. Both were naturally good-looking. Yuxiunga appeared gentle and intellectual, while Yuxiunhuan seemed obedient and harmless, but his heart was more ruthless than anyone else's. She handed over the liquor, her tone light and cheerful. "Come on, bottoms up! Your sister will soon earn enough to buy you a villa." Yuxiunga knew she wasn't stupid. The reason she had been deceived by Yuxiunhuan for so many years was because Yuxiunhuan was never greedy and almost always granted her requests, unlike those brothers who only knew how to leech off her. This younger brother is truly a master imposter. He always waits for her to come home before they eat something delicious together, and he fulfills any request his sister makes. He even gets jealous when Yuxiunga is in a relationship. He saved all the pocket money she gave him, and then at the beginning of the year, he used that money to buy her a villa, which was even registered in her name. With a younger brother like that, Yuxiunga was completely fooled by him in her past life, and she felt that it was somewhat understandable. Even if she shouldn't forgive him, she could only blame herself for spoiling him too much. But now that she has cleared the fog, she has discovered that Yuxiunhuan did indeed do everything he was supposed to do, but he also took everything he wanted without any hesitation. After all, there was the couple Yuqi-shan and Ichiogwa helping him. That villa that moved her to tears was bought with her own money. Isn't it only natural that it's in her name? It was a house bought with her money, so what was she so moved about? She even went so far as to buy an even bigger one for Yuxiunhuan. Fortunately, she was reborn in time. The villa was still in the viewing stage, and she originally wanted to secretly surprise her younger brother. Low-level exploitation is family PUA, while high-level exploitation is a precise combination of punches. One person is responsible for the blows, one person is responsible for healing, and one person is responsible for serving tea and water, so that she can catch her breath before being exploited again. But in this life, there's still time. Her good younger brother naturally wouldn't refuse his sister's request. Even at 2 a.m, even though he knew he was a heavy drinker, even though Yushunga's words were vague, he didn't even frown, but instead advised with concern. You also need to take care of your health. Money can't be earned forever. We're a family together. Yushunga raised his glass and clinked it against Yu Xianhuan's. Yu Xianhuan smiled indulgently, downed the glass in one gulp, then swayed and collapsed to the ground. This was complete and utter trust. Yu Xiange stared coldly at Yu Xianhuan lying on the ground. A faint noise came from the master bedroom in the distance. Yu Qinshan and Ichigua had probably been disturbed. She immediately dragged Yu Xianhuan back into the room and closed the door. She sat on the sofa in Yu Xianhuan's room, took out her phone, and stared intently at the time. The game only lasted 7 hours. She wouldn't leave tonight. Even though Yu Xianhuan could always sleep through the night when he was drunk, she was still worried. In his past life, Yu Xianhuan was like a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel, with everything going his way and all the benefits coming his way. His divinely bestowed talent was the only SS-level talent on the entire Blue Star. Even after marrying into the Su family, the eldest daughter of the Su family initially treated him as just a pretty face, but eventually became infatuated with him. Under his guidance, the Su family not only suppressed Yu Xiange, but eventually even set their sights on her divinely bestowed talent. On the way here, Yu Xiange even considered waiting until Yu Xianhuan downloaded the game before subduing him. She imagined that a year later, when he learned the true meaning of the game, his regret would be etched into his very bones. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She didn't dare take the risk. What if she was 2 minutes late, and he got the talent first? Then she would be the one suffering terribly. So Yu Xiange made up her mind to stay in Yu Xianhuan's room that night. The time jumped to 2:22. The moment she saw that number, Yu Xiange immediately opened the App Store and searched for The Tribulations of Myriad Races, The Rift of Fear. When she saw the red moon on the app icon, she felt a strange sense of peace. She believed this life would be different. Yu Xiange was racing against time. She didn't know how many people would start playing the game tonight, nor did she know how long those who had gotten ahead through beta testing in her previous life had been ahead. All she knew was that every minute now was extremely precious. She skipped the opening animation and went straight to the character creation screen. Perhaps it was the power of the game, but during the character customization process, the default character's appearance was remarkably similar to Yu Xiange's by about 80%. She had no intention of acting in the game with her true appearance, so she clicked Random Appearance, and only stopped after drawing an appearance that didn't quite resemble her. As for the character name, she randomly filled in Guwu-en. This game is set in a Western fantasy world with numerous races and powerful factions. Despite their many conflicts, they unexpectedly formed an alliance when invading Earth. Humans cannot naturally transform into other races, but Yu Xiange still carefully selected the race of her game character. Because each race has unique talents, she wanted to try and see if she could steal these racial talents through her game character. She had hunted countless alien life forms, but the ones she feared most were the undead. The undead were one of the very few races possessing 2 special talents. Will of the dead, you are dead, but the more desperate the situation, the stronger your will becomes. When your health drops below 5%, all attributes are doubled. When your health drops below 1%, your attributes are doubled again. Eat, consuming flesh and blood can restore your injuries. The first talent is almost a god-tier skill for turning the tide in adversity. If her health is reduced to below 5% but above 1%, it will trigger a doubling effect. If it drops below 1% again, it will double again on the original basis. Therefore, if you encounter an undead, and you cannot quickly burst it down to kill it after its health drops to 6%, then the next battle will most likely be against a monster whose attributes have increased 4-fold. Her second talent allows her to recover using her flesh and blood while all healing skills and potions are on cooldown. Having been weakened multiple times in her past life, she knows all too well the feeling of helplessly awaiting death. If she could have healed her injuries by consuming flesh and blood, how could she have been so easily killed? After choosing the undead character, the character's appearance becomes pale and emaciated. A sophisticated alien world with a mature combat system invades Earth. Naturally, heaven wouldn't stand idly by and grant humanity a chance to survive. On the day of the game invasion, every human was given a chance to draw a divinely gifted talent. This was originally a privilege reserved for the alien races at birth, but now it was also granted to humans, a crucial factor in Earth's rise and its resistance against the alien races. At that moment, Yuxiunga also received the opportunity to draw a prize. As she completed character creation, the screen transformed into a starry sky. Despite the interface being only the size of a phone screen, it made her feel as if she were beneath a vast universe, as insignificant as dust facing billions of stars. She randomly tapped one of the stars. The star crashed down on her character like a meteor, and a notification appeared on the screen accompanied by a shattering sound effect. Role-playing, Rank A, you can impersonate anyone. Once you successfully make 10,000 people believe you are that person, kill them, and absorb everything from them, they will become your character. You can switch to their life at any time. No skills or items can detect this. You can cancel the substitution state yourself, but after canceling it 3 times, the character will permanently disappear from your character list. Skill 1, Life is easy, you can store up to 3 substitute characters. Skill 2, I am the best actress, you can imitate skills you have seen, but the power is only 20% of the original. This was a divinely bestowed talent from her past life. It was precisely because of this talent that she was jointly hunted down by the Su, Han, and Liang families. But it was also thanks to this talent that she managed to survive the pursuit of these 3 powerful forces. Although it's only grade A, if used properly its effects are comparable to grade S. For those in high positions, its value is self-evident. The implications of replacing a family head or city administrator are obvious. But given this chance to start anew, Yuxiunga naturally wanted a stronger beginning. Without hesitation, she deleted her character and created a new one. This isn't considered risky. The once dominant otaku once admitted in an interview that he deleted his account and rebuilt it several times because he was dissatisfied with his initial talents, before finally choosing the talents he was happy with, even though it left him with very little game time. Compared to the talent that determines one's fate, time is nothing. Yuxiunga constantly rebuilt her character, deleting the account if she wasn't satisfied. During this time, she drew many talents that appealed to her. Broker, Rank A. After connecting buyers and sellers, you can take a 5% commission. Skill 1, Free is the most expensive. When bartering, there is a 5% chance to turn the traded item skill into your skill. Skill 2, Make friends. If both parties attempt to bypass you and trade directly, after using this skill, the item with the lower value will appear directly in your inventory. Ascension, Rank A, allows you to upgrade the level of an item. Can be used once every 30 calendar days. Thief's Gambit, Rank A, you can steal anything, including items, attributes, and even talents. However, you only have 1 chance per target, regardless of success or failure. Skill 1, this looks familiar, 10% chance to steal an item, 5% chance to steal 1 attribute point, random. Skill 2, Defy Fate, 0.05% chance to steal the opponent's talent. She lingered before this skill for a long time, deeply conflicted. Not out of conscience. Since the game's invasion, she had killed almost daily. Human life had long lost its sanctity in her eyes, and what did theft matter? However, this skill was too conspicuous, making her an easy target for other players. Moreover, while this talent was powerful, it couldn't fundamentally change her fate. In the end, she gave up. After deleting and rebuilding her account more than 10 times, at the moment when the starry sky was lit up once again, a bright moon came towards her. Then, a voice rang in her mind. Greed, restraint, and skill in disguise. You are qualified to walk among mortals in place of the god of thieves. Thief God S rank, you can steal everything in the world, items, attributes, talents, and even life itself. Thieves reject greed, but the thief god lives by stealing. If someone possesses something you absolutely must have, you will not stop. You can use your skill on the same target multiple times, but from the second time onwards, each use will deduct 20% of their health. Skill 1, I want this, and this, 20% chance to steal items or money, 10% chance to steal 1 point of the highest attribute value. Cannot be used on targets with lower health levels than yourself. Skill 2, the Thief God's Thief, or the Thief of a Robber, can attempt to steal the opponent's divine talent. Can only be used once. If the opponent's talent is higher than S rank, there is a possibility of failure. Skill 3, Armored One, summons an avatar, disguising its face, body shape, and scent, making it undetectable. Lasts for 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. Skill 4, where did my thing go? Passive. After a successful theft, the target will only realize the item is missing 1 day later. At this moment, Yushuinga chose this talent without hesitation. All S-rank talents are unique and extremely rare. In the second year after the game's invasion in his previous life, the game launched various ranking lists. Nearly 80% of the information about the players on the top 100 combat power list had been completely exposed by others through items or talents. The remaining 20% seemed to have successfully concealed their identities using some method. Of the nearly 80 people whose identities were exposed, only 2 possessed S-level talent, and both were ranked in the top 10 of the top 100 list. Both of these S-rank talent holders are related to the male protagonist. One is his brother, and the other is his second wife. S-rank divinely bestowed talents seem to be exclusive to the male and female protagonist's team. Even if she can't grow stronger in the next year, Yushuinga will still seize this talent. This talent will not only allow her to rise rapidly, but also suppress her enemies. More importantly, she harbored an extremely bold idea regarding Skill 2. It was already 4 in the morning when she selected her talent and entered the game. From the moment she drew her S-rank talent, Yushuinga's heart had been pounding non-stop. Her character appeared directly in a bustling yet gloomy city. Most of the pedestrians coming and going around her were pale-faced, suggesting it was the main city of the undead race. Character, Gwu-en, level 0, 0%. Divine talent, Thief God, S-rank, race, undead, racial talent, undead will, feeding, HP, 100 out of 100, MP, 100 out of 100, strength, 5, constitution, 6, intelligence, 10, agility, 11, luck 8, charisma, 9. In addition to these basic attributes, there are also more detailed advanced attributes such as critical hit rate, critical hit damage, hit rate, and cooldown reduction. At this moment, Yushuinga is penniless. His immediate priority is to earn money and then learn skills. She walked up to the nearest little figure with a question mark floating above its head, exchanged a few words, and received a mission to clean up the city's rats, with a reward of 10 copper coins. Although Yushuinga doesn't play games often, she always values efficiency. She first circled the city, accepting all available tasks, from killing rats and delivering messages to buying corpse worm bread for people. The task list was quickly filled up, and only then did she begin to complete them one by one. On her way to deliver the letter, she killed rats. On her way to buy bread, she brought wine for the blacksmith. In just 1 hour, she completed 17 tasks and earned only 2 silver coins and a tattered cloth bag, a spatial package with 6 slots, where similar items could be stacked up to 99 times. But these weren't her biggest gains. Strictly speaking, during that hour, rather than doing a quest, she was strolling around the streets, doing quests on the side, and constantly using the Thief God talent on every NPC she encountered. A success rate of 20% and 10% is indeed very low. Probability never guarantees the average. Sometimes you're lucky and succeed every time, and sometimes you're unlucky and fail repeatedly. Perhaps he used up all his good luck on drawing the Thief God talent, because Yushuinga stole from at least 100 NPCs during his quests, but only succeeded 3 times. Her luck stat was 8, but she only succeeded 3 times. However, the reward was not small. Rune backpack, a bag of money, 1 point of agility. The rune backpack is a beautiful little bag about the size of a palm, with 24 slots. Yushuinga immediately equipped herself. In addition to 1 equipment slot, each person has 2 inventory slots on their waist. She filled both of her backpacks, intending to take them to the real world. Upon opening the bag of money, there were 18 gold coins. The exchange rate between gold coins and silver/copper coins is 1:100. In her previous life, she lived for 3 years and did many unethical things using her skills, yet her account only had a little over 300 gold coins at its peak, demonstrating the high value of gold coins. After completing all the tasks, Yushiyunga did not accept any new ones, but instead went to learn skills. The game is only open for 7 hours, and the potential for leveling up is extremely limited. Those who sneaked in early in the previous life were able to squeeze into the top 100 list with their B-level, or even C-level talents because they learned skills from alien races during the closed beta. These skills could no longer be taught to the Earthlings after the game's invasion. It's not that Earth lacks professional skills, but rather that the learning cost is high. However, the situation is different during the closed beta. While one world anchors another in a game-like manner, many mechanics are crudely gamified. Alien races used to need to spend money and time learning skills, but now, in the game, they only need to walk onto the progress bar. In the eyes of other races, game characters are of the same race, so they can easily learn various skills from NPCs by spending money. Even if they can only learn basic skills, they are still extremely valuable resources. With money in hand, Yushiyunga headed straight for her destination. Her character panel showed she could only learn 2 professional skills, but there were no restrictions on life skills. She learned the following life skills as she traveled: cooking, beginner, fishing, beginner, and first aid, beginner. Almost instantly, Yushiyunga transformed from someone who couldn't cook into a chef who could boost attributes. Although each dish didn't add many attributes, she didn't hesitate to invest 1 gold coin and learn every cooking recipe she could. First aid can make bandages. While modern medicine is no worse, it's better than nothing. The professions in the game are roughly divided into 3 categories: gathering, herbalism, mining, crafting, alchemy, sewing, engineering, jewelry making, leatherworking, blacksmithing, and service, enchanting, inscription. She immediately ruled out gathering and service-related tasks. The former were easily replaceable, and the latter were too inefficient. Yushiyunga entered the potion shop and spent 5 gold coins to learn basic alchemy. 8 recipes were then unlocked: basic healing potion, basic mana potion, underwater breathing potion, basic invisibility potion, basic strength potion, basic agility potion, basic constitution potion, and basic intelligence potion. These blueprints could easily fetch 500 gold coins each in my previous life. Among the top 100 players on the wealth ranking, apart from guild leaders and powerful figures, the most they had was a little over 700 gold coins. With 13 gold coins remaining, Yushiyunga learned all the available recipes in the beginner alchemy skill. He learned a total of 37 alchemy recipes. His account balance was now down to 6 gold coins. She then went to the herbalist shop and bought the herbs needed to make a basic healing potion. In a large major city like this, the herbs needed for such basic potions are not expensive. 1 potion costs 1 silver coin, and the herbs cost 50 copper coins. She spent 4 gold coins to buy 400 healing potion herbs and 400 mana potion herbs, and used the remaining gold coins to buy 3 basic invisibility potion herbs. It was now 5:32 a.m. She was penniless again. Less than 4 hours remained until the server shut down at 9:22 a.m. In her past life, she had also learned a blueprint for a rather useless potion. Once a player on Earth learns the blueprint, a crafting tutorial will automatically be generated in their mind, and the player only needs to follow the video to craft it. But she was still in the game. She only needed to click to refine, and the progress bar flashed by, almost 1 bottle per second. Yushiyunga ran all the way to the cauldron in the corner of the potion shop to refine the potion. By 6 o'clock, she had finished refining all 800 portions of herbs. Initially, she occasionally failed due to her low proficiency, but after her proficiency improved, she made no more mistakes. At this point, she had 397 bottles of basic healing potions, 392 bottles of basic mana potions, and 3 bottles of basic invisibility potions in her bag. She barely stopped, only pausing for 2 seconds when a strange customer entered the shop to steal something. She concocted a total of 803 potions, directly raising her alchemy skill to intermediate level and unlocking new recipes. But now, she's out of money again and has to continue borrowing some. Of course, she could sell the more than 700 bottles of potions, excluding invisibility potions, to the shopkeeper. However, while these potions sell for 1 silver coin, the buyback price is only 80 copper coins. Selling them all would only yield a little over 6 gold coins, while upgrading alchemy from beginner to intermediate requires a full 100 gold coins. This is simply a drop in the ocean. It seems she'll have to continue being a street hustler, no, a master thief. Yu Xiange wandered around the undead capital city again, accepting quests whenever they came up, stealing from NPCs whenever she saw one, and not even sparing the patrolling guards. Her theft range was limited to within a meter. Basically, she wouldn't let anyone get too close to escape. She'd even try her luck with the beggar in the corner, controlling her game character to approach him. What if he was a hidden master thief? She browsed from 6 in the morning until 7. With more than 2 hours left before the game shut down, Yu Xiange finally stopped. Besides gaining a few extra constitution points, she had also managed to steal a level 40 purple bow. She stole the bow and arrow from the innkeeper. Without hesitation, Yu Xiange walked into the weapon shop and immediately offered to sell it for a pittance. The weapon shop owner clearly recognized the bow, and the pop-up chat window repeatedly emphasized the immense risks he would face if he bought it. But Yu Xiange stubbornly refused to budge, and chat boxes kept popping up above the other person's head. She was no novice. Even the most common level 20 purple equipment cost 500 gold, and this was a level 40 purple item. She had never seen anything like it before. She lowered her offer from 3,000 gold coins to 1,000, and after that, no matter how many times the dialogue box popped up, she only entered 1,000. That was her bottom line. She knew very well that it was lucky if someone was willing to take on this hot potato. After a full 5 minutes, and with time running out, just as she was about to compromise, the deal suddenly went through. Yu Xiange immediately controlled her avatar back to the alchemy mentor, spending 100 gold coins to upgrade her alchemy to intermediate level, and then learning all the available recipes, spending another 200 gold coins in total. Afterward, she traveled across most of the city to the goblin settlement, where she found the goblin engineer who only reached her knees and learned engineering. This was the result of her careful consideration. Jewelry, leatherworking, and sewing, while these were professions for crafting equipment, the equipment they could produce in the early stages wasn't very useful. She didn't need them before the game's invasion, and they would quickly become obsolete afterward. Engineering is different. Even at a basic level, one can make firearms, bullets, and explosives. More importantly, she knows where to find the blueprints for repair robots, provided that her engineering skills are at an advanced level. She quickly paid to unlock the engineering skill, learned all the available recipes, and bought 10 sets of gun-making materials, 500 sets of bullet materials, and 100 sets of explosive materials. On the spot, right in front of the goblin's crafting table, she made 10 guns, 5,000 bullets, and 100 packs of inferior explosives, and successfully advanced her engineering to the intermediate level. She clicked upgrade again and, as usual, learned all the available blueprints. Finally, she returned to the herbalist shop with the remaining 300-odd gold coins, exchanged them all for herbs, and filled the last empty space in her inventory. It was 8:45. Not far away, Yu Xianhuan was still fast asleep on the floor, and the voices of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua could be heard outside the door. Yu Xiange went into the bathroom of Yu Xianhuan's room, turned on the tap, creating the illusion that he was taking a shower, and then quietly returned to sit down on his own bed. At this moment, she manipulated the little figure to arrive at the center of the city of the dead, heading straight for the palace where the city lord resided. Unlike the peaceful era, the alien world revered strength and was constantly engaged in war and plunder. Although she didn't know exactly how many cities the alien race had or how they divided classes, she knew that becoming the lord of a city depended entirely on strength, not on nepotism like in novels. Even in her world, after the game's invasion and subsequent reshuffling, those who ultimately ascended to the position of city lord were all top-tier figures on the leaderboard. While nobles possessed the advantage of resources to cultivate talent, in the end, it was still force that prevailed. 8:52 a.m. Yu Xiuyanga's game character was stopped by soldiers outside the palace. A dialogue box popped up, and Yu Xiuyanga typed, "The anchor point is malfunctioning." She had discovered this while selling purple equipment. The game system automatically translated her language with the undead. The soldier didn't respond, but the commotion quickly attracted a higher-ranking undead soldier. After she typed the message a second time, the soldier led her into the palace. The undead lord, clad in black armor, sat on the highest throne. A dialogue box popped up. "You said there was a problem with the anchor point?" At 9:13, Yu Xiuyanga typed in the chat box, "Yes, I'm willing to risk my life to guarantee the accuracy of this information, but I need a reward." "Insolence!" Yu Xiuyanga remained silent, waiting patiently. She understood that in the eyes of these superiors, she was already a dead woman, and the dead are often more easily forgiven. Sure enough, the sergeant walked over and handed her something. She glanced at it and saw it was 100 gold coins. TSK. She had originally wanted equipment, but this was just a quick fling. She wasn't picky. 9:17, she typed. "This is confidential. I'm only willing to speak to the city lord in person." She tried to control her little figure to approach the city lord. He was level 99, while she was only level 1, like an ant in the city lord's eyes, and surprisingly no one stopped her. At 9:20, the little figure stood next to the city lord. 9:21 a.m. She clicked to use the skill, the thief god's thief, or the thief of a robber. In the name of the thief god, you attempted to steal the talent of Orloff D, the lord of Ghost City of the Undead Clan. Theft successful. Target's divinely bestowed talent level detected as too high. Theft interrupted. You are dead. The next second, the phone screen went black as if the power had been cut off. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was 9:22, the second hand exactly past 12. A full 7 hours had passed. The phone made a cracking sound. First the screen shattered, then the internal parts exploded, and finally it spontaneously combusted. She hurriedly threw the phone on the ground, and a few seconds later, a wisp of black smoke rose, as if the phone had never existed. Immediately afterwards, a backpack, a tattered sack, and a money bag with a gold coin pattern appeared on the ground. In Yu Xiuyanga's mind, her all-too-familiar character panel appeared. Character, Goen, level 0, 0.001%. Divine Talent, Thief God, S rank, Divine Talent, Immortality, SS rank, Incomplete, Race, Human? Racial Talent, Undead Will, Feeding, HP, 100 out of 100, MP, 100 out of 100, Strength, 5, Constitution, 7, Intelligence, 10, Agility, 12, Luck 8, Charisma, 9, Available Attribute Points, 0. The dazzling SS level talent brought tears to Yu Xiuyanga's eyes. Even though it was incomplete, she could see that 3 of the 5 skills under that talent were lit up, while only 2 were grayed out. SS level talent. Even if she only stole 1 skill, she wouldn't lose out. Considering the S-level Thief God talent, every skill is incredibly useful. She glanced at Yu Xiuyanhuan sleeping soundly not far away, and just wanted to burst into laughter. She stuffed 2 backpacks into the inner layer of her clothes, with the money bag taking up 1 compartment. When she concentrated, she could even sense the amount of gold coins in the money bag. She picked up Yu Xiuyanhuan's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and after confirming that the game wasn't on it, she carried him back to bed, covered him with the blanket as she always did, and then turned to leave. Downstairs, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa were making breakfast. Yu Xiuyanga stood on the stairs and listened quietly for a while. It was nothing more than Ichiogwa scolding Yu Qingshan for promising Yu Xiuyanhuan to buy a villa and putting the property in Yu Xiuyanga's name. Then came Yu Qingshan's soft analysis. He advised her to think long-term, saying that Yu Xiuyanga could make a lot of money. A villa only cost 30 million, and over the years she had brought home at least 70 million. Yu Xiuyangaa listened quietly until the two changed the subject, then returned to her room expressionlessly. Next, she checked her talents. However, before she could examine immortality closely, she noticed something amiss. Skill 2, the Thief God's Thief, which can also be interpreted as a robber's thief. I'm sorry, I stole your house. I apologize. Using the name of the Thief God, she steals the opponent's talent. This skill can only be used once in the thief god's lifetime. This skill was still lit up. In her previous life, she had used many skills and items with cooldown times, which would turn gray during the cooldown period. If it was a one-time use item, it would become completely ineffective after use, turning light gray, which meant it was useless. But why is skill 2 still active this time? Can only be used once in a lifetime. Does the death of a game character mean the end of their life? Then, does this mean she can use this overpowered and despicable skill one more time? Yushiyunga closed her eyes and took deep breaths, but she couldn't calm down. She had never been so grateful for her decision. Truly worthy of an S-rank thief's talent. She walked to the bedside refrigerator, took out a bottle of ice water, and drank it all in one gulp. Only after she had completely calmed down did she click to check the new divinely bestowed talent, Immortality. Immortal SS rank, you are death. Skill 1, you wait, I'm going home. When she dies, her body will randomly appear in an underground coffin and revive after 7 natural days. This skill can be used once every 365 natural days. Skill 2, only the dead will obey. She can control the beings who died at her hands. The duration and number of controllable beings are determined by her mana. Skill 3, Death Imitation Show. She designates a target who died at her hands and imitates their divine gift. Only one person can be imitated at any time. The original divine gift will disappear after switching targets. Skill 4, Sorry, I've turned evil. When using any dark side skills or items, skill effects are enhanced by 250%, and cooldown time is reduced by 70%. Skill 5, Return of the Dead. When on the battlefield, releasing this skill will resurrect all fallen kin to fight for you. Cooldown time is 90 natural days. This is practically a divinely bestowed talent, made for the battlefield, especially the 5th skill. No wonder that undead could become the lord of a city, and no wonder this talent was rated SS level. Unfortunately, skills 4 and 5 were grayed out, indicating that the theft was unsuccessful. However, Yushiyunga was already satisfied, especially with skill 1. Only by living can one have a chance. Even with a year-long cooldown, this skill remained her favorite. Her life was far too tough. The names of her enemies flashed through her mind. The potions, weapons, and gold in her backpack were still there. She'd even forcibly preserved her undead race's talent by exploiting a bug. If she still lost after such a start, then she deserved it. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the next room, followed by a gasp. She quickly took a shower and came out of the room. Facing the astonished and flustered expressions of Yuchi-san and Ichiogwa, she seemed oblivious, simply covering her forehead and laughing. I negotiated a new endorsement yesterday, and in my excitement, I had a drink with my brother. I'm off to get busy, you guys make him some hangover soup. Having said that, she turned and left without waiting for the two to speak. Before leaving, she casually launched a sneak attack on them, only to find that she couldn't use her skill. She recalled the skill description's line. Unable to attack beings with a lower life level than oneself, the thief god never bullies the weak. And guessed that perhaps it was because the two weren't players and their life levels were too low. Then, would she also be unable to steal from low-level players? She went out, pondering, only to realize her phone was missing. Wearing a mask, she took her ID and got a replacement SIM card. Although she was in the entertainment industry, she was only a third-tier celebrity. Even if she were recognized, she would only be photographed, not mobbed. Shortly after she bought a new phone and inserted a new SIM card, Lu Jinglu called. Pretending not to notice the anger in his tone, she immediately asked for 3 days off. Lu Jinglu was speechless at her self-righteousness. You don't want to work in this industry anymore? Yushiyunga sighed. Give me 3 days, I'm really a little tired. Shall we have a drink together in 3 days? These words shut Lu Jinglu up. Thinking he could give President Lu an explanation in 3 days, he suppressed his anger and replied, Then you should rest well. Don't keep things bottled up inside. She hummed in agreement a few times and hung up, then drove out of the city. She was discovered by a talent scout during her sophomore year of college and entered the entertainment industry. Now 26 years old, she is only slightly famous. But the entertainment industry is lucrative, and she has no extravagant hobbies. Even though she has given her family more than 70 million yuan, she still has more than 80 million yuan in her account. Even if she stopped working, she wouldn't lack money. But she knew that this money would rapidly depreciate after the game's invasion. As time went on, the number of monsters and dungeons surged, and players switched to using in-game currency to trade items and equipment, gradually replacing real-world currency with gold, silver, and copper coins. She understood that Yuqin Shan and Ichihua were eyeing the 80 million. On this day in her past life, she was almost forced into bed by Lu Jingliu's bald CEO, yet she still forced herself to accompany Yu Xianhuan to look at villas, despite feeling disgusted. Later, a dungeon entrance appeared in the basement of that villa. If real estate symbolizes wealth, then possessing a hidden dungeon entrance after a game invasion is like owning a treasure mountain. A dungeon is a portal to another realm opened by an advance force sent by the invaders. To monopolize a dungeon entrance means possessing all the resources within that dungeon. What could be more like a treasure mountain? Yu Xuange's only goal today was to buy the villa that she had given to Yu Xianhuan in her previous life and put it in her own name. She even skipped the house hunting process and completed the purchase procedures before dinner. Without eating, she went straight to the flower and bird market and bought a thrush, then went to a nearby restaurant to get some takeout before returning to her newly purchased villa. The first thing she did upon entering was to clear the fingerprint and facial recognition permissions stored in the gate for Yuqin Shan, Ichihua, Yu Xianhuan, and others. After sitting down, she twisted the neck of the thrush while unpacking her takeout. She then activated her "Only the dead will obey" skill. Almost instantly, a mental connection was established between her and the thrush's corpse. The thrush, whose head had been tilted, took flight again, its head returning to its original position in a bizarre posture, as if an invisible hand had straightened it. She closes her eyes and concentrates, and she can see everything through the eyes of the thrush. In the large living room, a woman sits cross-legged in front of the sofa. She checks the time and directs the thrush to fly around the room. After dinner, she tidied up the house a bit. She had never lived in this villa before because she always wanted to live with her family, and would always go back to that home during holidays. She then took the thrush out to buy clothes and toiletries, keeping it flying above the car roof the entire time. Before going to sleep, she gave the thrush the command, "Keep flying, don't stop." The next morning at 7 o'clock, she checked her mana. She had 20 points left. Controlling the corpse of a thrush to fly continuously for 12 hours had only consumed 80 points of mana. What about controlling the corpse of an adult? That day, she brushed off Ichihua's question about, "You already have a house, but your brother doesn't," and took the time to organize her gaming inventory. She bought 3 identical large storage boxes, packed her guns, bullets, and explosives separately, and stacked them in a gaming compartment so she could easily retrieve them when needed. In another compartment, she reserved a loaded hunting rifle. As for healing potions and mana potions, she didn't use any compartments for them. These life-saving items needed to be used immediately. Every second counted and could mean the difference between life and death. She felt more at ease only after completely filling an entire compartment with potions. She also ordered a set of herbal medicine cabinets commonly used in Chinese medicine pharmacies, which were delivered the same day after she paid extra. She pasted the names of the herbs one by one on the outside of the drawers, put the herbs back in their places, and placed any excess healing and magic potions in the bottom row of drawers. Currently, she has only used 5 of her 30 game inventory slots, 9 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 3 basic invisibility potions, 1 low-quality shotgun, and 3 storage boxes. After using her disguise skill, Yu Xiange personally went to the shop and purchased various tools needed for alchemy, as well as weapons and equipment such as bows, crossbows, long swords, and electric batons, with cash. On the same day, she also further tested other characteristics of her skill. Only the dead obey. When she commanded the thrush to remain still on the table, it consumed only 2 points of mana over 12 hours. However, the dead thrush had already begun to emit an unpleasant odor. This demonstrates that while this skill grants the deceased the ability to move, it cannot prevent the corpse from decaying. That evening, Yu Xiange drove to a shopping mall near Lu Hongxing's house. In the mall's restroom, he used the thief god's talent skill for armor comes, to change into another set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his game backpack before leaving the stall. She couldn't help but gasp at the completely unfamiliar woman in the mirror, inwardly marveling at the surreal nature of her gaming talent. Not only had her appearance changed, but her height and hairstyle had also been completely altered. She hailed a taxi and arrived at Lu Hongxing's apartment building in just 7 minutes. Her thrush had been secretly following Lu Hongxing since he got off work, trailing him all the way here. As for why he hadn't returned to the villa, Yu Xianga didn't care. She paid in cash and got out of the car. 3 minutes later, Yu Xianga rang Lu Hongxing's doorbell. A charming woman opened the door, wearing a sexy camisole nightgown. Seeing Yu Xianga, she asked somewhat lazily, "Who are you looking for?" Yu Xianga responded politely, "I'm looking for my boss, Lu Hongxing. I have an urgent work matter to report." The woman didn't ask any further questions and opened the door to let her in without expression. The sound of running water came from the bedroom. Lu Hongxing was clearly taking a shower. Yu Xianga said, "Can I wait for him in the study? You just need to tell him that an agent surnamed Lu needs to see him urgently, and he'll understand." The woman seemed to have a good temper. She led Yu Xianga into the study and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Yu Xianga stood behind the door, taking out a stun gun from her spatial storage and holding it in her hand. Her eyes showed no fear, only excitement. She often wondered if she was born with a love for adventure. Otherwise, how could she have felt such exhilaration rather than pain after countless brushes with death in her past life? Soon, the sound of water stopped, and the voices of a man and a woman talking could be heard inside the room. A moment later, footsteps approached the study. The door was pushed open, obscuring Yu Xianga's figure. As the familiar figure entered the study, Yu Xianga closed the door with her left hand and swiftly pressed the stun gun against Lu Hongxing's neck with her right. A few seconds later, Lu Hongxing convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Yu Xianga turned the stun gun to its maximum power and applied continuous pressure to his chest. 5 minutes later, the man remained motionless. She then used her skill on Lu Hongxing. Only the dead obey. And the next second, Lu Hongxing opened his eyes, his gaze vacant. Yu Xianga manipulated him to stand up, then had him lead her out of the study, and bid her farewell in front of the woman. When she boarded the car heading to a nearby shopping mall, her disguise skill had 17 minutes remaining. With her eyes closed, she continued to control Lu Hongxing as he said goodbye to the woman, then instructed him to send a text message to Lu Jinglu, inviting her to meet him in her office. At that moment, Lu Jinglu was choosing drinks, thinking about where he could arrange to drink with Yu Xianga the next day to make Lu Hongxing's move, while also clearing himself of any wrongdoing. To be honest, Yu Xianga treated her very well, with high salaries and good benefits, and even after she became famous, he didn't kick Lu Jinglu out. But Yu Xianga never gave her a share of the profits, while top agents in the industry were already taking a cut from their artists' earnings. Lu Jinglu didn't really want to betray Yu Xianga. It was just that Lu Hongxing's offer was too tempting. If he could control Yu Xianga, he could not only make her curry favor with the partners, but he also promised to let her select a few new talents from this year's talent shows. Just as she was basking in the glow of her bright future, she received a text message from Lu Hongxing. She didn't suspect anything. After all, seasoned veterans like them never left crucial evidence in writing, usually preferring face-to-face meetings. She returned to the company carrying the wine in her bag. There were still more than a dozen young people working overtime inside. She smiled at them and even ordered them a late-night snack, drawing a chorus of gratitude. Only then did she push open Lu Hongxing's office door and go inside. Yu Xianga did not have those fetishes of controlling corpses to perform indecent acts. As soon as Lu Jinglu entered the office, she manipulated Lu Hongxing to hand him a knife. Completely bewildered before Lu Jinglu could react, Lu Hongxing had already gripped her hand tightly and plunged the knife into his own abdomen. Terrified, Lu Jinglu couldn't even scream. She just stared blankly as the stagnant blood seeped from the wound, sliding down her fingers. Just as she was losing her mind, Lu Hongxing, clutching his wound, stumbled out of the office, turning back to look at her in terror as he fled, letting out a heart-wrenching scream of "Ah!" Lu Jinglu was unable to distinguish between dream and reality at this moment, his body stiff and unable to move. Meanwhile, Yuxiunga's mana was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 1 point per minute, leaving only 3 points, but that was enough. Lu Hongxin clutched his stomach, stumbled past the group of interns, and finally reached the window. After confirming that no one was downstairs, he jumped. Yuxiunga felt dizzy from the exhaustion of her magic power. Although she still had magic potions, since she was at home, she decided to wait for her magic power to recover naturally. It would recover 1 point per minute, and would be fully restored in 3 hours. If she continued to eat meat, the recovery rate could be increased to 5 points of magic power and health per minute. The next morning, Yuxiunga was awakened by the doorbell. She opened the door and saw 2 policemen and a security guard standing outside. She immediately sent her thrush outside to wait, and with a perfectly timed look of surprise on her face, she invited the 2 men into the living room. After she poured water for the guests, 2 policemen asked her if she knew about the relationship between Lu Hongxing and Lu Junlu. Yuxiunga pursed her lips slightly, expressing her resistance with silence. Under their repeated questioning, she finally whispered, "I know. I also know that Lu Junlu once tried to scheme against me." She could have pretended to know nothing, but that would have made it impossible to explain her unusual behavior these past few days. Taking 3 days off and staying alone in the villa, a stark contrast to her usual homebody image. Even if the police hadn't investigated so thoroughly, she had to assume they already knew and proactively confess. The police officers were well trained, displaying no emotion whatsoever, but after 10 minutes of routine questioning, they prepared to leave. Only then did Yuxiunga ask, "Excuse me, what were they arrested for?" The other party responded to her in an official tone, telling her to wait for further notice. That afternoon, she received a call from Yuqi Shan. His voice was gentle and kind, inquiring if she was facing any difficulties and reminding her to rest if she felt tired. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuxiunga choked up and said that she was indeed exhausted and wanted to take a break. She mentioned that her agent and company were in trouble, and her investments were also tied up, putting her under immense pressure. However, Yuqi Shan did not hesitate for a moment. Before the call was even over, 1 million yuan had already been transferred to her account. "Daddy has money, my good girl, take it and spend it." After hanging up the phone, Yuxiunga stood by the window, calmly gazing at the distant lake. Yuqi Shan and Yu Xuanhuan are like top-notch anglers. In order to catch the biggest prey, they are always willing to use the best bait and even let the prey lower its guard. The reason she always trusted Yuqi Shan and Ichihua was because the year she first entered the entertainment industry as a star, the 2 of them were in a minor car accident and stayed in the hospital for nearly half a month. Yuxiunga arrived on the 3rd day, while Yu Xuanhuan stayed by their side the whole time to take care of them. At that time, she was filled with guilt and self-blame. It was also on that day that the 2 of them took out all their savings, 5 million, and gave it to her. The accident happened so suddenly. Your parents don't know how much longer they have to live. It's better to talk about something sooner rather than later. We've given you all the money in the house. From now on, you'll be the pillar of this family. Your brother will get married sooner or later. The money is in his hands. After he gets married, who knows who he'll side with? You'll have to suffer. We only feel at ease giving you the money. If your brother is obedient, give him some. If he's disobedient, we'll keep it for ourselves." Ichihua maintained her stingy demeanor, but her words were filled with affection. "Don't blame Mom for being frugal. Look, the money I saved is still for you, isn't it? Have I ever lied to you? You're the best girl. Although Mom always scolds you, I love you the most." What a show. Yuxiunga believed she had been restrained enough, otherwise she wouldn't have only given away half of the money she had earned over the years. She often wondered if she was too cold-blooded. Her family entrusted her with all their trust, yet she always habitually kept something back. In the 3rd year after the game's invasion, she was hunted down by the Su family to the point of desperation. Believing that the most dangerous place is the safest place, she fled to the Yu family's residence and hid for a day. It was on that day that she unexpectedly discovered the Yu family's secret chamber. How ridiculous! She had initially thought that the Yu family's ability to buy 2 floors and combine them was already a grand gesture, but she hadn't expected that the apartment next door was also owned by the Yu family, and used specifically to store their treasures. The storage room in that apartment was actually directly connected to the Yu family's study, and was being used as a secret room. Inside the secret room, there were 300 jin of gold bars alone, 13 boxes piled high with various cultural artifacts, paintings, and antiques, and 7 boxes of jewelry. The Yu family indeed had little cash flow. Yu Qing-shan was from a collateral branch of the Yu family in City B and couldn't participate in the main family's business. On the surface, he was just an ordinary professor, but the family's true wealth lay in the treasures his father received from the old Yu family when the family divided their assets. 300 kilograms of gold alone is worth over 70 million yuan, not to mention the antiques and paintings. Yet they said that 5 million yuan was all their family's savings, which they had given to her because they only trusted her. Yu Xianga clutched her aching chest, forcing herself to calm down. She didn't blame them. She wasn't stupid, they were just too cunning. But the more she thought about it, the harder the tears flowed. She knew that from now on, she could never trust anyone again. They had destroyed her ability to trust. If even her closest relatives could betray her, sweet words concealing poison, and what she thought was complete honesty turned out to be nothing but scheming. Then what about everyone else? How could she dare trust anyone else? Yu Xianga opened her eyes and let out a long breath. She couldn't wait any longer. If she didn't get those things tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep well. It was only the 25th, and Yu Xianga felt like she was busier than a dog. She drove straight out to a SF Express station, bought several of the largest cardboard boxes, and dragged them home. Back home, she pieced the cardboard boxes back together, folded them into her backpack compartment, and packed everything up. Then, she drove openly to the Yu family's house. By this time, news of Lu Hongxing being driven to suicide by Lu Jinglu had already spread in the work group. She simply exchanged a few words with Yi Qing-shan and the others, then pretended to be in a bad mood and went back to her room. Yi Qiubo hesitated, but seeing Yu Xianga halfway upstairs, she finally couldn't help but call her down, saying that Yu Xianhuan was bringing his girlfriend home for a visit the next day, and that she was the youngest daughter of the Su family. Yu Xianga feigned surprise. They're secretly dating? That's great, but the Su family? Which Su family? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiubo smiled. You know Su Beige, right? That movie star is from their family. Su Beige is the eldest son, and the second son, Su Jinxian, was the archery champion at the last Olympics. Your brother's girlfriend is Su Yitong, the youngest daughter of the Su family. They've been dating for about half a year, and she said she'd bring her back to meet us. Yu Xianga smiled gently. That's great. You all must do your best. Yu Xianhuan frowned slightly as he looked at her bright smile. Yu Xianga noticed the look in his eyes and felt a wave of nausea. She didn't understand why the book portrayed her as a paranoid older sister with a distorted affection for her younger brother. She believed she hadn't done anything wrong. She attributed this to the author's need to create a deserving character in order to elevate the male protagonist to a moral high ground. Therefore, she was portrayed as insane so that the male protagonist would have no choice but to kill her, then strip her of her talents, and bestow them upon someone more valuable, thus paving the way for the male protagonist's success. That was the perspective from the book. For her, who had personally experienced it all, it was only at the moment of death that she truly saw through that set of hypocritical word games. He wanted her talent, so she had to die. Those unfounded accusations were merely to highlight the male protagonist's pure and flawless persona. But now it seems, does Yu Xianhuan really think she treats him as her personal possession? Who's the madman here? Yu Xianga suppressed her disgust and echoed Yi Qiubo's words, but didn't mention the house purchase at all. However, she still asked. I've heard of Su Beige. His family is quite wealthy, right? Would they even consider our family? She genuinely wanted to ask this. There was no need to pretend. In her past life, she never understood why Su Beige, a well-known rich second generation in the industry, with family assets of at least several billion, would accept Yu Xianhuan as his brother-in-law. Yi Qiubo's expression stiffened for a moment, and her tone lowered. So you see, you already have a house, right? Can you buy one for your younger brother too? Just as a wedding favor, you can transfer it back to your name after the wedding. In their past life, They didn't need to be so tactful. Yuxiunga suppressed a laugh and feigned helplessness. I'm broke. A friend has a great project that he says can make a lot of money. I came back to celebrate with my brother the other day because of this. Once I make money, I can buy several villas. But right now, I really have no money. Although Ichigwa was easily manipulated by Yuqin Shan, she was indeed easy to fool. Upon hearing Yuxiunga's words, the anger on her face quickly dissipated. She opened her mouth, but ultimately turned to Yuqin Shan. Yuxiunga knew perfectly well that it was Yuqin Shan's turn to step in. But she didn't want to hear him speak, so she preemptively said, "Why don't we sell this house? That should be enough for the down payment." A moment of silence fell over the group. Yuxiunga sighed and muttered to herself that she was useless. The filming wasn't even finished, and her manager was in trouble. After saying a few more irrelevant words, she went back to her room with a look of utter frustration. As she passed the study, she pushed open the door and went in, stuffing the skeleton of the white-boned thrush from her pocket into a corner. She had already removed all the meat from the bird, leaving only its small skeleton. After settling in, she casually picked up a book and came out. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Yuqin Shan standing outside the study. His expression was gentle, but Yuxiunga knew he was preventing her from discovering the secret of the secret room. She returned to her room with a calm expression, then did bodyweight exercises on the carpet while keeping an eye on the commotion. The reason she hadn't added any points was that some attributes could be improved through training. After an hour of training, she took a shower and began recording some secrets and information she remembered from her past life. She only learned on her deathbed that she was actually the villainous female supporting character in a male-oriented novel about a son-in-law. However, after being reborn, she could only vaguely remember the specific plot of the book, with only the shocking character introduction deeply imprinted in her mind. Yuxiunga sat cross-legged against the bedroom door, waiting until 3 in the morning before she heard noises outside. She immediately switched her perspective to that of the thrush. A moment later, she saw Yuqin Shan appear at the study door. He first turned the middle of one of the desk legs, then stood on a chair, fumbled around on the top of the bookcase for a while, and finally took out all the books from the third shelf and arranged them in a corner for a while. Then, the bookshelves slowly opened to both sides, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. After a while, Yuqin Shan came out carrying a vase. After repeating the process as before, he carefully put the books back in their places one by one. As soon as Yuqin Shan returned to his room, Yuxiunga got up almost immediately. Most areas of the Yu family home were unsecured, but it was uncertain whether the treasure room was under surveillance. To be on the safe side, she changed into another set of clothes, put on gloves, and used her disguise skill to transform herself into Yu Xunhuan's appearance before quietly entering the study. Once the location and activation sequence of the mechanisms were clear, opening the passage was not difficult. Sure enough, the wardrobe opened quickly. She walked in lightly and ordered the thrush to stay at the door and keep watch, alerting anyone who approached. After walking 2 meters, she entered a converted secret room. This room, which had originally been the adjacent storage room, had been completely sealed off, leaving only a passageway leading to the study. The room was about the same size as the study and was filled with sealed wooden crates. She had seen these wooden crates with her own eyes in her past life. Back then, she was a wanted criminal, living a life of hardship for months, while Yuqin Shan and Ichigwa were busy moving these treasures into the living room, preparing to move into the new villa that Yu Xunhuan had bought for them the next day, their faces beaming with joy and pride. Yuxiunga took out a cardboard box of the same type that he had prepared in advance, put the items in the wooden box into it, and then used his mind to put the cardboard box into his spatial backpack, leaving only empty boxes scattered on the ground. After taking care of everything, she closed the secret room, returned to her own room with satisfaction, changed her clothes, removed her disguise, and lay back down on the bed with a smile. Finally, she could get a good night's sleep. On the morning of the 26th, Yuxiunga got up early and went out to exercise. Suitone was coming over today, and she had to be there. After all, Suitone was a beta tester and the main character's wife in the live-in son-in-law story. Her strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Although she couldn't understand why a rich young lady would download a game with no advertising late at night, she speculated that perhaps Yu Xianhuan was playing it at the time, and Sui Tong downloaded it to interact with her boyfriend. Or maybe it was because of her status as the female lead, bringing her own luck? During this time, the company called to inform her that she had been replaced in the role she had filmed for less than 3 days. She didn't care about this. She had more important things to do than the entertainment industry. At 11 a.m., Yu Xianhuan indeed arrived with Sui Tong. Yu Xianga had already suppressed her hatred and could even smile at Sui Tong. She herself admired her acting skills. That was all. She couldn't bring herself to say anything flattering or ingratiating. Even though her younger brother had mentioned her difficult life in the Su family in her past life, she couldn't bring herself to fawn over the Su family for him. After all, she wasn't the son-in-law. In her past life, when Sui Tong first visited, she was feeling down because of Lu Hongxing's affair, and she didn't know what she looked like in the eyes of the other party. Perhaps it was this moment of mental confusion that made Sui Tong easily believe Yu Xianhuan's so-called older sister loves younger brother words. This time, Yu Xianga maintained a congratulatory smile throughout, even taking the opportunity to unleash a skill on Sui Tong while raising her glass. Although it failed, she clearly sensed that the skill had indeed been released. Since it wasn't a failure or unusable, it meant that Sui Tong was indeed a player. She stole 3 more times, reducing her health to only 40%, before finally succeeding on her first attempt. While eating, she checked her loot, 1 point of luck. In her past life, Sui Tong was a healing-type player. She originally thought that she could steal mostly intelligence, but she didn't expect that it would be luck, which cannot be added, and luck value can also be stolen. This made her realize immediately that this might be the only chance she could steal luck from Sui Tong. She made up her mind. Even if it meant using up potions, she had to steal as much luck as she could. Luck is an extremely rare attribute. Players only gain 5 attribute points for each level they gain. Once they start strengthening their main attribute, it becomes almost impossible to encounter such an opportunity again. But the more this is the case, the less she can afford to be hasty. The Su family's power is far beyond what she can currently contend with, even though, due to the thief god's passive effect, the victims will only realize their items are missing a day later. However, she will not only steal from Sui Tong in the future, but also from Yu Xianhuan and his brothers. If she is present the day before each theft and frequently leaves midway to recoup her losses, it will certainly arouse suspicion. Therefore, this initial secrecy was especially crucial. She never believed in luck. For the next hour, Yu Xianga acted like a mascot, offering blessings from time to time. After the meal, as the group sat down to chat, she manipulated the thrush to use its spare phone to call her own, pretending to go out for work, and got up to leave. Under surveillance, she brazenly went downstairs and drove away from the community. Half an hour later, Yu Xianga, whose health had been restored to full by eating jerky, transformed into a middle-aged strong man and returned to the community, taking the stairs back to the floor where Yu's family lived. Through the thrush, she saw a peaceful scene downstairs. Several members of the Yu family were talking in the study, seemingly harboring many secrets. She vaguely heard words like, Yu family, Su family, and marrying into another family. There were no security cameras in the hallway, but the security door had its own camera. Yu Xianga took out a basic invisibility potion and swallowed it. The potion lasted for 5 minutes and had a 7-minute cooling period, so the timing had to be precise when using it. After drinking the potion, she and her belongings became invisible. She took out an invisible key and quietly opened the Yu family's gate. The gate opened a crack as if blown open by the wind, then slowly closed again. She arrived at the study just in time. The door was ajar. Yu Qingshan was sitting behind his desk, while Yi Qiuhua and the others sat on the sofa, all looking relaxed. Yu Xianga tiptoed to Sui Tong's side, and the moment Yu Xianhuan put his arm around her shoulder, she began her series of thefts. After 4 consecutive attacks, her face turned pale, and her health was reduced to only 20%. She immediately took a basic healing potion, restoring her health to 80%, and continued attacking. 3 more times. Success. Yu Xianga was overjoyed. Was she lucky again? Was it true that the more she stole, the luckier she would be? She silently kept track of the time. With 2 minutes left before the invisibility ended, she quickly left the study, quietly hid in Yu Xunhuan's bedroom, pulled up the bed sheet hanging by the bed, and hid under the bed. At this moment, her luck stat on her personal panel had reached a high of 10, with the words, maximum, prominently displayed next to it. Not long after, the invisibility potion wore off. She quickly recovered her health by eating jerky while quietly waiting for the basic healing potion's cooldown. Under the continuous effect of the jerky, her health was recovering 5 points per minute. 5 minutes later, the potion cooled down, and her health had recovered to 45%. Yu Xuanga didn't drink the potion immediately but continued to eat to replenish her health. She knew that as her level increased, the cost of each theft would also increase, and her health would often be in the thousands. To recover quickly, she would have to rely on intermediate, advanced, or even super potions, which would be extremely costly. She had to cherish every opportunity. She still had to act freely. Just then, the door was pushed open, and the voices of Sui Tong and Yu Xunhuan came through. She'd long found it strange. What young couple wouldn't whisper sweet nothings in the bedroom? The two of them dragged themselves to sit on the edge of the bed, legs touching. Yu Xuanga remained calm and unmoved, and began to steal. After stealing 4 times in a row, her health dropped to 16%. The person on the bed had a face as red as a ripe apple, while Yu Xuanga under the bed was deathly pale, as if she had been dead for 3 days. She quickly downed a bottle of potion, taking small sips to avoid making too much noise, and her health recovered to 76%. The jerky in her mouth never stopped. She did it 3 more times in a row. Yu Xuanga's lips were practically twisted into a grin. She had long suspected that she had used up all her luck drawing the divine talent last time she entered the game. Back then, she only succeeded a few times out of hundreds of attempts. Look at her now, she hadn't even stolen that many times, and not only did she get 2 points of luck, she also got an item. Sorrow's Set Mask, 1/3, rank A, disguises your character's stats upon use. The mask is activated when placed in your inventory. If the mask falls off, the disguise is lost. Items below rank A cannot detect this disguise. Note, each additional piece of the Sorrow set increases the stealth level by 1. Upon seeing this item, Yu Xuanga was overjoyed, even more so than if he had drawn a lucky point. Items are different from equipment. Their effects are varied. Some take effect as soon as they are placed in the inventory, some need to be worn, and some require strange ways of use, but none of them take up equipment slots, and some effects can even be stacked. After the initial euphoria came the lingering fear of calm reflection. This was a suit, and since it had a mask to disguise information, did it also have a Sorrow's Eye, or similar detection components like glasses? Yu Xuanga tried hard to control her breathing, waiting for the cooldown of the basic healing potion to finish. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and the young couple had only kissed and hadn't done anything inappropriate. Otherwise, she might have really dug a tunnel under the bed. Perhaps a person's total luck is constant each day. After stealing 2 points of luck and an A-grade item, she lay under the bed for a full hour, using potions and eating meat when her health was low, and continuing to steal when her health was restored. At this moment, she truly understood the meaning of that saying, to love stealing as much as to love life. In the end, she stole another point of charm. Yu Xuanga wasn't disappointed. After all, charm and luck were rare attributes that couldn't be increased with attribute points, so naturally, the more the better. She continued stealing until the young couple left the room, and everyone else in the room soon followed. Yu Xuanga guessed they had probably gone to eat. As for whether anyone called her, she didn't care. Her phone was already switched off and tossed into her game inventory, so she pretended not to know anything. When she crawled out from under the bed, disheveled and pale, she estimated that her appearance would scare Ichiogwa, who had a heart condition, into fainting. Her blood volume was only 16%, and she really couldn't bear to take any more medicine. In order to steal Suitong's attributes, items, and equipment, she drank more than 20 bottles of basic healing potions and even ate all 20 pounds of jerky in her backpack. She felt that her face had become much bigger from all the eating. Yu Xuanga returned to her bedroom and took a nap, sleeping until the happy family of 3 returned. She glanced at her talent. Armor come was already lit up. So she first used her disguise skill to redisguise herself as the burly man from before, changed her clothes, drank the invisibility potion, and quietly left her bedroom, going down the stairs to go out. The door slammed shut too loudly, so she deliberately left it ajar, waiting for the person inside to notice. Then, she went straight downstairs. By the time she reached the second floor, the potion had worn off, but her vest was still on. Yushiyunga calmly picked up her toolbox and walked out of the complex. As soon as she left the residential area, she immediately used the Soros mask to disguise her player information. Her current true attributes are: character, Yushiyunga, level 0.001%. Divine talent, thief god, S rank, divine talent, immortal, SS rank, incomplete, race, human, racial talent, undead will, feeding, health, 100 out of 100, magic, 100 out of 100, strength, 5, constitution, 7, intelligence, 10, agility, 12, luck, 10, maximum, charm, 10, maximum, available attribute points, 0. She wasn't sure if others could see the specific skills of her talent, but she still chose to disguise herself. The disguised character panel is as follows. Character, Yushiyunga, level 0.001%. Divine talent, broker, A rank, race, human, racial talent, undead will, feeding, health, 100 out of 100, magic, 100 out of 100, strength, 5, constitution, 7, intelligence, 7, agility, 7, luck, 5, charm, 9, available attribute points, 0. Her attributes became mediocre, so she only slightly adjusted her charm value. She recalled how, when she disguised herself as a beggar, she seemed to receive more money than others, even while begging on the street. Charisma is something that can't be hidden. A charming person is charming wherever they go. She didn't plan to change her charm stat too much, but temporarily switched her talent to the A-level, broker. It was a talent that looked good but wouldn't make people wary. She knew that if her talent as a master thief was exposed, she would become the enemy of all players. No one would want a player who could steal other people's attribute values to live. She would modify it again once she gained a more suitable divine gift through the Death Imitation show. She put the mask away in the deepest part of the storage box. It was her most important treasure for a long time to come. On her way home, Yushiyunga kept replaying every detail in her mind, from the moment she was reborn on the 22nd. The day she was reborn was so close to the start of the game's closed beta that she didn't have much time to plan or prepare. Simply getting home on time was already a challenge. If Yushiyunhuan knew the true meaning of this game, would he hate her for it? She didn't care about Yushiyunhuan's hatred, but it concerned whether she could continue to remain in the male and female protagonists' camp. Many opportunities were known only to the male and female protagonists. Even if she couldn't disrupt things, it would be good to get a share of the spoils and lower their guard. In the first 2 years after the game's invasion in her previous life, she was occasionally taken by Yushiyunhuan into some secret realms and instances controlled by the Su, Han, and Liang families. She did indeed receive a lot of benefits from Yushiyunhuan. Although we now know the locations of those dungeons and can infiltrate them using potions and skills, there are still many things that cannot be obtained by one person alone, especially those bosses that require dozens or even hundreds of people to work together to kill. She tried hard to recall how Yuqin Shan and Yushiyunhuan had gradually gained her trust over the years. That's right, every time they profited from her, they would symbolically bleed a small amount. For example, he used the money she handed over to her family to buy her a villa worth 30 million. Another example is that after a copy of the villa she gave to Yushiyunhuan appeared, Yushiyunhuan also took her inside. Although he said that the copy was under the control of the Liang family, and he only had the right to use it, he would still occasionally take her inside. Even when the Su, Liang, and Han families joined forces to hunt her down, Yushiyunhuan risked his life to tip her off, helping her escape several crises. Each time she avoided danger thanks to Yushiyunhuan's warnings, her trust in him deepened. But now that I think about it, almost all of her life or death crises happened after that. So, shouldn't she also give Yushiyunhuan a little sweetness? Only after the game officially invades, with her own strength and Yushiyunhuan's trust, will she have the opportunity to participate in the Su family's large-scale activities and cause trouble. There are still 2 rounds of closed beta testing left. This is the best opportunity. She could even tell Yu Xuanhuan the game's secrets, and then secretly stop him from taking action. With just a few words, she could gain Yu Xuanhuan's utmost trust, yet leave him with nothing. But wouldn't doing so allow Yu Xuanhuan to turn the tables? She knew the safest course of action was to kill Yu Xuanhuan now. But she was truly unwilling to do so. She used to laugh at the protagonists in novels for not immediately killing their enemies after being reborn. Now she understood. One strike to erase all grudges. That's a myth. The hatred in her heart couldn't be resolved by simply killing Yu Xuanhuan. Sometimes, letting an enemy die a quick death is a blessing. She could put Lu Jinglu aside for the time being, but she could never let Yu Xuanhuan go. She didn't want to look forward, she wanted to look down. She wanted to utterly crush Yu Xuanhuan under her feet, to make him see only the soles of her shoes, to trap him in the mire, to make him suffer the most. An eye for an eye was the only way to vent her anger. His harem, his lackeys, even after Yu Xuanhuan was dead, she would come after them one by one. More importantly, killing Yu Xuanhuan was easy, but she couldn't fight against the Su, Liang, and Han families all at once. The best way, of course, was to infiltrate them and make them fight each other to the death. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that letting Yu Xuanhuan participate in the closed beta test ahead of time was too risky. She had to think of a way. Yu Xuanga closed her eyes and began to recall all the skills, items, equipment, and potions she knew from her previous life. She couldn't miss a single one. The cases of Lu Jinglu and Lu Hongxing have reached a stalemate. Although the autopsy showed that Lu Hongxing's death was not caused by stab wounds or falling from a building, so many people witnessed him escaping from Lu Jingliu's clutches, and the bloodstains on Lu Jingliu's hands and fingerprints on the knife handle were enough to implicate her. For a time, Lu Jinglu was unable to leave. Lu Hongxing's wife even publicly stated that she wanted Lu Jinglu imprisoned. The incident caused a huge uproar downstairs at the entertainment company, and within just a few days, it was already trending online. Her agent was gone, no one cared about her, and her only script was snatched away by a well-connected actor. Yet, Yu Xuanga was actually quite happy and carefree. The 2 idiots she disliked most in the company were either dead or under investigation. In her past life, those smear campaigns against her were orchestrated by these 2. Other higher-ups wanted to help her out, but they chose the wrong target. Of all people to target, why go after their own artists? Even with so much money, this isn't how you spend it. But at that time, her contract still had 6 months left. Lu Jinglu threatened to terminate the contract and switch companies, so the higher-ups chose to remain silent and let the 2 of them do as they pleased. Yu Xuanga was too lazy to argue and planned to slack off for 6 months, waiting for the contract to be terminated and for her to retire from the entertainment industry. She's been very busy lately, and yesterday she was still pondering how to gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust while simultaneously keeping him in check. The first thing she ruled out was altering memories. Even if she had already changed Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Yi Chilhua's memories of the 22nd, surveillance footage couldn't be faked. Yu Xuanhuan is extremely suspicious, cautious to the point of being obsessive. Once he has a suspicion, he will definitely check the surveillance footage from that day. If his memory conflicts with the facts, Yu Xuanga will not only fail to gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust, but will also become irrefutable evidence of his scheming against Yu Xuanhuan. In her past life, the Su, Han, and Liang families all sent people to hunt her down. But the most troublesome of them wasn't the Su family. The Su family had many members, but as long as she could hide, it was manageable. What truly gave her a headache was the Liang family. Liang Yuchuan, that woman, was vicious, and the Liang family also produced a monster with a talent that was utterly repulsive. Whenever Yu Xuanga thought of that person, her head would spin and she would break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if she had spent the entire day in advanced mathematics class. Gear of Fate, Rank B, Skill 1, Happy Again, select a target, and rotate their Gear of Fate to modify their luck value for the day. Duration is 6 hours, with a 6-hour cooldown. Whether to display the modified luck value is optional. Skill 2, Your combination is wrong, I don't like it, select a target, and swap the highest and lowest values of their attributes. The swap effect lasts for 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. Although it was only a B-rank skill, it was incredibly disgusting. In other words, given that it was completely non-aggressive, there was a reason it was rated B-rank. For those few days, whenever that person saw her, she was destined to be unlucky for a full 6 hours. What's worse, this change in luck doesn't show up on her own stats panel at all. She sees her luck value consistently at 8, even though it's like she's had the worst luck imaginable. Running away would lead to a dead end, disguise would be easily discovered, drinking blood would cause choking, magic would miss, shooting would cause the barrel to explode, and even homing magic missiles would all miss their targets. Her critical hit rate was as high as 77% at the time, but after firing 60 missiles, she didn't get a single critical hit. This isn't a divinely bestowed talent, it's a divinely bestowed curse. She evaded capture for a whole year, but the moment that person showed up, she was captured alive in less than 7 days, all because of this talent. But here's the question, was that person a beta tester? There were 3 closed beta tests. The first one reportedly only had a few hundred participants. The second one was something I heard about from others. Although the test was opened suddenly, the news spread like wildfire, and everyone who knew about the game rushed in, resulting in tens of thousands of people. The third one saw hundreds of thousands of people create characters. Regardless, Yushiyunga plans to personally find that person in the next few days. If he participated in the closed beta, she'll eliminate him immediately. Then she'll test if this skill works on non-players. If it does, she'll use it on Yushiyunhuan. If Yushiyunhuan were to draw an SS-level talent from his previous life, even with his luck at its lowest point, she would steal it on the spot and kill him, even if it meant spending her next life in resentment, just to make him die a quick and painless death. If he drew a trash talent, all the better. The man was easy to find. He was the Liang family's driver. Yushiyunga knew the location of the Liang family's old residence. It was in the best part of the villa district. After all, without power and wealth, how could one be qualified to be the female lead in a male-oriented novel? She wasn't in a hurry to set off. Instead, she stayed home and started refining potions. In addition to 20 bottles of basic invisibility potion, there are also more than 50 intermediate invisibility potions. Compared to the basic version, which only allows invisibility for 5 minutes, the intermediate invisibility potion can maintain invisibility for 15 minutes, but the cooldown time has also increased to 20 minutes. She found the beef skewer recipe in the cooking beginner skill bar, made 297 servings, and stuffed them all into her inventory. Each beef skewer can be eaten for 1 minute, slowly restoring 5 health points, thus replenishing her meat intake while also practicing her skill. Now her 24-slot bag is crammed with all sorts of odds and ends, clothing and weapons, while her 6 tattered little bags contain food and potions she might need at any time. 99 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 57 intermediate invisibility potions, 99 beef skewers, 99 beef skewers, and 99 beef skewers. How could someone who's the male lead's sister not be a beta tester? The world may not revolve around Yushiyunga, but it definitely revolves around the male and female leads. Not only are the male and female leads beta testers, but so are the male lead's brothers. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of being his brothers? That's great, she's the only one who isn't. Is this a plan to isolate her? Yushiyunga's trip to the Liang family this time wasn't just for the gears of fate, but also for the male lead's second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan. The male protagonist has 3 confidants, each possessing an S-level talent. His legal wife, Suitom, is said to have a divinely bestowed talent related to healing, and she later learns various buff skills, making her arguably the strongest support character. His second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan, also possesses an S-level divinely bestowed talent, and is one of only 2 publicly revealed S-level talents on the top 100 list. Water God S-rank, skill 1 where there is water there I am, can transform into a water droplet and merge into the water. Skill 2 Hello, water type items and skills gain a 50% buff. Skill 3 Vampire, after use, there is a 20% chance to absorb 1% of the opponent's HP. Skill 4 I, the Water God, heal, passive when you become a water droplet or are in water, your injuries will slowly heal. Yu Xiuanga coveted this talent, but she had no intention of stealing it. Her target remained Yu Xiunhuan. If he drew an SS-level divine talent when his luck stat was down to 1, she would immediately use the skill, Thief of the God of Thieves, or Thief of a Bandit, to steal the talent and kill him. If he received a normal talent, she would keep the skill in case he managed to turn the tables. Furthermore, death in the game world refreshes skill cooldowns. As long as a skill hasn't been triggered, she can use it twice more after entering the game, so she naturally wouldn't waste it in reality. She just wanted to try and steal something good from Liang Yuchuan. She didn't believe the female lead didn't have any treasures. Her 50 million yuan villa was located near the Liang family's villa district. In her previous life, Yu Xiunhuan had made contact with the Liang family through that villa's dungeon. That very night, Yu Xiuanga used her disguise skills to head to the villa area. She didn't return to her own villa. She had too many strange and unusual skills, and from the moment she set off, she had no intention of leaving any trace that could point to her hideout. Before her disguise was about to fail, she hid in the woods of the villa area and slept against a tree until 2 a.m. When she woke up and saw that the date was still the 27th, she was stunned for a moment. She felt that a lot of time had passed, but she didn't expect that less than a week had passed. After downing a cup of iced coffee, Yu Xiuanga put on a mask, then wrapped her hair completely in a swimming cap to ensure not a single strand fell out, and finally put on gloves. Having made all the preparations, she drank the invisibility potion and ran towards the Liang family's house, 10 kilometers away, using the opportunity to get some exercise. She even tried drinking invisibility potion while sitting in a car, hoping to make the vehicle invisible as well, but the potion's power was probably limited and couldn't cover large objects. She even tried electric cars and bicycles, all to no avail. A skateboard might work, but what's the difference between that and a bell? After running 10 kilometers, she hid in the bushes halfway through to wait for the potion to cool down. She didn't care at all about the potion she was using. She learned alchemy and brewed her own potions precisely so she could drink them. When playing games, she's always reluctant to use good items. The more precious they are, the more she keeps them in her inventory until she quits the game. But in real life, as long as it reduces the risk of being discovered, she'll use every resource at her disposal without hesitation. The Liang family's villa could already be called an estate. Compared to the Liang family, her small villa worth 50 million was just a scrap in the villa area, at most equivalent to a security booth at the entrance of an ordinary community. Surveillance and sensors were installed around the towering iron gate outside the manor. Yu Xiuanga drank a bottle of basic ethereal potion that would make his body ethereal for 15 seconds, and passed directly through the iron gate into the Liang family manor. She ran for almost another 10 minutes before finally reaching the Liang family's main building. Yu Xiuanga was truly impressed. Was it really worth chasing after someone with only an A-level talent for so long when they were this wealthy? She first went to the 2 small buildings next door to find her. Gear of Destiny. The driver and the nanny were both permanent residents of the Liang family, since the master might have any needs at any time, and they would be there whenever he called. Their living conditions were also ridiculously good. She first hid in the storage room to wait for the invisibility potion to cool down, then replenished it with another bottle before continuing her actions. By repeatedly using the ethereal potion to enter and exit various locations regardless of cost, Yu Xiuanga quickly found her, Gear of Destiny, in a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the annex. Standing by the bed, looking at the young man on it, she directly used the skill, I want this, this, and this. After the attempt to steal the item failed despite showing a successful use, she didn't waste time trying to steal the item or attribute again. Instead, she took out a knife from her backpack without hesitation and slit the young man's throat. The young man's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the 2 blood-stained white fingers that had appeared out of nowhere, but he couldn't utter a sound. A bottle of basic healing potion appeared in his hand, and Yu Xiuanga used the tip of his knife to pick it up and place it in his own hand. Soon, the person on the bed opened their eyes, then fell completely silent. She rummaged through the corpse and found a small 4-compartment pouch, a very common, worn-out cloth pouch, the kind almost all 2-compartment and 4-compartment pouches were of. Inside were only 2 pitiful bottles of medicine and a purse containing 2 silver coins. Yu Xianga used the skill, Death Imitation Show, on the corpse. Designate a target who died at your hands and imitate their divinely bestowed talent. You can only designate one target at a time. After switching targets, the imitated divinely bestowed talent will disappear. Soon, she clearly felt that she had gained a divinely bestowed skill, Gear of Fate, Rank B. While waiting for the cooldown, she used the Soros mask to modify her character panel information, replacing the original divinely bestowed talent with Gear of Fate, Rank B. After everything was done, she took off the gloves that were now visible due to the blood, carefully washed the blood off her hands with alcohol-based hand sanitizer, put on a new pair of gloves, and then drank the invisibility potion again before heading to the main building. She found Liang Yuchuan's room using the same method, crawling under the little princess's bed on her hands and knees, her movements so practiced it was heartbreaking. It was only 4 a.m. Even young people from wealthy families are still young. She didn't believe Liang Yuchuan would get up before 7, and he could probably steal another 3 hours. She first used the Happiness Again skill from the Gear of Fate on Liang Yuchuan, adjusting his luck value to 1. Then she began the cycle of I want this, this, and this. Eating meat, drinking medicine to replenish blood. I want this, this, and this. The Gears of Fate are utterly disgusting. No wonder it was a divinely bestowed talent that tormented her for so long. After her luck value dropped to 1, Yu Xianga stole 2 items, a money bag, and 3 attribute points in just 1 hour. Soros set glasses, 2/3 grade A when worn. It allows you to view the target's data panel. Specific information about divine talents cannot be viewed. The amount of information that can be viewed increases with each additional piece of the Soros set collected. Currently, you can view the target's equipment name and quantity. These were the gold-rimmed glasses she often saw Liang Yuchuan wearing in her past life. She never expected them to be a reconnaissance tool. In her past life, although she occasionally shared some scraps with the male and female leads team, she was always excluded from the Corps, her role being roughly that of the male lead's extremely poor relative, so naturally she had no right to know the true strength of the male and female leads. Yu Xianga carefully put the glasses into his backpack. It was a genuine treasure, unremarkable in appearance, an ordinary style. Moreover, when used together with the mask's concealment was enhanced. Soros set mask, 2/3, rank A disguises your character's stats upon use. The mask is effective once placed in your inventory. The disguise will be lost if the mask is dropped. Currently cannot be detected by items below rank S. Note, each additional piece of the Soros set increases the stealth level by 1. She even suspected that the last Soros suit was on the protagonist's third girlfriend. This wasn't just a suit, it was clearly a status symbol for the female protagonists. Endless Coffee, grade D contains an endless supply of coffee, 500 milliliters per cup. Drinking it restores a total of 500 mana points, and can be refilled once every 24 hours. This is practically equivalent to an infinite mana potion. The reason it's only rated D is likely due to its excessively long cooldown. However, its cooldown doesn't conflict with mana potions, making it extremely valuable in terms of practicality. While mana potions are on cooldown, she can easily replenish her mana with coffee. There wasn't much money in the purse, only 3 gold coins, but it was better than nothing. As for the 3 attribute points, they were all agility. In her previous life, Liang Yuchuan relied on her ability to blend into water and followed the path of an assassin. In the rain, she was like a god of death, taking one person with each step. No one could tell which raindrop she would appear in, and she was known as the god of assassins. She wielded considerable influence within Yu Xianhuan's team. Liang Yuchuan also seemed to have a problem with her mind. She actually believed Yu Xianhuan's words, thinking she harbored a twisted love for her brother, and even tried to use her talent to replace her or Suitong, also she could be with Yu Xianhuan. She actually believed this nonsense. The wanted poster for Yu Xianga was issued by Liang Yuchuan. Not only did he demand her capture alive, but he also offered rewards for each of her limbs, practically implying that as long as Yu Xianga's limbs were cut off and she was still alive, he could sell her in batches for a price. Yu Xianga suppressed her surging hatred and continued stealing until 7 in the morning. After gaining another 3 points of agility and 2 points of strength, she finally decided to stop. At this point, Her agility had reached 18 points, and her strength had increased to 7 points. In total, she stole a full 8 attribute points from Liang Yuchuan, almost equivalent to leveling up twice. After restoring her health to full, Yu Xianga used her disguise skill to impersonate Su Yitong. She didn't expect this low-level trap to actually work, but it was safer than using her own face directly. She put on a baseball cap to cover her swimming cap, then pulled out a sharp axe. After drinking a basic invisibility potion, she carefully crawled out from under the bed and slowly walked to the bedside. She originally intended to chop off Liang Yuchuan's head, but when she saw the black metal collar around his neck, she stopped abruptly. In her past life, Liang Yuchuan always wore this collar, which was an equipment slot. Given Liang Yuchuan's abilities, it was impossible for her not to be able to obtain necklace-type equipment. This meant that this collar was very likely a high-level piece of equipment, and of considerable quality. Why didn't she steal it in her previous life? Even if it weren't the collar, her strength of 7 points wouldn't guarantee she could sever the seemingly high-quality metal collar and Liang Yuchuan's neck with a single axe strike. Without much hesitation, she shifted her target to Liang Yuchuan's right arm. She leaped up suddenly, concentrating all her strength to swing the axe down. The god of assassins, is it? The axe swiftly severed Liang Yuchuan's right forearm in a mere second. Blood splattered onto her face, disguised as Su Yitong, and her calm eyes met Liang Yuchuan's gaze, which was filled with fear and resentment. Almost instantly, Liang Yuchuan used her skill, merging into the blood on the bed, leaving only a severed arm. This was precisely why Yu Xianga, realizing she couldn't kill her in one strike, decisively abandoned the idea of killing Liang Yuchuan directly. This person was too difficult to kill. Whether she was in water or in a liquid state, she could continuously regenerate health. It was practically a bug. Does fear make one lose focus? No, for exceptionally talented fighters, fear and pain only trigger their survival instincts even faster. In Liang Yuchuan's room, water glasses and bowls were scattered everywhere, even under the bed. Even if her heart were pierced or she were electrocuted, she would still have a few seconds to escape. It can only be said that once a divinely bestowed talent reaches S level, there is no such thing as a weakling. But for her, being able to keep Liang Yuchuan's right forearm was already a good deal. After a character is digitized, even if they are seriously injured, their wounds will heal quickly as their health is restored. However, if a body part is missing, it cannot be restored out of thin air unless the severed limb is found, reassembled, and health is restored, otherwise, the person will become disabled. Liang Yuchuan has now lost a forearm, and this is just the beginning of the interest. Yu Xianga put the severed arm into his game inventory, and then put on the Eye of Soros before the people outside rushed in. Since the basic invisibility potion was still cooling down, she drank the intermediate invisibility potion while it was still running. The two potions each had their own cooldown period, and the parts of her body that had become visible due to the blood also became invisible again. Immediately afterward, she downed a vial of intangibility potion and passed through the wall, leaving the room. With the help of the Eye of Soros, she could see information about everyone in the villa. There were no players present, not even Liang Yuchuan's brothers. They weren't players yet. It's estimated they'll have to wait until the second closed beta test at the earliest, with Liang Yuchuan's help, to enter the game. Yu Xianga rushed out of the manor before the invisibility potion wore off. Her agility of 18 made her faster than professional sprinters. Before she even finished using the invisibility potion, she had already dashed out of the villa area. Instead of returning to her own residence, she headed straight for the nearest lake. There, she remained in Su Yitong's form, washed off the bloodstains, took off her clothes and set them on fire, and finally shoveled the top layer of soil into the lake as well. After re-entering stealth mode, she headed towards the city. She had Liang Yuchuan's blood on her, and she wasn't sure if he could sense her through blood. His divinely bestowed talent was so extraordinary that some abilities weren't fully reflected on his skill panel. Take herself, for example. In her previous life, her initial agility was 5, but in this life, thanks to the thief god talent, her initial agility jumped to 11. Now, even without using any skills, she can steal a phone without anyone noticing when she brushes past someone. Her hands have become exceptionally dexterous, all thanks to the changes brought about by her talent. As the number of thefts increased, her mastery of the skill also became more and more refined. Water God, since she could control water, Yuxiunga dared not gamble on whether Liang Yuchuan could sense her blood. She didn't go home that entire day. After her disguise wore off, she wore a hat and mask and, with the help of the Eye of Sorrows, wandered through the crowd. Once the disguise had cooled down, she changed her clothes, disguised herself as a man, and found a cheap hotel that didn't require ID registration to take a shower. Finally, she simply took a black cab and left for a neighboring city. On the way, she received a call from her new agent, who wanted to discuss her upcoming work arrangements. Yuxiunga simply replied that she was traveling and told the agent to wait 3 days. She wasn't sure if she was outsmarting thin air, but she dared not take the risk. Even if it seemed a bit crazy, she would never return to her hideout after doing something wrong. It was an experience and intuition honed during her years on the run. More importantly, her luck stat is now at its maximum, and sometimes that intuition might just be luck guiding her in secret. And indeed, Yuxiunga made the right bet. After she left, Liang Yuchuan switched forms, drank a basic healing potion, and was airlifted to the hospital. Ordinary family doctors were completely helpless in treating this kind of injury. On the helicopter, Liang Yuchuan constantly sensed the aura of her own blood. She could feel that the aura had left the manor and lingered by the lake, but her perception range was limited. After her severed arm was treated and the bleeding stopped, she began to track that aura. Just as Yuxiunga left S City, the Liang family had already tracked him down to the city center. Helicopters circled freely over the city. The Liang family's influence meant they didn't need to apply for flight routes at all. However, the energy flow was too chaotic. Liang Yuchuan had only acquired her talent less than a week ago, and tracking it to this extent was already her limit. She pressed hard on her wound, blood gushing from between her fingers, but she could not suppress the intense anger and pain within her. Her right arm was gone, only half of it remained. She was crippled. Liang Yuchuan's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty hatred. She would never mistake those eyes, she had to find that person. She absolutely had to. Meanwhile, Yuxiunga wasn't idle in H City either. If her body hadn't been digitized, she feared she would have died from exhaustion. Her trip to H City was for a famous prop. After the game invaded, some items on Earth had a chance to mutate. She even heard that a starch factory's machine mutated into an S-class item, capable of mass-producing starch sausages that grant +2 strength for 5 minutes after consumption. Yuxiunga didn't care about those kinds of items. Although she was selfish and wouldn't leak the news of the game invasion in advance, she would absolutely not touch these kinds of items that were obviously going to be taken over by the official forces for use on the battlefield. What she wanted was a cat shelter from a pet hospital. This shelter had been there since the hospital opened, a place where all the stray cats could rest, and where the veterinarians cleaned it regularly. This cozy little cat shelter, after being invaded by the game, underwent a mutation and evolved into an S-rank item. Meow Meow Hostel, S-rank placed at your doorstep, it has a chance to attract stray animals. If you treat them well, they will leave their favorite recent collectibles as a thank you gift. Chapter 13. Maybe we should just kill him? Although it was only vaguely described as one of my favorite recent collections, the fact that it was S-rank tells us that the collection here is clearly not just ordinary junk like rats or rocks. In its past life, this pet hospital rose to prominence thanks to this cat shelter. However, with so many people in the pet hospital, the cat shelter was no secret for so many years and was soon discovered. Overnight, everyone in the pet hospital, from the people to the cats and dogs, was wiped out, even the hamsters were killed. That's why she came early to take the cat bed. She still has a conscience. Yuxiunga patted herself. Even though you steal things and like to hide under the bed, you are really a good girl. Okay, she admits it, even if the pet hospital isn't wiped out because of this cat house, she's determined to have it. She wanted it, and she got it. She was not reborn to be a moral paragon. The cat bed is placed outside the pet hospital. Except when it's windy or rainy, even when the pet hospital is closed at night, this old gray cat bed is still outside. After nightfall, Yuxiunga, using her disguise skills, carried 2 luxurious cat tents and placed them on either side of the entrance to the pet hospital. Then, she tucked the cat bed under her arm and returned to her rented car, casually tossing the cat bed into the passenger seat. She then moved all 10 boxes of premium cat food she had brought to the entrance of the pet hospital, attaching an A4 sheet of paper to them. Please feed all the stray animals in the vicinity. She also opened 10 cans on the spot and lined them up at the hospital entrance. The next day, he disguised himself again and went into the hospital to donate 2 million. The main tactic is forced buying and selling. As she walked out of the hospital, she could still hear the staff lamenting how many kind people had been around lately, lamenting that the cat bed was gone, as they had all grown attached to it. Yushiyunga was afraid of this. Although she could wait until the game invaded before taking the cat house, once she developed feelings for some things and they were transformed into props and equipment, they were very easy to be bound to. Once bound, only that person can use this item, and even if you kill the other person, you cannot unbind it. After getting the cat house, she bought some materials for making bandages and purchased the ingredients needed for the cooking recipes. Then she returned to her 30 million villa and planned to max out her skills in first aid, beginner, and cooking, beginner, over the next week so she could learn the intermediate level during the second closed beta test. On the morning of her return to S City from H City, Suitong went to the Yu family again. She heard that Suitong had been coming to the Yu family almost every day for the past few days. When she was in H City, Ichigwa had urged her to come back, saying that Suitong had asked about her. Yushiyunga felt busier than when he was running for his life in his previous life. She was still able to sleep for 6 hours a day while she was on the run. Yushiyunga received a call from Ichigwa early in the morning, asking her to come home today. She turned the steering wheel and went straight to the Yu family home without even going home herself. Her appearance when she entered the door showed that she had rushed over without even going home herself. Suitong's expression was unreadable, and Yushiyunga, being a veteran actor, was even less able to discern her emotions. During the meal, Suitong sat next to her and accidentally bumped the wine glass, spilling the wine all over Yushiyunga. Yushiyunga seemed to react very quickly and stepped back, but it was too late. Suitong hurriedly apologized, and Yushiyunga smiled and waved her hand, saying it was nothing. Then she went upstairs to wash up and change her clothes. With her agility level of 18, she naturally couldn't dodge it. Suitong deliberately tested her reaction, and she deliberately gave her the kind of reaction an ordinary person should have. The matter was minor, but it stirred up many unpleasant memories for Yushiyunga. Yushiyunhuan and Suitong got engaged on Children's Day, June 1st, right? She insisted on castrating Yushiyunhuan before June so that little Yushiyunhuan could leave his father and celebrate Children's Day. After dealing with Suitong, Yushiyunga went to her agency and said that she was going to retire from the entertainment industry. When the executives didn't believe her, Yushiyunga, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, said that she could issue a statement of retirement right now. Those who frequently commit murder know that there is a psychological difference between those who have killed and those who haven't. The average person's thought when dealing with a dispute is, maybe we should just let it go. The thought process of someone who has killed someone when dealing with a dispute is, maybe I should just kill them. She's been really busy lately. The second closed beta test is on June 6th, and she not only wants to max out her intermediate alchemy and engineering proficiency before the test, but she also wants to get her cooking, fishing, and first aid skills to intermediate level. Although most of the materials contain magic that doesn't exist in the real world, there are still many recipes that can increase experience with alternative materials. For example, she can find the materials for making gunpowder and engineering in the real world. After farming all the experience points she could, she still had to deal with Xiao Yushiyunhuan. He's genuinely busy and doesn't have time to kill anyone. It's a simple matter of killing someone with one stab, but the cleanup is too troublesome. Lu Jinglu was just released yesterday and can't leave S City for a while. She even took time out of her busy schedule to go see Lu Jinglu and slap her because now that she knows about Lu Jinglu and Lu Hongxing's scheme, she can't act like nothing happened. Lu Jingliu's life can't be taken yet. She needs to keep the core of this matter and everyone's attention on Lu Hongxing. Seeing Yushiyunga's resolute attitude, the company's negotiators backed down. If she didn't want to work anymore, how could they control her? The barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. After all, she'd been in the business for so many years and knew a lot of company gossip. In her previous life, Yushiunga endured it because she didn't want to leave the entertainment industry. She was afraid that if she left, no one would earn money for her family, so she still wanted to turn things around and often used her connections to introduce friends to Yushiunhuan. Without desires, one is invincible. Means that without worldly desires, one can stand up to anyone. After standing up to the higher-ups a few more times, Yushiunga left the agency. After that, she was unemployed. 6 months later, she found a lawyer to sign a contract and go through the procedures, and that was it. Throughout March, Yushiunga never left her villa. She told Yuqingshan, Ichiogwa, and Yushiunhuan that she had been abandoned by the company and that she was in great pain. She asked them not to bother her, and that she needed some peace and quiet. But in reality, they are setting up their own safe house. She can use invisibility tincture, and so can others. She hired a renovation team from a neighboring city to renovate a glass room of over 200 square meters on the top floor of her villa. The room was filled with flowers and plants, and there was a water sprinkler on top. At the very back of the glass room was a heavy wooden cabinet filled with potted plants. Then she found a design and blueprints herself and made a hidden door in the wooden cabinet, inside which was a rectangular compartment that was 7 meters long and 4 meters wide. The cubicle not only had a bed for her to rest, but also 2 hidden humidifiers. The floor was also specially made with an extremely sensitive gravity sensor that would light up if a weight of more than 2 kilograms fell on it. There is an invisibility potion and a corresponding revealing potion. She filled the humidifier with the best intermediate revealing potion she could make. As long as the humidifier was turned on, the potion would turn into a thin mist and fill the entire room. Although the effect was weakened and could not make people completely visible, it was enough to show the outline of a person. Otherwise, using the garden sprinkler would be too extravagant. A small bottle would be used up in just a few minutes. She couldn't afford to waste time on it. However, with a humidifier, a small bottle of developing solution can last for 8 hours. At the same time, she installed humidifiers in every corner of her house, filled with revealing agents. As long as she's home, the humidifier in the house will stay on. Chapter 14. Let Xiao Yu seek pleasure and celebrate Children's Day early. Only after completing these arrangements did she begin to focus on gaining experience in her professions, continuing until both her alchemy and engineering experience points were maxed out. She placed the cat's bed in the yard in front of the villa, and every day she would put a small amount of meat with little oil and salt next to the cat's bed. From today onwards, she would cultivate a bond with this cat's bed. In early April, Su Yitong and Yushiunhuan's marriage was arranged. The two families had a meal together, and Yushiunga, as Yushiunhuan's older sister, naturally went as well, maintaining a polite smile throughout. The Su family's upbringing was neither particularly good nor bad. They had basic manners, but lacked respect. Originally, he was just a live-in son-in-law. To put it bluntly, Su Yitong only wanted Yushiunhuan's genes. It didn't matter if her child was stupid, but he couldn't be ugly. The two of them had to sign all sorts of prenuptial agreements. The Su family was an extremely large family. Even if the 3 children of the old couple in the Su family all died, Yushiunhuan could not control the Su family as a live-in son-in-law. Yushiunga had eaten this meal in her previous life. Back then, the Su family was indifferent, and she felt sorry for Yushiunhuan. Now, she focused on eating and kept smiling. After the meal, the Su family left, except for Su Yitong. Yushiunga also wanted to leave, but Yushiunhuan stopped her. Yushiunhuan looked at Yushiunga with concern and tentatively asked, "Sister, are you unhappy that I'm getting married?" Noticing Su Yitong's odd expression out of the corner of her eye, Yushiunga wanted to ask Yushiunhuan if she had some grudge against him, or if he thought competing with other women would make him more attractive and make Su Yitong feel threatened. How petty of him! She looked at Yushiunhuan, that scoundrel, with a surprised expression. "How could that be? Of course I'm happy." Yushiunhuan gave him a look that said, "Stop pretending, then why have you been doing this lately?" Yushiunga gave a wry smile. "I'm genuinely happy for you and Yitong, but my company has run into some problems recently, and I'm afraid I'll lose my job." Yushiunhuan was still a little skeptical, but Yu Xianga directly opened his bank app and held up his 30 million yuan deposit in front of them. Look, don't you feel anxious when you see this number? Yu Xianhuan's smile faltered. He wanted to say that he didn't believe Yu Xianga's angry words, but Yu Xianga's expression was too sincere. But Su Yitong truly believed it. This amount of money was only a month's allowance for her, and with so little left, she was indeed anxious. The doubts that had just arisen in her heart completely dissipated. Yu Xianhuan also saw Su Yitong's expression. He knew that he couldn't evoke Su Yitong's pity today. Oh well, there will be other opportunities in the future. He smiled and took out his phone to transfer money to Yu Xianga. Sister, it's okay, I'll take care of you. Just as Yu Xianga was about to smile, Su Yitong grabbed Yu Xianhuan's hand, took out her phone, asked for Yu Xianga's bank account, and transferred 20 million to her. This is pocket money that Xianhuan and I are giving to our sister. Yu Xianga immediately withdrew her smile from Yu Xianhuan and smiled at Su Yitong. I have photos of Yu Xianhuan from childhood to adulthood on my phone. I'll send them all to you later. Don't worry, I'll delete them after I send them to you. From now on, you'll be the only one in the world who has these photos. Su Yitong's smile became more genuine. Possessiveness, huh? Competition among females, huh? You see me as part of your play, right? As Yu Xianhuan's smile grew increasingly stiff, Yu Xianga greeted Yu Qishan and Yi Qiuhua before waving goodbye with a refreshed expression. Only after Yu Xianga had mastered his most important skill to the maximum level did he begin to cause more trouble. She hadn't heard anything about the Liang family, since she and the Liang family weren't from the same social class. Even if the Su family knew, they wouldn't tell the Yu family. She wasn't going to wait any longer. Yu Xianhuan's intentions today had truly disgusted her. Yu Xianhuan has been working all these years. If he had no job at all, Su Yitong wouldn't have been interested in him. He's a game streamer. He's good-looking, skilled, and has a lot of fans. He receives hundreds of thousands of yuan in tips every month. He also has a small apartment as a studio. She didn't plan to deal with Yu Xianhuan personally. In her previous life, she had met many fellow fugitives while on the run. Following the method told to her by one of them, she used her disguise skills to find the other side of the city. She traded 50 kilograms of gold for a gun to blow someone's penis without killing them. It was an extremely worthwhile deal. The gold was the same batch obtained from Yu Qingshan's study. Using Yu Qingshan's money to eradicate Yu Qingshan's lineage. Brilliant! Worried that the person she hired wouldn't be as popular as the male lead, Yu Xianga even arranged a time to act when she paid him. It was the morning of April 5th, right after Yu Xianhuan left the house. She hoped that not many people would see it, as she was still counting on Yu Xianhuan to marry into the Su family. On the night of April 4th, Yu Xianga got up at 6 in the morning and went back to the Yu family to get 3 luxury handbags she had bought before. She also drank a bottle of basic invisibility potion and a basic invisibility potion, passed through the wall to Yu Xianhuan's room, and used Gear of Fate on the person on the bed to change his luck value to 1. Almost no one in the family knew she had come back, but if someone were to check the security cameras in the building or the elevator, they would see her arrive at 6 a.m. and leave in less than half an hour carrying 3 designer bags. At 8 o'clock in the morning, she had just sold 3 bags to a second-hand store near her home when she heard 7 gunshots coming from across the street. Yusun paused, thinking, no way, even with my lucky number 1, I still couldn't hit anything? A while later, she received a message that the mission had failed. It's unbelievable. 7 shots. Not a single one hit him. He just ran around like that and managed to dodge them all. It's so weird. Is this a movie? I'm the Gun King, you know what that means? Isn't that too cruel? So even with only 1 stroke of luck, the protagonist's halo will still try every means to protect him? After all, the protagonist can escape death, suffer serious injuries, and endure hardships, but he can't become a eunuch. Yu Xianga sent another message. Try using a knife, but don't be too ruthless, just cut it in half. ? Don't worry, the price won't change even if you cut it in half. How did he offend you? The Gun King asked respectfully. Hurry up. Otherwise I won't pay the balance. Remember to take the cut-off piece with you and destroy it. Half an hour later, Yushiyunga received a call from Ichiogwa, who was hysterically telling her to come to the hospital quickly because her brother had an accident. Yushiyunga's face behind the mask was expressionless, but her voice was filled with worry and panic. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Hello? Mom?" Yu Qin-shan answered the phone, his voice filled with exhaustion. He gave an address. Yushiyunga was genuinely surprised this time. This was an illegal clinic run by another friend of hers who had run away from home years ago. When the people arrived at the clinic, Yushiyunhuan had already been out of the operating room for a long time. In the dimly lit and cramped ward, Yu Qin-shan sat on the edge of the bed smoking. Ichiogwa was still crying. When she saw Yushiyunga come in, she wanted to start blaming him, but she couldn't think of any way to blame Yushiyunga for her son's penis being cut in half. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to utter, "Why did you take so long to get here?" After saying that, she lay down on the edge of the bed and started crying again. Yushiyunga's expression was heavy with grief, mixed with disbelief and even a hint of bewilderment at not being able to believe reality. She was putting on a show. "This is impossible! Has he offended anyone?" Yu Qin-shan's thoughts were no longer on this, the cigarette, but was almost burning his fingers, but he didn't take a puff. Ichiogwa shook her head, choking back tears. "He's so well behaved, how could he possibly offend anyone?" Yushiyunga. "Can you still continue?" Ichiogwa. "That man had a gun. What kind of grudge could he have? He missed at first, but then he fired 7 more shots. And then he used a knife. He's utterly heartless. A beast." Yushiyunga. Nice. Those 50 caddies of gold weren't wasted. Chapter 15 is 50% off. Xiao Yu, seeking pleasure, was thus cut in half at the waist. Yushiyunga's voice rose several decibels. "How could a family like ours possibly offend someone with a gun?" A single sentence jolted the two awake, and even the drowsy Yushiyunhuan frowned slightly, as if he were about to wake up from a dream. Ichiogwa was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Yu Qin-shan, lowering her voice. "Is it the Su family?" Yu Qin-shan shook his head and finally took a puff of his cigarette. "It's hard to say." Seeing that Yushiyunhuan was already awake, Yushiyunga said, "Let's go outside to talk, so as not to wake Shunhuan up." Upon hearing this, Yu Qin-shan and Ichiogwa got up and followed Yushiyunga out of the ward. As they closed the door, she clearly saw that Yushiyunhuan's hand was clenched into a fist. After standing outside the ward, Yushiyunga asked again, "Does our Yu family have any enemies?" Yu Qin-shan frowned. "Why do you ask that?" Yushiyunga said, "I just feel that this way of hurting people is like hating our entire Yu family, wanting to cut off the Yu family line. Of course, it hasn't been cut off yet, so there's still hope, right? What did the doctor say?" "There will still be descendants." Yu Qin-shan took a drag of his cigarette and said in a weary tone, "I will investigate this matter. You should take care of yourself, and it would be best if you went back to the Yu family home for the time being." Hearing this, he sounded like a loving father, but Yushiyunga suspected that he was hoping to use someone as a scapegoat when someone came to seek revenge. However, she did not agree. "My brother is going to marry into the Su family, right?" The old fox immediately sent Yushiyunhuan to the black clinic, clearly trying to keep it a secret. "It would be too unusual for me to go back to live here now, so as not to arouse Su Yitong's suspicion." This was a good reason, so Yu Qin-shan decisively accepted the situation and stopped trying to persuade his daughter to go home. After staying for a while, Yushiyunga made an excuse to go home and make soup and then left. She knew Yushiyunhuan was awake, but she really didn't want to act anymore, afraid that she would burst out laughing while talking, so she quickly left. Yu Qin-shan and Yushiyunhuan are indeed similar. After the incident, their first reaction was to cover it up as soon as possible, rather than thinking about how terrible the consequences would be if they were discovered to have married into the Su family. After Yushiyunhuan woke up, Yu Qin-shan sent Ichiogwa away, and only then did the father and son begin to talk. Yushiyunga wasn't surprised by their behavior of returning after drinking the invisibility potion. In fact, the reason she never doubted whether she was Yu Qin-shan's biological daughter was because, well, after her rebirth, she took the time to do a paternity test, and she was indeed his biological daughter. Either Yu Qingshan nor Yu Xuanhuan regarded women as trustworthy individuals. No matter how gentle they appeared, they looked down on women. The book describes the protagonist as a live-in son-in-law, but in the epilogue, after the male protagonist's 3 sons become the heads of the Su, Han, and Liang families respectively, they all change their surnames back to Yu at the same time. That's incredibly satisfying. Ichiobwa may have a slightly higher status than him, but that's about it. Her main role is to be used as a pawn by Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan looked at Yu Xuanhuan. Do you have any ideas? Yu Xuanhuan stared blankly at the ceiling. Could it be Yu Xuanga's enemy? She might have caused trouble outside. Yu Qingshan sighed. How many times have I taught you to stay calm when you encounter problems and not to take it out on others? Taking it out on others is something only women do. Why don't the people who caused the trouble deal with her? Yu Xuanhuan then began to suspect the other woman in the family. Was it Mom's temper that caused the trouble? Yu Qingshan shook his head. I know everything about her. Yu Xuanhuan closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. After a long while, he continued in a hoarse voice. The Su family doesn't agree to me marrying into their family? It's hard to say, but they had no reason to resort to such underhanded tactics. They simply rejected us outright, and we didn't dare to pursue them. After a pause, Yu Qingshan said softly, Have you ever been involved with any women? Don't you know quite a few shady characters to work? Yu Xuanhuan began to think carefully. He was certain that he had not offended anyone. He was friendly to everyone but kept a distance. He only got closer to Suitong after he had learned about her family background. He shook his head. Yu Qingshan patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand reassuringly. That vase has already been sold. Dad will reserve a villa for you before the engagement. Yu Xuanhuan then asked. Yu Xuanga really has no money left? Yu Qingshan. It should be. I found out that a murder occurred at her company, and her agent got involved. You know how much she trusts that guy surnamed Liu. She's probably not in the mood lately. I'll find a way to get her out and make money once she's feeling better. You just focus on recovering and don't worry about these things. Yu Xuanhuan said without much hope. Given my situation. Yu Qingshan. The doctor said it won't affect your ability to have children. Yu Xuanga almost burst out laughing. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Yu Xuanga left the ward with regret. She felt that all her thoughts had become clear. Yes, this is the path to revenge. She wanted to make Yu Xuanhuan live in pain and fear every single minute. Marrying into the Su family? He's not even a complete man anymore, yet he dares to marry Suitong, haha. She wasn't worried about making enemies with the Su family at all. She had even turned the male lead's luck value to 1. He was still an ordinary person, yet he could make the top 10 assassins in the dungeon fire 7 shots but still failed to kill Xiao Yu Xuanhuan. In the end, he only succeeded by cutting off half of Xiao Yu Xuanhuan. The Su family dares to harm the male lead? They might as well wait until they go bankrupt. Wait, then wasn't she even more amazing in her past life? Being hunted by so many people for 7 days with a luck stat of 1 before being captured. Could she be the female lead? Yu Xuanga hummed a little tune as she returned to the villa. It wasn't that there weren't spells in the game that could heal severed limbs. Suitong in her previous life knew such high-level spells, but that was already the 3rd year after the game's invasion. At that time, the highest level for humans had reached level 25. Suitong became famous because of this spell, since she was the only one on the entire Blue Star who knew it. It's alright, Yu Xuanga has plenty of ways to ensure she can never have any contact with him in her lifetime. As for Yu Xuanhuan, these past 2 years have been quite tough. I hope they won't buy a fake to fool Suitong, ha ha ha. After dealing with Xiao Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga began a large-scale procurement for the game's second closed beta test. Now that she has a backpack, she wants to try whether she can bring real-world items into the game to sell for in-game currency. Even if something worth 10,000 renminbi can only be sold for 1 gold in the game, she'll still make a profit. Less than 6 months after the game's invasion, the money became worthless. Even if she exchanged it for gold, it would still be better than worthless paper. Although there is a fundamental difference between gold and gold coins, the latter contains a trace of magic and cannot be counterfeited. However, some alien merchants who wander between the two sides, only seeking to make money and having no regard for racial honor, buy gold. Especially the goblin race, they only care about money. They don't care if you fight to the death. They do all kinds of business, and you can even exchange gold for gold coins. 1 gold coin is less than 100 G, while it takes 300 G of gold to exchange for 1 gold coin at the goblin merchant. According to them, doing business on Earth was very costly, and they listed various additional costs such as battlefield allowances, travel expenses for business trips to Earth, potential funeral expenses, and the costs that goblins had to incur to produce gold coins, etc. The current price of gold is around 500 yuan per gram, with slight fluctuations. This means that it would cost 150,000 renminbi to buy a single gold coin, but that's assuming the currency doesn't collapse. When the goblin merchant appeared, the currency market had already collapsed. Everyone was trading using in-game currency, let alone exchanging currency for gold. Since the goblins started allowing gold to be exchanged for gold coins, gold was basically in a state of having a price but no market. However, all of this happened after the game's invasion. Now Yuxiunga will naturally make preparations to exchange all the money in his hands for gold. Chapter 16. The son-in-law is engaged. She picked out 3 antiques, jewelry, and calligraphy and paintings that she had seen in Yuxiunhuan's hands in her previous life from the Yu family she had searched. These 3 items were very likely to have been transformed into equipment or props, and put the rest in her backpack before making a trip to Hong Kong. The place was a melting pot of all sorts of people, and no one recognized her. The influence of the Su, Han, and Liang families was of no use there. After arriving in the port city, she put all her things into an underground auction house. The commission was a bit high, but it was a place that auctioned things that couldn't be brought to light. The buyers knew this, and most of them kept the items to themselves rather than showing them off openly. Because there are so many items, she has to wait for appraisal and auction, and also find someone to exchange them for gold. Exchanging large amounts of gold on her own is extremely troublesome. Both legitimate and illegitimate people might be waiting to arrest her. Sometimes she has to be wary of sting operations, and sometimes she has to fight back and clean up the traces if she is being targeted. Several times, I've only been able to resolve crises thanks to engineered firearms and explosives. This stuff is really useful. Yuxiunga left S City in mid-April and stayed busy until late May. After selling all the antiques and jewelry, she returned to S City with more than 3,200 kilograms of gold from her game backpack and 800 million Hong Kong dollars from her Hong Kong City account. She wore the detection tool throughout the entire process, but didn't see a single player. 3,200 caddies of gold, even at the goblins' exorbitant prices after the game invasion, could be exchanged for more than 5,000 gold. If all goes well, she won't have to worry about learning professional recipes, and she can even buy some skill books from the game's auction house. This game does not have class divisions. Whether you are an alien or a human, there are no specific skills. Players are only roughly divided into classes such as healers, agility-based classes, magic-based classes, melee classes, ranged classes, etc. The core of everyone's game is their divinely bestowed talent, and all skills are designed around that talent. Of course, there are also those free-spirited schools that are all over the place, learning whatever comes to mind, and in the end, they actually use it quite well. Yuxiunga hasn't touched his own 50 million yet. She planned to see how much gold she could get before deciding what to do with the rest of the money. During this time, Yuqin Shan and Ichiogwa searched for her all over the world. Yuxiunga said that she was traveling in Italy and was worried that she would die before she could spend all her money, which left people speechless. She didn't understand why these 2 people were calling her. Did the matter of the engagement have anything to do with the son-in-law's family? In the days leading up to June 1st, Yuxiunga bought all sorts of odds and ends, from large appliances to small drinks and food. When she dragged the trailer full of packages back to the villa, the security guard asked her if the end of the world was coming. Yuxiunga could only say that she had just moved in and that the house was empty, and then she sent the person away. After the game's invasion, Not only is there no shortage of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but they are even more abundant, so there is absolutely no need to hoard goods. On the day Sui Tong and Yu Xianhuan officially got engaged, her game package was only half full. Yu Xianga wore a very simple makeup and a decent, understated blue casual suit. When she arrived at the hotel, she could clearly see the satisfaction in Sui Tong's eyes. Female competition warning. How stupid would you have to be to think your boyfriend's older sister would like him? Yu Xianga smiled and shook hands with his younger brother and sister-in-law, then put down the gift money, said a few polite words, and went inside to find Yu Qingshan and the others. She felt like she barely recognized Yu Xianhuan anymore. In such a short time, he had transformed from a shy and timid puppy into a gloomy puppy. It's only half gone. Is it really that big of a deal? I'm never satisfied. However, the Yu family genes are strong. The gloom actually makes her more beautiful. But it's also good in the context of a son-in-law novel. Sui Tong's eyes light up when she looks at Yu Xianhuan. Although Yu Xianga had been a star for so many years, everyone present was either a rich heiress or a wealthy lady. Even when someone recognized Yu Xianga, they didn't come up to greet her. Yu Xianga was happy to have some peace and quiet. She was really tired of killing people in Hong Kong. She really didn't want to kill anyone else in the short term. I don't know if it's because Yu Xianga has killed too many people, but his temperament has changed. He used to have a gentle and kind temperament, but now he walks in wearing a suit and exudes an aura that says, "I'm not a good person." Yu Qingshan squinted at her for a while, then leaned closer and asked gently, "Why have you changed so much lately? Did something happen? Tell Dad." Yu Xianga blurted out, "I met a mafia boyfriend in Italy and spent almost half a month following him around. Isn't that cool?" Yu Qingshan, just take this kind of obviously joking talk with a grain of salt. Yu Xianga put her hand to her mouth and whispered, "I got a gun, a real one. She found it after killing someone. There were 17 guns of various kinds, plus bullets. It's just a pity she didn't take down their hideout. Her firepower wasn't enough, and she didn't dare to venture in with her bare hands. She'll see what happens when she has more skills." "This must be true," Yu Qingshan said, pursing his lips. "Give it to Dad later, and Dad will keep it safe for you. This thing is illegal." "Oh, you want it?" "It's illegal. If I get caught, will you go to jail for me?" Yu Xianga obediently replied, "Okay, I'll do whatever Dad says." The engagement banquet was the Su family's main event, and the Yu family members were all as obedient as quails. They didn't even have a chance to speak on stage. Yu Xianga glanced at Yu Qingshan's expression. He still looked like a refined and handsome professor. As for Ichiogwa, although she can be irritable at home from time to time, she must be good-looking to have given birth to the great beauty Yu Xianga and the little eunuch Yu Xianhuan. When she is quiet and smiling, she is quite intimidating. Yu Xianga ate with her head down, pondering how to make Yu Xianhuan miss the second closed beta test. She planned to tell Yu Xianhuan about the existence of the game after participating in the second closed beta test, and then wait with him for the uncertain third closed beta test. Give him hope, then let him despair. The first closed beta test was rushed, and she lacked the ability to handle it properly, so it was handled rather roughly. The second closed beta test naturally needed to be smoother to do justice to her abilities. She didn't want Yu Xianhuan to get into trouble in the Yu family again. Otherwise, given that little brat's tendency to immediately suspect the women in the family after something happens, wouldn't it be easy for him to be exposed? However, given Yu Xianhuan's current situation, he is probably still practicing his skills and is not yet qualified to move into the Su family. The son-in-law, who had lost half his penis, and the two of them hugged each other without knowing who was calling whom wife. Yu Xianga didn't think of a solution until he left the manor. Thanks to her years on the run, she got to know many fellow fugitives. She still ran a small shop that did odd jobs, and all transactions were still in cash. She had a few young men and women hired to go to the Yu family home, pretending to be Yu Xianhuan's stalker fans, asking him why he didn't inform everyone about his marriage, and doing whatever they could to be unreasonable and hysterical. She killed another sparrow and used the skill, "Only the dead obey," to make it fly to the Yu family's window and stand guard. They started visiting on the 2nd, but they didn't even last until Yu Xiunga's plan B. Yu Xiunhuan moved to a nearby hotel on the night of the 4th. That same night, she used an anonymous phone card she bought in Hong Kong to call someone she had met while buying gold in Hong Kong. She gave that person Yu Xiunhuan's phone number, WeChat, and even email address, instructing him to send this person lewd messages 24 hours a day for the next month, starting the next morning, asking people to add him as a friend and asked him if he wanted to have sex, and then posting his phone number on gay forums. From that day on, Yu Xiunhuan's phone became a shady device. The second closed beta test will begin at 6:06 a.m. on June 6th. At 3 a.m. on the 6th, Yu Xiunga, using her disguise skills, arrived outside the hotel. She turned into a nearby narrow alley, stood in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, drank a medium-level invisibility potion, and then entered the hotel. She climbed the stairs all the way to the 27th floor where Yu Xiunhuan was located. Chapter 17 Second Closed Beta. She never asked the Yu family where Yu Xiunhuan lived. She obtained this information through her little sparrow. Before Yu Xiunhuan entered the hotel, the little sparrow crawled into the hood of his hoodie and followed him into the room. It was hiding in the potted plant in the room at the moment. Worried that the little sparrow would smell of decay, Yu Xiunga has been replacing it with a new one every day for the past few days. After drinking the potion that made him appear more ethereal, Yu Xiunga successfully entered Yu Xiunhuan's hotel room. Even though she was multitasking, she still needed to personally check that Yu Xiunhuan hadn't logged into the game before she felt at ease. In the hotel room, Yu Xiunhuan lay on the bed with a frown on his face, occasionally turning over, making it impossible to tell whether he was asleep or not. In the corner of the room lay a cell phone. Judging from the dents in the wallpaper, it was probably smashed there. Yu Xiunga went over and took a look. He couldn't tell the brand, but he guessed it was a gift from Sui Tong. He wondered what kind of high-end phone it was, since even the screen wasn't broken. It's estimated that once Yu Xiunhuan marries into the Su family, she'll not only be able to use a high-end mobile phone, but also enjoy special dedicated line services, and she'll never receive spam messages again. She stared at Yu Xiunhuan, and just as he turned his back to her again, Yu Xiunga used her toes to pick up her phone, put it in her backpack, and then used a potion to go to the next room, a room she had a Hong Kong guy book in advance using his identity information. Yu Xiunga took out her phone. Since she was still invisible, she wasn't worried that the phone had any high-tech features that could record her appearance. She examined the phone from all angles and found a shallow dent in the upper left corner. She guessed that this corner was the one that hit the wall. She pointed the dent at the wall, and then slammed it down hard. With a snap, half of the phone screen shattered. The screen automatically lit up to display the date, but by then, half of the screen had turned into a distorted green and purple display. Yu Xiunga put the phone into her backpack and returned to Yu Xiunhuan's room. Yu Xiunhuan was still facing away from the door. Yu Xiunga walked to the spot where the phone had fallen and put the broken phone back in its original place. Then, they left quietly. Before she came, she had imagined dozens or even hundreds of scenarios, but she didn't expect it to be the simplest one. She even imagined what would happen if Yu Xiunhuan not only didn't lose control of his emotions because of that information, but instead became more and more excited and started practicing his skills, and then suddenly had the idea to find a game to play at 6 o'clock. She even prepared for the worst-case scenario of knocking Yu Xiunhuan unconscious. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yu Xiunga returned to Yu Xiunhuan's room. The broken phone was still lying on the floor. Yu Xiunhuan covered his head, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or not. Yu Xiunga threw a gear of destiny at the person on the bed, making his luck one, before returning to the next room to prepare for the second closed beta test. At 6:06, Yu Xiunga found The Tribulations of All Races, The Rift of Fear on time and immediately clicked to download it. After entering the character selection screen, she saw a familiar ghost, but next to the ID, Gwu-en, there was a new message, Wanted. Yu Xiunga touched the hidden pocket inside her clothes. The two backpacks inside were gone, but the little ghost figure on the screen had two familiar backpacks hanging from its waist. She tried using the thief god's armor, disguise skill to transform herself into a short goblin. Soon Yushunga in reality changed. His body shrank, his skin turned green, and his ears grew larger. At the same time, the undead on the screen also changed. Yushunga immediately entered the game. No matter where she was after entering the game, she only had 1 hour to disguise herself. Within 1 hour, she had to figure out her own situation. The screen lit up, and the little goblin was standing in a graveyard. Adjusting the game view, she saw the city of the dead not far away. She immediately controlled her character to run towards the city of the dead, speeding up whenever she passed some low-level monsters. In less than 5 minutes, she stood at the city gate, where a portrait of her original undead character was hanging. Fortunately, she felt uncomfortable because the undead character looked about 80% like herself when she created the character, so she would randomly select the random option every time she created a character. Although the thief god's disguise skill had a short duration, it could not be detected by any item skill. Yushunga easily entered the city. She went straight to the goblin district, found the goblin shopkeeper, and asked him if he bought gold. Goblin, time is money. If you have gold, why don't you make it into coins yourself? Didn't your mentor teach you that? Yushunga's breathing quickened slightly. She typed in the chat box, "May I ask if you could teach me the relevant skills? I am willing to pay for your valuable time." The other party sent a transaction window directly, which showed that he wanted 100 gold. Given such a precious opportunity, Yushunga didn't dare to haggle. She simply took out the 100 gold coins that the Lord of the Undead City had given her and handed them over. Goblin Robert L. teaches you the art of alchemy, beginner. She clicked to view the skill details. Goldsmithing, rank A, Goblin exclusive, infuse gold coins with magic to create unique gold coins, proficiency, 0/10,000. Feature 1. For every gold coin minted, 20 G of gold will be automatically deducted and transferred through the void to the Goblin Merchant Guild as tax. Feature 2. Money can buy everything, but to maintain market stability, each goblin can only produce a maximum of 3 gold coins per day for their own use. Yushunga immediately took out a 500 G gold bar from her package. After clicking on it, it showed, "For force crafting." After she clicked, "Craft all," she saw golden light emanating from between the character's hands. The progress bar completed in 1 second. Soon, there were 3 more gold coins in her package, and the gold bar that had previously shown as 500 G now only had 140 G left. My proficiency level also increased by 3 points. Does this mean Yushunga will be able to make her own gold coins in the future? And after she refines 10,000 gold coins, as long as she can get the blueprints or find a goblin willing to teach her the skill, she can learn intermediate gold-making techniques. Although she could only make 3 per day, that number was already terrifying. Although she could easily steal more than a dozen gold coins after arriving here, and even get 100 gold coins from the Undead City Lord, in the real world, when she used to play dungeons, even at the end of the 2nd year, the dungeons were very high level. She would risk her life to play all day, and her pure monetary income was less than 1 gold coin. Yushunga didn't linger any longer. She suppressed her chaotic thoughts and took out several large storage boxes from her package. She asked the goblin if he would buy them. After looking around the large storage boxes a few times, the goblin commented that the electrical appliances and various toys were all junk, and he would only give 2 silver coins for each box. However, he offered 12 gold coins for the 2 large storage boxes of white wine and red wine. Yushunga sold all 55 boxes of wine for 330 gold, and also sold the junk, receiving less than 1 gold in return. Then he took out 10 caddies of gold and asked how many gold coins he could exchange for them. She only has a few gold coins she got from Suitong, which is far from enough to learn skills. The goblins gave a ratio of 200 G of gold to 1 gold coin. Yushunga spent 5 minutes haggling but only managed to get a ratio of 180 G to 1 gold. She knew there was room for the price to drop further, but she only had half an hour left to pretend. She decisively took out all the gold she had on her, including the 3216 Gene of gold she had exchanged in Hong Kong, and the gold she had taken from the Yu family, totaling 3,240 Gene of gold, which she exchanged for 9,000 gold from the goblin. This is almost all the gold coin reserves that a small to medium-sized guild possessed in the previous life. Then Yu Xiong'e went straight to the nearby goblin engineering master, upgraded his engineering skill to advanced, and learned all of the more than 100 new recipes. He then went straight to the alchemy shop, did the same, upgraded his alchemy skill to advanced, and learned all of the more than 100 new recipes. She was timid and hesitant when choosing courses in school, but when it came to games, she was fiercely competitive and bursting with curiosity. Chapter 18. She must acquire this skill. After memorizing the ingredients for the advanced invisibility potion, Yu Xiong'e went directly to the herbal shop next door and bought herbs for 6 slots. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy more, but the game's controls were rigid, and she couldn't save backpack space by stuffing different items into storage boxes and stacking them. She also had to leave a few slots in her backpack to browse the auction house. Yu Xiong'e was racing against time. Only 23 minutes remained in the disguise. She rushed to the auction house, and on her way, she went into a restaurant to upgrade her cooking skills to intermediate level, learning more than 100 new recipes. She had 4,286 gold left at this point. Standing in front of the auction house, enter the keyword, Soros. No. Yu Xiong'e didn't even have time to complain. He immediately changed the word to bag. She then spent 800 gold to buy 2 36-slot bags, which was the backpack with the most slots she could find. The moment she made the payment, a notification popped up in her game mailbox that she had a new package. She clicked to claim it, and 2 new 36-slot bags appeared in her inventory. She quickly transferred the items from her original game inventory to these new bags while continuing to shop. The thief god's talent dictates that she can choose any career path, whether it's strength, agility, or magic, but there's no time for her to choose now, so she can only buy the skills she's familiar with. However, she soon noticed a skill that captured her entire attention: phantom teleportation. Phantom teleport, assessed after use, you can travel to any place you have ever been. The teleportation distance is affected by the caster's intelligence. No cooldown, 0.1 second cast time, 1% mana cost per use. 10,000 gold. And there's only one skill book like this in the entire auction house. This skill book really hit Yu Xiong'e's sweet spot. It has no cooldown and a very short casting time. This means that this skill is essentially uninterruptible, and as long as she has mana, she can use this skill an unlimited number of times. The obsession with the idea that no one in the world can catch me is almost ingrained in Yu Xiong'e's bones. She almost immediately abandoned all her original plans to stockpile goods. She had to acquire this skill. She had never even heard of this skill in her previous life. Yu Xiong'e and his group could get whatever they wanted, and even when they went to dungeons, they had to obediently take transportation. However, Yu Xiong'e's disguise time was only 16 minutes. Yu Xiong'e spent 200 gold to buy a blue-quality necklace. This necklace only has one function: reducing cooldown time by 15%. This effect applies to all items, potions, and equipment. In her past life, 200 gold coins could have bought at least a level 10 top-quality blue equipment with 3 attributes. Yu Xiong'e felt like she was getting cocky. Then search for the skill, Illusion Spell. Illusion Charm, rank C, conceals your presence, making you invisible to the naked eye. No cooldown, consumes 10 mana per minute after use. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, meaning it can be detected by skills or items, but for now it's sufficient. Invisibility potions are useful, but their cooldown time is too long, and relying solely on basic and intermediate invisibility potions is no longer enough. The Illusion Spell is only a C-rank skill because it's quite useless. Skills above level 10 all have their own detection methods. However, it has a clever use in today's real world. You can get this skill book for only 120 gold. She then spent another 50 gold to buy a book called Fainting, rank C, which can put people into a short sleep, and a bottle of sleeping potion that can make people sleep for 6 hours. After buying these 4 items, Yu Xiong'e immediately ran out of the city. Almost before her disguise failed, she left Undercity and ran to the graveyard where she had logged in. Yuxiunga retrieved the items from the email into her inventory, clicked to learn the skill book, equipped the necklace, and then exited the game. This time, the phone didn't turn into black smoke, but as she exited, 2 bags appeared on the ground, one black and one white, her new 36-slot bag. A cool necklace slowly appeared around her neck, and the instructions for using 2 spells appeared in her mind. Yuxiunga used the illusion spell on herself and felt a chill all over her body, as if a layer of ice water was sliding over her body. After that, she could no longer see her own body. Time was precious, so she drank the potion of ethereal power and returned to Yuxiunhuan's room. Yuxiunhuan actually woke up and was squatting on the ground, trying to turn on the phone he had smashed. Seeing his annoyed expression, Yuxiunga felt a chill run down her spine. Was this really the male lead? With half his phone gone and yellow pop-ups constantly appearing, he still had the energy to play on his phone? Just as she was thinking this, she noticed that Yuxiunhuan had actually walked to the suitcase and started rummaging through something. Yuxiunga spotted the tablet and laptop in his suitcase with her sharp eyes. Holy crap! I was careless! There was a tablet too! Okay, so this is how you play it, is it? Without hesitation, Yuxiunga used the fainting skill on Yuxiunhuan. This skill was originally prepared for Yuxiunhuan, as she was about to leave the hotel for a long time, and would not be able to keep an eye on him. After Yuxiunhuan collapsed to the ground, Yuxiunga went over and poured the sleeping potion into his mouth, making sure he swallowed it all before leaving the hotel. The illusion spell consumes 10 mana points per minute, but with her constantly chewing on dried meat, the consumption was reduced to only 5 mana points per minute. It takes 20 minutes to use up all your mana, but at that time, drinking a basic mana potion will restore 60 points. With the addition of the invisibility potion, she can remain invisible for a long time without having to find a place to hide while the potion cools down. Yuxiunga ran straight towards the Su family's manor. Where can you find large quantities of gold? Besides banks, it's in the Su family's treasure room. All the secrets that cannot be known and the property that needs to be protected are there. Yuxiunga knew this because the evil formation that could strip others of their divinely bestowed talents was located in that treasure room. It is currently 7:13. After equipping the necklace that shortens cooldown time, Jia Lai's cooldown time is reduced to 5 hours and 6 minutes, allowing her to use the disguise skill again to enter the game at 12:12. The second closed beta test ended at 13:06. She only had 4 hours. At 12:12, regardless of whether she can get the gold from the Su family, she will find a safe place to enter the game, and use her disguise skill to enter the city again. Although she is willing to change her original plan in order to teleport, she will not fight to the death. She originally planned to go out into the wild to fight monsters and level up after stockpiling goods, but now she simply changed the time she would spend fighting monsters in the wild to running the Su family dungeon. Running to the Su family's estate was impossible. It was a 2-hour drive from the city center. Last time, she almost lost half her life running all the way from the Liang family's estate to the city. She called the Gun King who had fired 7 shots but failed to hit Yuxiunhuan, asking him to find a brother who could drive fast and was willing to earn extra money to deliver a double-door refrigerator from the alley next to the XX Hotel to a suburban villa area. She would give him 50,000 yuan if he could get to the destination in an hour and a half, and she would add 10,000 yuan for each minute earlier. Despite the fact that the Gun King can haul 50 kilograms of gold in one go, he still knows many brothers who have principles and integrity, and are willing to break the law but don't want to shed blood. After Yuxiunga repeatedly assured him that there were no dismembered bodies in the refrigerator, he immediately agreed to take the job. 10 minutes later, a black pickup truck stopped at the alley entrance. 2 people got out of the truck, looked around the alley, and quickly found the refrigerator the employer had mentioned. The 2 of them worked together to load the refrigerator into the truck and then started speeding. At 8:45, the refrigerator was placed in the woods outside the villa area. Yuxiunga, who had hitched a ride with the refrigerator, put it back in his backpack. As usual, he put on his swimming cap to make sure no hair fell out, put on his mask and gloves, and then cast the illusion spell again before running towards the Su family. Chapter 19 Treasure Wants Treasure. Smoothly entering the Su family manor, Relying on the ethereal potion, I followed my memories from my previous life and found the entrance to the treasure room in the study of the main building of the Su family manor. Then I went down the road, passing all kinds of exquisite technological equipment. She was even prepared to barge in, grab the loot, and run if the thermal imaging device detected her. Fortunately, magic has no solution, only magic can defeat magic. She felt like she had walked down several meters and passed through 3 doors. Just as she reached the last door, an alarm suddenly went off around her. She looked at the tiles under her feet, clicked her tongue, and instantly guessed that there was probably a pressure sensor inside. Without further hesitation, she drank a bottle of ethereal potion, passed through the ancient and exquisite gate, and entered the treasure room. The treasure room was no smaller than the manor on the ground, and it was divided into various areas for books, jewelry, antiques, and gold. Yu Xiunga ran over and was soon dazzled by the gold. Inside a small glass room, gold bricks were neatly stacked. Each gold brick was a little smaller than a mobile phone, but about half a finger thick. Having handled so much gold recently, she could estimate at a glance that this gold brick weighed about 10 pounds. Who said wealthy families don't have enough liquid funds? Yes, people don't have much liquid capital, so they're all investing in gold. She quickly ran inside and stuffed the gold bricks into her spatial storage. Fortunately, she bought a new bag, and now 44 of the 72 backpack compartments are empty. In other words, if she were to fill it up, it could hold 44 by 99, a total of 4,356 gold bars. If she could slow down and put the gold bars into the storage box before packing, she could pack even more, but there wasn't enough time. Soon, noises came from outside, the sound of a door being opened, guns being cocked, and so on. The sounds grew closer and closer, and Yu Xiunga practically lay on the pile of gold bricks, stuffing them into his backpack. Just as a large group of people rushed in, Yu Xiunga immediately stopped. Even though there were still 20 empty slots, she decisively stopped and left the room containing the gold, drank the ethereal potion, and ran outside. Yu Xiunga is greedy, but she is also good at restraint and making choices. Sure enough, just as she reached the gate, the row of bodyguards with guns, under the orders of the Su family patriarch, opened fire on the room where the gold was stored, even if it damaged the gold and decorations inside. There was a faint electric current flowing on the ground outside the door. Yu Xiunga suddenly stopped, took out 10 packets of explosives she had made from her bag, lit a few of them, and threw them all into the corridor ahead. She then hid behind the door. 5 seconds later, there were several loud explosions. When she looked again, the ground was dark and there was nothing there. She continued rushing out. Although the ethereal potion only grants 15 seconds of ethereal effect each time, its cooldown time is also short, only 30 seconds. Fortunately, the Su family clearly trusts technology more than bodyguards. The group that rushed into the basement earlier were probably the Su family's confidants, and not many people came in afterward. Yu Xiunga did not run out of the manor, but went to Su Yitong's room. As soon as I entered, I saw Su Beige, Su Jinxian, and Su Yitong playing games in the bedroom. Despite the commotion below, the three remained unmoved, whether out of trust in the Su family head's abilities or out of reluctance to give up this life-changing game. Without hesitation, Yu Xiunga raised his hand and knocked 3 people unconscious to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! One after another, all 3 people collapsed. Just as the group fell to the ground, Yu Xiunga was trying to check their phones when his phone screen went black. It seems that games connect with people's minds, which makes sense. Otherwise, how could the skills she learned in the game be synchronized with reality? Immediately afterwards, 2 packages appeared in front of Su Yitong. Ha, there's an unexpected surprise. She walked straight up and stuffed the 2 packages into her arms. Although she only had 2 inventory slots at her waist, like equipment, she could carry more than 1, but only 2 would be active. It's like if someone wanted to, she could wear more than a dozen vests. But because there was only 1 equipment slot on her upper body, she could only choose 1 to activate. Now, she can carry Su Yitong's package on her person, but she can't sense it. Yu Xiunga had intended to hide here for a while, but now that she had Su Yitong's bag, she dared not gamble anymore. She had never imagined that a package could fall in this way. Even with her talent as a master thief, she could only steal one piece of equipment or item from the package. She could even steal the backpack inside the package, but she couldn't steal the package that the person was currently equipped with. You can knock someone unconscious and forcibly strip them of their equipment, but if you want to get a person's pack, you can only kill them, otherwise you'll just find nothing. Yu Xianga took out an axe from his bag, tossed it around, and walked up to the three of them. Liang Yuchuan gave her an arm as interest, but what did these three people give her? One ear, huh? Since you believe everything Yu Xunhuan says, taking one of your ears isn't too much to ask, is it? Yu Xianga took out the butcher knife he had bought and squatted down next to Su Yitong. As soon as he lifted her hair, he saw the blue diamond earring on her right ear. Ha! Yu Xianga's eyes lit up. He quickly lifted the ear and cut it off. The intense pain interrupted his drowsy state. Su Yitong was awakened by the pain and screamed in agony while covering her ear. But she looked around and couldn't see anyone. Having infused with invisibility and ethereal potions, Yu Xianga had already fled with the ear and the blue diamond earring. On the way, she took off her blood-stained gloves and put them, along with the ear and earring, into her bag. Then I ran all the way to the Han family's house not far away, and went into the nanny's room in the annex of the Han family manor. There was no one in the room. Well, it was already 11:35, which was the busiest time for the nanny. Unsure if there were any security cameras in the nanny's room, Yu Xianga skillfully crawled under the bed and lay down. It's still more reassuring here. This is also a sunroom, making it even more comfortable. 12:12. Yu Xianga, who was hiding under the bed, opened the game on time, disguised himself as a goblin, and then ran to find his goblin teacher. There were 22 compartments filled with gold bricks, and one compartment contained 15 gold bricks, totaling 2,193 gold bricks, or 21,930 jin, approximately 10,950 caddies. After she approached the goblin teacher and offered to exchange everything for gold coins, the goblins remained silent for a few seconds. A goblin popped up in the dialogue box saying, "I don't have that many gold coins, my friend." Yu Xianga was genuinely angry. "I've worked myself to the bone to earn money, and you're telling me you can't even come up with 60,000 gold coins?" Kagaya-en, "You don't even have 60,000 gold?" Goblin, "Do you have one?" Yu Xianga, "Are you being sarcastic?" Kagaya-en, "So how many do you have, my friends?" Goblin, 2W. Kagaya-en, "Don't you have any friends?" The goblin fell silent again. "Say something, honey." After a long silence, the goblin said, "I'm not changing it." Kagaya-en, "I am your most loyal friend." Goblin, "This is disgusting." Kagaya-en, "Then let's exchange for 20,000 gold first." Goblin, "Okay, my disgusting friend." Yu Xianga endured it. She then approached the goblin engineer to ask for gold coins, but he ignored her. Kagaya-en, "Teacher?" The goblin was intently tapping and hammering on a copper pipe. Kagaya-en guided the little figure closer. "Teacher?" When she called for the teacher for the third time in the chat box, a reply finally came from the chat box. The tiny goblin on the screen was furious. "No money! I have no money! Ask, ask, ask! Can't you see I'm ignoring you? All my money is going towards research. If you really consider me your teacher, give me more tuition. If you don't have any, go find that guy Bill." Yu Xianga, "Sorry to bother you." 10 minutes after entering the game, Yu Xianga, cursing, ran to the auction house with 20,000 gold coins. The first thing to do was spend 10,000 gold to bid for the double SS level phantom teleport. Then I started a shopping spree. Chapter 20 Shopping Spree. Animagus, A+ can transform into any animal you have petted within the last 7 natural days. Cannot be detected by skills or items below a rank. Skill interrupted when taking any damage. Cannot use skills other than Divine Gift while transformed. No cooldown. Consumes 50 mana points per use. There are quite a few restrictions, but they are very practical, and the last one. Cannot use skills other than divinely bestowed talents. is just wonderful. This skill was made for her. 3,000 gold, bought it. Shadow Manipulation, A+ rank, 2,500 gold. Allows you to control your shadow to move freely. The shadow can use all of the original body's skills, but all attributes are only 20% of the original body's. A truly amazing skill for ambushing. Buy it. Fountain of Light, A+ creates a well that lasts for 3 minutes. The spring water that flows out has the effect of restoring life. Each ml of spring water can restore 1 point of life. The skill has a 30-minute cooldown and consumes 1% of mana each time it is used. This is a life-saving item. Not only can it save herself, but with this skill, she won't be easily abandoned in a team fight, and even the male and female leads won't easily attack her. 3,000 gold, buy it. Ice Flower Seal, rank C, creates a snowflake that flies towards the target, freezing them for 3 seconds upon contact. The freezing effect is affected by the caster's intelligence. Channel time, 2 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds, cost 50 mana per use. Ice-based control skills are countered by fire spells, but that's just how it is. Most skills are mutually restraining, and it only costs 103 gold, so I bought it. Magic Missile, rank C, guides a magic missile toward the target. No casting time, no cooldown, and consumes 10 mana per second. Instant cast spell that requires no chanting, 97 gold, buy. The God of Food Saliva Bag, rank B, when you wear this item while eating, all buffs from the food are doubled. An old item that can be used for a long time, 700 gold, buy it. Percy's Cat Toy, grade F, it doesn't have any special effects, but cats go crazy for it, and it will attract their attention. It's perfect for pairing with my Meow Meowin, and it's not expensive at all, only 17 gold. Buy it. Compass, level E, it can help you detect unclaimed treasure within a 1 kilometer radius and guide you to find it. 1 kilometer, a bit short distance, 80 gold coins, I'll take it. Magician's False Teeth, grade B, contains 1 cubic meter of space, requires the space of one of your teeth, and can hide anything you don't want others to know. Equipment, or items placed inside cannot be detected by any skills or items, but also cannot be used. A must-have for the rich. Yushiyanga believed he had too many good things, so 999 gold was acceptable. Alchemy Set, rank E, increases your alchemy success rate and has a 1% chance to upgrade your potions by 1 rank. Alchemy Notes, when reading, there is a chance to learn alchemy recipes you haven't learned before. The recipe level can be up to 1 level higher than your alchemy level, only effective once every 30 calendar days. Engineering Notes, while reading, there is a chance to learn an engineering recipe you haven't learned before. The recipe level can be up to 1 level higher than your engineering level, only effective once every 30 calendar days. The alchemy set isn't expensive, only 50 gold, and the 2 notebooks at the back cost 2,000 gold in total. But 2,000 gold isn't expensive. She's already at an advanced level in both alchemy and engineering, and reading this notebook gives her a chance to comprehend master-level alchemy recipes. It's practically a treasure trove in her pocket, and it's worth it even if she can only comprehend it once a month. She also found the cooking notes, which was much cheaper at only 350 gold. Take them all. Money only has meaning when it is converted into resources, otherwise it's just worthless paper. I got 20,000 gold from the goblin, plus the 3,116 gold I didn't use this morning, for a total of 23,116 gold. After buying all this, I only have 220 gold left. After the game invaded, most of the skills that could be obtained in the dungeon were C rank. Since she could buy them, she naturally bought the ones she couldn't get herself. So she only bought 2 C rank spells, 1 for control and 1 for attack, which was enough for her needs. She focused on the top-tier skills and ingenious items that she had never encountered in her previous life, even until her death. Shopping time really flies. After receiving the package and learning all the skills, Yushiyunga left the auction house with a sense of lingering enjoyment. 12:42. There are 18 minutes left in the internal test to end. She ran to the herbal medicine shop and filled more than 30 backpack compartments with herbs before leaving. 12:47. Yuxianga stood not far from the Palace of the Dead, looking at the palace. Ever since she stole the God-given talent from the Lord of the Undead City, the number of guards outside the palace had increased several hundred times. These undead soldiers were practically holding hands and surrounding the palace. But it didn't matter. Yuxianga kept his goblin skin and walked to the teleportation array in the undead city. He used the last 5 gold coins he had to teleport, and arrived at Blood Moon City, one of the main cities of the elves. 1257. When Yuxianga stood in front of the elven capital and told the elven guard captain, who was carrying a magnificent bow and arrow, that there was a problem with the anchor point, and that she wanted to see the city lord, the captain took out his bow and arrow and drew it at her. At that moment, Yuxianga's mind went almost blank. Almost the instant the name of that little man turned red, she did not hesitate and immediately used the thief god's thief, which can also be the thief of a robber. You risk your reputation as a master thief to steal the divine talent of Elphila, the captain of the Blood Moon City Guard. Theft successful. You are dead. The screen went black. It quickly lit up again, and this time there was only a ghostly goblin standing in the graveyard on the screen. There are 2 options in the upper right corner: either go to your own corpse to revive weekly, or wait for automatic revival. The revival countdown is 47 hours 57 minutes and 36 seconds. Yuxianga held his phone without moving, waiting quietly until 13:06. The phone turned into black smoke, leaving only 2 packages on the ground. She looked at her hands. Good, she hadn't turned into a ghost. Even though she knew she wouldn't die in the closed beta, seeing her character turn into a ghost still startled her for a moment. The first thing Yuxianga did after putting her mind at ease was to modify her panel information, hiding the newly acquired divine talent. Then she stuffed her bag into the inner pocket of her clothes, drank the invisibility potion, and the skills she had learned floated into her mind. Spells, gestures, and techniques on how to operate and mobilize her magic power were as if they were engraved in her mind. She could sense a small area centered on herself, but most of this area seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist. Only a part of it was very clear to her, and this small part was crooked and distorted, like the route displayed on a running app for today. She could instantly use magic to move to these locations in the area, which were obviously places she had visited before. Chapter 21. Revenge every day, satisfaction every day. She focused intently on several distinctive buildings and estimated that the maximum distance she could move was 10 kilometers. Her current intelligence value is exactly 10. All magic skills are affected by intelligence. It is estimated that her movement distance will also increase as her intelligence value increases in the future, but it doesn't matter. She can just use the spell a few more times. She opened her eyes and raised her hand. Phantom teleportation. Yuxianga appeared in Yuxianhuan's hotel room, where the latter was still in the position of having his head buried in his suitcase. Just to be on the safe side, Yuxianga still used his thieving skills on Yuxianhuan. Skill cannot be used. Yuxianga felt relieved and used phantom teleport to leave again. She needs to do something even more despicable, otherwise she'll feel guilty for constantly worrying about that bastard. She appeared outside the AIZ control center in her illusory form, waiting for people to arrive at work while checking her character panel. When she saw that the skill, the thief god's thief, or the thief of a robber, was still usable, she was completely relieved. It was just a pity that she couldn't use this skill to steal repeatedly in the game, dying and then stealing again. Under the Divine Gift, Immortal category, there is now another category, Divine Gift. Divine Gift, Sharpshooter A. You were born to shoot. All shooting weapons are like extensions of your arms. The moment you pick them up, you can slay gods. A true sharpshooter doesn't need to take any initiative. She doesn't have to do anything to be strong. Skill 1, you're too weak. Passive during combat, you can keenly detect the enemy's weaknesses. Skill 2, guaranteed critical hit. Passive 7 is a magical number, and shooting actions related to 7 will always be critical hits. Skill 3, I'm getting serious. Passive, if you aim at an enemy for more than 3 seconds, your shot will hit. Even if it is blocked, it will try its best to complete its mission until the weapon you fired is destroyed. Skill 4, I am now terrifyingly strong. After activating this state, every arrow/crossbow bolt/bullet you fire will be randomly imbued with magical energy of any attribute: ice, fire, or lightning. It consumes 10 mana points per second. After each activation and deactivation, it will enter a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Yushiyunga gasped. Indeed, he was strong without doing anything. He had 4 skills, 3 of which were passive. None of them are useless. Skill 1 helps her fight better, and its usefulness is not affected whether she uses a bow or arrow. Skill 2 means that the 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th arrows fired each day that are multiples of 7 will always be critical hits. This means that every 7 attacks will result in a guaranteed critical hit. Skill 3 goes without saying, it comes with missiles. Skill 4, Burst Ultimate Technique. Yushiyunga doesn't have any career plans yet, but her talent is so strong that it would be a waste not to practice. Considering that firearms are too noisy, she immediately decided to get a bow or crossbow to practice with first. Yushiyunga planned out his skills and equipment in his mind, while also familiarizing himself with the few new skills he had learned. He also wore his glasses and observed the passers-by, trying to see if he could spot any beta testers. I stood at the door until after 3 a.m. before I managed to get a little bit of an incurable infectious disease virus. It wouldn't kill me, but it would definitely affect the opponent's data and status once the game started. Before leaving, he poured a bottle of basic healing potion into the other person's mouth. We can only give him some blood. Treating his illness is not the responsibility of the blood bank. After the game invaded my past life, people with serious illnesses had their bodies digitized, and the disease directly affected their data. People with physical disabilities have less blood, and if they are seriously ill, they will keep losing blood. The rate of blood loss is determined by the severity of the disease, just like being subjected to a spell that causes continuous blood loss. Living is easy, just keep drinking the healing potions, or get cured by a top-tier treatment that can cure terminal illnesses. She is looking forward to seeing how Yushiyunhuan will be portrayed in a game. When she teleported back to Yushiyunhuan's room, Yushiyunhuan was no longer there. Yushiyunga was not disappointed. She returned to her villa, put the cat toys into Meow Meow in, took a good bath, and slept. He slept straight through until 2 a.m. before his phantom teleported to Yushiyunhuan's room. Great, so it turns out that before the game was in beta testing, the male protagonist did go to bed early and wake up early. She first used the Gear of Fate on Yushiyunhuan to change his luck to 1, but she found that even after changing Yushiyunhuan's luck to 1, Yushiyunhuan seemed to sense something and always managed to dodge her attack first. After failing to pierce the target more than 10 times, Yushiyunhuan would scratch his ears, his hair, and later even his buttocks and toes. I scratched every part of my body that I could. Yushiyunga was numb. You're not pretending to be asleep, are you? Seeing Yushiyunhuan's eyelids twitch, Yushiyunga immediately knocked Yushiyunhuan unconscious. Yushiyunhuan tilted his head and finally fell silent. She tried to steal it again, but the skill still wouldn't work. Yushiyunhuan was still not a player. Only then, feeling relieved and satisfied, did she return to the villa. After destroying the syringes, she began to think about how to dispose of the remains in the package. She originally planned to throw it into the game last night to be eaten by monsters, but she hasn't had a moment's rest since she entered the game. Neither throwing her in a funeral home nor a pig farm would be appropriate. No matter how immoral she is, she doesn't want to involve ordinary people. Finally, we decided to find a place to burn it. Strike while the iron is hot. We're still in the pretense phase, so we can't waste it. Yushiyunga used a phantom teleportation to arrive at the beach she had visited during filming. There were few people at the beach at this time, and it wasn't the right time for a field battle. She took out the small parts of Su Liang and the other person, along with 10 packs of explosives, buried them together with the 2 small parts, then lit the explosives and phantom teleported to 100 meters away. After the explosion subsided, Yushiyunga returned to the scene of the crime, piled up the debris and bones he could find, and exploded again. Finally, carrying an iron bucket, he used a shovel to scoop up all the ashes and black clumps he could find on the ground and dump them all into the sea. That feels good. Just kill them, enjoy it for a minute. Getting revenge every day feels so good. She stood on the beach, playing with her earring, feeling extremely relaxed. This item was a token that could unlock a series of quests. After completing the quests, she could learn a top-tier healing spell that could cure all diseases and restore 70% of her health with each use. She had even looked for that top-tier healing spell at the auction house, but hadn't found it. After wiping out some of his enemies, Yushiyunga went home to sleep. Only after closing his eyes in bed did he realize, damn it, why didn't she use magic missiles? He forgot he was a magician. Chapter 22. It Will Break Your Heart. Yushiyunga has a big show to perform in a few days. But before that, she went to the hospital to have a tooth extracted, and then put the magician's dentures in to make room for it. The dentures were firmly planted in the alveolar bone before the anesthesia wore off. The second thing she needed to do was figure out how to resolve the matter of the secret room in the Yu family's study. She hadn't expected Yu Qing-shan to be so useless, not having discovered it after so long. In this situation, if she claims to be a player from the second closed beta test, even a pig would know who smuggled the treasure out. On June 8th, Yushiyunga had to make another trip to Hong Kong. Based on the photos of the jewelry and antiques he had previously sold, he urgently had someone make a batch of counterfeit goods that were about 80% similar to the originals, and also got 300 kilograms of fake gold bars. Using his game backpack and phantom teleportation, he managed to get them all back to Yu Qingshan's study. Anyway, there's nothing we need to spend money on recently. When I escaped back in my past life, my parents were still moving all these treasures. In his past life, Yu Xuanhuan kept asking him for money, but that was because he was a beta tester and needed a lot of money. But in this life, he's just an ordinary 9 centimeters warrior. Why would he need money? After all that back and forth, it was already the 10th when everything was finally resolved. On this day, Yu Xuange not only summoned Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuwei to the hotel where Yu Xuanhuan was staying, but she even wanted to summon Sui Tong to the hotel as well, but the latter was missing an ear and was in no mood to pay attention to her. Okay, it's fine if the female lead doesn't come. It's also fine if I don't gain her trust. It's also good if the relationship between the male and female leads is strained. Yu Xuanhuan sat on the edge of the bed with her eyes lowered, her face showing an obedient expression that said, "Although I'm in a bad mood, I'll cooperate with whatever my sister wants to do." After everyone was ready, Yu Xuange made sure the hotel room door was securely closed, then returned to the group and whispered mysteriously, "I've found a way that might cure my brother." In short, the two seemingly gentle but inwardly impatient people in the room, and the one who was impatient both outwardly and inwardly, all stared at her with wide eyes. Yu Xuange then said that a few days ago, she was bored while waiting for someone in the morning, so she downloaded a game to play. However, the game was gone after only 2 hours, along with her phone. Most importantly, she had taken all the items and skills from the game. She even searched for the game in front of everyone, but found nothing. Not only Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, but even Yi Qiu was breathing slowed down. She had a bad temper, and was always impulsive, but she knew Yu Xuange's personality, and that he wouldn't joke about important matters. Yu Xuange lowered his voice even further, then took out a tattered gray pouch from his pocket, a 4-slot pouch he had obtained from the former owner of the Gear of Destiny. Then, in front of everyone, she took out 3 lunchboxes that were much larger than the small gray bag itself. Then she took out a glass test tube about the size of her little finger, which contained a liquid that looked like a red gemstone. She handed the bottle to Yu Xuanhuan. "This is a healing potion from the game. Quick, drink it and see if it can cure you." Yu Xuanhuan took the bottle of medicine with trembling hands. His eyes were filled with extremely complicated emotions as he looked at Yu Xuange: disbelief, emotion, gratitude, and jealousy. Yu Xuange said urgently, "Try it quickly." Yi Qiuwei was even more anxious than her, constantly urging Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Qingshan clenched his fists, looking as if he couldn't wait to rush up and force the medicine into Yu Xuanhuan's mouth. Yu Xuanhuan tilted his head back and drank the bottle of medicine, but nothing happened. He stared at his pants with a gloomy expression. Good heavens, I've never seen a male protagonist in a male-oriented wish-fulfillment novel with a single-digit number of male characters. What's the difference between rounding and zero? At this moment, Yushiyunga was glad that she was an actress. She forced a smile and persuaded. Even if this doesn't work, we know about this kind of amazing thing. I was able to make it this time, and you can make it next time if you have the chance. Before the others could speak, she continued. I originally wanted to invite Itone here today, so she could also investigate. This game is so amazing, I'm definitely not the only one. The Su family is powerful, and they must have more information than ordinary people like us. After calming down, Yushiyunhuan asked, So, what skills did you acquire? It's not a skill, it's a talent you drew. It can make someone lucky or unlucky, and it can modify a person's luck value. You can only use it once a day. As she spoke, she laughed. Want to try it? I can make your luck 10, that's the highest. She has decided to disguise her divinely bestowed talent as the gear of fate, from now on. This talent is too useful. Not only can it modify other people's luck, but it can also choose whether or not to hide it from the target. This is simply a perfect skill for doing bad things. It hides when someone is unlucky and shows it when someone does good things. Perfect. Yu Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This talent sounded very useful, but it wasn't an outrageously powerful skill that could create a world of difference between people. However, he was also disappointed that it wasn't a healing skill. But all these emotions passed quickly. Jealousy dissipated, and what remained was only gratitude, genuine gratitude. Yu Xuanga was actually willing to tell them such a big secret. Even though Yu Xuanga always held back and refused to give them all the money he earned, at this moment, these grudges began to dissipate. He thought, forget it, I won't let Sui Tong suppress her anymore, I'll find another way to increase Sui Tong's sense of crisis. Yu Qingshan's feelings were also complicated. Why didn't his son have such a wonderful encounter? But then he felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that if Yu Xuanhuan had such a wonderful encounter, his son might give him a sip of soup, but he would never tell him about it without reservation. Ichigwa was also filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, she regretted that it wasn't a son, but on the other hand, she was so touched that her heart was burning. She muttered to herself, What a silly girl, telling her family everything. Yu Xuanga opened several packets of food and invited everyone to eat and chat together. Then, she smiled apologetically and put the packets away, indicating that she would not share them. Unlike before, when Yu Xuanga often gave money to her family, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, who knew the family's financial situation, felt that the money proved nothing. They thought Yu Xuanga's reservations only made them think she was an ingrate. They always felt that Yu Xuanga was keeping something from her family and guarding against them. But now that Yu Xuanga has shared such a wonderful experience with them, and even though she seems to be holding back a little, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan don't feel that she hasn't done enough. They just sigh helplessly in their hearts, thinking that their daughter/sister is still so stingy. Yu Xuanga didn't have mind-reading abilities and couldn't figure out what the old man and the young man were thinking, but she followed her plan and remained vigilant at all times. In her previous life, Yu Qingshan and Ichigwa became players after the game officially invaded, and their talents were both mediocre. However, she was determined to eliminate them immediately if they ever won the talent lottery. Chapter 23 Whether it is or not, it's probably true. During the meal, without Yu Xuanga even having to say anything, Yu Qingshan and Ichigwa had Yu Xuanhuan go to Sui Tong to find out some information. Yu Xuanga advised, But don't alert her. If she's already a player, and you ask her this, she might think you're questioning or testing her, which would hurt your relationship. Yu Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly. Yu Qingshan asked for more details about the game, and Yu Xuanga told him everything she could. She said that it was hard to earn money in the game. She had only played for 2 hours and earned 2 silver coins and a broken bag. She had bought the healing potion when she was going out of the city to fight monsters. But right after she bought it, before she even bought a weapon, the game ended. Yu Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, This game should appear again, but we don't know what the pattern is. Yu Xuanga shook his head. I can't find it online. I just wanted to search for World of Warcraft, the game we played in high school, and I found a game with a similar name, so I downloaded it to play. But this game doesn't even have any ads, and nobody talks about it online. Yu Qingshan commented. That's normal. Who wouldn't keep this kind of thing a secret? At most, they tell their family. Ichioba said. Should we stock up on something? I have a feeling things are going to get messy. The whole family discussed for a long time before parting ways. Yu Xiuanga didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she really felt that Yu Qingshan and Yu Xiuanhuan treated her better. They used to be very affectionate, but after she was reborn and regained her senses, she always felt that it was a bit deliberate. Now, this intimacy seemed to have a sense of being one of their own. A few days later, the family reunited at the hotel. This time, Yu Xiuanhuan brought news that Su Yitong's ear had been cut off. Before Yu Xiuanga could even speak, Ichioba said, So, was that thing you did done by an enemy of the Su family? They didn't have a chance to deal with her before, so they could only take it out on you. Yu Xiuanhuan's expression indicated that he clearly thought so too, but he pursed his lips, refusing to be the bad guy who presumptuously speculated about others. Yu Xiuanga advised, Whether it is or not, you'll soon be a family. It's safer for you to go to the Su family than to stay outside. Whether it is or not, it is most likely, but let's just pretend it isn't, right? Yu Xiuanhuan was indeed uncomfortable. He felt that the Su family must have caused trouble and implicated him. But he was also worried that if it was done by the Su family's enemies, would Su Yitong know about what happened to her? He suddenly remembered the time he inexplicably fainted on the morning of the 6th. He had initially thought it was due to his irregular sleep schedule and low blood sugar, but what if it was because the Su family's enemies didn't want to see him playing that game? No, that's not right either. He didn't even know about the game at the time. He just wanted to watch some short videos to pass the time on a whim. Yu Xiuanhuan slumped back on the sofa, looking dejected. Just like Yu Xiuanga had said, it didn't matter whether it was true or not. What else could he do? Although everything went smoothly, Yu Xiuanga was not without her troubles. The alchemy skill is specified as being exclusive to goblins. Even if she learns it, it will turn gray after leaving the game. She must use the disguise skill to transform into a goblin before the skill will light up again. The disguise skill is extremely useful, but it also has a long cooldown time, and can only be used a maximum of 4 times a day. In order not to affect its daily use, Yu Xiuanga has been turning into a green goblin 10 minutes before going to bed, sitting on the edge of the bed and rubbing 3 gold coins before going to sleep, so that the cooldown time will be over when she wakes up in the morning. After becoming a goblin, she not only has the daily routine of grinding for gold, but she also takes the opportunity to become invisible and teleport to Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan's bedroom to steal a little bit from each of them, and then go home with the remaining 60% of her health to catch up on sleep. But after only 2 days of stealing, she discovered that Su Yitong's bedroom, no, almost the entire Su family home, was equipped with atomizing spray equipment. Not only the garden and the interior of the villa, but even all the rooms had this device. Almost the instant she noticed the water mist in the room, she teleported away from the Su family home. Then, as soon as she got home, she found that her invisibility potion had stopped working, and she could already see her own body. That's a huge investment. How much revealing potion must they use every day? No way, aren't these people afraid their furniture will get moldy? No matter how fine and light the water mist is, or how high-end the furniture is, it can't withstand 24-hour spraying, right? No matter, she drank the invisibility potion and returned to the Su family home. This time, she landed directly under Su Yitong's bed. Even if she became visible here, it wouldn't matter. She could steal and leave. Looking out from under the bed, she was relieved to see that the Su family was not in chaos. It seemed they hadn't been discovered earlier. It's unclear whether there are surveillance cameras in Su Yitong's bedroom, but even if she's filmed, it doesn't matter. She's extremely cautious. Every time, she not only disguises herself before drinking the invisibility potion, but she also wears a swimming cap and mask before disguising herself. Ever since she needed to transform into a goblin to make gold coins, she has been going to the Su and Liang families in goblin form every day. Because of what happened to the Su family, when she went to Liang Yuchuan's house, she teleported directly to under Liang Yuchuan's bed, and then found herself next to Liang Yuchuan's bed. Looking down, she realized that the bed had been changed and the space under the bed had been sealed off. Fortunately, the Liang family hadn't used the revealing spray yet. After stealing from Liang Yuchuan, she walked around the walk-in closet in Liang Yuchuan's bedroom, which served as a way of mapping the area. Next time, she would just teleport directly here. Yu Xianga persisted in checking in at the Su and Liang families every day. After a month, he succeeded twice, stealing 1 point of intelligence from Su Yitong and 1 point of strength from Liang Yuchuan. Yu Xianga's current attributes are Strength, 7+1. Physical Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 10+1. Agility, 18. Luck, 10 maximum value. Charm, 10 maximum value. Besides that, what's most worrying is her professional skills. She knew a lot about equipment, or items that mutated after being invaded by the game, but there were priorities. Those things wouldn't run away, and her most important task right now was to practice alchemy and engineering. These days, Yu Xianga stays in the villa with a very regular schedule. In the morning, she grinds alchemy experience, in the afternoon she grinds engineering experience, and for each of her 3 meals a day she grinds cooking skill experience. Then she specially makes a meat dish and puts it next to the cat bed. Since she started using cat toys, almost every night a cat comes to stay overnight in the cat bed at the entrance of her villa. In the evenings I practice archery on the 2nd floor of the villa, and before going to bed, I read alchemy notes or engineering notes. I go to the lake in the villa area to practice fishing on weekends. After the game invaded, many fish in the waters have mutated, and you need to have a high enough fishing level to catch higher quality fish. Unfortunately, her alchemy skills soon got stuck at the advanced level, 77/100000. The herbs needed to upgrade her alchemy skill to the advanced level could not be found in reality, so she could only use the ones she bought from the game. Now all the materials were used up. Chapter 24 Adorably Silly? In the game, brewing potions is a breeze once the progress bar is full. But in real life, brewing potions requires her to follow the tutorial videos in her head step by step. Sometimes brewing a single high-level potion can take more than an hour. She has to figure out how to process the materials, how to control the temperature, when to stir, and when to add the next ingredient. However, even though she thought she had done every step exactly the same, it still showed that the cooking process had failed. But even if she failed, she would occasionally get 1 to 2 more experience points. She wasn't this serious before the college entrance exam. The same applies to engineering. The advanced and junior/intermediate levels of these two disciplines are completely different worlds. The beginner and intermediate levels are like Western medicine. Everything is clearly defined. Once you learn the corresponding knowledge and see the data, as long as you study diligently, no matter how difficult it is, the correct answer is the correct answer. Once a disease is diagnosed, even the most powerful person will recognize it as the same disease. Advanced professional medicine is like traditional Chinese medicine. Every doctor has a different answer, sometimes with completely opposite treatment plans, but they can all cure the disease because the relationship between the herbs is inexplicable. Sometimes, each video is different. This time, the teacher added 20 grams of magic grass powder. The next time, she only added 18 grams. The time after that, she changed to another herb because she accidentally added too much of another herb earlier. But it doesn't matter. Changing the herb and mixing the two herbs together will have the same effect. At first, Yu Xianga wanted to curse. It was so unprofessional and sloppy. What rubbish! But later, Yu Xianga even forgot about grinding experience points. Sometimes she would watch alchemy videos in her mind for a whole day, forgetting to practice engineering. She felt that the female necromancer in the video was like an orchestra conductor, coordinating and controlling all the potion properties, not sticking to rigid formulas. Sometimes, minor mistakes could lead to surprising results in her hands. As July approached, Yu Xianga completely stopped refining high-level potions. She planned to relearn and refine all the basic and intermediate recipes again. She couldn't help but recall the interviews she had seen years ago, in which the player solemnly said, "The professional skills I learned during the closed beta were the real treasures of the closed beta. My ability to sew blue and even purple equipment wasn't due to talent, but to the sewing knowledge I learned from my alien teacher. Yes, he will always be my teacher. Even if we meet on the battlefield and fight to the death, even if you call me a traitor, I will still say that the alien was my teacher. However, on July 1st, Sui Tong suddenly said that she would treat the entire Yu family to dinner. The young lady's invitation was not a dinner party, but a notification. Yu Xuanga packed her things and went to the restaurant. She wasn't the first to arrive when she entered the private room. Yu Qinshan and Ichigo were already seated inside. Before coming, Yu Xuanga not only checked his character panel and put all his equipment and items into his bag, but also stuffed both 36 slot bags into the magician's dentures. Now he only has one 4-slot bag. After waiting another half hour, the door to the private room was opened by the bodyguard, and Sui Tong, wearing a monocle, walked in first. Yu Xuanga, Yu Qinshan, and Ichigo smiled and stood up to greet each other. Sui Tong changed her hairstyle. Her original long, straight black hair that exposed her ears had been replaced with a 2/8 parted wavy perm. Of course, the 8/8 parted wavy perm was to cover up the bare right side of her head. Perhaps because she was in a bad mood recently, her expression was no longer as elegant and composed as before. Instead, she looked somewhat gloomy, which echoed the gloom on Yu Xunhuan's face next to her. This is hilarious. The male lead became a 9 centimeters warrior, and the female lead became 1 ear. Who would dare say they aren't a perfect match? Yu Xuanga didn't bother to look at Sui Tong's new glasses. They must be a prop, otherwise people who have lost their ears would psychologically reject glasses that need to be worn over their ears, and it would be a form of psychological torture to take them off and put them on every time. Even if it's just a monocle. Sui Tong's glasses are indeed a detection item. Although they are not as good as the Soros mask she obtained before, they are still a B-grade item. Detection equipment is rare, and finding a B-grade item is already a result of the Su family's third branch secretly gathering more than a dozen people to participate in the closed beta. In fact, getting an A-grade item in the first closed beta test was the real surprise. Her 2 brothers, well, let's not talk about the last closed beta test. Mentioning closed beta tests reminds me of her ears. The moment she entered, she used her detection ability on Yu Xuanga, but all she saw was what Yu Xuanga wanted her to see. Character, Yu Xuanga, level 0, 0.001%. Divine gift, undetectable. Race, human. Racial talent, undetectable. Health points, 100 out of 100. Magic power, 100 out of 100. Strength, 5. Physical constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 7. Lucky? Charm? Yu Xuanga had no idea that Sui Tong's broken glasses were so rubbish. Her series of smooth and stylish moves were as if she were showing them to a blind person. Sui Tong believed most of Yu Xunhuan's words after seeing the 0.001% experience gain. Yu Xuanga watched as Sui Tong's expression softened, while Yu Xunhuan winked at him. Yu Xuanga, disgusting. Yu Xunhuan had been trying to get information from Sui Tong through subtle means, but to no avail. Yesterday, he simply admitted that he knew about the game, and that Yu Xuanga had told him. He had originally intended to stop there, not thinking of explaining why Yu Xuanga didn't tell Sui Tong, but unexpectedly Sui Tong asked when Yu Xuanga told him, and Yu Xunhuan said it was on the 9th or 10th. Sui Tong's expression immediately softened. She said that Yu Xuanga had sent her a message that day asking her to go to the hotel, saying that he had something important to tell her and Yu Xunhuan, but she had something to do at the time and did not go. Her ear was gone, and half of the gold in her house was gone. How could she be in the mood to meet the sister of a live-in son-in-law? Yu Xunhuan immediately said, "Yes, she did say she invited you. She only trusts a few of us family members, Yi Tong. We're family, right?" Because of this incident, Sui Tong no longer has any objections to Yu Xuanga. Although she still thinks Yu Xuanga is a bit silly, how could she tell someone who hasn't even married her brother yet? Putting herself in her shoes, she only told her family and confidants. Thinking about it this way, she thinks Yu Xuanga is adorably silly and treats her like family. I'm only here today to confirm the truthfulness of what this person said. Although I tested him a few months ago, I didn't use any detection tools back then. Although her divine talent couldn't be found, her experience points were only 0.001%, which seemed to confirm her statement that she hadn't had much time to play. However, Sui Tong did not tell Yu Xuanhuan that she had participated in the closed beta test. It's better not to say anything at all. If the other party hears about it from someone else first, it will hurt feelings to some extent. Although she doesn't take Yu Xuanhuan seriously, there's no need to make things difficult for him. As for whether Yu Xuanhuan will discover that she has been hiding something from him in the future, the young lady doesn't care. She does like Yu Xuanhuan's face, but that's all. Chapter 25 Purchasing. At the end of dinner, Sui Tong didn't mention that she was already a player. Instead, she made a promise to let them know if there was any news. She also told them to notify her if Yu Xiunga entered the game again. She was busy going back to set up the Su family's defense system. Recently, her attribute value had decreased by 1 point. Her brother said it might be temporary because the game was unstable, but she didn't think so. Otherwise, why didn't her two brothers lose attribute points? After seeing Sui Tong into the car, Yu Xuanhuan returned to the private room with a slightly cold expression. Yu Xiunga asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Yu Xuanhuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "She's definitely a player, she's keeping it from us." Yu Qinshan, "What do you mean? Do you have evidence?" Yu Xuanhuan pursed his lips. "Her ear was injured, her entire right ear is gone. It was still there on the 6th, but when we met again on the 14th, she had changed her hairstyle, and there were no bandages or medicine. She probably used something from the game. Does drinking that healing potion help heal wounds?" Yu Xiunga spread his hands. "I only had that one bottle. You can drink it. I haven't drunk any." Yu Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. "Why didn't you buy a few more bottles?" After saying that, he thought to himself that he was truly starting to treat Yu Xiunga as one of his own. Shameless. Yu Xiunga maintained her smile and angrily downed a glass of cola. After dealing with Sui Tong and Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xiunga didn't rush back to the villa to study. Sui Tong's glasses today gave her a great sense of crisis. The Soros mask no longer gives me a sense of security, even though items below S rank can no longer see through the mask's modified information. But what if someone is lucky enough to get an S rank exploration item in the first closed beta test? Rationally, she knew it was impossible. The best detection tool she had ever seen in her previous life was only grade A, the same as the Soros glasses. But she didn't dare to gamble. The thought of someone discovering her talent made her restless. Where are the rare exploration items and equipment? Lian Yuchuan got an A-grade item in the first closed beta, but Sui Tong got an exploration item of unknown grade in the second closed beta. She couldn't believe it. Someone used an S-level detection tool to investigate her, and the next second her personal panel screen lit up above her head. When she looked closely, she saw that the number of divinely bestowed talents was almost catching up with the number of attributes. Yu Xiunga suffered from insomnia until midnight, unable to fall asleep at all. She simply got up and started packing her luggage. She decided to try going to the male lead's third woman tomorrow. Soros's mask was with the first wife, his glasses were with the second wife, and the last piece might be with the smallest one. She naturally knew the male lead's concubine. This concubine only lost out because she appeared late, but her power was no less than that of the Su and Liang families. The Han family's power was in City B. In the second year of the game's invasion, the Han family was driven out of City B by several other families and had to retreat to City S, where they had laid out their plans long ago. She wanted to ask, "Is S City a place that collects junk? You just returned it like that." But it's still dark, and Yu Xiunga didn't make any gold coins for today after returning. So she simply turned into a goblin, made the 3 gold coins for today, and then went invisible to Sui Tong's bedside. Well, nobody was there. She looked around and decided. Fine, the 2 older brothers from the Su family will do too. A thief can't leave empty-handed, can he? She's become incredibly bold lately. After discovering that the Su family's invisibility potion was only at a basic level, she's been drinking advanced invisibility potions from time to time and wandering around the Su family's property. She turned into the floor where her two older brothers lived. She had thought about stealing from them before, but one of them was a domineering CEO and the other was an athlete, so they were basically never home. Today, however, her second brother, Su Jinxian, was home. This was the first time she had seen him at home since the second closed beta test. Su Jinxian followed the path of an archer in his previous life. Before the game invasion, he was a top-notch archer athlete. After the game was introduced, he became the top combat force of the Su family in just 1 month. How could a male protagonist who is a live-in son-in-law not be bullied? Su Jinxian is the one in the Su family who likes to bully the male protagonist the most, and he will step on him from time to time. Female-oriented novels feature awful sisters-in-law, while novels about sons-in-law feature awful brothers-in-law. Before marriage, I could maintain basic etiquette, but after marriage, I just can't stand anything about it. But with the female lead protecting him, Su Jinxian sometimes couldn't go too far, so he would target himself instead. Yu Xiunga, divine metal, what does that have to do with her? Yu Xiunhuan would occasionally take Yu Xiunga to the Su family's group activities, ostensibly to repay his sister, but now Yu Xiunga always felt that he was just pushing her out to draw fire for him. When fighting monsters, Su Jinxian would have her go to the front to lure the monsters. Sometimes, her arrows would even miss, and the arrows would be very slow. It seemed like anyone could easily dodge them, but she would get hurt by the monsters while trying to avoid them. She wasn't without a temper either. In her past life, she would tell Yu Xiunhuan not to call her next time after each raid. Even though the Su family would distribute materials or equipment to her based on her contribution when raiding dungeons, and many of these things were very precious, she could still spend a little more time on it. At these times, Yu Xiunhuan would give himself his share of the spoils, saying he was sorry, he just wanted to help his sister, and he longed to have his family by his side, etc. Then he would complain to her about Su Jinxian, and even talk about Su Jinxuan's skills and personality, telling her to avoid him, etc. Yu Xiunga felt touched and helpless at the time, but mostly angry. You've been wronged, and now you want me to suffer too? Are you marrying into the family or am I? But now that she has seen through Yu Xiunhuan's true nature and is examining these strange behaviors more closely, she can't help but wonder if Yu Xiunhuan is trying to incite her hatred for Su Jinxian and guide her to impersonate Su Jinxian and take his place? Later, when she found that she hadn't followed his guidance, he stopped letting her participate in the Su family's activities. So the conflict between her and the Liang and Han families wasn't also instigated by Yu Xiunhuan, was it? Backrest, if that's really the case, you could have just told me directly. She just doesn't intentionally harm anyone, but she has no moral bottom line. If you talk to her and persuade her, she'll just agree. Yu Xiunga looked at Su Jinxian on the bed and became angrier the more she thought about it. Anyway, the Olympics are over, and the next one won't be until 80, which is long gone. Yu Xiunga didn't need to carry a heavy mental burden when she started to act. She first used Gear of Fate on Su Jinxian to change his luck to 1, and then started to keep using, I want this, this, and this. She wasn't planning to sleep tonight either. After dealing with Su Jinxian, she would go see Liang Yuchuan, then go straight home and drive to the airport. After stealing for over an hour, she managed to steal 3 points of agility and 1 point of intelligence from Su Jinxian, and then stopped, satisfied. Intelligence, 11 plus 1. Agility, 18 plus 3. The agility attribute alone is already comparable to a level 2 player who has maxed out agility. But she's only level 0 right now. Chapter 26 The Han Family. Yu Xiunga didn't intend to kill Su Jinxian, because Su Jinxian would later die at the hands of the male lead. He liked Liang Yuchuan, so wouldn't he have to die? Not only that, but before he died, he caused the male protagonist a lot of trouble, framing him, exploiting him, making sarcastic remarks, stealing his things, and so on, making him comparable to a gender-swapped version of a sister-in-law in a female-oriented novel. After stealing 4 attribute points, Yu Xiunga immediately started searching Su Jinxuan's body for any equipment. She actually found one, a plain white cloth belt that would give her +1 to her physique. It wasn't that she looked down on the small bonus, but the belt was just too dirty. It looked like the butcher had been slaughtering pigs around it for 10 years, soaking it in lard and then drying it out. This is a cloth belt. It looks like a leather belt when you pull it out. Forget it, she couldn't let herself get away with it. She put the belt in her backpack. It could fetch at least a few dozen silver coins. After leaving the Su family, Yu Xianga rushed to Liang Yuchuan's dressing room. Recently, the Liang family had also installed a revealing potion spray device, but like the Su family, it was a basic revealing potion. After all, the amount of potions used to spray the entire manor every day is staggering, so where would they get so many intermediate-level potions? Liang Yuchuan has been having a really tough time lately because she knows that modern technology can't fix her hand and she doesn't want to use a prosthetic. So she's been frantically searching for players, and she's even gotten many of her family's confidants to join the game. At the same time, she also suspected that it might be related to Liang Hui, otherwise why did Liang Hui also die on the day she lost her hand? Because of the Soros glasses, she naturally knew that the other party was also a player, but she never exposed it. However, after sending people to investigate everyone Liang Hui had recently met, they found nothing. Things didn't go well, and during the second closed beta test, she discovered that her game character was also missing a forearm. Liang Yuchuan's mental state has been extremely frightening lately, and apart from her family, almost no one dares to approach her. After stealing for over an hour, Liang Yuchuan also got his loot, gaining +1 to his physique. She immediately returned to her villa, drank a large cup of coffee, then cooked 3 large bowls of meat and vegetables and placed them in front of the cat bed. After patting the 3 cat heads inside, she left the villa and drove herself to the airport. Although she can teleport directly to the airport, she pretends she doesn't have this ability unless she's doing something bad, so that anyone who wants to track her whereabouts can find out. At the airport, she told Yu Qingshan and the others that she was going to Beijing. She found information about a player on the forum and decided to look for it. Yu Qingshan and the others believed it without a doubt. While waiting for her flight, she closed her eyes and mentally watched a video of the female necromancer refining basic potions. A cautious voice came from beside her. It was a young girl asking if she was Yu Xianga. Yu Xianga was stunned for a moment, and the faces of various enemies and fugitives from his past life flashed through his mind, but none of them matched up. The prolonged silence made the girl feel somewhat uneasy, thinking that she had upset Yu Xianga. She apologized. "I'm sorry I disturbed you. I'm sorry! I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. It's been too long since I heard from you." "Ah, are you a fan?" Something from so far away, such a pure and clumsy liking. Yu Xianga pulled down his mask, chatted with the girl for a few minutes, and even bought her a cup of coffee, but having witnessed all sorts of bizarre and divinely bestowed talents, she refused to sign an autograph. Even after boarding the plane, Yu Xianga was still thinking about this. Those troubles in the entertainment industry seemed like they happened hundreds of years ago. Even the fact that Lu Zhonglu sent her to a dead man's bed seems trivial now. She almost got tricked into sleeping with a foreigner by the siblings Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai. Although Su Yitong is also bad, she mostly uses her power to intimidate others, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics such as having others steal her resources, buying up all the available materials on the market before she knows what materials she urgently needs, or forcibly taking away her high-level mission items. Liang Yuchuan is ruthless. She hates people who would rather use their hands than their words. She doesn't mince words and doesn't mince words. For her, directly hurting the other person's body is much more effective than any psychological torture. Her motto in life is, "It's better to torture the body than the mind." The siblings from the Han family are both cunning and vicious. They may appear friendly and affectionate on the surface, but their methods are extremely despicable. They even once tried to contract someone to become their slave. They were all quite ill. Yu Xianhuan is a son-in-law who has married into 3 families. And I am the female protagonist of a tragic novel involving 3 families, right? She couldn't understand why these 3 women had so much free time to take their anger out on her instead of fighting amongst themselves. Not only them, but also the male protagonist's male friends. She suspected that Yu Xianhuan had done something in the middle, but there was no evidence. I can't remember the details of the book I saw on my deathbed, but even if I did, the contents would have been embellished. The book isn't important, her feelings are what matter most. The Han siblings must take good care of her. Yu Xiunga stood in City B and called Gun King, asking if he knew how to get to the secret passage in City B. Gun King. Go to XX Bank first, then go north for XX kilometers. There's a McDonald's there. Go in and tell them you want the Crazy Wednesday combo. If they say they don't have it, say you want a $2 ice cream cone, but don't want the cone. Tell them you want the ice cream in a cup, and they'll take you there. Yu Xiunga. Yu Xiunga. Why is it that in S City, you can enter the secret passage just by finding the back door of the bar? Gun King. Because you weren't actually in the dark market back then. Yu Xiunga clutched her brain in disbelief. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! She had already hired a hitman inside. And she still says it's not a black market? Gun King. Yeah, it was a coincidence that you met me back then. I just happened to go up to buy coffee. If you want to find the secret passage in S City, you have to go to XX Coffee Shop. Tell them you want a 2L cup of black coffee. If they say they don't have such a big cup, then tell them you brought beans. If they say you take out the beans, then give them a 1G gold bean and they will take you in. Yu Xiunga remained silent for a long time before sighing. People in the capital are still the most sincere. Gun King. Okay, I'll wait for your call. He hung up after saying that. Why are you even flirting? Yu Xiunga sneered. Who wants to call you? A few minutes later, Yu Xiunga squatted by the curb and called Gun King. She wanted to have a drink to ease her sorrows. Gun King. What's wrong? Didn't you get in? Yu Xiunga looked at McKen King across the street. Yeah, he led me to a door and then just stared at me. I'm sensible, of course I'm sensible. I took out a wad of cash and gave it to him, but he didn't want it and kicked me out. Gun King. They don't accept cash, they only accept gold, 2G. Yu Xiunga. Why didn't you say that just now? Gun King. Let me show you the sincerity of the capital. Yu Xiunga. Chapter 27 Sorrows, all gathered. After getting the information about the Han family, Yu Xiunga went straight to a massage parlor and ordered a 3-hour package. She took a nap while getting a massage, as she wasn't planning to sleep that night. I'm in a hurry, I need to finish this quickly so I can get back to my alchemy class. Today is July 3rd, and the third closed beta test will be on October 10th. She needs to improve her alchemy skills as much as possible. As expected of Master number 88, such a good number is only given to the truly strong. Yu Xiunga slept for 3 hours during the massage, but had the illusion that she had rested for a whole night. She glanced at the master and thought to herself that after the game invades, this person's massage skills might be digitized into a skill. Yu Xiunga didn't look for a hotel anymore. She could stay at the massage parlor for a fee. After confirming that there were no security cameras in the room, she booked the massage room and asked the staff to come and wake her up at 8 o'clock the next morning. After the shop assistant left, Yu Xiunga carefully checked again to make sure there were no cameras. She locked the room, casually placed her bag on the massage bed, went to the bathroom, used the illusion spell, and then teleported to a SF Express station not far from the entrance of the dark market. It's not a good habit for her to always have someone run errands to deliver goods to the crime scene. She doesn't like people figuring out her habits. She got hold of the courier's shipping schedule. Every day at this time, a delivery truck would stop at this station, unload the goods, and then continue on its way. The 7th station was the closest to the Han family's house, only 5 kilometers away. Although it was a bit troublesome, she had never been to the Han family before, so she couldn't use phantom teleportation and didn't have a clear image in her mind. She was afraid that she would crash into Han Qianshan. By taking a Real SF Express car, Yu Xiunga arrived at the Han family manor before dark, outside the manor. These days, a wife who doesn't live in a manor isn't qualified to be a live-in son-in-law, right? Yu Xiunga took a deep breath and, relying on his extensive experience in burglary, quickly located Han Qianshan. As for Han Qianhai, he was a relative of the male and female protagonists, just like herself. However, Han Qianhai's treatment was incomparable to that of herself. Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai were truly like brothers. Even if Han Qianshan later fell in love with Yu Xianhuan, she would not hurt Han Qianhai for Yu Xianhuan's sake. Yu Xianga must have been so envious in his past life. Today's mission is primarily Soros, not revenge. Using the potion as a guide, Yu Xianga walked straight into Han Qianshan's room and skillfully slipped inside. Damn, Han Qianshan's bed is solid, the bottom is made of wood. Yu Xianga sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed. It was fortunate that she had learned the illusion spell. She lowered her eyes and didn't look at Han Qianshan. People are sometimes amazing. They can be keenly aware of other people's gazes even in their sleep. As usual, he first used Gear of Fate to whet the appetite, lowering Han Qianshan's luck to 1, then used the insurance of knocking her unconscious to the ground, and then began drinking basic healing potions without regard to cost, using, I want this, and this, on Han Qianshan. Intelligence +1. Intelligence +1. Soros's top hat +1. Stop! She had indeed seen this hat in her past life. It turned out that this was the last piece of Soros's suit. No, this thing really is a standard accessory for female leads, right? She couldn't wait to examine Soros's top hat. Soros said top hat, 3/3, rank A. Even fortune tellers who can traverse the river of fate, well, I mean if their skills and items are rank A or below, cannot know your whereabouts. It must be worn to take effect. When she took out the Soros suit glasses and Soros suit mask and placed them together with the top hat. A black top hat, gold-rimmed glasses, and a silver mask gleamed softly before slowly transforming into a small, exquisite silver pocket watch. Soros's time, as you don't need to know who I am, where I am, or what I'm doing. I'm in a hurry. Skill 1, Disguise. You can disguise all your information if you want. Skill 2, Exploration. You can explore anything you want to know, as long as you want. Exploring detailed information consumes 10 mana points per second. You can turn on the energy saving mode to only display basic information about the character/item, which consumes 1 mana point per minute. Skill 3, Concealment. Passive. You will be unable to be divined by anyone or anything, and when someone attempts to divine your whereabouts, you will sense their presence. Soros is the strongest. Even if an SS level being comes, they can only see a fog. I'm talking about Soros. Set skill I'm in a hurry. After use, you will be teleported to the place within your line of sight, no more than 5 meters away, with a 10-second cooldown. A bumper harvest. Yu Xianga calmed her breathing and immediately activated the energy-saving detection mode. This time, she found that the players in her field of vision had a line of text composed of blue light above their heads, just like when playing the game, showing their names, levels, and percentages of health and mana. For example, above Han Qianshan's head is, Han Qianshan level 0 100%, 100%. Yu Xianga suppressed his excitement, and used his skills on Han Qianshan a few more times. Constitution +1. Let's get out of here. Then I went downstairs to Han Qianhai's room. The gears of fate are still cooling down. All I can do is give you a knockout plus God of Thieves combo. I was busy until dawn, and only managed to produce 2 points of physical improvement. When she left the Han family manor, her key data was as follows. Health points, 150 out of 150. Mana points, 300 out of 300. Strength 8. Constitution, 8 plus 3. Intelligence, 12 plus 2. Agility, 21. Luck 10 maximum value. Charm 10 maximum value. Her health points finally started to increase. Constitution is a comprehensive attribute that affects her vitality, defense, magic resistance, mental resistance, health regeneration speed, and so on. Her initial constitution was only 6. Previously, when her constitution increased, her health points did not change. However, when her constitution exceeded 10, for every 1 point of constitution she gained, her health points would increase by 50 points, and each level up would also increase her health points. But the increase value during level up is not fixed. People with higher constitution will have a higher constitution bonus when leveling up. The same applies to mana. Due to the increase in intelligence, mana has now reached 300. Yu Xuanga hung the pocket watch around her neck and hid it inside her underwear. If she could, she would have loved to put a small pocket with a combination lock on her underwear and lock the pocket watch inside. Although the disguise information still only needs to be placed in the bag to take effect, it must be worn to prevent divination. Moreover, it must be worn to use the item's skills. Soros's set skills are too useful, and she can't possibly not use them. Because she had hitchhiked all the way to the Han family, she had seen the maps along the way. Even though the Han family was more than 30 kilometers away from the massage parlor, she could still use phantom teleportation. With her current intelligence of 14 points, she could move 14 kilometers each time. After 3 phantom teleportations, Yu Xuanga returned to the massage parlor's restroom. Take a shower, change clothes, unlock the door, and go to bed to avoid sudden death. When the waiter came in at 8 o'clock to wake her up, she simply ordered another 3 hours and went out for lunch. She needs to think of what gift to leave for Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the slave formation she once carved on her back. Back then, it was Yu Xunhuan who arrived in time to save her, but now that her pig brain has been upgraded, she immediately realized something was wrong with her 2.0 version pig brain. Why didn't you come earlier or later? She finished drawing the formation and reciting the incantation before you finally arrived. I can't bear to do it. I simply can't bear to kill Han Qianshan with a single blow. Only after torturing him, and then killing him can he achieve his goal. Otherwise, there's always this feeling of emptiness, like going to a buffet after being starving for 10 days only to end up eating chicken and vegetable salad for the sake of health. Her enemy was killed with a single blow, and for the rest of her life, she would occasionally sit up in the middle of the night and slap herself. No, you just killed him like that! Chapter 28 Living Bodhisattva. Like how he treated Yu Xunhuan? Or perhaps we could get something illegal and put it on the Han siblings? But the Pomodoro technique didn't allow it. Yu Xuanga thought that since she was already here, she couldn't just sit idle. She felt itchy whenever she was idle, and she even wondered if she had contracted a disease. She had just gone to the dark market to ask a doctor, but the doctor at that shady clinic had no medical ethics and said that what she had was not a disease, but a cheapness. Yu Xuanga. What a sharp tongue! No wonder he can't be a proper doctor. But this is the only hospital here, and it offers a wide range of services. She kept 2 strands of hair, one after she used her disguise skills, and the other her own, so the doctor could test her DNA. While waiting for the results, she planned to look for the mutated items in City B that she had heard about in her previous life. 2 large items are out of the question. Items that can be mass-produced for battlefield use are also out of the question, and items that are extremely cherished by individuals are also out of the question. Ideally, the owner should be someone you have a grudge against. But he didn't remember it even after finishing a cup of coffee at the coffee shop, because any mutated item that becomes famous is either because it is powerful enough to change its owner's life, or because its owner suffers because of it. She didn't want to touch the former, and she really rarely touched the latter. The national order did not collapse. Although darkness existed everywhere, the people were united as a whole to resist the foreign race. Moreover, in times of chaos, harsh measures were used, and the force that destroyed the pet hospital later paid a heavy price. After thinking it over, I came up with the idea of one of the male protagonist's brothers, a man named Yidong. This person knew Yu Xunhuan before the game invasion. They were both game streamers and friends. After the 3rd closed beta test, he ran to S City to join the male protagonist, and during that time, he even pursued her. At that time, she didn't understand why a man who had nothing could feel so superior in front of her. There was no care or affection whatsoever, just empty words. After being rejected, the person felt ungrateful. Constantly saying, "I like you, be my girlfriend." In this situation isn't pursuit, it's harassment. Although Yu Xunhuan didn't speak up for him, he didn't stop him either. Looking back now, I guess it was because they were both gamers back then, so they looked down on ordinary people? Yidong's divinely bestowed talent is actually not strong, only an A grade. In a male and female protagonist team where S grades are everywhere, it is really not enough. Even his own A grade talent is stronger than Yidong's. However, Yudong possessed an item that mutated after being invaded by the game, allowing him to stay by the male protagonist's side. It was a small figurine that he had been playing with for many years. After the figurine mutated, it became his contracted pet. It could grow bigger to become a puppet or a soldier, and it could also activate skills. Its attributes were 80% of its owners, and it could even be resurrected after death. The best part is that, like the bound equipment and items, the contracted items cannot be stolen, even if the owner dies. She wasn't going to take Yudong's thing. Although Yudong was foolish, all he did was flirt with her, act rudely, look at her in a lewd way, and occasionally tell the male lead that she was too lenient with her sister. And when she and a few others went to lure the monster with the puppet protected everyone except her. The crime does not warrant death. Yu Xianga considers himself a very tolerant person. They will settle scores and avenge wrongs, but they won't go so far as to wipe out someone's entire family. So she went to Yudong's house, found the familiar little figurine, a little person dressed in flashy clothes holding a sword. She took out a dagger, cut off the little person's 2 little arms, shaved off the little person's hair, and then left Yudong's house with these odds and ends. As I passed by the alley entrance, I casually crushed the 2 cute little arms, the small sword, and the scalp, and scattered the ashes into the trash can. Why? Yu Xianga stood by the roadside, looking at the road and sighing. She's probably what people call a living bodhisattva. As night deepened, Yu Xianga, who had completely lost her sleep schedule, reappeared in Han Qianshan's room. It's already 2 a.m., and this person is still awake? Although Yu Xianga used the illusion spell, he felt it wasn't safe, so he quickly bought another bottle of invisibility potion. Then she watched as Han Qianshan smashed things. A little while later, Han Qianhai came in, and both of them looked terrible. Have you found out yet? No, only our attributes dropped. My top hat is gone too. It must be a thieving skill. I don't want to find out who this bastard is. I'm going to skin him alive. What if he comes back to steal it again? We don't even know if our attribute points will be able to recover. We've inquired with both the Yu and Li families, and nothing like this has happened. Yu Xianga felt pleased to see this. The more agitated these two became, the more it proved that he had done the right thing. When she heard the name Yu family, her heart skipped a beat. Could they be related to Yu Qingshan? However, it was none of her business. After her rebirth, she took the time to get a DNA test, and it turned out that she, Yu Qingshan, Yi Qiuhua, and Yu Xunhuan were truly a family. Her dream of being a real heiress was completely shattered. Yu Xianga simply stood in the corner and closed her eyes to rest. After Han Qianhai left, she waited for a while to make sure Han Qianshan was asleep before collapsing to the ground. After all, there's a difference between fainting in your sleep and fainting while fully awake. In the former case, you'll only wonder if you slept like a log, while in the latter case, you'll remember it when you wake up the next day. Because the tomato system doesn't allow it, she can only steal some attributes and equipment. Yu Xianga stayed in City B for a week and waited for the DNA results. The DNA of her disguised hair was only 99.5% similar to that of her own hair, which is basically the same as the DNA of 2 strangers. It seems that she will no longer need to wear a swimming cap when using the disguise skill in the future. During this time, Yu Xianga was not idle either. He had to go to the Han family every night, rain or shine. She vowed that from now on she would be a good person. No more trouble, no more causing trouble for others, and she would focus on her studies. Then, as soon as I arrived at the airport, I saw Yu Xunhuan waiting for me outside. Yu Xianga. Sometimes she really admired Yu Xunhuan's service attitude. No wonder he attracted 3 women to fight over him. She said yesterday at noon that she would be back tomorrow, but where is Yu Xunhuan? His face was covered in stubble, his eyes were tired but still shining, and he was carrying a cold McDonald's breakfast. The details are all signs that say, "Even though I don't know what time your flight is, I've been waiting for you at the airport since early." No, why didn't you just ask me what time I'd arrive? Chapter 29 Moving. Yu Xianga was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She was holding back yawns because she was really sleepy. Let's go home. I found someone who seems to be a player, but we haven't met. You might even know that person. On the way, she told him what she had found out. It's not good to ask about these things openly, and everyone is keeping it a secret. We didn't actually meet the person we met this time. We were all on guard against each other. Later, I changed my approach and asked if anything strange had happened. Then I found out something. Do you know a game streamer named Ishui Jidong? Has his gaming skills suddenly become really good lately? Yu Xunhuan's eyes lit up. Yes, we are good friends and have known each other for a long time. Not long ago, we talked about him in our game group, saying that it was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. Yu Xuanga. Well, later when that player talked to me, he also mentioned Yidong, saying that he suspected Yidong had some kind of voice-related skill. I watched his live stream replay, and every time he shouted something like "Stand up, hold on, I believe in you," his team would suddenly become very strong. Yu Xunhuan, what the heck? Yu Xuanga explained. I told you about divinely bestowed talents, right? Divinely bestowed talents are incredibly diverse. I can control a person's luck value for a short time, so other players might also be able to influence others with their voices. On the way home, Yu Xuanga left Yidong's matter to Yu Xunhuan, and then ignored it. Yu Xunhuan is still an ordinary person now, but this time, the ordinary person in front of Yidong has changed from himself to Yu Xunhuan. It remains to be seen whether he can turn Yidong from a friend into a good brother. Yu Xuanga didn't let Yu Xunhuan see her back to the small villa. She didn't like outsiders trespassing on her territory. She planned to sell the villa after a while and buy a small apartment where a dungeon entrance would appear. Whether you trade resources with the official server or keep them for farming, it's a good option. After having a meal at the Yu family's house, she declined Yu Xunhuan's offer to take her back to the villa and went home on her own. Then I began to study in seclusion. I can only say that I wasn't a top student before because I didn't choose the right major. For the next period of time, Yu Xuanga carefully and almost devoutly read through all the beginner and intermediate alchemy recipes. Each recipe was accompanied by a video of alchemy, and she tried her best to remember every move of the necromancer mentor. After she finished watching all 400 recipes, including beginner and intermediate ones, she started watching them a second time from the beginning. She noticed that the female undead mentor in the video would occasionally say a word or two explaining something. Yu Xuanga, teacher, you've aided the enemy. Perhaps in the eyes of true scholars, there is no difference between earthlings and races other than the undead. Just as goblins do not care about war and glory, but only about money and business, once their professional skills reach the legendary level, all they care about is the inheritance of their skills. She didn't dwell on it, instead, she cherished everything. Occasionally, when I'm stuck in a dead end, I'll cook a meal for the cats outside. Meow Meow and truly lives up to its name. Cats come and go, but none of them stay for long. A cat will stay for no more than 3 days. This villa area isn't without stray cats that reside there, but they only come occasionally for a meal and don't stay. Although Yu Xuanga likes cats, she has no intention of keeping one. She is too busy and has to go out to do things from time to time. Where would she find the time to keep a pet that needs to be taken care of all the time? This kind of relationship is quite good. She only needs to cook more meat dishes with less salt and seasonings when she practices her cooking skills every day and put them outside. She can pet and cuddle different cats, but she doesn't have to take responsibility. Open-ended cat ownership relationship. The food prepared for the cat, although made with the most common meats in the real world, has a beneficial effect after consumption. Some of it increases strength for a short time, while others increases movement speed. However, it tastes very good, and both the cat and Yu Xuanga like it. Although the skills learned from the other world are taught little by playing videos in your mind, it's still quite different from watching videos and following along yourself. After all, the former is directly projected into your mind, saving you reaction time and constantly reinforcing your memory. In just 6 months, Yu Xuanga went from someone who was not good at cooking to a master chef who was proficient in hundreds of recipes. Once you understand one thing, you understand everything. Now, even if she doesn't follow a recipe, the dishes she stir-fries by herself taste pretty good, they just don't have any special benefits. She hasn't eaten takeout in a long time because her own cooking is much better than what you buy outside. Moreover, some of the dishes have the effect of making you more focused no matter what you do. Even though the effect only lasts for a few minutes, she has found that her learning efficiency is higher during those few minutes. She can easily discover details in alchemy videos that she used to overlook. Yushunga simply spent half a day baking more than 1,000 cookies that could increase concentration, and learned while eating them. In August, Yushunga took some time to return to the company to formally terminate her contract and then issued a statement announcing her retirement from the entertainment industry. It's better for her to stay away from the public eye right now. What she told Yu Xuanhuan before about Yudong being found to be abnormal wasn't entirely untrue. You see, people in Yu Xuanhuan's game group are also discussing Yudong's changes, aren't they? To the average person, this change might be nothing more than gossip, but for gamers, it's something they can quickly relate to in the game. She suspected that Yudong's sudden move to S City to find Yu Xuanhuan in her past life was probably because he had been discovered and was looking for a friend he trusted to team up with. The news of Yu Xuanga's retirement from the entertainment industry caused a stir online for a few days. People dug up the fact that someone from her agency had died not long ago, and that her manager had also been involved, leading to speculation that she might have suffered some kind of harm. Yu Xuanga answered all the questions she could. It was one thing that she didn't care about these empty titles, but that didn't mean she was willing to bear a bad reputation for no reason and have people speculate about her doing something lewd. I'm fine, I haven't been hurt. I just feel tired and want to rest for a while and live the life I truly want. I didn't become rich overnight, nor did I marry into a wealthy family. I just calculated my savings, and it's enough for me to live on. Yes, the person selling the bag in the picture is me. I don't really like these things. I only sold them because of the requirements of my profession as a celebrity. Now that I've retired from the entertainment industry, I can naturally sell these things that I don't need anymore. If I were truly so short of money that I couldn't make a living, I wouldn't have left the entertainment industry. Thank you for your concern. The company is great, let's part ways amicably. I don't have a rich second-generation boyfriend, I don't plan to date or get married, I have no interest in spending other people's money, and my money is only enough for me to spend. Yu Xuanga spoke with self-righteousness, as if she wasn't the one who had recently robbed the Su family of their gold. Chapter 30 Retirement. Within 2 days, news about Yu Xuanga was overshadowed by other events. This is exactly what she wanted to see. Several colleagues she had worked with sent her messages asking if she had encountered any problems, and Yu Xuanga responded to each one. Of all the people she knew, the most anxious were Yu Qinshan and Ichiogwa. They thought that her previous statement about not having a good job was just temporary. After all, in the entertainment industry, sometimes you lose your job when you're not popular, but you can regain it when you're in the spotlight. But they didn't expect that Yu Xuanga would really retire from the industry. That very night, the two of them took Yu Xuanhuan to Yu Xuanga's villa. When they found that they couldn't enter by swiping their fingerprints, they exchanged an unhappy glance, but neither of them said anything. After entering the villa, they only cared about what she would do in the future. Yu Xuanga took the initiative to explain about the fingerprint lock. The investment I mentioned in the first half of the year was a villa in the suburbs that I bought based on a friend's advice. The location is a bit remote, and they said that the area was planned to be demolished, but there has been no news since. I don't have any money right now, so I plan to sell this villa to get some cash. Real estate agents have brought people to see it in the last few days. As you know, I'm actually quite frugal. The money I've earned over the years, plus the money from selling this villa, should be enough for me to live on for a while. Next, I want to focus on finding players and see if I can find a healer to help Xuanhuan. After these words were spoken, the expressions of Yu Xuanhuan and the other two softened. Yu Xuanhuan was even more pleased. He felt that his sister was very sensible when it came to important matters, since Yu Xuanga took his affairs so seriously. The group asked for the address of the villa, and Yu Xuanga didn't hide it. She either didn't tell anyone, or if she did, she wouldn't tell a low-level lie that would give others something to hold against her. The villa is indeed in a very remote location, almost right next to the sea. Yu Xuanhuan pondered for a moment and then said, "Although it's a bit remote, The people living in that area are all extraordinary. He had wanted a house there before, even the cheapest one cost more than 50 million. Although it was very shabby compared to the nearby manors, like a security booth, it was still conveniently located. Even if he would live in the Su family home after marrying Suitong, he still wanted to leave himself an out. Yu Xiunga also cooked a meal for the group, saying it was a cooking skill she learned in the game. In order to avoid eating the same dish as Yu Xiunhuan, she divided the rice, dishes and soup into 4 plates before bringing them out of the kitchen, 1 for each person, and no one was allowed to take food from others. After a series of deceptions, Yu Qingshan came with the intention of questioning Yu Xiunga, worried that he would end up as an unemployed bum and have to support him. He left with 500,000 yuan as pocket money. Ichilhua was also happy. Although she was always used as a pawn by Yu Qingshan because of her quick temper, she had learned Yu Qingshan's tricks over the years. She said, "We have been looking at houses for your brother recently. Although he is going to marry into the Su family, he needs to have his own home before marriage to feel secure. He can also relax occasionally, play games or something. Don't worry, we have prepared a room for you. You can come home to live anytime. There will always be a place for you at home, okay?" Yu Xiunga escorted the group to the car, maintaining a smile even after the car disappeared from sight. She only performed her smile disappearing technique after returning to the house and closing the door, and then threw away the tableware that Yu Xiunhuan and the others had used. Today she finally found an opportunity to lay the groundwork for the fact that she owns another villa, so that even if it is exposed in the future, it won't be considered a secret from Yu Xiunhuan. Investing, perhaps? I just don't know where Yu Xiunhuan will buy a house. I probably won't buy a house near the Su family's place. Otherwise, what's the point of having a house right under someone else's nose? After that day, every time Yu Xiunga put meat outside, she would tell the cats that she was moving and then tell them the address of her 50 million yuan villa. She didn't know if the cats could understand her. The villa was sold in mid-August. After all, it was a nearly new villa, and someone even moved in early to help absorb the formaldehyde. Although it was a bit out of the way, it was a villa, tastefully decorated, and you could move in right away. Moreover, property prices have been soaring recently, so the sooner you buy, the sooner you can enjoy it. That very day, they moved all their belongings to their large villa, and even the Miao Miaoan was moved there, placed in the backyard of the villa. Then she spent over 10 million to buy a small house in the city center. Yu Xiunga sighed. If it weren't for the entrance to the dungeon, she really wouldn't have been willing to spend the money. She didn't really care whether it was in the city center or not, she was allergic to crowds now. The villa had just been sold when Yu Qingshan came to her to borrow money. Yu Xiunga. Are you a dog? Your nose is so sensitive. They installed surveillance cameras in my house? Yu Xiunga asked directly. How did you know I moved? Your information network is too good. Yu Qingshan wasn't actually installing surveillance cameras. Seeing how many steps you've taken on WeChat these past 2 days, Dad knows you've been busy moving. Yu Xiunga slapped his thigh suddenly. Turn off WeChat's step counter immediately. She transferred 888 to Lao Deng. I'm busy looking for players, thanks for your concern, Dad. She reminded me of such a big loophole. Yu Qingshan. I give you 100,000 or 500,000 at a time, but you only give me 888 for pocket money? My daughter is getting more and more stingy. Yu Xiunga asked. Is there not enough money to buy a house for my brother? Then let's sell those 2 floors in the city center. Yu Qingshan. That's our Yu family's old house. How can we sell it? Yu Xiunga thought to herself. You're kidding me. We only moved in when I was 8 years old. How could it be an old house that's over 10 years old? Yu Qingshan talked about borrowing money for a while, and finally dragged Ichilhua into the conversation. Yu Xiunga then got straight to the point. I'm really panicking right now because I have no income. Besides, what if I meet someone who can cure my brother? How am I supposed to ask them for help if I don't have any money? The 2 old men were persuaded. Yu Qingshan originally intended to try his luck, even if it wasn't a sure thing. If not, so be it. The vase sold for a good amount of money, and with the family's savings, it should be enough to buy Yu Xuanhuan a nice house. It's just that Yu Xuanhuan wants a house near Yu Xuanga's big villa. After thinking for a moment, Yu Qinshan finally spoke up. Why don't you sell that villa you invested in before to your younger brother? Yu Xuanga. Sure, if you want it, 70 million it is. When she went to Hong Kong to sell antiques, she checked the vase that Yu Qinshan brought out of the secret room. It was worth at least 20 million. Add to that the more than 70 million she had given him over the years, and even if you deduct the 30 million or so for buying her a villa, it's still close to 50 million. Besides, hasn't that good-for-nothing Yu Xuanhuan made any money all these years? Yu Qinshan and Ichihua both have jobs. Haven't they made any money all these years? She would never believe that Yu Qinshan would give himself to Yu Xuanhuan without reservation. Yu Qinshan. The cheapest villa in that area is only 50 million, right? Didn't Sui Tong give you 20 million before? Yu Xuanga said sorrowfully. That was my sister-in-law's allowance. Wait. Dad, you don't mean I should just give the villa to my brother, do you? Yu Qinshan hurriedly said. No. How could Dad do such a thing? The best way to deal with a hypocrite is to tell them what they're thinking directly. Yu Qinshan quickly hung up the phone, somewhat regretting that he had offered too much of a sweet deal back then. He should have known better than to let Yu Xuanhuan buy Yu Xuanga a villa. Not only did they fail to leverage their profits and make a fortune, they also lost half of what they had earned from Yu Xuanga. How did I suddenly get it? But thinking that Yu Xuanga had told them about her amazing encounter immediately, Yu Qinshan could only sigh. It wasn't that his daughter had become enlightened, but that she loved money too much. After losing her income, she became more and more stingy every day. Chapter 31 Taking a Gamble. As August drew to a close, Yu Xuanga had watched the beginner and intermediate alchemy videos for the 7th time. On this day, she realized that she hadn't done anything. She had only watched alchemy videos for a few hours, yet her alchemy experience had increased. Although it only increased by 1 point every few hours, it was still an increase. Yu Xuanga began to refine the basic magic potion again. Then she realized that things were indeed different. Unlike before, when she meticulously followed the videos to concoct potions, she was now much freer when she was making potions. Yes, she was free. Sometimes she could even deviate from the steps in those videos. Although the potion she made was no different from the original version, she had a feeling that at this moment she had truly stepped into the door of alchemy. In the early morning, Yu Xuanga transformed into a goblin and crafted 3 gold coins before going to sleep. She hadn't been going to Sui Tong and Liang Yuchuan's house to steal items lately. She wondered if it was because her attribute values were getting lower and lower. She hadn't gotten anything even after a month of trying. She couldn't possibly spend every night under someone's bed, drinking medicine and stealing items. She didn't need to waste medicine like that, since basic healing potions were quite valuable in the early stages of the game. Yu Xuanga simply stopped her wool-gathering spree, got a good night's sleep, and restored her energy so she could continue studying efficiently the next day. But Yu Xuanga's good mood came to an abrupt end at the beginning of September. Because Yu Xuanhuan moved to the same villa area, only 2 kilometers away from her villa. Yu Qinshan and Ichihua even invited her to have a housewarming dinner at the new villa. Wow, this security booth is much bigger than hers. The house was completely bare, without any appliances, and the meals were ordered from a restaurant and delivered. Yu Xuanga looked delighted for her younger brother. Before Ichihua and Yu Qinshan could speak, she said, I'll take care of the home appliances. Is it just a little incentive? She wouldn't be willing to give Yu Xuanhuan anything in the game, not even Su Jinchuan's plain cloth belt, but millions? By next year, that price wouldn't even buy a single blue outfit. She'd get double back from Yu Xuanhuan sooner or later. She observed Yu Xuanhuan's condition and found nothing unusual. She couldn't be sure whether Yu Xuanhuan had been affected or not. However, Yu Xuanga did not deliberately avoid the dishes that Yu Xuanhuan had picked up. Although she would avoid them if she could, she would never let herself be exposed in such a small matter when she couldn't avoid sharing a dish with Yu Xuanhuan. Many things fail because of small details. In less than a week, Yu Xuanga hired a professional team to come to Yu Xuanhuan's villa to take measurements and select home appliances. She wouldn't show her face, because she was worried that her family members would conspire to make her buy the best and most expensive things. So, the best and most expensive villa will be yours? Yu Xiong'e replaced the best furniture and appliances in his villa with the best ones. He then moved the usable appliances and furniture to his small apartment, and sold off the rest that couldn't fit. She's spent most of her RMB, leaving her with a little over 1 million, enough for her until the game officially launches. She still has 800 million in her Hong Kong account. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Yu Qingshan was so rich. Yet he managed to fool her completely with just 5 million. After realizing that he would never be able to max out his advanced alchemy experience before the third closed beta test, Yu Xiong'e decided to stop pushing himself so hard. She plans to spend the 800 million Hong Kong dollars as much as possible in the near future. She doesn't need to worry about food, clothing, housing, or transportation. She also doesn't need to think about houses with dungeon entrances for the time being, as 2 entrances are already the limit of what she can protect. The dungeons can refresh at any time, but the rules faced by the alien races inside vary depending on their size. In smaller, low-level dungeons, low-level alien races can leave the dungeon and arrive on Earth as long as they survive for more than 24 hours. In more complex dungeons, the survival time requirement for alien races is longer, ranging from 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, or even several years before they can enter reality. The more powerful the alien race, the stricter the requirements for entering Earth. Many dungeon entrances were only exposed because they went undiscovered for a long time, allowing alien races to enter Earth. Gold? She still has 1,473 gold bars left, weighing over 10,000 gene. She can only wait until the next closed beta test to try and find the goblins in Blood Moon City, or at worst, she can only wait for the goblin merchant. It turns out that having too much money can also bring troubles. The profits from stockpiling various medicines or special raw materials are not great, and she does not intend to profit from the national crisis. After all, this is a war for the entire planet. She cannot be selfless, but she also cannot do something as unethical as dragging the country down. Since we can't hoard goods and sell them at a higher price, there's no point in making this little bit of money. We might as well go to a few more cities and sell gold bricks to goblins. After much deliberation, Yu Xiong'e decided to make another trip to Hong Kong. She wanted to buy weapons, ancient and well-maintained bows and crossbows, or the best firearms available on the market. If the game were to invade and cause any mutations, she would make a profit. 800 million Hong Kong dollars is less than 3,000 gene of gold. Even at an exchange rate of 180 G to 1 gold coin, 3,000 gene of gold is only a little over 8,000 gold coins, enough to buy famous bows and guns, at least dozens of them. In his past life, there was a legendary weapon that came from a weapon collector. After the game invaded, a knife that he would polish every day mutated into a top-tier weapon with 3 attributes. The equipment requirements were rare, only the attributes were required. Once the attributes met the requirements, the weapon could be equipped without any level requirements. He refused to sell even when a guild offered him 3,000 gold, which is already an astronomical price for a level 20 legendary weapon. The Su family had also wanted to buy it, but were refused. However, not long after, Yu Xiong'e saw the knife in Su Bei's hands. After telling the Yu family that he was going to Hong Kong to find players, Yu Xiong'e flew to Hong Kong that very night, found a broker, and asked him to keep an eye out for famous swords, bows, crossbows, and top-tier firearms. She even used her pocket watch to examine the other party to confirm that the broker was an ordinary broker, not one with divine talent. If 800 million were used to buy raw materials such as herbs, cloth, and fur, it would pile up to the point that she would have to buy a special warehouse to store them. However, it could be exchanged for weapons and top-of-the-line firearms with historical or storied value that are linked to antiques. Spending 800 million is like spending 8,000. She bought 3 famous bows and 5 crossbows, spending a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. After news spread that a major customer who collects bows and crossbows had come to the port city, Yu Xiong'e stayed for another week and gradually collected another 15 bows and 21 crossbows. In the end, A total of 500 million Hong Kong dollars was spent to buy 21 bows and 27 crossbows. Perhaps due to her exceptional luck, she also managed to purchase 2 meteorite pistols, which were the weapons she had been most looking forward to. Although she had never heard of pistols that mutated into top-tier weapons in her previous life, she couldn't possibly know everything, and smart people always keep good things to themselves. Furthermore, many weapons have level requirements after mutation, and leveling up in this game is slow, so you might not be able to use the mutated weapon immediately, and it's possible that it won't be discovered by others. Chapter 32 Meteorite Desert Eagle. The real meteorite pistol was made by an American gun factory using a meteorite estimated to be 4.5 billion years old. There are only 2 in the world, and they cost as much as $4 million. Many wealthy people want to buy them but can't, because they were donated to American museums after they were made. But where there's demand, there will be people willing to do it. Meteorites, however rare, are not non-existent. Through a broker, Yushiunga bought a meteorite pistol that he had commissioned to be made at a high price years ago from a wealthy businessman. The pistol cost 60 million yuan, and he didn't haggle over the price. This was because he was obsessed with firearms back then, and had spent a lot of time and energy just buying meteorites. Meteorites are much more expensive than gold. Not only that, he also wanted to find professional craftsmen to customize it, because what he wanted was not a model, but a real, usable gun just like the original meteorite pistol. Not to mention that he customized it to be his favorite Desert Eagle, and made with the most impressive ballistic performance and lethality in .50 AE caliber ammunition. The only drawback is the small magazine capacity. Each magazine only holds 7 bullets. When rich people sell, they are always a little reluctant, as if they might change their minds at any moment. They don't even understand why they suddenly want to sell. He demanded that Yushiunga buy both of them together, because they were a pair. A priceless treasure is hard to come by, and even though the price far exceeded its intrinsic value, Yushiunga paid without hesitation. The meteorite Desert Eagle was entirely gray-silver, and the unique texture of the meteorite combined with the rugged appearance of the Desert Eagle made Yushiunga fall in love with it at first sight. Most importantly, she had this bullet in her engineering recipe. After carrying the suitcase back to the hotel, he immediately put it into the magician's dentures. Although the man emphasized that the meteorite radiation was very weak, Yushiunga's mind was filled with the wealthy businessman's bald head. She studied engineering, so even if she probably couldn't reach the advanced level before the 3rd closed beta, she still had no problem repairing firearms. Yushiunga spent 620 million on crossbows and guns alone. After being introduced by someone, she spent nearly 2 million to have 10,000 arrows of different models, 50,000 crossbow bolts of different models, and 7,000 bullets compatible with Desert Eagle. If there are too many people, we won't do it. With her last 100 million, she bought some swords and shields. Apart from the Meteor Desert Eagle, she had a total of 60 weapons, and she customized 60 identical weapon cases, stacking them in her backpack. If even a few of these 60 weapons mutate, she'll have made a profit. Even purple weapons might not fetch a price of 3,000 gold, since these items are tiered. The price difference between a level 10 legendary weapon and a level 20 legendary weapon can be several times. However, these items are often in short supply. Even if you can afford the price, the seller might not be willing to sell. Although Yushiunga spent most of September in Hong Kong, she didn't neglect her alchemy. She handed over the trivial matters to the broker, and only needed to review the information he submitted after summarizing it. Then she would go and look at the weapons, and if she liked them, she would pay and complete the formalities. Each time he got his hands on a weapon, he would drive it around for a bit, and when he came back, the weapon was gone. The broker was sensible and never bothered with anything else. She used hoarding weapons as a way to relax her mind, and her alchemy skills improved even faster, from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. every day. But it still couldn't make it to the 3rd closed beta test. Speaking of closed beta testing, the 3rd closed beta test was on October 10th, and Su Yitong and Yu Xianhuan held their wedding on October 18th. She was also impressed, saying that they were indeed the male and female leads. They got engaged a few days before the 2nd closed beta test and got married after the 3rd closed beta test ended. The game is a witness to your happiness, right? Yu Xiunga was determined to make Yu Xiunhuan miss the third closed beta test as well. On October 1st, Yu Xiunga rushed back to S City. The first thing I did was to give Meow Meow Hostel an extra meal. She's been away these past few days and can't cook, so I put a self-feeder next to her cat bed. Although it's not as tasty as the food I make, it's still high-quality cat food. After placing the meat soup she made for the cats on the ground, she sat on the steps in the backyard and watched a calico cat and a tabby cat fight over food. Although she hadn't seen the cat bring her anything back after all this time, she gradually came to regard entertaining the cat as a way to relieve stress. Often, when she was thinking, she would look at the strange cat while she was thinking. Yu Xiunhuan has now moved into the villa area, where strangers cannot enter or leave at all. Sui Tong has encrypted Yu Xiunhuan's phone, and the method used during the second internal test is no longer effective. Not many people knew that Yu Xiunhuan had moved. Even though his good friend Yidong had moved to S City, Yu Xiunhuan only lent Yidong his small apartment, which he used for work, and didn't bring Yidong back to the Yu family like he did in his previous life. So he couldn't easily shift the blame onto others. After much thought, Yu Xiunga decided to create an alibi for herself during those few days. After all, she could use apparition, a basic mana potion could restore 60 mana, and the unfinished coffee could restore 500 mana. In addition, with her mana value increasing to 200 as her intelligence increases, she can go anywhere as long as she can hold on. Of course, this is only in theory. She is still unsure whether her body and mind can withstand it. On the evening of the 4th, she went to the Yu family villa, which was supposed to be Yu Xiunhuan's villa, but Yu Qinshan and Yi Qiugua had both moved in. She mentioned wanting to visit Jiangcheng recently, and the others were used to her traveling all over the world lately. However, Yu Xiunga wasn't mainly there to talk about that. She said seriously, I found out the dates for the first closed beta test, February 2nd. The second closed beta test was on June 6th. Several other players and I suspect that if there's a third closed beta test, the dates will likely be similarly unusual. We haven't heard of any closed beta test on September 9th, but then October 10th, November 11th, and so on. These special dates could mean a closed beta test at any time. You need to keep your phone on 24/7 during these special days, understand? Yu Xiunhuan was deeply moved. For the first time, he felt a slight sibling affection for Yu Xiunga. Not to mention Yu Xiunhuan, Yu Qinshan and Yi Qiugua were no less so. Their daughters might be stingy, but when it came to important matters, they were truly generous. Yu Xiunhuan nodded solemnly. I understand. He held Yu Xiunga's hand and said sincerely, Thank you. Sui Tong didn't tell him anything. He didn't believe that the Su family, with its great power, couldn't collect this information. But Yu Xiunga came to give him special instructions after receiving the news. Yu Xiunga patted Yu Xiunhuan's hand. Now that our whole family has become players, you'll have more confidence in the Su family. Remember, don't have any wishful thinking. There's only one day a month like this, so don't be lazy and don't be mushy. I'm leaving. Yu Xiunhuan escorted Yu Xiunga all the way back to her villa before leaving. Chapter 33 Third Closed Beta Test. As soon as the person left, Yu Xiunga turned on all the humidifiers in her room that contained manifestation potions. She not only added high-grade manifestation potions but also ensured that the amount of potion inside was enough for the humidifiers to work for a week. Only then did she drive away from S City, heading towards Jiang City, which was 4,000 kilometers away from S City. She avoided highways whenever possible and took side roads whenever possible. The main reason was that if she took the highway all the way there, the location where the phantom teleportation would be on the highway. What if she was hit by a car as soon as she landed? She was afraid that she would die with her eyes open in disbelief. She treated it like exploring a map. By going through it now, she could teleport to many more places later. Fortunately, she has traveled extensively for acting over the years and has visited most of the cities. Yu Xiunga couldn't keep going halfway through the drive. Not only did she put on the white belt that gave her +1 physique from Su Jinxian, she also had to stop every now and then to cook herself a meal to restore her energy. She finally arrived in Jiangcheng on the morning of the 9th. Without paying attention to anything else, she found a hotel, took a good shower, and got a good night's sleep. At 7 a.m. on the 10th, Yuxiunga made a video call to Ichiogwa, showed Ichiogwa and Yu Qin-shan the scenery of Jiangqing, asked them if they wanted any local specialties of Jiangqing, and instructed the two of them to make sure their younger brother guarded the phone today, and that they should also guard it. Then they chatted for about 10 minutes before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Yuxiunga began to teleport towards the Phantom in S City. With an intelligence level of 14, she can only move a maximum of 14 kilometers at a time. Since this distance of over 4,000 kilometers is not high speed and is not the shortest distance, she conservatively estimates that she will need to move 300 times, while maintaining the illusion spell state throughout. After 50 phantom teleportations, Yuxiunga felt a little dizzy. After 100 phantom teleportations, Yuxiunga felt a little nauseous. She stopped to drink some coffee to replenish her mana, and then ate some food that could boost her mental strength. 120 times. 150 times. After 200 times, Yuxiunga lay on the ground and vomited for a long time. It was not yet 8 o'clock, but Yuxiunga felt no relief. Instead, she felt a chill in her heart. She had left home so far in advance, even taking her rest time into account, but an accident still happened. It was as if an invisible force was preventing her from returning to S City smoothly. Especially after she was halfway there, her phantom teleportation would always deviate slightly. Even though a single phantom teleportation could cover a straight distance of 14 kilometers, she would always veer to the left and then to the left again, like she was in a maze. Yu Xuanga gritted his teeth and continued. Yu Xuanhuan has good fortune, but she is now extremely lucky. She'll crawl back to S City today, no matter what. She didn't even have time to stop Yu Xuanhuan from entering the game, so she just killed him. After 300 phantom teleportations, she was still more than 500 kilometers away from City S. Yu Xuanga suddenly coughed up blood. A weak status has been added next to the character's status. Her attributes will be reduced by 20% over the next 24 hours. Okay. Yu Xuanga shoveled the blood from the ground into a bag and put it into his backpack. He then swallowed the blood in his mouth while drinking coffee to replenish his magic power. 9 o'clock. There's still time. 10:07. Once Yu Xuanga entered the area of S City, she replenished her magic power, ready to knock Yu Xuanhuan unconscious the moment she entered his villa. 10:10. With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, Yu Xuanga moved to Yu Xuanhuan's room. The room was completely empty. Yu Xuanga's eyes were filled with rage. But the angrier she gets, the more urgent the situation, the calmer she becomes. Even though her whole body and mind were filled with fear, trepidation, and regret, her mind and heart remained calm. She took out her phone and used her mobile data to download The Tribulations of All Races, The Rift of Fear. Yes, Yu Xuanhuan wouldn't want anyone to know about his divinely bestowed talent, not even his parents. So where will it be? The Yu family? At 10:11, Yu Xuanga, who was in stealth mode, appeared in Yu Xuanhuan's room at the Yu family home. Nobody here? Yu Xuanhuan's apartment? No, Yi Dong is there, so it's even less likely. So, Yu Xuanga walked out of the room, went to the Yu family study, drank the potion of ethereal power, and passed through the wall. In the secret room of the Yu family, Yu Xuanhuan was sitting on a wooden box, looking at his phone with a look of wild joy on his face. Yu Xuanga walked over, and just then, he saw the moon rushing towards the screen. At this moment, Yu Xuanga's soul was screaming madly. Kill him now, or he will soar to the heavens! But the next second, she was surprised by her own calm greed and madness. She thought that perhaps all the things she had said to herself back then were just excuses. What about not letting him have it too easy? What about an eye for an eye? None of that. Perhaps from the moment she drew the God of Thieves card, no, even in her past life, she had been coveting Yu Xuanhuan's divinely bestowed talent. Even though he didn't tell anyone about all his divinely bestowed skills, they were divinely bestowed talents that would make the three great families fight over them, talents that would make the three prodigies and the three powerful families willing to put aside their pride and coexist peacefully for his sake. She didn't believe that Yu Xuanhuan was so charming that three top-tier rich and beautiful women would forget their dignity and pride to share him. She used the Gear of Fate on Yu Xuanhuan almost instantly, changing his luck value. Then she left her shadow, merging it into Yu Xuanhuan's shadow. After that, she walked out of the secret room and returned to her bedroom. Separated by a wall, she opened her own game. At the same time, through the perspective of the shadow, she saw Yu Xuanhuan's game interface and his divinely bestowed talent, God of Cookery, SS level. She felt as if her mind had been split in two, one side as calm as ice, the other screaming with fear, madness, and greed. Yu Xuanhuan's miniature figure appeared in Silvermoon City, the main city of the Blood Elves. Yu Xuanga logged into his game, used the disguise skill to impersonate a Blood Elf, and then walked through the city gate with wanted posters posted on it. One of the posters was for an undead and the other for a goblin, and they both looked familiar. She used teleportation to send her game character to Silvermoon City. The third closed beta test has started, and the number of people logging in is 10,000 times that of the previous tests. The city is extremely lively, almost packed with people. If it weren't for the fact that the alien forces are still unable to be deployed, it is estimated that these main cities would not be able to accommodate so many people. Yu Xuanhuan's miniature figure stood in the vast city, curiously looking around. He passed by inns, herbal shops, and weapon shops. He passed by the statue of the Elf King. Yu Xuanga followed in his footsteps, passing by identical inns and shops, and then by identical statues of the Elf King. She brushed past Yu Xuanhuan, and used her probe ability on the little blood elf with long silver hair. Character, seeking pleasure. Divinely bestowed talent? The next second, she used her skill without hesitation. She wants to steal Yu Xuanhuan's divinely bestowed talent. Between the name of the God of Thieves, you attempt to steal the elf player's talent for seeking pleasure. Theft successful target's divine talent level detected is too high. Theft interrupted. Yu Xuanga walked towards the city gate, and at the same time opened his task panel. The second skill in the Thief God's skill, the Thief God's Thief, also the Thief of a Robber, has turned into an unusable dark gray. Below Immortal, a new divinely bestowed talent, God of Food SS rank, incomplete, has been added. After unfolding, there are 5 skills, but only 2 are currently active. She stole 3 skills from the Lord of the Undead City at once, but only managed to steal 2 from Yu Xuanhuan, whose luck was 1. Without carefully reading the skill description, she left the city, found the cemetery closest to Silvermoon City, and then used all the explosives in her inventory, throwing them at her character's feet. A few seconds later, the screen went dark. You have died. Chapter 34, The God of Cookery, SS. Stealing. The next second, the screen lit up, and the blood elf in ghost form appeared in the graveyard. Just a step away, on the ground, lay her own mangled corpse. She walked over, and the screen displayed. Resurrected in weakness. She clicked to confirm. Then the character becomes real, and the word weak next to the name changes to severely weak, followed by a countdown, 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. All her attribute values are only 40% of what they were before. Yu Xuanga once again entered Silvermoon City. Through the shadows, one could see that Yu Xuanhuan was accepting a mission, and the first mission was a series of high-level quests. A few minutes later, Yu Xuanga found Yu Xuanhuan again by referring to the buildings on the screen. Between the name of the God of Thieves, you attempt to steal the elf player's talent for seeking pleasure. Theft successful target's divine talent level detected is too high. Theft interrupted. Yu Xuanga glanced at the time, 10:57. It was too late, and she was already severely weakened. If she died again, who knew what would happen? She didn't want to gamble. She didn't want to die for her greed. Even though the game character's status hadn't yet been reflected in her body, after hundreds of phantom teleportations, she was already on the verge of physical and mental collapse. Yu Xuanga manipulated the little man to walk into the goblin area. It's really hard to find a rich goblin. She went to more than a dozen goblins, exchanging a little bit with one and a little bit with another, slowly accumulating wealth. It took her some time to finally get 10,000 gold. At this point, she only had 5 minutes left to keep her disguise in place. Yu Xiunga immediately found the nearest city gate and ran out, but considering her current weak state, she did not dare to run too far. Instead, she stood by the city wall between the two city gates. Then I went offline. She closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a feeling of extreme weakness, but she paid no attention, not even glancing at the package, pocket watch, and dentures on the ground. Instead, they immediately opened their character panel. Character, Yu Xiunga, level 0, 0.001%. Severely weak, 47 hours 45 minutes and 39 seconds. Divine Gift, God of Thieves, S rank. Divine Gift, Immortal, SS rank, incomplete. Divine Gift, God of Cookery, SS rank, incomplete. Divine Gift, Sharpshooter, rank A. Race, human. Racial trait, undead will, feeding. Health points, 60 out of 150. Mana points, 80 out of 200. Strength, 83.2. Constitution, 11.4.4. Intelligence, 14.5.6. Agility, 21.8.4. Luck 10 maximum value. Charm 10 maximum value. With trembling hands, she clicked on the God of Cookery. God of Cookery, SS level. Even a god is nothing more than an ingredient in your hands. Skill 1. What is it called? God of Cookery. All the dishes you make have a 20% chance of triggering a critical hit when the score is higher than 80. For every 1 point increase in score, the chance of triggering a critical hit when others eat the dish also increases by 1%. After triggering a critical hit, the effect of eating the dish is doubled. If it is your own recipe, as long as the score is higher than 80, the effect of eating the dish will definitely be doubled. As the creator of the food, the effect of eating all the food you cook will be 3 times the original. Skill 2. Who is Hannibal? When you cook any target into 38 different dishes, and each dish scores above 90 points, and you eat all 38 dishes by yourself, you will randomly learn one of his skills from his previous life. This can only be triggered once per target. Skill 3. That's right. I am a master chef. The food you cook is a delicacy. Food that is entirely made by you and has a rating of 95 or higher has a 20% chance of randomly increasing an attribute value by 1 point after consumption. This can only be triggered once per target per day. Skill 4. Hey? Friend, look, here is a pot. The God of Cookery will not get bad reviews. Mark someone who trusts you and transfer all the diner's negative emotions towards you to the marked target. Skill 5. You want to get something for free? Passive. No one can enjoy the God of Cookery's dishes for free. If a diner does not pay for the dish before or after eating it without explicitly offering to treat him, then for a period of time, his luck will be used by you until that damn diner pays the damn bill. 5 skills, just like the Undead City Lord's Immortal skill. Skills 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all lit up. Only skill 5 is dark gray. Only then did Yu Xiunga feel alive again, as if she had been trapped underwater, unable to breathe or move. At this moment, she finally broke free and rushed to the surface. And she finally understood why Yu Xiunhuan treated her that way in her past life, why he tried so hard to win her trust, and why his women and brothers were so hostile towards her. I see. I see. Very well, Yu Sun Huan. But she did not forgive or let go of the past. Yes, those people bullied, trampled on, and schemed against her because Yu Xiunhuan diverted their negative emotions towards him, but weren't they themselves the ones who put their malice into action? She will not forgive anyone who hurt her in her past life for any reason. Everyone can betray her, but she cannot betray herself, nor can she betray the suffering she has endured. Yu Xiunga trembled as she drank the blood vial, but her health remained at 40. It was estimated that her maximum health would only be 40% of what it was before the countdown ended. But right now she just feels refreshed and invigorated. She feels like she's in better shape than ever before. She put on the necklace that reduced cooling time and crawled under the bed to rest. She was too tired. But she didn't dare to fall asleep. Instead, she closed her eyes to rest and kept observing what Yu Xiunhuan was doing through his shadow. She had just seen Yu Xiunhuan's original luck value, which was the same as her own now, at 10. Although he was momentarily distracted by his god of thieves' talent, and didn't pay attention to his divinely bestowed talent, he remembered his skill 5. Want to get something for free? So he used the remaining money to buy a large amount of ingredients, and started cooking. He only cooked low-level recipes. He was new to cooking and wasn't worried about becoming a culinary god. Most of the food he made didn't even pass the test. He would place the cooked food directly on the ground, allowing passers-by and players to eat it as they pleased. At first, his luck was just average, but as more and more people ate his food, he seemed to have a cheat code activated. He completed a quest in less than 2 hours and obtained 3 gold, and a small green item. He learned cooking, and not long after, he found a money bag in the city sewers containing over 300 gold. He used these gold coins to learn jewel crafting and alchemy. Yu Xiongge watched as Yu Xuanhuan absorbed the luck of others, thus negating the luck value that he had altered. Chapter 35 Let the World Have More Love. 1616. Cooling complete. Yu Xiongge immediately opened his game. There are only 54 minutes left until the end of the third closed beta test. After logging in, Yu Xiongge first disguised herself as a goblin, then returned to the city. After learning all the special dishes of Silvermoon City in the restaurant, she teleported herself to Blood Moon City, where she had stayed before. She then found a rich goblin and, after much persuasion, managed to exchange 10,000 gold. She checked the time and realized she still had enough, so she spent some more time exchanging 800 gold from several other poor goblins. At this point, she had 20,800 gold from the 2 elven capital cities, plus 378 gold accumulated from making 3 gold items every day from June 7th to October 10th. After deducting the money for teleportation and learning recipes, she still had 21,108 gold, and 1,084 gold bricks from the Su family. After spending money to learn the signature recipes of the Blood Moon City restaurant, she returned to the Undead City where she first learned alchemy. She walked into the alchemy shop, saw the busy figure behind the crucible and test tubes, and went over to him, typing, "Teacher," into the input box. The undead female mentor continued her work, but suddenly issued her a task. Alchemist Hedgehog asked you to make 10 basic potions and 10 intermediate potions. She didn't say whether she wanted 10 identical portions, but Yu Xiongge understood that she was testing him. But in this game, all you see is the walking progress bar, so you can't tell from that. After a moment's thought, she submitted the 20 different kinds of potions that she felt were the best she had made recently. "Teacher, these are my recent achievements." On the screen, the female necromancer stopped shaking the test tube and accepted the potion from Yu Xiongge. A few minutes later, the task was marked as complete. The reward for the quest is a book, Hufflepuff's Alchemy Notebook. Hufflepuff's Alchemy Notes. Rank A. The notes of the alchemy master Hufflepuff record her insights and reflections during her journey from advanced alchemist to master alchemist. You won't glean recipes from them, but perhaps you'll gain something far more valuable. Their alchemical innovations are all for glory, but I'm different. I just want to earn more money to buy wine, so my potions are the most special, and potions bearing my name always sell the best. After all this time, they still don't understand that working for love is a dead end. Hufflepuff. After silently reading the item's description, Yu Xiongge took out 2,000 gold coins and handed them to Hufflepuff. "I probably won't be able to come back again." Before the message was even sent, Hufflepuff had already taken the 2,000 gold coins. Yu Xiongge. The next second, Hufflepuff tossed him a dark green cloth bag. Hufflepuff's potions, 0/8, S-rank Hufflepuff always receives the same number of orders. This is a small gadget that Hufflepuff uses to store the potions for those orders. The maximum stack size is 999. The biggest surprise isn't just that it has a stack count of 999, but that it's an item that doesn't take up inventory space. Immediately following, a pop-up window appears asking, "Bind?" Yu Xiongge was overjoyed and immediately clicked, "Yes." This time she learned her lesson. She typed, "Teacher, this is just to buy you some wine. You don't need to give me anything else. I really enjoy alchemy." After sending the message, she generously took out another 1,000 gold coins and gave them to Hufflepuff. Seeing that Hedgehog didn't really intend to give her anything, Yushiyunga smiled, turned around, and left. She still had to hurry to the auction house. In a few days, it will be Sui Tong and Yu Xiunhuan's wedding. After all, family members are different from guests. You can give money when you get engaged, but it's best to give a gift when you get married. Moreover, Sui Tong had given her 20 million last time, so she couldn't appear stingy. She didn't feel aggrieved at all. She had taken so many attribute points, A-grade items, and an ear from Sui Tong, yet Sui Tong didn't even know who her enemy was and was still giving her money to spend. Considering that Yu Xiunhuan's divine talent was basically 80% ruined, all her grievances vanished. It's hard to move Sui Tong with real-world gifts, but she's unwilling to give her truly good items from the game. But she had an idea. The pleasant little devil's soft couch. It's a D-grade item, but it's actually completely useless. It's just a mattress, and it only costs 20 gold. Bought it. Perfect as a wedding gift for Yu Xiunhuan. Binding stone, grade A. After use, it can bind a piece of equipment/item to your soul. It cannot be lost or stolen by anyone, not even the god of thieves. When your soul dissipates, it will also turn to ashes and return to the embrace of the void. Yu Xiunga, are you targeting me? But others need it, and I need it too. Yu Xiunga bought 50 of them at 100 gold each. He spent 5,000 gold coins without batting an eye. Then Yu Xiunga started buying cooking recipes. She bought all the recipes that were available at the auction house that she hadn't learned. I was worried about buying duplicates, so I bought one and she learned it one by one. All of this is preparation for her god of cookery talent. Even if low-level recipes are not very useful, the more she learns, the more helpful it will be for her to create her own recipes in the future. Once you've mastered the god of cookery talent, you'll have the sharpshooter talent. Explosive arrow. Tier B fires an explosive arrow that explodes upon hitting the target, dealing damage to the target and enemies within a 2-meter radius. Each use consumes 100 mana and has no cooldown. Push shot. Rank C. Your fired weapon generates an energy wave that knocks back enemies. Each use consumes 30 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. Soul resistance. Passive. S permanently provides a soul-level defense, granting immunity to mind control skills and reducing damage from mental attacks by 30%. One is an area of effect attacker, one is a knockback attacker, and one is immune to mind control. Originally, after buying group attack, knockback, and control items, Yu Xiunga wanted to buy another attack method, but unexpectedly saw soul resistance. Even though it costs as much as 12,000 yuan, even more expensive than the Phantom Shift, Yu Xiunga bought it without hesitation. What she wants is high-end skills. Explosive arrow costs 450 gold, push shot costs 130 gold, plus the 3,000 gold I gave to Mentor Hedgehog, the 5,000 gold I spent on the binding stone, the 20 gold I spent on the bed, and the 485 gold I spent on purchasing and learning recipes. She now only has 23 gold coins left. Yu Xiunga was completely satisfied. This is how you spend money. Yu Xiunga passed by a herbal shop, spent his last 23 gold coins on the herbs needed for the high-level manifestation potion, and then left the city of the dead. Then she logged off, and also removed the shadow from the treasure room. It was only 1703 at this time. Chapter 36. The Sweet Taste of Revenge. Yu Xiunga put away all her equipment, and then ate a chocolate puff she had cooked herself. It was a very simple F-level dish. She discovered that since she acquired the talent of the god of cookery, there was now a rating after the food's rating, which was probably a unique evaluation system of the god of cookery. Chocolate puff, F rank, 64 points restores a total of 30 health points within 5 seconds. If you spend 10 seconds tasting it, you will be fully fed and gain 3 points of constitution for 5 minutes. A very simple, low-end dessert. However, under the god of food talent, the effect of eating is directly multiplied by 3, and her physique increased by 9 after eating this cream puff. The original constitution was 11.4.4. That section now reads as Constitution, 28. Although her blood volume did not increase, she instantly felt less weak, and she drank another glass of milk that could boost her mental energy. It's a bit of a shame that it only tripled. It seems that after triggering the God of Cookery's buff, the effect of God of Cookery's saliva bag can no longer be triggered. However, this thing is a pretty good cover. 2 minutes later, Yu Xianga disappeared from the Yu family home. After several phantom teleportations, she returned to her villa. Then, she didn't rush to contact Yu Xuanhuan and the others. Anyway, after the closed beta, everyone's phone will turn to ash and disappear after connecting to the SIM card, and there will be a period of time when you will be out of contact. Yu Xianga locked the door, and had a good night's sleep. After the cooldown of her disguise skill ended again, she disguised herself as an elderly person, then teleported to the airport restroom. After finding a flight to Xinjiang, she took a quick look around the restroom. After using the disappearance charm to become invisible, she entered the pet oxygen chamber of the plane, went to the innermost part, used Animagus to transform into a little kitten, found a gap to hide in, and finally rested. The first thing she did was bind the Soros pocket watch with a binding stone. Only then did she feel at ease to lie down. The plane made a stopover midway through the flight. We took off at 17:45 and arrived in Xinjiang at 9 o'clock the next morning. After landing, she returned to her hotel, then went out through the main entrance to a nearby mobile phone store to buy a replacement SIM card. After buying a new phone, the first thing I did after turning it on and logging in was to ask Yu Xuanhuan in the group if he had succeeded yesterday. Yu Xuanhuan has not yet appeared online. Only Yu Qinshan and Ichioba were in the group. After exchanging a few words, Yu Xianga made a video call to them, asking if they had played any games yesterday. Yu Qinshan and Ichioba were beaming, nodding repeatedly as they spoke to Yu Xianga on the phone, praising her for being thoughtful and for remembering her parents. Yu Xianga felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. How good she had been to them in her past life. Had she ever received a kind word in return? No. She admits that she can't give her all to anyone, not even her own parents and siblings, but whenever she receives something good, she always thinks of them. She gives them everything she can. She gave them the equipment that could be sold for money to exchange for resources, because they said they needed it. She gave them pets that could increase their combat power, because they said they were afraid to go out into battle without anyone to protect them. They helped Sui Tong knock herself unconscious because she wanted a high-level quest item that was priceless outside. Knowing full well that her uncle Liang Yuchuan's divine talent was the ability to absorb his bed partners, she still persuaded herself to marry him. Yu Xianga wiped her reddened eyes and smiled at the people on the screen, saying, "Okay, it's good that you're all doing well." Yu Qinshan and Ichioba hung up the phone satisfied, seeing that their daughter was moved by their sweet words. "I'm glad you're satisfied." Yu Xianga sniffed and smiled, then began to eat the mutton in front of her with gusto. She felt that this was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten since her rebirth. "Where is Yu Xuanhuan? He was so tired last night that he fell asleep after throwing a tantrum and breaking things. Even if the God of Thieves is incredibly powerful, he can't compete with the fact that the owner of this thing is thinking about it all the time." Almost immediately after the closed beta ended, Yu Xuanhuan began to relentlessly try to summon his divinely bestowed talent. Then I exhaled. Good heavens! Only one of the 5 shiny skills is left. The 4 most important ones are all grayed out. What's the most painful thing? It's gaining something and then immediately losing it before you even have a chance to enjoy it. SS rank. Now all that's left is a fart. Yu Xuanhuan immediately lost control and smashed everything he could in the secret room. Jewelry! It's broken! Antiques! Smash them! The calligraphy and paintings! Tear them up! Gold bars! Throw them on the ground and stomp on them! He had never been so devastated in his life. He knew he was acting like a madman at that moment, but he didn't care. He just felt he wasn't far from going mad himself. Even if he had drawn an A rank, or even just a B rank at the beginning, he wouldn't have gone mad. Not content with smashing the treasure room, he also went out and smashed everything he could in the study and living room. Finally, exhausted from smashing, Yu Xuanhuan lay down in despair and fell asleep in despair. After receiving Yu Xianga's call, Yu Qinshan and Ichioba searched everywhere for their son. After searching for a while, they found the Yu family home. When they opened the door, they saw this scene, a mess on the floor and their son sleeping on the floor. After waking her son up, Ichilwa asked him questions, but he wouldn't answer anything. "Where is Yu Qi-shan?" Following the crime scene upwards, he arrived at the study and saw that his family's treasure room was filled with broken antiques and calligraphy. He suddenly bent over and yelped over. When Yu Xiunga received Ichilwa's call, she was changing hotels. Before her weakened state ended, she needed to stay at the hotel opposite the police station. Upon hearing that both Lao Deng and Xiao Deng were hospitalized, Yu Xiunga anxiously asked, "Is it serious? Please don't think they're all right." Ichilwa, "Your dad just fainted. Do you still have any of that medicine?" To be honest, she felt faint too when she saw those antique fragments on the ground. "You think that's ginseng?" Yu Xiunga said. "Yes, I've learned how to make it. You can ask Xunhuan if he has any left, so he can use it first. We won't be short of this medicine at home in the future." Since Yu Xunhuan has also learned alchemy, her initiative in bringing it up might actually earn her some goodwill. Since stealing Yu Xunhuan's divinely bestowed talent, the overwhelming hatred in her heart has dissipated by more than half, and she can now treat revenge as a game. Of course, her real life, the thief of the god of thieves, who can also be a robber, will forever remain for Yu Xunhuan, preventing him from turning the tables until he dies. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yu Xunga hung up the phone. Then he stayed in the hotel and didn't come out. They even left the curtains and windows open, making sure the police officer across the street could hear them if they shouted. She sat by the hotel window reading Hedgehog's Alchemy Notebook, ordering takeout for all 3 meals, but she didn't actually eat the takeout when it arrived, only eating the food in her own bag. Sometimes she felt like she had returned to the time when she was on the run in her previous life. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 12th that Yu Xiunga's severe weakness completely ended, and her life force and all data returned to normal. Only then did she leave the hotel. There was no need for her to drive back anymore. She simply paid someone to drive her car back to S City, and then she flew home. Chapter 37: The Schemes of the Previous Life. They arrived in S City on the morning of the 13th, and went straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. The old man was still lying down, but Yu Xunhuan was no longer lying down. He was getting married in a few days and Su Yitong had dragged him to rehearsal. This was the first time Yu Xiunga had ever heard of a wedding requiring rehearsals. Upon arriving at the hospital, they gave Yu Qin-shan 2 bottles of basic treatment medication. Yu Qin-shan stared blankly at the ceiling. Ichilwa pried open his mouth and poured the medicine down his throat, but Yu Qin-shan didn't react. Yu Xiunga watched coldly, thinking that the old man had become a vegetable. She pulled Ichilwa aside and whispered to her what had happened. Ichilwa stammered, unsure of what to say. She had kept this a secret from her daughter for so many years, and revealing it now would be too hurtful. So she simply said that she didn't know either. Yu Xiunga wasn't really concerned. Her main purpose in making this trip was to investigate the 2 people's divinely bestowed talents. In her past life, she didn't have any research tools either. All the information she knew was either something she observed herself or something others told her. Ichilwa said in her previous life that her divinely bestowed talent was related to cooking. The food she made had a chance to increase a person's attributes, but the chance was only 5%. She also said at the time that Ichilwa and Yu Xunhuan were indeed mother and son, as their divinely bestowed talents were both related to cooking. But looking at it now, Ichilwa's divine talent is related to fire. As she talks more and more, the damage of fire-related skills will be increased, and it will reset every day. She almost instantly understood why Ichilwa always called her home for dinner in her past life, and why the food was already prepared every time she returned. The food was of average taste, but the ingredients were all very high-end. She was also the type of person who would repay at least 4 or 5 points if someone treated her well. So she would always leave something for Ichilwa and Yu Qin-shan after dinner. No wonder, all of this must be to compliment Yu Xunhuan's god of cookery talent, right? High-quality ingredients guarantee a high rating for this dish, but the taste is just average, which means the rating is average. As long as the rating is below 80, the critical hit effect of eating it will not be triggered, and you will not associate these dishes with Yushuan, let alone attribute points. In this way, one can both move oneself and give back to one's family without actually profiting from it. Moreover, one can unknowingly give away one's intangible luck to Yushuan as money for food. Looking back now, she realizes that she would have a period of bad luck every time she went home for dinner, and she even thought that she and her hometown were really incompatible. On the other hand, Yushuan wasn't completely lying to himself. He said his talent was that the food he made would double the stat boosts when consumed, and she did indeed get double the boosts after eating it. Yushuan would sometimes specially create his own dishes for her to double the effect of eating them, but after 2 years of eating them, she never gained any attribute points. How ingenious! By pushing all his skills to their limits, he gained his own trust while simultaneously scheming against himself, without ever truly benefiting himself. Yushuan declared that he had failed the course. She wasn't surprised that Yushuan coveted her luck. She had always been lucky since childhood. Her initial luck value in the game was 8, which already surpassed most people. Although she didn't know why she, with her good luck, had missed the game's closed beta test. She missed the first closed beta test because she was tricked by Lu Jinglu. But I missed it the second and third time. What was I doing on June 6th and October 10th in my past life? It's been too long, so Yushuan shouldn't remember it very clearly. But these 2 dates are very special, not only because they are the dates of the closed beta test, but also because they are close to the date of Yushuan's engagement and wedding. She quickly remembered something. Although she couldn't remember the exact dates and what she did, she could still recall events from a certain period. She remembered that a few days after Yushuan's engagement, he suddenly called her one morning and said that he had used the Su family's connections to find her a project and asked her to meet the other party. She remembered that when she was picked up by the Su family's driver that day, she looked out the car window and it was just dawn. Before Yushuan got married, he would often ask her to accompany him to rehearsals. Later, he even asked her to go to the wedding venue every day to keep an eye on things, even though the Su family was the ones doing all the work and it wasn't her turn to get involved. She remembers being very annoyed during that time, because not only did she have nothing to do at the scene, but every time she wanted to play on her phone to relieve boredom, the Su family would drag her to look at the decorations. Yushuan stood in the bathroom of the ward, clenching her fists tightly. So you were plotting against me all along? Yushuan stared at the water flowing into the pool, and the hatred that had subsided somewhat because of stealing Yushuan's god of food talent surged up again. Why? Not only are they not telling her these things, but they're also letting her miss out on them again and again. She turned off the tap and calmly looked at herself in the mirror. Why should she spend time thinking about the reasons her enemy harmed her? It's unnecessary and pointless. All she needs to do is return them one by one. Yushuan greeted Yu Qingshan, who was lying on the bed, and then left. Yu Qingshan's talent is called the liar. For every lie he tells, his attack power increases by 0.1%, resetting daily. Furthermore, he can also detect lies. This is the same thing he told himself in his past life. He wasn't lying. But sometimes the most sophisticated lie is the truth. He doesn't need to fight. How many lies did he tell Yushuan? Where can she verify them? This family. As Yushuan walked out of the hospital and stood in the sunlight, she still felt a chill seeping into her bones. How could she be this family's biological daughter? Never mind, let me think about what I did. She wasn't much better off. They're all treacherous and cunning. Yu Qingshan's old silver coin, Ichiogwa's stupid silver coin, Yushuan's small silver coin, and her beautiful silver coin. And then there's that idiot Ichiogwa. Let's all love each other and make do. On the 15th, Yushuan went with Yushuan to the place where he and Su Yitong were rehearsing their wedding. She looked at Yushuan from afar. He was clearly smiling, as if he couldn't see any pain at all. There was no despair, no anger, and no sorrow. But Yushuan became happier and happier as she watched. The more successfully she suppressed her emotions, the better. Just like her, every time she laughed at Yushuan and the others, she would retaliate even more fiercely. She was waiting for the day he would explode. After enjoying Yu Xunhuan's performance, and masked to her heart's content, she pulled Su Yitong aside and said to her mysteriously, "I have a wedding gift for you, something from the game. Where would be a convenient place to give it to you?" Su Yitong was also a little curious. At this time, things in the game were still very rare. She pulled Yu Xuanga to the dressing room. Yu Xuanga waved and asked Yu Xunhuan to come over as well. After arriving at the dressing room, Yu Xuanga took out the bed that made people's faces look yellow. The game items, even when unclaimed, reveal their information with a single touch. Su Yitong thanked them with an expressionless face, but her eyes were shining. Yu Xunhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a little embarrassed, this thing, well, it hit the nail on the head. He needed it, desperately needed it. After several days of gloom, Yu Xuanga brought him the only good news he had received in recent days, and Yu Xunhuan looked at Yu Xuanga gratefully. Chapter 38 SS Rank to S Rank. After wishing the couple a happy marriage, Yu Xuanga said she was leaving. Su Yitong not only personally escorted her to the door, but also had the Su family driver take her home. She was clearly very satisfied with the wedding gift and with Yu Xuanga's thoughtfulness. The next day, Yu Xuanga was surprisingly invited by Su Yitong to a new villa in the Su family manor. This was her and Yu Xunhuan's new home. She had previously thought that the villa was for the other branches of the Su family, but she never expected it to be a new home prepared for Su Yitong and Yu Xunhuan. As soon as she stepped inside, she noticed a pale blue light shining down on her feet. Not only that, she also smelled the scent of a revealing potion, but she couldn't find any water mist. It seemed that the technology had been completely upgraded. Su Yitong explained, "Oh, don't worry about it, it's just pressure sensing, it won't hurt you." Yu Xuanga understood. She had been collecting weapons in Hong Kong in September, and hadn't been to the Su family for a long time. She guessed that the main building of the Su family was also covered with this kind of thing, and the Liang family had probably found various ways to deal with it. She immediately decided that she would not go to the Su family, or the Liang family for the time being. After all, if there are sensors, there will naturally be corresponding capture devices. After touring the bridal chamber, Yu Xuanga was asked to stay for a meal before leaving, which made her realize how much Su Yitong liked the gift. Before leaving, Yu Xuanga said to Su Yitong, "On the day you come to pick me up, I'll use my talent to max out your luck. Don't worry." These words caused Su Yitong's expression to freeze for a moment. Her luck used to be a maximum of 10, but later it inexplicably became 8. At that time, she suspected everyone and even went to the Yu family to test whether Yu Xuanga was a player, and whether he had some kind of divine talent that could curse people. But she quickly composed herself, waved her hand, and had the Su family driver take her home. At the same time, a car followed behind, filled with gifts for Yu Xuanga. When Yu Xuanga went to the Yu family villa for dinner that evening, he praised Su Yitong extensively. In the past, Yu Xunhuan would have definitely asked her to use her skills on him. As for whether Yu Xuanga, who had already promised Su Yitong, would be in a difficult position because of this, that was none of his concern. But now, Yu Xunhuan hadn't recovered from the fact that his divinely bestowed talent had gone from SS level to S level. The fact that he could force himself to attend the wedding rehearsal was already a testament to his strength. Yu Qinshan ate his meal in small bites, lost in thought, giving the impression that his soul was already dead. Although Ichilgui knew there were treasures in the house, Yu Qinshan had only taken her to see them once. She didn't know the exact value of those treasures, so although she was heartbroken, the blow wasn't actually that great. She was a very understanding woman. As long as her husband, son, and daughter were all doing well, she felt happy. For a moment, only the two women were talking at the table, while the two men were mechanically stuffing things into their mouths. On the wedding day, the 18th, Yu Xunhuan sat in the master bedroom of his villa waiting for Su Yitong to come and pick him up. Yu Xuanga and Yu Qinshan specially invited other members of the Yu family's collateral branches to help them block the Su family members. After making a token fuss, they let the people in. After using the Gear of Fate, you can choose whether or not to hide the target's luck value. It's one thing to do bad things normally, but if you modify someone's luck value to be higher, of course you should show it to the other person. Moreover, Yu Xiunga had no intention of causing trouble on such a day. As the male and female protagonists, Sui Tong and Yu Xiunhuan would not be too unlucky even if their luck value dropped to 1. For example, Yu Xiunhuan's luck value was 1, and the Gun King fired 7 shots but could not hit little Yu Xiunhuan. In the end, he could only cut off half of him. That's how unreasonable it is. There were many more people at this wedding banquet than last time. She even saw Liang Yuchuan, who was wearing a long black glove that reached the middle of his upper arm. It was probably a prosthetic arm underneath, otherwise there would be no need for such a thing. Her gaze as she looked at Sui Tong was filled with a cold scrutiny. The methods used in the game were endless. Although she was almost blinded by hatred at the time and quickly matched those eyes with the youngest daughter of the third branch of the Su family, large families don't just rush out and do things on a whim. After Liang Yuchuan and the Liang family sat down to discuss it, everyone felt that something was wrong. Putting aside the fact that the Su family and the Liang family have no enmity, and only have a small business dispute, it's not worth making such a blood feud. Even if Liang Yuchuan offended Sui Tong at some point, and Sui Tong wanted to deal with Liang Yuchuan, why would she have to come personally? To put it another way, even if Sui Tong was bored and wanted to do something big, she didn't know Liang Yuchuan's capabilities. Why did she only cut off Liang Yuchuan's arm and then, out of kindness, leave him alive? And then she even made eye contact with Liang Yuchuan? If he had just had a couple less drinks before going out, he wouldn't have done this. Despite his rationality, Liang Yuchuan couldn't forget those eyes even when he closed them. The Liang family still came today, not just to maintain a semblance of peace. The head of the Liang family, who is also Liang Yuchuan's uncle, plans to investigate for a while longer. If they still can't find the murderer, they will find an opportunity to have a serious talk with the head of the Su family about this matter. Yu Xiunga's gaze merely swept over Liang Yuchuan, as if she were only curious about today's guest. She focused on eating, laughing when she should laugh and clapping when she should clap. She was just an ordinary live-in son-in-law relative. Even though people would occasionally steal glances at her because of her charm, she remained quiet and never made a fuss. Then, this ordinary son-in-law relative, relying on the detection skill of his pocket watch, stole from all 37 players at the banquet. These are all acquaintances from her past life. The more she stole, the angrier she became. She had clashed with almost everyone she met, and she used to wonder if she was just naturally likable. But now she understands that it's because Yu Xiunhuan is using her as a tank, a position that draws aggro and stands at the front to tank monsters. After the meal, Yu Xiunga stole 2 points of physique, 2 points of strength, and 1 point of intelligence. After the event, Yu Xiunga very tactfully took Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua home and did not participate in the wedding night pranks. The Su family's pranks were due to the close relationship between family members, but for the Yu family to do so would be considered presumptuous. They'd better not get involved. But since they were in-laws after all, the Su family still sent a driver to take them home. On the way, Yu Qingshan, who had been forcing a smile all day, was finally able to be himself again. He leaned back in the back seat and looked out the window with an emo expression. Yu Xiunga asked a few questions, but Yu Qingshan didn't answer, so she, understandingly, stopped asking. Back at her villa, Yu Xiunga added a few dishes to the Miao Miao Inn in the backyard. Ever since she acquired the god of cookery talent, she had inexplicably developed obsessive-compulsive disorder when cooking. She would get upset if the vegetables weren't chopped properly, she would get irritated if the heat wasn't just right, and she would feel inadequate if her dishes received low ratings. Chapter 39. If you're not their biological child, then who is? However, Yu Xiunga did not dislike the perfectionism brought about by the god of cookery talent, which required serious cooking to bring out its wonderful uses. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Ever since the first closed beta test, she had been in a state of extreme anxiety, not daring to relax for a moment, as if a ferocious beast was chasing her. Now that the biggest threat was in her hands, she could slow down appropriately. At least, she should get at least 6 hours of sleep every day. Lying in bed, the humidifier by the bedside sprayed out a thin mist of advanced revealing agent. Yu Xiunga looked at his current attributes. Strength, 8+2. Constitution, 11 plus 2. Intelligence, 14 plus 1. Agility, 21. Most healthy people with a regular exercise routine start with a value of 7. Of course, intelligence is affected by IQ, and the initial strength and physique value of fitness-oriented men may even reach 10. The agility value of runners or parkour enthusiasts also far exceeds 7. Even by those highest values, Yuxiunga's current attributes are comparable to a level 6 player. However, she is actually only level 0. Her experience is limited to the dozen or so small tasks she did during the first closed beta test and the task with Hedgehog, but the experience points were very low. The game will officially launch in February next year. Yuxiunga didn't plan to give her superiors any hints. Although the plan was already completed, it wouldn't matter whether she acted as a good person or not. But the problem was that it was unnecessary. During the third closed beta test, hundreds of thousands of people logged into the game. Although most people would want to play it safe after getting a lucky encounter, there would always be someone who would be different. Some people want to show off their abilities after they gain them, while others want to accomplish what they couldn't do before. It can't be hidden, it's impossible to hide it. These people will soon be exposed. It was like this in their past life. Strange news often occurred at the end of 2078, and even 1 or 2 months before the game invasion, news would circulate. Moreover, Yuxiunga felt that the authorities had already received the information they should have received long ago. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, some were government officials, otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted so quickly in their previous life. Having stockpiled what needed to be stockpiled, grabbed what needed to be grabbed, and spent what needed to be spent, Yuxiunga plans to systematically learn combat and shooting next, and spend the rest of her time practicing her profession and cooking. She was actually quite good at both close combat and long-range shooting. During her last year on the run, she honed her close combat skills through countless life-or-death struggles. These are all killing techniques. Every move is aimed at vital organs, not at being stylish. Elbows strike the throat, gouge out the eyes, punch the kidneys, stab the heart with an elbow, and so on. It's not that she thinks these skills are useless or ugly, she wants to learn more. Otherwise, no matter how high the data is, she won't know how to use it, and won't be able to truly unleash its power. A martial art that can form its own school must have its advantages, and she wanted to learn it systematically. As for long-range shooting, her shooting skills in her previous life were all magical, throwing arcane missiles, ice balls, fireballs, and magic balls entirely by feel. She probably really had a talent for it. In addition, her role-playing talent allowed her to store 3 different people's talents. With a combination of various skills, she was able to escape for a whole year without being caught. But now that she has the divine talent of sharpshooter, it would be a disservice to this talent and her agility of 21 if she didn't practice shooting well. Yuxiunga still had the money to pay for classes. In the morning, she learned combat skills, how to generate power better, which parts of her body could be used as weapons, how to break free after being restricted in her movements, and so on. In the afternoon, she practiced shooting, learning how to control the shooting distance and calculate the wind direction, and so on. Unlike her unorthodox methods in her previous life, Yuxiunga seems to be changing every day now. Those physical data are no longer just simple numbers. She is more agile and perceptive, and can exert greater strength. The shooting coaches were all amazed by her talent. When she first came, her bow-holding posture was not standard, and it was obvious that she had learned from a foreign language school. In less than a week, she could hit the target every time within a 30-meter range. If they didn't know that she was actually 26 years old, they would have recommended her to try out for the national team. It's a bit strange, though. After shooting a few arrows, she always misses once. I wonder if it's because the girl doesn't have enough strength. It wasn't that Yuxiunga lacked strength, she simply didn't want to reveal that her 7th strike was guaranteed to be a critical hit. So, each time she shot the 7th arrow, she would deliberately only pull back the bowstring a little, letting the arrow fly out limply. Yuxiunga knows her own limitations. She can manage to aim when given time, but with rapid fire, she can only guarantee a 60% hit rate. The hit rate is even lower when shooting at a moving target, let alone shooting while running. But she wasn't discouraged. It was only the beginning. While Yu Xianga was busy working on this side, Yu Qingshan finally recovered and sealed away the fragments. He remained optimistic. His son hadn't given up despite losing half his manhood, and his daughter was still helping him find a treatment. Perhaps she had the skill to repair items? He had to believe in miracles. From that day on, Yu Qingshan also began to inquire about players' information. Ichilwa became the happiest person in the family besides Yu Xianga. Her son married into a wealthy family, and her whole family had an extraordinary experience. She couldn't think of any reason to be unhappy. As for what surname her grandchildren would have in the future, she didn't really care. They couldn't possibly have the surname Yi, so what difference did it make? She felt that she was perfectly clear-headed. She's the kind of smart woman you see online, someone who lives life with incredible clarity and understanding. The only regret is that my daughter no longer gives me money. Yu Xianga was speechless. His son had married into a wealthy family, yet he still came to him, an unemployed bum, asking for money. Autumn fruit of happiness at Yusunga, Mom has her eye on a bag shy. Yu Xianga directly long pressed the message, clicked, quote, and then tagged Yu Xianhuan. Yusunga, at Yusunhuan, I've got my eye on a gun shy. Click on the wealthy son-in-law to make him generate gold coins. Yu Xianhuan. Yu Xianhuan is indeed not short of money. That's why the Su family is a wealthy family. Ever since he married into the Su family and became a member of the Su family, 5 million yuan is directly transferred into his card every month as pocket money. He eats and lives at home, and clothes are bought or customized for him by a specialist. This 5 million yuan is pure pocket money. Being a kept man is really delicious. Moreover, his wedding night went very smoothly. The bed that Yu Xianga gave him was indeed something special, and they fought until dawn after the lights were turned off. I've completely forgotten that I'm almost useless. Moreover, Suitone was quite satisfied, although she didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt something was off, but she didn't think about it too much. Thinking of this, Yu Xianhuan generously transferred 500,000 yuan to each of the two women in his family. Then he asked the two of them to inquire more about the divinely bestowed talent, especially whether anyone had received a divinely bestowed talent but couldn't use it. The two readily agreed, saying in the group chat, Okay, boss, don't worry, I'll take care of this. The service was just as good as Heidaleo's. Yu Qingshan also chimed in, transferring money to the two women and asking them to inquire about any skills or items that could repair items. The two of them were again filling the screen with, Okay, thank you, boss, don't worry, I've got it covered. Then the two women turned around and forgot about it. A week later, Yu Xianhuan and Yu Qingshan asked in the group chat if there was any news, but neither of them answered. The mother and daughter were both pretending to be dead. Yu Xianga pointed at the chat group on her phone and cursed herself. Yu Xianga, if you're not her biological daughter, then who is? Chapter 40 Training. Yu Xianga thought she couldn't afford to provoke him, so she finally made a comment. Yusunge, just tell me, is that bed any good or not? Yu Xianhuan, it's alright. Yusunge, right. Good things and good news aren't so easy to find. Yu Qingshan and Ichilwa both asked what kind of bed it was. Yu Xianga posted the information about the bed in the group chat, saying it was a wedding gift from him. Autumn fruit of happiness, is there any more? Mom wants some, and your dad needs some too. Depressed Qingshan? Yusunge, I thought it was cabbage. It's super expensive. Dozens of gold coins. Just look at how much money is exchanged for one gold coin outside, and you'll know how much this bed costs. Yu Qingshan has recently heard a lot that silver coins are now worth 10,000 each, and gold coins have been speculated on like crazy. Depressed Qingshan, I heard it takes 1 million to exchange for one gold coin, but I haven't heard of anyone actually trying to do it. Autumn fruit of happiness, a bed worth tens of millions? That's incredible. That's enough to buy a house. You're not generous when you should be, but you're so willing to spend money where you shouldn't. Yu Xianhuan, at Yu Xianga, thank you, sister. If there are any similar items, please buy them for me first, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Yusunge, at Happy Autumn Fruit, isn't this much more important than a house for a rich woman? Those who know, know. Ichigwa remained silent. Even if she did, Yusunge wouldn't be able to find a matching bed for her. I should have bought more of these beds back then. Once the game hacks and the auction house function is enabled, wouldn't it be a great way to make a fortune by reselling this bed? After turning off her phone, Yusunge was in a daze for a while. For a few seconds, she actually felt happy. Sometimes she even wondered if her past life was a dream. If she hadn't endured the excruciating pain of being pinned to the ground and bled in her past life to wait for Yu Xunhuan, if that book hadn't appeared in her mind on her deathbed, even if she had been reborn, she would still have believed in them. What an ordinary yet happy family. The mother has a quick temper but is easily satisfied and sometimes seems adorably naive. The father is gentle and good-tempered and treats his children equally. They gave all their savings to their daughter, who then gave back to her family after earning money, giving money to her parents and her younger brother. Her brother then saved up his share and bought her a villa. After the world changed drastically, her younger brother would occasionally take her, his older sister, to join the wealthy family's team to fight monsters in dungeons. Even when her wife's clan was hunting her down, her younger brother would risk everything to keep her informed. In my past life, I was misled by this false sense of happiness, which is why I kept suppressing my own feelings. Yu Xuanga stared at the chat interface for a long time before she came back to her senses. Then she was surprised to find that she had actually been chatting with these people calmly for so long. It was true that revenge made people gentle. When she was first reborn, no matter how much she tried to persuade herself to be patient, she could not really be nice. After putting his phone into his game backpack, Yu Xuanga went out to continue practicing shooting. She was wearing a sports bra and a tight vest on her upper body, and long pants on her lower body. In her pockets was a small, tattered bag with 4 compartments, containing 2 tubes of basic healing potions, a roll of first aid bandages that could continuously restore health, and her cell phone. 2 36-compartment bags, a potion pack, and other props were all placed inside the magician's dentures. The most important, an already bound Soros pocket watch was openly hung around her neck and secured inside her tight-fitting clothes. The fact that it cannot be lost or stolen once bound means that anyone who touches this pocket watch will only touch air, except for its owner. From the outside, others would only think she was wearing a silver necklace, but even if they accidentally touched her chest, they wouldn't feel anything. She was about to make a move when she suddenly paused. The coach looked at her curiously, and Yu Xuanga smiled and said she had thought of something. For a fleeting moment, she sensed someone trying to divine her fate, but it was obscured by Soros' pocket watch. Through the mist in her mind, she seemed to traverse the galaxy of time and space and see the person trying to divine her fate, a young man with a buzz cut. After class, Yu Xuanga went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Whether it's because she's incredibly charming or because she's been through so much, her aura is even more captivating than before. The mysterious and unpredictable god of thieves, the immortal coldness of the dead, the flamboyance and sharpness of the archer, the down-to-earth and approachable god of cookery, and her own restraint and madness. With a blend of various auras, coupled with her already exquisite, outstanding, gentle and intellectual face, Yu Xuanga now attracts the attention of passers-by whenever she shows her face in public. Actually, she had this feeling a long time ago. Even though she tried to keep a low profile at Sui Tong's wedding banquet, people would still steal glances at her from time to time. However, everyone present that day was rich and powerful, and they felt that their status was a grade higher than hers, so they couldn't do anything to flirt with her at the wedding. But after the wedding, Yu Xuanga disappeared. She was either in class or at home cooking. She didn't answer calls from strangers and ignored friend requests from strangers. Sometimes she can feel someone secretly filming her while she's eating. This is something that cannot be avoided in this era. Moreover, because she retired from the entertainment industry and lost her rivals, when news about her appeared online, everyone was now giving her genuine comments, mostly positive ones. As a result, she occasionally became a minor sensation recently, but Yu Xuanga ignored it and didn't engage in any hype. Her life consisted of practicing martial arts and shooting, and eating, and she gradually faded into obscurity again. Unexpectedly, Lu Junlu came knocking on her door, wanting to collaborate with her again and make a comeback in the entertainment industry. Yu Xiuanga had almost forgotten about this bastard. She first checked to confirm that the person was not a player, and then kicked her out without hesitation. She also gave her a gear of destiny to change her luck value to 1. Currently, the investigation into Lu Hongxing's case is still ongoing, focusing on those who had conflicts with him. Even after the game-related incident came to light, and Lu Junliu's suspicion was completely ruled out, no one has turned their attention to Yu Xiuanga. This is because Lu Hongxing had not yet made a move against Yu Xiuanga at that time, and the two had no conflict. Furthermore, Lu Jinglu is still alive and well. Although she was used as a pawn, everyone assumes that she was just a scapegoat used by the murderer. But if Lu Jinglu also dies, then it's hard to say. Yu Xiuanga didn't ask the teacher to teach her cooking. She had never really liked cooking before. She would cook for herself from time to time because of the cooking skills in the game, and she was afraid of upsetting Yu Xunhuan's sensitive nerves. She also didn't want to expose herself on this issue after working so hard for so long. Moreover, the cooking videos that come with the cooking skills are extremely detailed, and many of the methods are different from real-world cooking techniques, so there is absolutely no need to find a teacher. Recently, more and more cats have been coming to the backyard of the villa to stay and eat. Fortunately, it is currently autumn and winter, so the cats are not making a fuss. Also, Yu Xiuanga's villa is located in a relatively remote area, so no one has noticed it. Chapter 41 Earning Extra Money with It, Gear of Destiny. The weather was nice today, so Yu Xiuanga, unusually, didn't go out to do anything serious. Instead, she asked the housekeeper to come and do a thorough cleaning of the house. She also cleaned the cat-slaying den herself. During the process, she not only found out if the housekeeper was a player, but also hid her own shadow and the housekeeper's shadow as an informant. After all, there are too many secrets these days. If she were sent by someone else, and they installed a surveillance camera in her own home, she would be exposed. Yu Xiuanga felt that the paranoia she developed while fleeing for her life would never be cured. She would always suspect everyone who approached her. However, she loved her paranoia. She only regretted not buying the cleaning skill, so she wouldn't have to invite strangers to her house. Although she didn't know what this cat house could bring her, Yu Xiuanga had already made up her mind that as long as the cat house mutated after the game invaded, she would immediately bind it with a binding stone, since she had been able to develop a pet hospital into a small force in her previous life and it was also an S-level item. It's only 100 gold. While the cats were airing out their cat beds, 7 or 8 cats were lounging on the ground in the backyard, sunbathing. She used to be busy all day long, and even when she was daydreaming in the backyard, she was mostly organizing her thoughts. She had no time to observe the cats. She just had a general idea that the cats in the backyard were always coming and going, and none of them stayed permanently. But today she realized that she seemed to have seen 2 of the cats before, either in August, or when they were still at the 30 million villa. She was certain she had seen them before. A fat tabby cat with 4 snow-white legs, and a fat black and white cow. She silently memorized what the 2 cats looked like. The housekeeper spent the whole day cleaning at home. Yu Xiuanga didn't want too many people to come into her house, so she only hired her, but she paid her a hefty price. She paid 10,000 yuan for cleaning and tidying up the entire villa. It was a big job, and many housekeepers were vying for it. One day of work there was better than working for half a month at another house. Yu Xiuanga checked it, and found it was indeed very clean. She paid the money and saw the housekeeper out. However, he refused the housekeeper's request to add him on WeChat, and made no mention of hiring her again next time. He knew she would definitely send someone else next time, as it's easy for her to be bribed if she always uses the same person. Her past life experiences are her most precious treasure. I had just seen my aunt off when I received a message from Sui Tong on WeChat. The young lady, whose time was precious, went straight to the point without even exchanging pleasantries. She asked if she was willing to use her divinely bestowed skills to make money. She said that the Su family would give her 1 million for every time she used her divinely bestowed talent to do something for the Su family. Yu Xiuanga wasn't surprised that Sui Tong came to her door. The reason she had offered to use this skill on Sui Tong's wedding day was because she planned to make money from it. This money is too good to pass up. It won't collapse for another 6 months. But she wasn't willing to make enemies for the sake of the Su family, nor was she willing to become a thorn in someone else's side. Yushuinga, I only accept orders to change a person's luck value to the maximum of 10, not orders to reduce it to 1. She didn't even mention the intermediate values from 2 to 9. Isn't the biggest use of this skill to harm or help people? Who needs those intermediate numbers? Sui Tong understood what she meant. Trying to buy a shield for 1 million was too cheap. She readily told her the time and said that someone would come to pick her up that day. Yushuinga wasn't worried that Sui Tong's promise was just empty words. The Su family was reliable in this regard. The closer you were to them, the more generous they were with their money. Even if they wanted to suppress you behind your back later, that was a matter for later. As long as you worked for the Su family, they would definitely pay you. They wouldn't be so stingy as to make others think that becoming one of the Su family's members meant you wouldn't earn anything. Yushuinga deliberately set aside half a day that day. When the appointed time arrived, the Su family's car stopped outside Yushuinga's villa area. After Yushuinga got in the car, she found that Sui Tong was also there. During their conversation, she subtly gave a heads-up beforehand. Although I can modify my luck value, luck is not fate. Many things cannot be changed by luck. Sui Tong nodded. Don't worry. She herself went from being a lucky 10 to a lucky 8, so she naturally understands the subtle differences. Her life didn't change much because of it. It was still smooth sailing and everything went well for her. But it just wasn't as silky smooth as before. If you were to quantify it, before if she wanted 1, she would end up with 1.5 or even 2. Now if she wants 1, she will only get 1. She tried to convince herself it was all psychological, but when luck is quantified, some things simply can't be faked. The destination was a private room in a restaurant. After pushing open the door, Yushuinga's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't know or care who the people in the room were, even though in her past life this woman had taken the opportunity of sparring with her to trample her face under her feet and humiliate her countless times. Sui Tong pointed to a young man with a buzz cut sitting next to Liang Yuchuan and instructed Yushuinga to use Gear of Fate on him. Yushuinga didn't ask or care about anything. He held up 5 fingers to the young man, closed his eyes, and said after a few seconds, "Okay." The young man with the buzz cut looked at his luck stat on his data panel and nodded slightly to Liang Yuchuan. Yushuinga smiled and nodded at the group before preparing to leave. Sui Tong didn't stop her, and had someone take Yushuinga home from the doorway of the private room. The money transfer notification arrived as soon as the person got on the bus. On the bus, Yushuinga once again sensed someone divining his fate. It was still that young man with the buzz cut. She chuckled inwardly. It seemed the Liang and Su families had cooperated. The Liang and Su families did indeed cooperate. Shortly after Sui Tong's marriage, the Liang and Su families held a secret meeting. The Su family was shocked that someone had broken into the Liang family and cut off half of Liang Yuchuan's arm. The Liang family was even more shocked because not only had the Su family's third daughter's ear been cut off, but a large number of gold bricks had also been stolen from the Su family's treasury. That's awkward. When the Liang family arrived, even if they were rational, they were still somewhat resentful deep down. Maybe the Su family had offended them, and the other party wanted to use the Liang family to take revenge on the Su family, which is why they sneaked into the Liang family to cut off Liang Yuchuan's hand. As it turned out, the Su family didn't fare much better. The Su family members also had mixed feelings. Although Sui Tong was injured, she only lost an ear. Although her hearing was affected, it was not as serious as losing half an arm. If she covered it up, no one would even notice that she was missing an ear. As for the gold bricks, although it was painful, the Su family was large and wealthy, and it was not worth being seriously injured because of this little bit of stock. Normally, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, but although the Liang family came in a tone of discussion, if the Su family didn't give a reason, the Liang family could launch an attack on the Su family based on Liang Yuchuan's claim that he saw Sui Tong as the murderer. The two families looked at each other and fell silent. Chapter 42 Costumes. Liang Yuchuan and Sui Tong both had grim faces and were in extremely bad moods, feeling humiliated at the same time. It's not just because they are now physically disabled, but also because the murderer clearly treated them like monkeys, using extremely crude methods to frame them, forcing the two victims to face each other and forcing their families to recount their experiences. That person must be very pleased with himself. The Liang family has been focusing on the game's development recently. All members of the Liang family have entered the game. After the closed beta ended, they have been searching for player information everywhere, trying to find those players with divine talents, and those related to divination. The evidence has disappeared, so they can only seek the power of the mystical side. But who knew that they finally found one not long ago, only to find that the other party could not perform divination at all. Now that the two families have sat down to talk, they have come to the conclusion that this person must have a grudge against both the Su and Liang families. As for the driver who died in the Liang family, he was most likely a minor character who was silenced after cooperating with the murderer. So the elders went to investigate people who had grudges against both the Su and Liang families, while the younger generation cooperated to use their divinely bestowed talents to find clues. So, Sui Tong sought out Yuxiunga to give the player, whose divine talent was divination, a lucky buff, just to see if it would be of any help. But the result was obvious. They returned empty-handed. Although the short-haired youth didn't get any divination results, his luck was exceptionally good that day, as he usually had average luck. He even won the lottery by buying a ticket on his way home. This was immediately reported to Liang Yuchuan, who then told Sui Tong about it during their chat, because she wanted to find out about Yuxiunga. This divinely gifted talent was quite good, and there would be a time when it would come in handy. Liang Yuchuan had actually known about this talent for a long time. Back then, she had the Eye of Soros, and after the first closed beta test, she looked through everyone in the Liang family and naturally discovered the divine talent of driver Liang Hui. However, she did not make a fuss about it at the time. She only told the family head about the game and observed whether Liang Hui would have any improper thoughts because of his fortuitous encounter. Before she could find out anything, he died. Even though she had heard about the same divinely bestowed talent with the same name and ability from Yuxiunga, Liang Yuchuan didn't doubt anything. After all, Zuyu only had a B-level talent, and he was someone who only became a player after participating in the second closed beta. In Liang Yuchuan's view, it was like the setting of some games. After the owner of a divinely bestowed talent died, the gear of fate would return to the card pool and be drawn by others again, or perhaps this kind of low-level talent simply did not have uniqueness. Not everyone can be like her, a prodigy who can draw an S-level divine talent. Among the nearly 1,000 players in the entire Liang family, she is the only one with an S-level talent so far. Most importantly, the Liang family had already proven one thing: divinely bestowed talents cannot be taken away by killing their owners. Therefore, she didn't connect Yuxiunga, a nobody she had never met before, with her own family's affairs at all. That evening, Yuxiunga received a message from Sui Tong. "Let's collaborate more often in the future." Yuxiunga was not surprised by Sui Tong's reaction at all. Exchanging 1 million for 6 hours of luck was really not expensive. The next day, she took the money and went out to sea. The sea was a great place to escape by teleportation. Its safety and secrecy were comparable to a safe house. Not only did she not have to worry about being seen, but she could also teleport there to erase the clues after killing someone and then go back. Later, Sui Ting would come to her from time to time to use her skills on people. Of course, she wouldn't hide it when she used skills on these people. She practically wanted to shout through a megaphone, "I've changed your luck value to 10. Over time, his fame spread among the wealthy, but at the same time, Yuxiunga's rules also became known. He only brought good luck to people and never brought them misfortune. She could have easily said that her skill could only increase a person's luck value, but that would have been too flawless and harmless, easily arousing suspicion. Besides, she would need to use this skill to modify the monster's luck value in future dungeons, so she never intended to hide it from the beginning. Yuxiunga's rules did indeed extinguish the malice of many people. In addition, some people approached her privately, offering a huge sum of 20 million yuan, but she still couldn't make an exception. Over time, everyone believed her and thought that she was really smart, sensible, and cautious. More importantly, this person is practically a member of the Su family, so he's not someone to mess with. Yu Xiuanga never expected that the skill that killed him in his previous life could make him money in this life. With the end of the third closed beta test, Yu Xiuanga no longer worried about others discovering that she was a player, as the Su family, and those who needed her divinely bestowed talent would protect her. Her divinely bestowed talent is not threatening but unique enough. Like divination, it might come in handy someday. Moreover, this person doesn't hide it, and does this business openly. You can find her anytime you need her. Even if you need cannon fodder, you won't be the one to push her out. More importantly, there are many players with no background, so it's not worth going to great lengths to capture someone who has dealings with the major clans. Yu Xiuanga earns money much faster than when she was a celebrity. When she trades with people, she only asks for money. Even if any of these people could easily collect weapons more easily than she could, she would rather go through the trouble of getting the money and buying them herself. What if it mutates? It's like buying a lottery ticket. Someone owes her $2, and she asks someone to buy her a lottery ticket to pay it back, and then she wins the grand prize. People wouldn't think Yu Xiuanga had foresight, they just think Yu Xiuanga stole their good fortune. If they really found out the weapon they traded to her had mutated after the game invasion, they might not mind if it was just ordinary, but if it had better attributes, they might even have to return it. Yu Xiuanga felt that if it were him, he would probably be furious. She now spends 2 to 3 hours a day using this skill to earn extra money, and then saves it all up, planning to make another trip to Sawadaka at the end of November. There are a lot of weird things there, and she wants to go and stock up on them to gamble on mutations. But before that, she planned to buy back one of her old costumes. When she first debuted, she played a female supporting role who was obsessed with the male lead's secret guard in a drama. The drama only had 36 episodes, and she wore black clothes and black boots for 35 of them. It was a low-budget period drama, but it unexpectedly became a minor hit, and she became famous because of it, gradually rising from a newcomer to a third-tier actress. Popular dramas often have the habit of selling the main character's costumes to recoup some of their revenue. This particular outfit was bought by one of her fans back then. In her past life, she was exposed for all sorts of scandals, and that fan was heartbroken and stopped supporting her, so he sold the outfit. After the game invaded, the outfit that someone else bought transformed into a top-tier blue outfit. Chapter 43 is here again. As for why Yu Xiuanga knew so much, it was because that piece of clothing, after going through many twists and turns, ended up in her hands 2 years later in an extremely dramatic way. When she first started her escape and was being chased, she killed one of her pursuers and found this garment, while searching his equipment. She also found her name, which she had left behind, in the back of the collar. That was her first time acting. Even though the dress wasn't anything special, and at most you could say it was of decent quality, after all, the female lead would be wearing it for several months. Even though she wasn't a big star, she still held on to her hopes for the future and embroidered her name in black thread on the back of the black dress. She never intended to look for that dress in her entire life. After all, she hadn't been attacked but had left the entertainment industry with dignity. Surely that fan wouldn't be so heartbroken as to unfollow her and sell the dress? Her decision to leave the industry was already cold enough. She wouldn't want to steal an opportunity from her own fans. But unexpectedly, when she was using her phone that day, by sheer coincidence, the big data pushed a video of that person selling clothes to her. It was just a few pictures. The first picture was of herself eating at a restaurant after training, and the following pictures were of clothes. She said that she had recently run out of living expenses and wanted to sell the costume that she had bought for 20,000 yuan. It was the costume that Yu Xiuanga had worn when she played XX. Yu Xiuanga immediately sent her a private message using his main account, saying that although he had retired from the entertainment industry, he missed the past. After playing the emotional card, he played the money card, saying that she was willing to spend 50,000 yuan to buy the costume. Whether out of guilt or feeling guilty for unfollowing the idol, that fan actually changed their mind and said they wouldn't sell anymore. Yu Xiuanga added another God of Wealth card. 100,000. Sister, I'm sorry. I was really short of money, that's why I wanted to sell it. It's not that I don't like you anymore. 150,000 baby, I really miss it. Whether it was the power of the God of Wealth amulet, or that treasure sound, the other party knew when to stop. Early this morning, Yuxiunga personally drove to pick up the dress and brought it home. After washing and disinfecting it, I hung it in the dressing room. It was a modified version of Hanfu, all black, not complicated at all. It was just a black outer robe with a wide belt. The actors could wear their own clothes underneath. They could just put the robe on, tie the belt, and they could change into costume and start working. Little blue outfit. The little blue outfit that followed her on the run for a whole year. After all the twists and turns, it's still you. She considered finding a good tailor to embroider some subtle patterns on the dress, hoping it might be able to level up during the mutation. But after thinking about it, she gave up the idea, deciding it was better to break even. What if her small alteration prevented the dress from mutating? Ever since Yuxiunga started making money again, and even took on a single order worth 1 million, her family members have become envious. Happy Chiobua asked her for some money to spend, and depressed Qing Shan also asked her for some money to spend. Yuxiunga tagged Yuxiunhuan. Yuxiunga, at Yuxiunhuan, all my money comes from your wife. Can't your divine skills make money? One sentence almost drove Yuxiunhuan to depression again. His divinely bestowed talent. Well, let's not talk about it. Yusunge, I still have a big use for the money. I'm planning to buy some weapons. At Happy Chiobua at depressed Qishan, do you want some? Happy Autumn Fruit, that bed, is it really impossible to buy now? Depressed Qishan, what exactly do you mean? Autumn Fruits of Happiness, I just wanted to ask. Depressed Qingshan at Yuxiunga, do you have game weapons? Yuxiunga, no, I've never seen it before. Where would anyone sell this? At Yuxiunhuan, have you ever seen it at the Su family's house? Yuxiunhuan, I've seen it, but it's not my turn. The topic quickly veered off to games. A few days later, Yuxiunhuan said in the group chat that Su Yitong was on a business trip and that he was going back to his parents' home for a few days. Yuxiunhuan, at Yuxiunga, come to my house for dinner tonight. Hee, here comes the little silver coin, huh? Is this your meal? Yuxiunga immediately switched to the chat software and booked a flight to Sawadaka. Not long after Yuxiunhuan posted this message, Yuxiunga posted his location at the airport. Yusunge, location information. Yusunge, you're too late. I've already planned to go to Sawadaka's country to see if there's anything interesting there. Let's talk about it when I get back. I'll bring you some gifts. Then I shut it down. Yuxiunhuan stood in the kitchen with a sullen face. He didn't want either, but he really couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. After the third closed beta test, Su Yitong asked him if he had become a player. How could he say that he wasn't a player? The difference between being a player and not being a player was too big. He was worried that Su Yitong would look down on him even more. After he said that he had indeed participated in the game's closed beta tests, Su Yitong's next question was what divine talent he had drawn. In fact, since everyone knows that everyone has divinely bestowed talents, people generally don't ask what those talents are unless it's for collaboration or job hunting, or the other person tells them on their own initiative. This is a rule that even people with low emotional intelligence automatically understand and follow. Even when Yuxiunga took the initiative to confess his divinely bestowed talent to Yuxiunhuan and the others, Yuxiunhuan was too embarrassed to ask any further questions about whether Yuxiunga had any other skills besides changing other people's luck. Asking once can be affectionate, but asking again implies that you are probing into someone's privacy and secrets. But Su Yitong didn't have this concern. She wouldn't ask her friends about their divinely bestowed talents. But Yuxiunhuan was her husband and her possession, so she naturally had the right to know. Just like how the Su family asked their employees about their divinely bestowed talents after they participated in the internal testing, it was only natural and justifiable. Yuxiunhuan naturally understood the information contained therein. He was willing to bet that even if Su Yitong looked down on the Yu family as her in-laws, she wouldn't ask about Yuxiunga's divine talent. But she could ask him directly because in Su Yitong's eyes, she had the right to control everything about herself. Yuxiunhuan showed no displeasure at the time, but instead gave a wry smile and said that he had drawn a very good talent, but it was sealed. Then, Under Sui Tong's questioning, Yu Xianhuan said that he had drawn an SS-level divine talent, but after leaving the game, some of the skills turned gray. He downplayed the seriousness of the skills and mentioned a few that could no longer be used. Sui Tong did not say whether she believed him or not, but her expression clearly became more serious. Despite the pressure of potentially displeasing Sui Tong, Yu Xianhuan didn't reveal the effect of his only usable talent skill. Instead, he quickly changed the subject, mentioning his newfound professional skills and how he would make jewelry and potions for Sui Tong in the future. Finally, he brought up Yu Xianga's talent skill again. So if it weren't for him, how would Yu Xianga have had the opportunity to earn so much money? What a pity it ran so fast. Chapter 44 Happiness Again. Yu Xianhuan sighed, then breathed a sigh of relief when he thought of how Yu Xianga had told them immediately after discovering the game. It was good that he had run away. He had been too hasty. He has so many other options. There's no need for him to take action against Yu Xianga. Thinking about how lucky he became in the game by cooking for passers-by, Yu Xianhuan decided to try again. It was nearing the end of the year, and the Su family had so many banquets. If he could get something to put at the feasts. Aren't those born with a silver spoon in their mouths much luckier than Yu Xianga? However, it's best to keep this matter a secret from the Su family. Even though he's confident that Sui Tong will help him if he tells her about the effects of his skill, he still wants to keep it a secret, and won't tell her unless absolutely necessary. But since the ingredients had already been bought, they couldn't be wasted. The images of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua flashed quickly through his mind. The next second, Yu Xianhuan thought of Yi Dong, who was still living in his apartment. He chuckled and started cooking. Yi Dong had been staying at his place for so long, but hadn't paid the rent yet. Yu Xianga was unaware that her beloved younger brother was not only not angry, but also glad that she had run away. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be moved. What kind of kindness is the kindness of a villain? It's just using her as a reserve. After arriving in Sawadika, she first used her disguise skills to become a bald man, then found a guide to take her to buy some weird items. She didn't care about the money, but the items had to be weird and have an older feel to them. The tour guide's smile became more genuine, thinking to himself that another sucker had come along. The next second, Yu Xianga pulled out a miniature pistol with his right hand and pressed it against her temple, while his left hand produced a thick wad of US dollars. This one, or this one? The tour guide's smile was more like a grimace as he bluntly stated. But none of these things are real. Yu Xianga put away his gun and calmly and seriously stated his requirements. It can be something that has been the site of a murder, something with a long history, or something with many stories. As long as you help me find it seriously, I will give you a reward for each one you find, with a minimum of 500 US dollars. If I am satisfied, I will increase it, with no upper limit. Seeing that Yu Xianga's attitude was gentle and didn't seem like a man who might lose his mind and kill at any moment, the tour guide also calmed down and said definitively, I can only guarantee that I will tell you everything I find out, but I can't guarantee that it will actually be useful. Yu Xianga smiled and took out a few US dollars, handing them to her. Okay, I'll stay here for a week. How much you earn depends on you. She didn't believe in these things before, but after the game invaded, many items were related to this kind of metaphysics. There were also such items in China, such as the incense ash accumulated in ancient temples and the prayer mats used by real high monks for many years. They all underwent changes, but those later became official items, mostly used to protect ordinary people or by official troops fighting in dungeons. She could spend the time and effort to search among the people herself. This kind of metaphysical stuff has a long history in China, and scammers are very experienced in making fakes. She knew she couldn't compete with them, and besides, it would be too conspicuous for her to collect it herself. She enjoyed the protection of almost half of the Su family, which had its advantages and disadvantages. No one would easily touch her, but her every move would be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Other small families and forces wanted to know how the Su and Liang families would respond. Most of their energy will be spent on important figures in the Su family, but they can also observe Yu Xianga, who has recently been doing business with wealthy people. Although no one will be sent to follow Yu Xianga 24 hours a day, her long-term effort to collect metaphysical items will definitely be noticed. If these ancient or story-filled items change in the future, her behavior will be worth scrutinizing. After arriving in Sawadika, there was still a possibility that she would be investigated, but the trivial matters were all handled by the tour guide under the guise of a disguise, while Yushiunga would visit the attractions and buy things like a tourist. Perhaps Yushiunga was overthinking things again, but she was used to being cautious and only regretted that she hadn't thought things through more. Another exhilarating battle of wits with the air. Is this a camera from a horror movie? Yushiunga, disguised as a bald man, was playing with a very ordinary Polaroid camera. Which horror movie? The tour guide, Fly, rubbed his hands together and chuckled awkwardly. We didn't finish filming because the group of college students said they encountered something terrifying while filming, so they stopped because they were too scared to continue. Yushiunga put down the Polaroid camera without comment and looked at the other things on the table. A worn-out, blood-stained amulet. It is said that a woman who sought a good marriage obtained this amulet, got married shortly after returning home, and then discovered that her husband was a scumbag. In a fit of rage, she killed him. A wolf tooth, which is said to have come from a wolf that had eaten many people. A veil worn by a Thai princess hundreds of years ago. And a small piece of durian shell. Yushiunga controlled her expression, pointed to the durian shell, and said, Then may I ask, what is its tortuous and touching story and background? She leaned closer and smelled it. She could still smell the fresh scent of durian. Did this tour guide think his gun was unloaded? The tour guide gestured animatedly, saying that this durian shell was incredible. Usually, one person cuts the durian from the tree while another person catches it on the ground. But this durian was not caught and hit the other person on the head, killing him instantly. The durian didn't even manage to penetrate his head, because his head was already shattered. Everyone was busy crying, shouting, and clasping their hands together, so no one paid attention to the durian. Later, the bloody durian was picked up by a nearby child and taken home. The child ate the flesh, but the small piece of durian shell was left behind. Yushiunga. The child you're talking about isn't you, is it? Tour guide. It wasn't me, it was my child. Yushiunga. She was wrong. How could she think that if she couldn't outsmart domestic scammers, she could outsmart foreign scammers? There are many scammers in China, but at least people respect your intelligence. Abroad, not only are there many scammers, but they also treat you like a fool and try to fool you. Even the guns aren't working. Yushiunga waved wearily, took out $2,500 and put it on the table. She swept a pile of junk on the table into her black backpack. She decided to abandon her plans, buy a few latex mattresses and return to China. She's tired. She should use this time to train properly, and then go raid after the game invades. Yushiunga returned to his motherland less than a week after leaving the country. She still has nearly 30 million yuan in her hands, but she has nowhere to spend it, which is really worrying. She decided to use all the money to buy gold. When others asked, she could easily give a reason. She felt that the future belonged to players and that money would depreciate, so it was safer to switch to gold. Chapter 45. The little Deng nor old Deng will do. Yushiunga also took some time to visit the Yu family villa, put the latex mattress she brought for Ichiogwa in the living room, and then declined Ichiogwa's invitation to stay for dinner, heading straight to the jewelry store. Before Yu Xianhuan was a player, she could of course eat at the Yu family's house. But now that Yu Xianhuan has, well, 1/5 of the god of food talent, she doesn't want to eat a single grain of rice from the Yu family's house. From that day on, whenever someone came to Yushiunga to use the gear of destiny, she only accepted gold. 1 million, at the current gold price, would be about 3.8 gene of gold, but she rounded it down to 4 gene of gold. Suitong. This is the first time I've heard of rounding down to zero like this, and she feels a bit nauseous whenever she hears the word gold. However, wealthy people aren't short of money. After the luck was modified, many people were initially worried that it meant borrowing future luck in advance. They wondered if they were lucky now but would be unlucky later. In fact, many people were watching and waiting. But as time went by, they found that it had no effect. Moreover, even if the luck improved, it only allowed you to achieve your wishes within a certain range. It would not allow you to achieve your goals without any effort. The effect is roughly like when someone is trying to climb to the sky, the headwind turns into a tailwind. For example, the young man with the buzz cut who won the lottery. After winning 1 million on his first scratch-off ticket that day, he immediately bought 10 more tickets, and then he never won again. Yu Xiunga's divinely bestowed skill not only didn't become unsaleable, but actually attracted even more buyers. People don't need it every day, they just want to buy it for peace of mind and to experience the smooth feeling of everything going well as if divinely aided when faced with important events. Isn't this much more useful than a money tree or feng shui ornaments? During this time, Yu Xunhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Ichiogwa even tried to use connections to get her to give them a "we're so happy again" greeting, so they could experience the happiness of being lucky 10. Yu Xiunga readily agreed to this small matter. There are only 24 hours in a day, and this skill has a 6-hour cooldown after each use. Most of the powerful and wealthy, except those who need to give birth in the middle of the night, want to have their luck during the day. Even though Chinese people like to discuss business at the dinner table, they need her to bless them at the latest before dinner. She usually takes only 2 orders a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. This way, she can earn gold without affecting her classes. Her clients drive her around, and after using up her destiny gear, she can have the driver take her directly to her classes. The underworld hours at night can be reserved for the Yu family. Yu Xunhuan couldn't make it over at night. As a brother who dotes on his sister, he couldn't bring himself to make such an annoying request as asking his sister to come over at night to use a skill on him before going back. But Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, who live in the same villa area, can do it. In the first half of December, the two of them would take a walk every day to the entrance of Yu Xiunga's villa so that she could use her skills on one of them. It was just a matter of waving a hand. Yu Xiunga wasn't worried that a few hours would change their fate against all odds. Ichiogwa also said that Yu Xiunga was no longer close to them, and that they wouldn't even record their fingerprints at the villa. Yu Xiunga said that she has now retired from the entertainment industry and is able to date. She said that she might bring a boy home in the future, but she was worried that it would be inconvenient. Ichiogwa chuckled, giving him a knowing look, and stopped asking. The next second, she nudged Yu Qingshan with her elbow. "How about we go back to Zijing Road and stay there for a while? Don't you always say you're worried about the kids bothering us?" Yu Xiunga, is this an excuse for me to listen? Yu Xiunga, with a frown on his face, escorted the person to the outside of the villa, pretending not to see Yu Qingshan's bitter expression. Young James Harden is no good, and neither is old James Harden. TSK. Through daily training, Yu Xiunga has not only learned how to exert force more efficiently, but has also corrected many bad close combat habits with the help of his coach. Her current strength attribute is 10. In the past, even if she used all her strength, she could only exert 6 to 7 of her strength. But now that she has learned the techniques of exerting force, she can exert at least 90% of her strength. Although she primarily focuses on ranged attacks, close-quarters combat ability is also crucial. She can't be rendered useless once someone gets close. She has also learned many techniques, such as horizontal elbow, jumping elbow, covering elbow, heart-striking elbow, elbow strike, and flipping butterfly elbow. Yu Xiunga felt that she was now terrifyingly strong. Having learned all the knowledge, the rest required long-term practice, so she changed teachers and began to learn how to use a dagger. Similarly, she also learned all the knowledge related to archery. The rest depended on daily practice and comprehension. Yu Xiunga then began to learn the shooting skills of crossbows and firearms. The matter of Sawadika Kingdom made her heart, which had been floating in the air, settle down again. She has already stockpiled a lot of weapons. Rather than gambling on those vague and uncertain mutations with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000, she should focus on her studies. That's one way of putting it, but everyone has a gambling element to them. Every day after class and after dinner, Yu Xiunga would stop by the antique street to browse. She would buy whatever was broken and bring home a bunch of junk. Once, when she let Ichiogwa into the house to help her tidy up, Ichiogwa saw the pile of junk that even Yu Xiunga herself was too lazy to put in her game backpack and said that when she got old, she would definitely be tricked into buying health products. The male lead failed, the third female lead became addicted, and she gambled. Everyone has a bright future. But there was one person who looked like he was about to break. That day, Yu Xiong'e received a call from Yu Xuanhuan, asking if she had time that evening to help him adjust the luck value of a friend of his. He would pay her 5 caddies of gold per adjustment. Why wouldn't she agree to this? It's a business with no initial investment, and she's even taking money from Yu Xuanhuan, so of course she'd agree. However, she took precautions, worried that Yu Xuanhuan might say he wanted to treat her to dinner. She spoke first. Let's keep things separate. It's impossible for you to use this skill on your friend without charging you, but tonight it's my treat. Let's open a bottle of good wine. A restaurant costing over 10,000 renminbi per person, plus a bottle of wine costing over 200,000 renminbi, is only worth about 1 pound of gold. Yu Xiong'e smoothed her hair in the rearview mirror and nodded to her reflection. You're so generous. Then she turned the steering wheel and drove to the Yu family villa, bringing Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa along. Although she didn't know who Yu Xuanhuan's friend was, she could guess with her toes that it was probably one of his brothers. She didn't want to eat with them alone. This idiot brother acts like he's introducing his girlfriend to his parents. Every time he makes friends, he likes to bring that friend home for dinner, and then point to her, Yu Qingshan, and Ichiogwa and say, I'm introducing you to my family. In reality, Yu Xuanhuan brings at least 2 different brothers home for dinner every semester, and they are all tall, rich, and handsome. Yu Xiong'e always thought that he was either mentally unstable, or just a liar. Later, we discovered that this is called wisdom. Because all his brothers and friends were moved to tears and gave Yu Xuanhuan a lot of help. Yu Xiong'e felt it was difficult to explain Yu Xuanhuan. His many benefactors might not be solely due to luck. Chapter 46: The Preciousness of the Gears of Destiny. Not to mention Yu Xiong'e, Ichiogwa and Yu Qingshan are used to it. Every time, Yu Qingshan can bring out the wine he just bought and say that this is the good wine that his uncle has always been reluctant to drink. Since you are Xuanhuan's friend, then his uncle will treat you as half a son. Come on, let's have a drink together. The cups and lines remain unchanged. Upon arriving at the private room, sure enough, it was Yi Dong, whom Yu Xiong'e had met unilaterally in City B not long ago. However, the man looked haggard and almost broken. Although his eyes lit up when he saw Yu Xiong'e, his mood quickly returned to its low point. He'd been having such a bad run of luck lately. He hadn't won a single game, even those that were going well would end up being lost due to various unexpected events. The scandal of him lying to his fans had blown up, and the people he'd offended in City B were coming after him. Even if he stayed home and did nothing, he'd still choke on his food. After everyone was seated, Yu Xuanhuan seemed even more anxious than Yi Dong, the person involved. He immediately took out a 5-pound gold brick and handed it to Yu Xiong'e. Sister, please help my friend. He's been having such bad luck lately. Yu Xiong'e didn't refuse. She was worried that Yu Xuanhuan would take advantage of the situation, and not even give her a push-pull process. As soon as she said she didn't need it, he would take back the gold brick. Yu Xiong'e dodged Ichiogwa's high-frequency elbow strikes, put the gold brick away directly, and then used her skill on Yi Dong. How could someone who can hang out with the male lead be unlucky? Yu Xiong'e immediately understood that it was most likely because he had eaten the food cooked by Yu Xuanhuan but hadn't paid for it yet. Other people's free meal is just eating without paying, but Yu Xuanhuan's free meal is him secretly cooking for you, just to make sure you pay. Paying him to modify Yi Dong's luck value was his way of offering Yi Dong a reward, a timely act of kindness that made Yi Dong trust and appreciate him more. TSK, she's used this trick on herself her whole life. But seeing Yu Xuanhuan scheme against his brother from his past life, Yu Xiong'e felt that he had come to the right place and might be able to eat a few more bowls of rice. Yu Xiong'e decisively changed Yi Dong's luck to 10, letting him experience the charm of, I'm happy again. Judging from Yu Xuanhuan's attitude, Yi Dong would probably become a frequent customer of his business in the future. Even if games invade the game in the future, I'll still make money with this skill. When you open a treasure chest after defeating a boss, do you need to feel happy again? Don't be fooled by the fact that Yuxianhuan, Yuxianga, and even Su Yitong all have maximum luck. 2 of them are the male and female leads, while the other only increased her luck from 8 to 10 through postnatal development. Most ordinary people have a luck value of 5. Yuxianga recently modified the luck values of so many people and also looked at the information of many people through the Soros pocket watch. Even many successful people who were previously only seen on TV had a luck value of only 7. Of course, this is understandable. After all, for those who can reach the top of the pyramid, they rely on their intelligence, family background, emotional intelligence, and hard work. Luck is just icing on the cake. But opening treasure chests in games has nothing to do with intelligence, ability, family background, or appearance. It's purely a matter of luck. In his previous life, the Liang family kept Liang Hui's divinely bestowed talent a closely guarded secret. They may even have prepared special items to conceal his talent, which is why it was never discovered. Even she had heard that the Liang family had a high chance of getting good items after each dungeon run, unlike other families. Even the Su family, only Su Yitong could get good items when opening chests. Once the dungeon started, outsiders couldn't enter, and they couldn't have the young lady come to open chests after the dungeon was finished. Despite their exceptionally high success rate in winning lottery tickets, the Liang family's development was only slightly less successful than the Su family's, and no one knew why. Yuxianga was only able to deduce the effect of Liang Hui's divine talent skill after Liang Hui used the Gear of Fate skill repeatedly. Finally, when Liang Hui caught her, she asked him for confirmation. Liang Hui saw that she had guessed most of his divine talent skill, so he admitted it. Anyway, this person would be dead soon. Thinking about it this way, Miss Liang went to great lengths to capture her, only to have the Su family snatch her away in the end. Yuxianga has made up his mind to use this divinely bestowed skill to benefit the players in S City. If this skill is controlled well, it can earn 4 times a day. Successful people don't work all night, but players will stay up all night playing games. We need to rethink the pricing. It can't be as cheap as it is now, but it also can't be too outrageous, lest it arouse envy and get targeted and eliminated. Yuxianga was lost in thought throughout the meal, refining his Gear of Destiny, money-making plan in his mind. At the dinner table, Yuxianga was very cold to Yidong, but Yidong didn't dare to say much. After all, although he hadn't yet felt the charm of Luck 10, Yuxianga was also a player, and he might need to use her divine talent in the future. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he would endure it, at most just muttering to himself that this woman was not sensible enough. Yuxianga didn't care about Yidong's thoughts. She did want to develop Yidong into a client, but this business was Yidong asking her for help, not the other way around. She didn't lack clients. Yuxianhuan no longer felt there was anything wrong with Yuxianga's attitude. In fact, this was good. Yuxianga's attitude would highlight how good his brother was to Yidong. It was already late when she got home, but Yuxianga still spent another hour making food for the cats in the backyard. As the weather got colder, more and more cats appeared in the backyard. So she decided to have a pet villa custom made and put it in the backyard. She then placed the cat beds inside and covered the wooden floor with heated mats. With so many cats already there, she couldn't just watch the strong ones sleep in their beds while the weak ones had to freeze outside. The faucet in the backyard has also been replaced with a sensor-operated one, so water will come out whenever a cat walks by. That's all she could do, Yuxianga squatted in front of the floor-to-ceiling window between the backyard and the villa, and shook his finger at a calico cat outside that kept patting the door and window with its paw pads trying to get in, saying, "Don't even think about it." Meow. Impossible. She coldly got up and left. These past few days, Yuxianga has been renovating her cat backyard. She bought some cat toys and cat trees, and installed an automatically retractable canopy on top, which can keep the cats out of the rain and allow them to sunbathe when the sun is out. She attributed her behavior to her concern that the cat's nest wouldn't mutate, which was why she was so enthusiastic and proactive. It was definitely not because she was conquered by the cat. While busy, she pondered the pricing of Gear of Fate after the game's invasion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her paranoia had relapsed. The more she thought about the Gear of Fate skill, the more she felt that its danger level was no better than role-playing. It's not without reason that a divinely bestowed talent that can only change luck and swap the other party's attributes is rated B. Chapter 47. Someone came to the door. Although everyone has tacitly refrained from touching her, and even Sui Tong hasn't considered announcing that she belongs to the Su family, it's because this skill isn't very useful at the moment. It's like a metaphysical master going around bringing wealth to people. People value it but don't really take it seriously, like a trinket. But things changed after the game was compromised. If a faction consistently obtains items worth 30% more than other factions after each dungeon run, even if it's only 10% more, over time they can leave their opponents far behind. Currently, players aren't earning enough money, so her price isn't high. But as players become more skilled and earn more money, the price of her skill will inevitably increase. She either has to not use it, or she has to strike a balance, and let those powerful forces balance each other out, and reach a tacit agreement that no one should touch her. Since she needed to maintain a balance, she couldn't be too greedy. If she dared to demand a share of the final profits from the other team's raid, she wouldn't survive more than 3 days. But if it was too cheap, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. She admitted that no matter how restrained and cautious she was essentially a greedy person. However, this problem is easy to solve. It just depends on whether her talent has been spread. Just then, she received a call from security guards, saying that 2 people were looking for her, and that they claimed to be the people she had played games with on October 10th. The security guard's tone was very strange. He probably didn't expect that someone living in a big villa would engage in the kind of online gaming and real-life dating thing. Yu Xiunga understood. It was a player. She wasn't afraid. Since the other party had come to visit formally in broad daylight, whatever their purpose, at least they were showing goodwill. She had someone bring them in. The visitors were a man and a woman, dressed casually, but judging from their posture and demeanor, they were probably from the team. She led them into the house and sat them down, served them 2 glasses of water, and then got straight to the point and asked them what they wanted to do. The woman with the ponytail said, "Hello, my name is Zhao Shuang, and we are government employees." Upon hearing that the person who arrived was an official, Yu Xiunga thought to himself, "Finally, the wait is over." She already had the answer to her problem. How to find a balance? Just find something stronger to restrain it, right? Yu Xiunga nodded. What a coincidence, me too. Zhao Shuang was amused by Yu Xiunga's lame joke and laughed for no apparent reason, but her expression relaxed a bit. She had been worried that the other party was the type who would become arrogant after getting a lucky encounter, but now it seemed that at least on the surface he didn't have much hostility towards the authorities. You definitely understand what I mean. Yu Xiunga seized control of the conversation. You need my divinely bestowed talent and want to cooperate with me? The word cooperation made the man with the buzz cut feel a chill. What they wanted was not cooperation, but to recruit people. Cooperation meant equality, profit sharing, and payment for every use. But he also knew that moral blackmail was the dumbest approach. Moreover, the idea that this game might be the beginning of an alien invasion was just speculation, and there was no concrete evidence to support it. Wu Qingbai couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, then asked, Miss Yu, haven't you thought about serving your country? Yu Xiunga. I paid my taxes. Wu Qingbai. Zhao Shuang chuckled again, cleared her throat to calm herself down. She and Wu Qingbai had talked to at least 800,000 players recently, and Yu Xiunga was neither the best nor the worst in terms of attitude, but she was definitely the calmest. Upon hearing their identities, he showed no excitement or resistance, no sense of superiority, but also no fear or trepidation. He was a resolute person. Zhao Shuang immediately abandoned all the rhetoric she had prepared and asked directly, Miss Yu, how would you like to cooperate? Yu Xiunga said, I can use the gear of fate 4 times a day to modify a person's luck value. I am willing to sell you 3 of those spots. I don't care how you use them, or who you cooperate with or talk to. However, I can't stay here every day. I think you can also track my whereabouts. After I retired from the entertainment industry, I like to travel except for attending classes and training. Instead of offering a solution, Zhao Shuang asked, What about the price? Yu Xiunga set an exorbitant price. 3 gold per time. And she would raise the price even more as players leveled up and earned more. Wu Qingbo. This is considered high income, and you have to pay 45% tax, every time. Yu Xiunga. Zhao Shuang. Yu Xiunga picked up his coffee cup. It's getting late. Get out of here now. Get far, far away. Zhao Shuang grabbed the water glass in front of Wu Qingbai and shoved it into his hand. Shut up. Zhao Shuang started to bargain. This price is too expensive. Although there are many of us, you've played this game before and you know how hard it is to earn money in it. Yu Xiunga. God-given talents are all kinds of strange and wonderful. It's not necessarily true that some people are good at making money. She wasn't just saying it casually. Although she had never seen them, there are gods of food, gods of thieves, and gods of water. Why can't there be gods of wealth? Zhao Shuang remained calm. Even though Yu Xiunga had guessed correctly, she didn't reveal any flaws. There were a total of 520,000 players in the official game, and naturally some of them had divine talents related to making money. But those were just A-level talents, not money-printing machines. The price of 3 gold coins per run is too expensive. Besides, they do have players with a lucky 10 score, although there are only 2. Next, Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai took turns persuading Yu Xiunga to lower the price, with one being firm and the other gentle. Every now and then, Wu Qingbai would deliberately do something silly to ease the atmosphere, showing that they were old partners and veteran actors. Yu Xiunga hadn't cared about this at first, but the other party's determined attitude finally piqued her curiosity. Could you tell me why you need my talent so much? Scientific research? International affairs? Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai shook their heads, their attitude clear. They could not say. Yu Xiunga couldn't even read any information from their faces. Even though she occasionally went to raid dungeons with behemoths like the Su and Liang families in her past life, she didn't know much more than the average person. She only knew about many things from the news, such as the closed beta test time and number of participants, and ordinary items that had undergone mutations. She had no way of knowing the real inside story. So what exactly is it that makes this group of people need her divinely bestowed talent so much? Scientific research may require a bit of luck, but what is reliable is a brilliant mind and a long research process. It does not require long-term collaboration. International events? Even more outrageous. Therefore, it can only be related to games. Crafting equipment? Dungeons? She even went a step further, wondering if someone had a way to enter the game. Yes, who said there were only 3 closed beta tests? And who said you couldn't enter the game after the closed beta ended? In her past life, the official power always crushed the major families or conglomerates. Could it really be just because of righteousness and numbers? She didn't believe it. Not to mention others, just look at Su Beige and Lian Yuchuan's uncle. He probably dreams of becoming a king. Yu Xiunga's heart was beating faster and faster, and her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. She sat up straight and stared at the 2 people opposite her. Wu Qingbai, Zhao Shuang. Don't do this, I'm scared. Chapter 48. Could it be a scam? Yu Xiunga's attitude changed completely. She took the water away from the 2 of them and asked, Coffee, juice, or tea? Zhao Shuang. Oh no, I have a bad feeling. Wu Qingbai coughed twice, clenching his fist. Don't do this, we're scared. Yu Xiunga made 2 cups of the best coffee for him and took out several plates of pastries from his game backpack, which had the highest rating but were not higher than 80, and placed them on the table. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality earlier. Zhao Shuang. Just tell me directly. Yu Xiunga. Then I'll be frank, do you guys have a way to enter the game? Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai looked like they had been punched. The worst thing that had ever happened had still happened. Yu Xiunga's talent was too special, and their attitudes were so obvious. It wasn't surprising that she could guess what was going on. Soon, their expressions turned serious. Wu Qingbai said, If you want to know more, you must join us. Don't worry, we offer excellent benefits and will give you maximum freedom within the rules and regulations. Her compensation means that her efforts must exceed her income, and freedom within rules and regulations is not true freedom. She had already seen through the two actors' tactics, and Yu Xianga shook her head regretfully. It seems we can't reach an agreement to cooperate. Their attitude was simply that there was no room for negotiation. Dao Shuang took out her phone. Is it convenient for me to make a call? Yu Xianga raised his hand. Whatever. After Zhao Shuang left, Wu Qingbai asked seriously. Could you tell me why you're unwilling to join us? Is it because you don't believe in us or because you're unwilling? Yu Xianga said. I don't believe it, and I'm unwilling to. She frankly said. I know this game is unusual, and I know you are great, but where there are many people, there will be factional disputes, and it will involve the distribution of benefits. Can you say there won't be? My old company was divided into 3 major factions. I can't play those games. Wu Qingbai. What about the Su family? Yu Xianga. I never thought about joining the Su family. I never thought about joining any force. I am a free agent who fights alone. Although there are many risks, and I never get access to the really good stuff or inside information, it is still better than wasting time scheming and fighting. Wu Qingbai fell silent. He couldn't refute Yu Xianga. Where there are many people, there will inevitably be disputes and factions. Even if everyone has the same goal, or even if some people have no selfish motives, different ideas about doing things will naturally form several factions, hardliners, moderates, and radicals. And each of them has its own differences. Not to mention, it's impossible for people to be without selfish motives. A crisis means change, and there will always be someone who wants to reshuffle the cards and start over. He and Zhao Shuang were not even from the same faction. Their teaming up was not only for cooperation, but also for mutual supervision and checks and balances. To be honest, he was annoyed too. He didn't want to do it anymore, but going it alone would lead to Yu Xianga's current situation. He knew nothing and couldn't access the really good things. Just as the two fell silent, Zhao Shuang returned and said to Yu Xianga, regardless of whether we ultimately reach a cooperation agreement, you will need to pay a certain amount of the Gear of Destiny before we tell you this news. Yu Xianga never hesitated to ask for necessary expenses. Okay. Zhao Shuang took out a transparent crystal the size of a blueberry and handed it to Yu Xianga. Skill Storage Stone, one-time use. Using a skill on the crystal will store that skill for others to use. Simply crush the crystal to use it. Created by Yi Chang. Yu Xianga had seen skill stones before in her previous life, but she didn't know much about them. They were something she wouldn't spend money on, since spending tens of silver coins or even a few gold coins to buy a skill that could only be used once was too extravagant. This was the first time she had ever seen a blank crystal. She used the skill, Happy Again, on the crystal, and red mist spread out inside, turning the entire crystal red. From a distance, it looked like a small cloud of red mist. She checked her skills and found that Happy Again had entered its cooldown period. It doesn't seem to allow players to skip cooldowns, but it does ensure that skills with limited uses aren't wasted. She immediately asked, how much is this crystal? Zhao Shuang smiled, put away the red mist crystal, and revealed a smile that only a top-selling micro-business owner would have. 3 gold coins each. Yu Xianga. Retribution came so quickly. The claim of 3 gold per crystal was obviously a joke. Zhao Shuang said, if you want to buy it, I'll give you a friendly price. 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals. Yu Xianga didn't speak. She was thinking about whether she should look for a way to make this. It was too much of a loss to always buy from others. Zhao Shuang didn't care about Yu Xianga's silence. She began to pay. We do have a way to enter the game. It's different from playing the game during the closed beta. Once you're in, death is real death. We can also take you in and even provide you with protection, but you'll need to use your Destiny Gear quota to pay for all of this. The positions of the two parties in the transaction were instantly reversed. Yu Xianga wasn't in a hurry. She was only excited that she had a way to get there. Where is the landing point? Zhao Shuang. We have someone who bought a small house in Undercity, the city of the dead. His talent is to open portals, which can send us to Undercity. That's good, the enemy's lair. Zhao Shuang watched as Yuxiunga's expression shifted from excitement to calm. What? You don't like it? I like it. The game character doesn't look like her in real life, and besides, she has a disguise skill. Yuxiunga asked. Then how do we get out? Zhao Shuang. This involves another paid feature. We can turn everyone into cute little animals, and another player who can disguise themselves as an undead will take us out of the city. Yuxiunga could transform into animals and disguise herself, but if she didn't want to expose these skills, she had to pay. She rubbed her forehead. Her head ached. She felt like she'd happily signed up for a free tour only to be dragged to the destination and forced to spend money. Zhao Shuang's smile grew brighter and brighter, and even Wu Qingbai next to her smiled happily. Yuxiunga. Is there a time limit? Once I get there, can I stay as long as I want? Zhao Shuang. Sure, but whether it's going to the past or coming back, each time you use our portal, you'll need to pay 50 Gear of Destiny skill crystals. Of course, we'll provide the crystals. This price is undeniably expensive. But this is a monopolistic industry, so if she doesn't join them, she will naturally have to pay a higher price, which is reasonable. However, being able to enter that world means immense wealth, making the expensive ticket price worthwhile. Chapter 49 Smuggling into Zealand Star. I'm so happy. The cooldown time for one use is 6 hours, but she has a necklace that reduces the cooldown time by 15%. So, she can actually use it once every 306 minutes. Theoretically, as long as she times each cooldown perfectly, she only needs less than 11 days worth of skill points to get a chance to go to another world. Yuxiunga can totally accept this price. If she owned this door, she would probably offer the same price, which would be commensurate with the preciousness of the opportunity, but not an exorbitant price, and would also create a good relationship with the other party. Yuxiunga said, I just need you to turn me into an animal and take me out of the city. How much will that cost? Zhao Shuang. 5 skill crystals. Yuxiunga asked one last question. If that person dies, can we still come back? Zhao Shuang. Well, that involves another fee-charging item. Yuxiunga. Why don't you just leave? I'll pretend you were never here today. Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai stood up in unison. Okay. Yuxiunga raised his hand. Let's talk this out. Wu Qingbo. You wouldn't want to hear it anyway. Yuxiunga. I am the reborn heroine of a revenge novel. How dare you treat me like this? Believe me or not, I'm really angry. Zhao Shuang. We have teleportation skill crystals here. You can crush one and come back on your own. It's safe and worry-free. Each one only costs 52 crystals. Yuxiunga. Do you accept gold coins? Zhao Shuang. No, I'll only accept your skill crystals. Yuxiunga. Can I get a loan? I mean, I'll go there first, and I'll pay back a few every now and then. Zhao Shuang. Of course. If it's a loan, your situation is special. You must make payments every 3 days, with a minimum of 10 crystals each time, and you'll need to pay an additional 5 crystals as interest. Yuxiunga. Are you really people from the country? Wu Qingbo. Genuine, no doubt about it. Yuxiunga. She always felt that she had encountered a fraud gang. Smuggling, no, the teleportation fee is 50 crystals. Turning into an animal and sending it out of the city costs 5 crystals. The teleportation fee back costs 52 crystals, and the loan fee is 5 crystals. After seeing everyone off, Yuxiunga sat alone on the sofa, holding 112 blank skill crystals, a loan contract, and a confidentiality agreement in her hand. The confidentiality agreement was very detailed, stipulating that not only could she not tell anyone that she could enter the game, but she also could not reveal any player information after being captured in the other world. Every time she made a tip-off, she would be banned from speaking for several days. Zhao Shuang said this was a product of divine talent, and Yuxiunga had seen it in her previous life. After checking it, she found no traps and the terms were not strict, so she signed it. How did it suddenly turn out like this? She does seem to still be a lone wolf, but now she's a lone wolf burdened with huge debts. She was even planning to sell this skill for 3 gold coins each time. 108 times, that's roughly 500 gold coins, right? Yu Xianga wiped his face, thinking to himself that he would make a profit before returning this time. She first spent several days investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qibai, and only felt completely relieved after confirming that they were indeed government officials. She posted a vague message on her WeChat Moments, which those who know understand. Lucky 10 has been taken away by the official team and will no longer be sold to the public. She then went to bake cat biscuits for the cats in the backyard, which are tastier and more nutritious than cat food. She didn't stop until she had filled all 5 feeders. She dispenses food every 3 hours, and the food stored inside is enough for these cats to eat for a month. Finally, I mentioned it again in the family group chat. Only Ichihua, who is the most idle in the group, replies instantly. The other 2 probably have their phones on Do Not Disturb. Yusun-ge, my skills can only be used by government officials lately. I'll be going on a business trip for over a month, and I can't disclose the itinerary. Happy Autumn Fruit, do people pay? Yusun-ge, what do you think? Autumn Fruits of Happiness, I say people can't refuse to give. Yusun-ge, they won't give me money, and they even want me to pay taxes. Happy Autumn Fruit, how could this be? Is there no law anymore? Yusun-ge, exactly. After spouting a few words of nonsense, Yuxianga changed into clothes that were easy to move in, long sleeves, trousers, and boots. The clothes were made of soft, lightweight fabric. She didn't care about windproof or waterproof protection, she only wanted them to be quiet and not make any rubbing noises while moving. Then she checked her weapons, potions, and food again. Once she was sure everything was in order, she drove to the address Zhao Shuang had given her. A portal would open there that night. Wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, Yuxianga walked into the top floor of the library, where it was already full of people, most of whom were wearing masks and sunglasses like her, not wanting others to see their true appearance. There was a table in the corner, laden with food and drinks. Yuxianga didn't go there. She had a phobia of never eating anything for free in her life. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that a man in military uniform walked in and explained the old rules to the hundreds of people present. Those who follow orders must obey commands. If they disobey orders more than 3 times, we have the right to kill them. For players who are not part of a team, you are free to move around after leaving the city. You can also seek our protection if you encounter a crisis, but I think you all understand the price. We are only generous to our own people. To those friends who have taken out loans, I hope you will repay on time, otherwise it will be difficult to cooperate with us again in the future. I hope everyone will abide by the terms of the confidentiality agreement. It is a product of God's gift, and I believe no one wants to know the consequences of violating the terms. Everyone understand? Yuxianga shouted. Understood. Along with the crowd, feeling as if he were participating in military training. Sui Tong only learned about Yuxianga's matter after she came out of the meeting. She frowned slightly. This skill had actually been taken by the official team. She felt a sense of unease, as if something of hers had been taken away. But she quickly regained control of her emotions and began to think about why the authorities needed to use the divinely bestowed talent, Gear of Fate. When she got home for dinner that evening, she asked Yu Xunhuan if he knew about this. Yu Xunhuan showed her the group chat directly. Sui Tong's gaze lingered for a moment on the line. I'll be going on a business trip for a month, and I can't disclose the itinerary. She asked. You really didn't pay? Yu Xunhuan shrugged. It should be true. Although she's a bit stingy, she wouldn't lie about this. Sui Tong nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. She quickly put it out of her mind. She simply assumed that the authorities needed Lucky 10 to do something special, just like she and Liang Yuchuan did to make their divinations go more smoothly. This skill is indeed useful. She has recently been considering bringing Yu Xiunge into the Su family, but she is still thinking about which branch of the family to marry. Yu Xiunge is too outstanding to be worthy of, but if she is not good enough, she will lose face. After all, Yu Xiunge is her husband's sister. Unfortunately, it was too late. Oh well, it's just a B-grade talent anyway. Chapter 50 I am the dignified female protagonist of a revenge novel. Yu Xiunga was unaware that Su Yitong was already considering marrying her into the Su family and having her work for them. However, it didn't matter, she had already been angry enough in her past life. The Su family is sometimes quite funny. If you work for the Su family, the closer you are to the core, the better your treatment will be, which motivates everyone to climb the ladder. But if you marry into the Su family and become their daughter-in-law or son-in-law, then that's it. You'll be working for nothing. You'll be a member of the Su family, working for your own family. Why would you still want this and that? Surely you didn't marry into the Su family just for their gold coins. In her previous life, after gaining some fame through her divinely bestowed talent, Su Yitong desperately wanted to marry into the Su family, a family known for its many vices. However, Yu Xiunga had no good impression of the Su family based solely on the life Yu Xiunhuan led. If Liang Yuchuan and Han Qianshan hadn't entered the scene later, and the Liang and Han family's influence wasn't much less than that of the Su family, Yu Xiunhuan's status and treatment would have been hard to predict. Besides, what kind of nonsense was Su Yitong introducing? How could Yu Xiunga possibly agree to that? As a result of her repeated rejections, Su Yitong saw it as a sign that she still harbored feelings for Yu Xiunhuan. That's incredibly dirty imagination. At 8 p.m., the portal lit up on time, and everyone lined up to go through one by one. After each person went through, they had to wait 2 minutes before the next person was allowed to pass. After Yu Xiunga stepped through the blue portal of light, he found himself in a dimly lit little room with only one candle lit. There were 2 people standing in the room, a short-haired woman and a man in military uniform who had come in and shouted earlier. The man in military uniform had now changed into a gray robe. The short-haired woman beckoned to Yu Xiunga to come over. "Come here, I'll turn you into a small animal." Yu Xiunga looked at her warily. What about those people from before? Even if they were turned into small animals and sent out of the city, it shouldn't have been this fast. The short-haired woman smiled and turned to the side, revealing a small glass box behind her. Inside, cockroaches crawled in layers upon layers, countless cockroaches trying to climb over each other, none of them wanting to be crushed underneath. "These are the small animals you were talking about." "Wait, what were Zhao Shuang's exact words again?" "We can turn everyone into cute little animals." Yu Xiunga was numb. "I am the reborn, revenge-driven female protagonist of a novel," the short-haired woman said gently. "Come on." Yu Xiunga took a big step back. "Wait. I confess, no, I mean, I have a tool that can turn me into a small animal, a real, cute little animal." "It's okay, she has many tricks up her sleeve, nobody knows how many little animals she can transform into. My trump card is to make my life better." Yu Xiunga raised his hand to stop the short-haired woman from getting closer. "Can't I transform myself?" The short-haired woman stood there regretfully. "Of course." Just as Yu Xiunga was about to transform, he suddenly asked, "Do I still need to repay the 5 crystals I paid for this transformation service in my loan agreement?" The short-haired woman smiled slightly, knowing that she was probably a player who had traded her skills for entry. "The 5 crystals are mainly for escorting you out of the city. Turning you into an animal is just a bonus." Yu Xiunga gritted her teeth. Fine, you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. You just wait." She transformed into the chubby cow cat she had recently petted, walked to the corner, and only then did she notice a black dog squatting there, its eyes filled with pity and understanding as it looked at her. Yu Xiunga. Over the next period of time, Yu Xiunga finally understood why the queue to enter was so slow. Almost everyone, after learning that they would be turned into cockroaches, had to go through a process of shock, doubt, struggle, resistance, and compromise. Only a few people, probably because they had been there before, were very calm and composed. But when they saw the black dog and the calico cat in the corner, they all gave them a sour look. Yu Xiunga waited patiently, constantly sensing the aura of this other world. The air here seemed to contain magic. Since becoming a player, she has been able to feel the energy within her body, and even feel the magic flowing through her body every time she uses a skill, but those feelings have never been as clear as they are now. It's like a lens that's been shrouded in fog is suddenly wiped clean, and the world becomes clear. She even had the illusion that she could instantly cast Ice Flower Seal, without chanting any spells. Players passed by Yuxiunga one by one, but she didn't use the thief god's skill. When she was first reborn, she would have wanted to steal even a dog she passed by, but since she stole Yuxiunhuan's food god talent, her resentment had greatly diminished. There were so many powerful aliens, she didn't need to steal from her own kind. Besides, there were still the Su, Liang, and Han families. She had plenty of enemies, and she didn't need to harm those who hadn't offended her. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. To Yuxiunga's right, there was an orange cat. It belonged to a short-haired woman. The man in military uniform had already put away the cockroach box. After using a prop to turn himself into an undead, he led the two cats and the dog outside. Undercity is full of strange people, including trolls, blood elves, dwarves, and goblins, but nobody cares about a few ordinary pets. The group quickly left the city. Yuxiunga followed closely behind the captain, skillfully navigating the territories of low-level creatures such as wolves and goblins. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a large tree some distance from Undercity. Looking back, they could only vaguely see the spire of the undead palace. The detection capabilities of the Soros pocket watch were truly powerful. In Yuxiunga's eyes, a line of text appeared outside the large tree, a modified magical dwelling. The captain knocked on the door and whispered a code. A flash of light appeared beneath Yuxiunga and the others' feet. A few seconds later, a door appeared in a tree so large that it would take several people to encircle it. A man wearing glasses opened the door and let them in. It looks like it's about the size of a football field, thanks to some kind of special technology used inside. There are 2 rows of tents inside, and at a glance, there are probably close to 100 tents. The orange cat transformed back into the short-haired woman and said to the cat and dog on the ground, "This is our base. You can come here to pay off your loans." What a cold statement. Yuxiunga nodded her cat head, then realized she looked a bit silly. She reverted to human form, put on her mask and hat, and asked, "Are there any other services here?" The short-haired woman took out the box of cockroaches and, while restoring each cockroach to human form, said to everyone, "If you find that you can't survive here, you can come back and continue to cooperate with us. Of course, in that case, you'll have to follow our orders. As for the rest, here's the bill, you can take a look." Yuxiunga took the paper from the bespectacled man. It was filled with charges for various services, from treatments and lodging to medicines and help with disguises. It even offered a service where you could pay someone to pick you up if you got lost and couldn't find your campsite. The scariest thing is that at least half of the items listed have prices that say, negotiable. Chapter 51 Treehouse Outpost. Yuxiunga. How much does it cost to stay here overnight? It only costs 2 silver coins, but it's more cost-effective to pay with skill crystals. The bespectacled man took out a roster and asked, "What's your name?" "You can tell me quietly." This is targeted exploitation, an alternative form of big data. Yuxiunga understood. She needs to come up with a solution. She can't remain passive like this. Damn it! The clever rabbit has turned this thing into an industry so quickly. And it does it so openly, confidently, and logically, without offending anyone. Considering it was getting late, Yuxiunga decided to stay the night. As for those who had joined the official troops, they all went out with the man in military uniform, presumably to find other accommodations. For 2 silver coins, Yuxiunga settled into the tent. Inside, there was nothing but a sleeping bag. She dragged the sleeping bag aside, unsure if anyone else had slept in it, and took out her own toiletries and sleeping bag. After a quick wash, she spent her first night in this other world. She was even woken by a timed alarm in the middle of the night to craft a Gear of Destiny skill crystal. Upon waking the next day, she used her loan contract to obtain an advanced teleportation stone from the bespectacled man. This stone, when crushed, would transport her directly back to Earth. Teleportation stone, one-time use. Crushing this stone will teleport you to the teleportation array at Lane 51 XX Road, XX District, S City. Array activation time, 1 second, producer, Mingqing. Such a high-class item, and such an impressive name for a teleportation array. Yuxiunga asked in detail. After this is activated, will I go back directly, or will the portal open in 1 second and I need to walk through it? The bespectacled man said. After 1 second of activation time, you will be teleported away by the formation. After saying that, he took out a water ball-shaped object. If you can't find a contact point, you can crush this water ball, and our people will come to pick you up and take you to the nearest contact point, but there will be a certain fee each time. As for you, let me see, it will cost 3 skill stones to pick you up once. She's fallen into a den of demons. Yu Xianga took the water balloon, smiled politely but with a hint of embarrassment, thanked him, put on his hood, covered his mouth and nose with a mask, took out his crossbow, and left the treehouse. She doesn't rely on the teleportation stone to escape because she has apparition, which only takes 0.1 seconds to cast. She can quickly teleport to a safe place. However, if she is prohibited from casting spells or using magic, she will need to use the teleportation stone. She needs to return to Undercity, as it relates to her future plans, whether to focus on hunting in the wild or to return to the city to practice various professions and engage in buying and selling. After killing several wolves that had nowhere to hide, Yu Xianga arrived at the graveyard near Undercity. Then she transformed into a cow-cat and ran towards Undercity. If you're unsure whether other players will be following you, becoming a cow-cat is a relatively safe option. In the game, it always felt like the character entered the city after running for only a short while, but now she was in another world, and it took her more than half an hour to reach the gate of Undercity. Looking up, she saw that the wanted poster for her game character was still hanging on the city wall. The guards did not stop a harmless kitten, and Yu Xianga entered Undercity smoothly. The kitten was too small for the vast alien capital city. She walked around the walls again and again. During the closed beta, she was in a hurry and only spent a few hours wandering the streets to get startup funds on her first visit. After that, she hadn't had a proper chance to explore the city. When the last closed beta ended, she spent all her gold coins. Now she only has the gold coins she made herself. From October 11th to yesterday, December 16th, she would occasionally skip class, but she insisted on turning into a goblin and making gold coins every day. After deducting the silver coins spent on yesterday's accommodation, I currently have 200 gold and 70 silver. Enough to spend, but not rich. The main problem is that the official outpost was too intimidating. It felt like entering a tourist attraction. On second thought, isn't this just a tourist attraction? Ordinary tourists who aren't wealthy or have limited resources simply wouldn't spend money to come here. Yu Xianga passed by the alchemy shop and glanced at the undead female mentor Hufflepuff, who was still brewing potions in the same old spot. She then went to the Goblin District and suddenly realized that she couldn't understand what the aliens were saying. When playing the game, the translated text will automatically appear at the bottom. In her previous life, everyone used a kind of translator made by engineering to exchange insults with other races. This thing was not expensive, and it worked as long as it was clipped to her clothes. Over time, she actually forgot about the language problem and forgot about the existence of such a thing as a translator. She crawled into the sewers, sprinkled revealing potions around the area, and waited a minute before disguising herself as a goblin and changing into a robe that matched alien aesthetics. She first crafted the 3 gold coins she had earned that day, and then pulled out the official price list. Flipping to the end, she found that translators were indeed for sale, 2 gold each. That's outrageous. At this point, players barely earn any money in a day, and they dare to sell for 2 gold. She emerged from the sewers, cursing, and headed towards the Goblin District. She discovered that she could understand those strange languages this time, but when she tried to speak a few words in a low voice, she found that she was still speaking Chinese. Yu Xianga didn't care, but went to the Goblin Engineer's shop, took out the materials, and made a translator. This is an intermediate engineering recipe. The materials aren't expensive. A single set of materials, including all the ingredients, only costs 27 silver coins. Once the items were ready, she could communicate with the goblins. Unfortunately, all the goblins here had been squeezed dry, and no one was willing to trade with her for gold bars. Although she could make a profit, she had no money to spend. Old Bill, who used to be the richest man, was now so poor that he couldn't even afford to drink. Yu Xuanga still hadn't run out of herbs. Having thought she would never be able to learn skills in the game again, she focused on practical training. Finally, she went to the auction house and spent 5 gold to buy the skill book for Clean Up E level, and another 18 gold to buy Water Creation D level. After solving the cleaning and water creation skills that she had regretted not buying, Yu Xuanga immediately went into the sewers, transformed back into a cow cat, and left the city. She plans to upgrade. She believed that the official team had already taken the lead over her. Although she wouldn't lose in terms of attribute points alone, she would at least have to meet the threshold if she wanted to participate in some large-scale official events. After returning to the cemetery, Yu Xuanga transformed back into human form. Her 3 years of experience in her previous life meant she didn't need to do any mental preparation to kill monsters. However, she hadn't had a high-intensity battle in a long time, so she needed to warm up today. Yu Xuanga walked for more than 10 minutes in a direction away from the treehouse stronghold and the dark city before encountering the monster. Skeleton Wolf, Level 2, Health, 200 out of 200. Chapter 52 Leveling Up. This is the product of a wolf having its flesh and blood drained by a low-level undead. It resembles a wolf skeleton, moves quickly, but doesn't possess magic and has low attack power, making it easy to deal with. It's perfect for her to warm up. Yu Xuanga took out his crossbow, aimed, and fired. A normal attack could take away 50 points of its health, while a critical hit would deal 100. Using the skill Explosive Arrow could not only kill the hit monster instantly, but also deal 50 to 60 damage to the monsters next to it. Even though she uses the most ordinary bow and crossbow, with her attribute bonuses and the skill that guarantees a critical hit every 7 hits, she is extremely efficient at killing monsters. Moreover, before the battle, she ate a food that could increase her movement speed by 15%. After triggering a triple critical hit, her movement speed increased by almost half, so even if she attracted a lot of monsters, she could react quickly and dodge them. After warming up, Yu Xuanga began to lure monsters, and only after luring more than a dozen skeleton wolves did he start to kill them in one go. She played from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., drinking coffee whenever her mana ran out. She didn't stop for 2 hours, and her experience points went from 0.001% to 0.268%. Yu Xuanga stopped, finished crafting the skill crystal for the Gear of Destiny, and took out a rice bowl that increased attack speed to eat. She didn't feel like she lacked experience. On the contrary, this was the normal leveling speed in the game, and even fast since she had no shortage of weapons, food, or potions to replenish her health and mana. Going to dungeons would probably be faster, since the monsters are more concentrated there, and there are also bosses, and you'll get experience rewards after defeating them. Generally speaking, a highly skilled player who is both hardworking and lucky can level up once in a little over a month, assuming they have no shortage of dungeons and resources. Ordinary players will level up much slower. In the early stages, you may need less experience, but you also have fewer attack methods. In the later stages, you will have more attack methods, but you will also need more experience to level up. In her previous life, she died at the end of the 3rd year of the game Invasion. The number 1 player on the level leaderboard was only level 27, while Suitong and Yu Xuanhuan, who were not lacking in luck or power, were only level 25. It makes sense that the alien planet would link with Earth in the form of a game, because the world here is like a giant playground. Monsters drop items after they die. The skeletal wolf has an extremely low drop rate. You'll get 1 item from about 10 monsters, mostly a few copper coins. After 2 hours, she even got a white bone bracer with +1 constitution, and that was only because she had 10 luck. Yu Xuanga didn't mind the amount. She picked up every copper coin that fell and put on her wristband. In the real world, she would have complained about Su Jinxuan's dirty belt, but once the battle started, she stopped being so fussy. She would occasionally pick up arrows that fell with copper coins, but she wouldn't specifically pick up arrows stuck in monster corpses, or those that had fallen far away. These could be bought in shops. A tube of 99 arrows could be bought for 1 silver coin, and they could also be custom made in the real world. A very good quality arrow could be bought for less than 10 yuan. She strongly agrees with the phrase that Jing often says, "Time is money." There was a creaking sound underfoot, and when I looked down, I saw a copper coin. Yushuinga's body language betrayed him as he bent down and picked it up. Time is money. Well, I'm just idling around anyway. Real-world practice is the best way to hone one's skills. Yushuinga, who had only made some progress in moving target shooting after practicing for a long time at the archery range, made rapid progress this afternoon. After becoming thoroughly familiar with the combat rhythm, Yushuinga began to walk into the forest, where the monsters were slightly stronger, including some at level 3. At 9 p.m., Xing Minglang, who was in charge of the 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. shift, had just changed shifts with his colleagues when a signal sounded outside the treehouse. He pressed the bell on the table, and the props outside the house were activated. After confirming that the other party was human, Xing Minglang went forward and opened the door of the wooden house, only to find that it was that cow cat. Oh no, it was a player with very special skills. He invited the man in and greeted him warmly. You had a good day, didn't you? Yushuinga gave herself a thorough cleaning, washing away all the bloodstains. She casually replied that it was all right, then asked, Do you accept translators here? Xing Minglang. You've reached the intermediate level in engineering? Yushuinga. Xing Minglang. That's really impressive, we won't accept it. Yushuinga. She finally understood that this place was a no-entry zone. She silently took out 2 silver coins to prepare for the night's lodging. This price was firmly at the bottom line for the lone wolf. Her income from killing monsters all day was 2 silver and 67 copper. As a result, Xing Minglang was still not satisfied. You can pay for a monthly pass. As long as you pay 1 skill crystal, you can stay for free for a month. We will not only provide 3 meals a day, but also give you a free treatment every day. 1 crystal equals 3 gold. A month's stay includes 3 meals a day and 1 free treatment. It doesn't sound expensive. But Yushuinga still decided to pay, because in her eyes the skills of the Gear of Destiny were much more valuable than gold coins. She farmed monsters from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m., excluding time for meals and rest, for a total of 10 hours, and got 3 pieces of equipment. That's the charm of Lucky 10. In her past life, when she was lucky with level 8, she would often spend a whole day grinding monsters alone. Most of the time, she would only get 1 piece of equipment in a day, and if she was extremely lucky, she would get 2 pieces, but such days were very rare. However, these 2 points of luck seemed to make a world of difference. However, Yushuinga didn't feel like he lost out by selling more than 100 Fate Gear skill stones to the official team. Equipment is divided into 6 tiers: inferior, common, excellent, rare, legendary, and epic. Inferior and common equipment have no glow, but starting from the excellent level, the equipment will emit a faint glow. Excellent equipment emits a green glow, rare equipment emits a blue glow, legendary equipment emits a purple glow, and epic equipment emits an orange glow. There are also sets that are independent of these tiers. With set bonuses, they may be stronger than epic equipment, but if they are just individual pieces, they may not be as good as legendary equipment. Just like Yushuinga's Soros, when all pieces are collected, it is an S tier, but when they are separated, they are all A tiers. The grade only indicates the quality of the equipment, not its level. For example, the auction house has level 5 legendary equipment. Equipment below level 5 is not worth much money. Even level 5 purple equipment can only be sold for a few dozen gold. With more equipment, and increased overall strength, you can naturally level up more efficiently by killing monsters. It can only be said that Yushuinga and the official team each got what they needed and cooperated on an equal footing, with neither side taking advantage of the other. She also doesn't think the official team will save this skill for level 10, or even later. Although the items obtained that way will definitely be better, being late at one step will lead to being late at every step. If you don't have the habit of saving good things for later, you might not have a chance to get them later. Chapter 53 Leveling Up 2. After placing the 2 silver coins on the table, Yushuinga decided to pitch a tent and rest. She was an experienced outdoor camper, and her bag was filled with all kinds of fully functional outdoor camping equipment. She lit the coals, set up a small pot, and made herself a pot of meat rib noodles to restore her energy and relieve her fatigue. Different aromas wafted from the nearby tents, and savvy players would learn to cook, not only because it affected their stamina while fighting monsters, but also because it provided them with an additional skill to earn money. Not all beta testers have the money to learn cooking, and the food they make can be sold to players who don't know how to cook. Yu Xiong'e divided out one portion of the pork chop noodles and carried both portions to the counter. Then she saw a group of people surrounding the bespectacled man, with food piled up in front of him. When he saw someone else bringing food over, someone waved to her enthusiastically. Come on, we're all here to gather information, let's come together. Yu Xiong'e smiled, walked over and sat down, placing the pork chop noodles in the middle of the pile of food. Do you charge money? A girl next to him looked at Yu Xiong'e's face in amazement. She recognized Yu Xiong'e. She had even seen him perform before. It was she who had invited Yu Xiong'e to sit down earlier. She said, he wanted to accept it, but we're just chatting. Xing Minglang said helplessly. I can't say anything. We have rules, and most of the money we earn is for ordinary people. A young man sitting next to him stuffed a chicken nugget into his mouth, silencing him. I know. They haven't said anything, have they? People may be a bit selfish, but they are not completely devoid of conscience. Even Yu Xiong'e wasn't stingy. Otherwise, to put it bluntly, if she had no bottom line, she could have easily followed Zhao Shuang invisibly and found a player to cooperate with them. Then, by following that player, she could find a way to enter the portal. Invisibility, transformation into an animal, or crawling into a pocket. As long as she was careless, she could always find a loophole. The exchange between players continued until midnight, and Yu Xiong'e learned a lot about places where the monsters are high level and it's best not to go. Another box of cockroaches arrived halfway through the trip. The short-haired woman and the man in military uniform with thick eyebrows and big eyes were still leading the group. Seeing them chatting, the short-haired woman even came over and had a drink with them. But no matter how warm and friendly the people present were, Yu Xiong'e only ate the food he brought with him from beginning to end. To avoid running into other players, Yu Xiong'e went out to fight monsters at 6 a.m. the next morning. Yesterday she gained 1.473% experience, which was still a bit inefficient. Today she plans to go deep into the forest to find monsters of level 4 to 6. She switched to a bow and arrow. While the bow and arrow takes longer to draw and cannot match the speed of a crossbow, they are more lethal. Her current equipment consists of a necklace that reduces cooldown time, bracers that grant +1 constitution, a belt that grants +1 constitution, cloth boots that grant +1 intelligence, and a cloth vest that grants +1 agility. Character Yu Xiong'e, level 0, 1.473%. Health points, 350 out of 350. Mana value, 400. Strength, 10. Constitution, 13 plus 2. Intelligence, 15 plus 1. Agility, 21 plus 1. Yesterday, while she was eating, she checked the data of all the players present. Everyone was level 0, and their individual attributes were mostly between 5 and 10 points, with all attribute points added up to between 25 and 31. In contrast, her 4 attributes added up to 59, which was about 30 more attribute points, or a difference of 6 levels. What does it mean for her to bully the weaker monsters again? Yesterday's training could barely be considered a warm-up for shooting at moving targets, but today she's going to train her ability to hit the monster's vital points. In the archer's talents there is a passive skill called You're Too Weak passive. During combat, you can keenly detect the enemy's weaknesses. She discovered that every time she enters combat, she can see 1 to 4 red dots appear on the monster. She knows that those are the vital points, but combat is ever-changing, and it is difficult for her to hit them. Soon, she found traces of spider silk and following it, saw a highly venomous spider weaving a web among the tree branches. Yu Xiong'e aimed and fired, the arrow piercing the wind and striking the spider's abdomen. The next second, the spider's name and health bar appeared above its head. Venomous spider, level 4, health, 270/334. The spider spat out green venom from its mouthparts, and as its abdomen slightly contracted, Yu Xiong'e dodged. At the same time, he spread his 5 fingers and launched a magic missile that could automatically lock onto its target without needing to be aimed. Once she stood still, she immediately stopped drawing her magic bow, aimed, and fired. Yu Xiuanga has virtually no openings. This is a skill she honed in her past life. Even if she rolls to dodge skills, even if she falls face down in a sorry state, even if she turns to run away, she will still use her skills to bite off a piece of flesh from her opponent. Unlike elite players who love ultimate skills, Yu Xiuanga prefers skills with short casting and cooldown times that can be cast while moving. No matter how powerful the damage is, it's all for naught if you can't hit. Ultimate skills usually have long casting times and are too easy to be interrupted. Moreover, once they are dodged, it's no different from wasting mana to set off fireworks. A magic missile only deals 5 damage to a spider, compared to the 60+ damage from a single arrow. However, the magic missile fires rapidly, releasing 2 to 3 bursts of magic energy per second. It doesn't require chanting, can be fired and deactivated at any time, making it ideal for use while dodging or running. In her past life, many of her pursuers didn't die from her ultimate move, but from her magical missiles. 2 more arrows were fired, and the spider pounced towards Yu Xiuanga. Yu Xiuanga used push shot to push the spider away, then fired 2 more arrows, plus a few magic missiles, and the level 4 spider's health was reduced to 0. Yu Xiuanga walked over while still holding the bow, and used his foot to flip the spider over, revealing a pair of boots that gleamed green underneath. As expected of her, she shipped it out so quickly. She picked up the boots. Spider silk boots, excellent quality. Bonus attribute, intelligence +3. Magic attribute, +6% movement speed. Good, 2 bonuses. She immediately found a safe place to change into her boots. Looking at the experience points, with the experience bonus from killing monsters above her level, her experience increased by 0.01%. That means killing 100 spiders would give her a 1% experience bonus, which is much faster than killing skeleton wolves. But that wasn't enough. She wanted to kill even higher level monsters. Although the thief gods, I want this, and this, has a rule that she cannot target beings weaker than herself, meaning she cannot steal items and attributes from people of lower levels. She never considered suppressing her level for this reason. Chapter 54. Her strength cannot be hidden. She kept causing trouble to improve her own life, to make Yu Xiuanga look up to her forever, to keep him under her thumb, and to kill him the day she had vented her anger. Even though she's currently holding back from falling out with the male and female leads, it's all in order to better utilize them to betray them and use minimal effort to overthrow these 3 behemoths, Su, Liang, and Han. There are many ways to hide behind the scenes. You can be a rat in a sewer or a powerful person whom they look up to and respect. In her past life, her own attributes and level were not outstanding. She relied entirely on her practical combat talent to earn her way up. Yu Xiuanga would only occasionally take her to fight in raids so that she could vent her anger on those who had negative feelings towards her. Obviously, this path would not work in this life. She could give Yu Xiuanga a little sweetness to make him trust her more, but she could not stand the slightest grievance. She planned to make herself a powerful ally, so that when the Su Hanliang family encountered a tough boss, they would think of her first because of her good relationship with them, and that way she could infiltrate and cause trouble. You should play it safe when necessary, but you should also be assertive when the time is right. Moreover, her strength is impossible to hide. Yu Xiuanga rubbed his forehead, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Her attribute points and level can be faked, but her damage cannot. This arrow deals significantly more damage than others, and anyone with a keen eye can easily detect it with a little calculation. Using the detection function of the Soros pocket watch, Yu Xiuanga avoided all the large trees that were inscribed with a modified magical dwelling. She was surprised to find that there were quite a few. After passing through the territory of spiders and the territory of level 5 monsters, Yu Xiuanga could no longer see the treehouse until she reached the territory of level 7 monsters. It seems that the official team can only get this far with modern technology and teamwork. I just don't know when they arrived, or what level they are at now. After walking deeper into the forest for a while, Yushiyunga found his target for the day, the Living Dead. Living Dead, Level 8, Health, 890/890. It's a bit like a zombie in a movie. Yushiyunga killed these things for a long time in his previous life. They're not living people, nor dead people, nor undead. They're a bit like a vegetable in the real world. But these monsters only exist in places where the undead race is active. They are undead who failed to be resurrected, and they come from all races. Strictly speaking, however, the undead are a race that exists in various races, such as blood elves, undead trolls, undead goblins, undead tauren, and so on. As long as you die and are willing to give up your original faith and be resurrected by the true undead using dark power, then you are an undead. The living dead in front of Yushiyunga was no longer recognizable. Its limbs were twisted, and there was still some flesh and blood left at the corner of its mouth. Yushiyunga immediately drew his bow. Under the level suppression, even though Yushiyunga's attributes are now comparable to level 6, each of Yushiyunga's normal attacks can only deal 10 points of damage, which is completely like scratching the monster. The undead have high attack power, but they move very slowly. She used Ice Flower Seal to shoot out a snowflake. This skill is instantaneous, but it takes 3 seconds to take effect. Snowflakes fell on the undead, freezing it in place after 3 seconds. Yushiyunga released her shadow, which used the shadow bow in her hand to continuously attack. Once the ice patterns on the monster shattered and it broke free of its restraints, she had the shadow move forward to attract the monster's attention. The shadow kited the monster in front, while she shot its vital points from behind. Under the barrage of various skills, Yushiyunga used nearly 50 arrows to finally defeat the monster. Her experience points increased by 0.1%, which is 10 times that of the spider. Of course, the time it takes to kill a monster is also 10 times that of a spider. But this isn't a simple matter of adding more. Killing spiders doesn't present any challenge or difficulty for her, and it doesn't achieve the goal of training herself at all. Although the undead also rely on skill control and shadow-luring tactics, what if there are 1 or 2 more? She spent most of her past life on the run, rarely putting herself in a situation where she was surrounded. Her best record was fighting 3 Liang family members single-handedly and killing them. They were ordered to take Yushiyunga's arm to complete the mission. It was during that time that she was seriously injured and on the verge of death, lying in the sewers for several days. Putting aside the purpose of training, the undead are level 8 after all, and they drop far more loot than spiders. She picked up the 4 copper coins from the ground and decided that this would be her leveling spot for the next period of time. At 11 a.m., Yushiyunga finished her work, holding a fried pork chop she had made that could continuously restore mana after use. She ate it as she hurried out of the forest. She was certain that she could deal with 3 undead at the same time without getting hurt, but that was not enough. She planned to get better equipment, and buy more arrows, so that she could train and protect herself at the same time. When Yushiyunga ran to the edge of the forest, she transformed into a cow cat. After entering the sewers of Undercity, she transformed back into a goblin. After earning her 3 gold coins for the day and changing her clothes, she headed straight for the auction house. After clipping the translator to her ear, it extended a blue magical light screen to block Yushiyunga's view, allowing her to understand the product information in the auction house. She didn't buy anything too expensive, because the really good stuff would be hard to resell once it was phased out. Players don't have much money in the early stages, so even if something is worth the price, others can't afford to buy it. Green gear below level 5 is good. It's cost-effective, easy to resell, and inexpensive. You can buy one for less than 1 gold. Helmet, shoulder armor, chest armor, gloves, belt, pants, and boots, not counting necklaces and rings, make a total of 7 equipment slots. Yushiyunga spent 7 gold and 21 silver to buy a set of green gear with decent attributes. Each piece of gear had a bonus of 5 or more, all of which increased constitution. In the early stages, a lone wolf could only earn about 3 silver coins a day by killing monsters, not counting equipment and other item drops, and 1 gold a month. Even though he was lucky and hardworking in his previous life, it took him 3 months to collect a full set of green gear. Yu Xunhuan even used various excuses to exchange a piece of trash green gear for her excellent grade leather boots. But in reality, that boot is unique. Hidden in the sole is a letter related to a mission in the Liang family's instance. The Liang family has been searching for this boot, but they are worried about attracting the attention of other families, so they dare not search for it openly. When Yu Xuanhuan found out, he swapped the boots with his own to win Liang Yuchuan's favor. If things had ended there, Yu Xuanga wouldn't have hated it so much. It's because she didn't know the true value of the item. It's like buying an antique. If someone knows the true value of your item, and they have the ability to exchange it, that's their ability. Chapter 55. Very busy, but I don't know what I'm busy with. To be fair, if she had known that Yu Xuanhuan possessed a seemingly ordinary treasure that could bring her enormous benefits, she might have tried to get her hands on it as well. The only difference would probably be that she would have tried to compensate Yu Xuanhuan afterward. But Yu Xuanhuan was different. Not only did he not offer compensation, he also shifted the blame. The Liang family's strength increased greatly after selling those boots, but the Su and Han families held a grudge against him because of it. Yu Xuanhuan stood in front of him and offered various benefits to the Su and Han families to protect him. She was speechless after Yu Xuanhuan told her that the reason the Su and Han families were angry with her was because she was the original owner of the Liang family's boots. Although she wanted to say that she had exchanged the boots for Yu Xuanhuan, the difficulties caused by the Han and Su families were real, and the sacrifices Yu Xuanhuan made for her were also real. Yu Xuanhuan also said that he had already explained, but Su Yitong couldn't bear to touch him, and the Han family wouldn't touch him because of the Su family's sake, so they all came after her. But he would do his best to protect her, which moved Yu Xuanga deeply. Looking back now, all I want to do is curse. If you hadn't told them the boots were mine, would they have come looking for me? Thinking of Yu Xuanhuan and his ilk, her initially good mood turned sour again. Yu Xuanga walked expressionlessly to the weapon shop and bought a special quiver. It didn't offer any special bonuses, but it could hold 999 arrows. After replenishing her arrows, she immediately left the city. Upon returning to the territory of the living dead, Yu Xuanga was dressed entirely in black, with a faint green glow emanating from the black fabric. +5 Constitution headband, +7 Constitution exquisite leather armor, +7 Constitution animal skin breeches, +5 Constitution bone shoulder pads, +3 Constitution fallen night waistband, +6 Constitution wolf skin gloves, +5 Constitution wolf skin boots. Yu Xuanga is truly terrifyingly strong this time. Character, Yu Xuanga, Level 0, 1.583%. Health points, 2150/2150. Mana points, 350 of 350. Strength, 10. Constitution, 13, +38. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. Lucky, 10. Charm, 10. She can do whatever she wants now. As long as the boss isn't above level 10, it can't kill her instantly. And if it can't kill her instantly, she can escape. Instead of summoning a shadow, Yu Xuanga taunted the 5 undead with a crossbow, dodging their attacks while simultaneously striking their vital points. In less than 5 minutes, Yu Xuanga was drenched in sweat. The undead are slow to attack, but 5 of them together are not a problem. Moreover, although they are slow to react, they still retain the fighting consciousness of the person in front of them. 3 of them attacked her head, throat and chest at the same time, and 2 attacked her lower body. It was easy for her to dodge. Yu Xuanga bent down and raised her leg. But you have to shoot while dodging. The crossbow bolt pierced the air, but missed. As the monster slashed downwards, Yu Xuanga blocked with one hand and braced himself on the ground with the other while turning around. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xuanga suspected that if someone were to pass by, they would definitely shout, "Stop fighting! Go fight in the dance studio!" In short, everyone on the field was very busy, but it was unclear what they were busy with. Yu Xuanga could see red dots on the monster's body, between its eyebrows, throat, and chest. Sometimes the red dots would move to the side or other locations due to the monster's arm movements. But even if she could see it and react, she didn't have time to attack. Every time she raised her crossbow and was about to aim, another attack would come, and she would have to dodge it again. In less than half an hour, Yushuinga had already been grabbed more than 20 times. In fact, if she had focused on hiding, she was confident she would have been unharmed, but she didn't. She forced herself to recall the days when she was hunted down like a dog, and forced herself to recall her past life when she was completely deceived. She had to force herself to always be vigilant, to always maintain the sense of urgency and crisis that she felt when she was first reborn, as if a knife was hanging over her head. Is revenge over once you snatch the god of cookery dish? No, this is just the beginning. 1 week later. A nimble figure dodged and weaved through the pursuit and encirclement of 7 monsters, then suddenly rushed towards the tree trunk, ran a few steps upwards on the tree, pushed off with force, and flew over the monsters' heads, turning around in midair to draw the bow and fire rapidly. Before the person even landed, 3 arrows had already flown out, piercing the throats, hearts, or eyes of the 3 monsters respectively, hitting vital points and triggering critical hits. After landing, she quickly knelt on one knee and fired 3 more crossbow bolts in succession. Before the monster could turn around, she had already leaned against the tree trunk to protect her back, switched to her bow and arrow, and fired several more arrows that hit vital points. The monsters, which had already been hit countless times, fell down almost simultaneously. Yushuinga glanced at her experience points and, after confirming that they had increased by 0.7%, went forward to search the corpse. The copper coins scattered on the ground were piled up together, and most of them quickly merged and transformed into a silver coin. She picked up the silver coin and a dozen other copper coins. This is her 10th day in this other world. Her experience level has reached 47.21%. She went from being unable to fight back at all at the beginning, to being able to counterattack from time to time with crossbow bolts that have a very high rate of fire, and now she can use a bow. She was stuck for several days when she was switching from a crossbow to a bow. It was only when she was eating at the treehouse that she met the short-haired woman. The woman saw her bow, which was covered in scratches, and sat down to chat with her for a few minutes. Even with 4 divinely bestowed talents, Yushuinga didn't think that others were inferior to her. After discovering that the other party was extremely familiar with the bow, she told her about her troubles in battle. Unexpectedly, the short-haired woman only said, "Why do you always draw it to its full extent?" Yushuinga wanted to say that he could easily max out the score, but he was stunned the next second. She offered the short-haired woman a drink. From that day on, she seemed to have an epiphany. Not only with the bow, but also with her dodging, she stopped trying to deal maximum damage every time, and stopped trying to dodge with large movements every time. Although this was 100% safe, it actually consumed too much energy. She laughed at herself, realizing that she didn't pursue maximum power when learning magic, but rather focused on skills with fast casting speed, believing that success only meant hitting the target. How could she forget all that as soon as she picked up the bow? She doesn't plan to look for any more powerful monsters. She's satisfied with her current leveling speed and training grounds, and she plans to increase her number to 8 by tomorrow. She has recently returned to an extremely busy state. During the day, we train and level up, then rush back to the treehouse base before dark. After dinner, we lie in our tents and watch alchemy videos. There are small trading markets among players, located in the corners of the treehouse outposts. Players mostly barter. Although the official outposts sell items at higher prices, they do not prohibit players from trading privately. Yushuinga traded a translator made with intermediate engineering skills for a pair of earrings with +3 agility from a player specializing in jewelry making. Although this can be made with basic jewelry processing, the materials are expensive. The cost of upgrading jewelry crafting is much higher than that of alchemy. It requires various gems. If you sell an earring with +3 agility too cheaply, the buyer will definitely be unwilling, but if you sell it too expensively, no one will buy it. Why not use that money to buy other equipment? These days, people who have all 7 equipment slots filled are a minority. Chapter 56 Invitation. At Xingminglang's stronghold, number 0003, there was practically none. No, it's fair to say that Yushuinga hadn't seen any of the strongholds she'd visited recently. She was the only one wearing all 7 pieces of equipment. She made no attempt to conceal herself, nor would she remove her equipment. By the end of each training session, she would only have a couple hundred HP left. Without the constitution boost from her equipment, her defense would be significantly reduced. Even with only 10% HP remaining, she would be similar to other players, and she still felt insecure. Basic healing potions only restore 60 HP, while intermediate healing potions restore a little more, but only 240. It's better to go back and eat a few more meals that slowly restore HP. Back at the nearest stronghold, Yushiyunga didn't recognize any of the employees, but those who could work there were clearly trained. They were all polite and gentle to everyone, and it was obvious that they shared information. Yushiyunga handed over the skill crystal of the Gear of Destiny to the other person, who then took out a workbook similar to those at other strongholds, turned to her page, and wrote down her repayment at the back. She'll be able to pay it off in 2 more days. Yushiyunga entered the base's rest area with satisfaction. She first prepared a dish for herself that would restore 600 HP per minute after triggering the God of Food talent. After eating, she immediately went to the flea market in the corner of the base. She hadn't considered selling the equipment. It wasn't that she hadn't gotten some good items these past few days. For example, she'd gotten a crossbow today. Exhausted Sigh rare. Bonus attributes, Constitution +7, Intelligence +5. Magic attribute, +1% damage, +2% attack speed. Equipment requirements, level greater than or equal to 3, Constitution greater than or equal to 17. Unfortunately, it requires level 3 to use. All equipment above the rare level has equipment requirements. The good items she's gotten these past few days are like that, either requiring higher attributes or higher levels. However, she didn't plan to sell these good items. Cats have their ways and mice have theirs. She didn't believe these players couldn't go to the auction house. She even knew that there were players who could impersonate others and act as purchasing agents, helping other players who couldn't enter the city to buy various materials or equipment. Of course, the official team wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by. They could vouch for players, but they would take a 1% cut, which is practically skinning them alive. Yushiyunga planned to keep all the rare grade equipment for herself, but she sold all the equipment below that grade. She laid out a cloth and placed the day's shipment on it. Exquisite leather nails, high quality. Bonus attribute, Intelligence +6. Magic attribute, +2% magic damage. She doesn't need any attribute bonuses other than Constitution in the short term. In the past few days, she only managed to get a glove with +7 Constitution, which she replaced with her original wolfskin gloves with +6 Constitution. She sold all her other equipment. Yushiyunga didn't try to keep a low profile. The gears of her destiny were about to turn, so she didn't shy away from showing off her good luck. The people in the nearby outposts got used to it. This guy would come every day to sell equipment, sometimes 1 piece, sometimes 2. Even the official channels have bought quite a few. The item was quickly sold for 90 silver. Yushiyunga didn't mind the small amount. She had emptied the goblin bank account. Her daily income was only 3 gold from the crafted items she made, plus about 50 silver from fighting monsters above her level. There were so many things she wanted to buy. She's already planning to go to another major city tomorrow to exchange money with goblins, preferably to exchange all the gold bars she has. After Yushiyunga put away the cloth, several figures appeared in front of her, 3 men and 2 women. The group squatted down, chatted for a few words, and then invited her to join their team in a friendly manner. Yushiyunga was not surprised. In the past few days, almost every day someone had invited her to join their team, envious of her luck but also appreciating her strength. Yushiyunga refused as usual. But this person was persistent. He followed her all the way back to the tent, and even wanted to go inside and talk to her. Yushiyunga simply stopped and turned to look at the group, asking directly, "Why should I share the earnings of 1 piece of equipment with you guys if I can earn it all by myself?" The man in the lead smiled unchanged. "If we team up, we can fight higher-level monsters." Yushiyunga was too lazy to explain further, but seeing that several other teams nearby were also glancing in their direction, she offered a few more words of explanation. "How will the higher-level equipment be distributed? Will it be allocated according to contribution? What about luck, which is something we can't see? If I say that I got the equipment because I was lucky and I get a larger share, will you accept that? The man said in a gentle voice. When forming a team, everyone values fairness. If it's not fair, a team won't go far. Yu Xiunga. So you mean to split it equally? According to your fair standards, everyone gets one share. If I fight alone, I can get a piece of equipment all to myself, but if I team up with you guys, I can only get 1/6. What's the point of that? The man's eyes were dark, but his smile remained gentle. But luck is indeed something that is difficult to calculate. Yu Xiunga laughed. It's hard to calculate, so why did you invite me in the first place? After driving the group away, Yu Xiunga recalled their expressions and guessed that things were about to get turbulent. At first, everyone was lucky and could restrain themselves even if they were tempted. But after these days, with their daily gains equaling the gains of others in 3 days, how could they possibly resist? At 6 a.m. the next morning, Yu Xiunga had just stepped out of the stronghold when he felt someone following him. Looking back, she saw the same 5 people from yesterday. When they saw that she had spotted them, they weren't embarrassed at all. Instead, they smiled at her and then followed her. After passing through the spider's territory, the 5 people stopped. They dared not go any further. 5 level 0 players could barely kill level 4 spiders, but level 5 ones were not so sure. The tall, thin man frowned and asked the leader, "What do we do?" The leader said, "Let's go, let's talk to them." The group turned to leave, but they didn't notice that a small spider was perched on a large tree not far away. Yu Xiunga immediately transformed into a bird and flew up, following behind the group. She hadn't petted the cow-cat for 7 days, but because she had animagus, she had long developed the habit of petting any small animal she saw. In the real world, she made sure to pet it every few days, ensuring she had 3 animal forms, land, sea, and air, to transform into. Yu Xiunga cautiously followed behind the group and soon arrived at a cave. The group went inside, and Yu Xiunga immediately landed and transformed into a spider, running wildly on 8 short legs to barely keep up with them. Soon voices came from ahead. Yu Xiunga climbed up the rock wall and continued to climb inward. Soon he saw a small wild settlement where a dozen or so players had just gotten up. Yu Xiunga counted them, including the 5-person team she was following. There were a total of 21 people. Chapter 57 Attribute Surge. A burly man asked, "How is it?" The tall, thin guy in the 5-person team shook his head. "No." The burly man chuckled and said, "I knew he wouldn't agree, but Suji still insists on going to talk to him first. Is that interesting?" The leader of the 5-person team, Suji, chimed in. "We have to give them a chance." The burly man scoffed. "You're so hypocritical. You're the one with the most ruthless methods, yet you always have to talk to people first, as if that makes you a good person." The other players were clearly used to the two arguing, and went about their own business. Suji. "Alright, let's get started. She'll be back before dark. Is everything ready?" The burly man said. "Yeah, don't worry, I guarantee she won't die. But what if the authorities find out?" Suji smiled politely. "So what if we found out? Would we risk the lives of more than a dozen of us players for a cripple?" The burly man chuckled. "Could you leave her legs for now? I'll play with them first before you cut them off. I've never been with a female celebrity before." Suji. "Okay. Boss. I want one too." "I want one too," Suji said good-naturedly. "Okay, whatever, we'll cut it down when you're done playing." Yu Xiunga lay calmly against the wall. She had already guessed what these people wanted to do. They wanted to cut off her leg, heal her, and then she would be kept by their side like a dog, serving as a mascot. No, they might not even leave themselves any hands, since having hands means being able to use skills. Yu Xiunga calmed herself down. She first quickly climbed out of the cave, took off all her equipment, and her maximum health dropped to 250. Then she ate a high-level dish that tripled critical hit damage and restored 600 health per minute. Then she transformed into a spider again and quickly climbed back to the rock wall above the group. Fortunately, the cave was not high, and the group entered her skill range as soon as they stood up. I want this, this, and this. Yushiyunga felt like someone who had been addicted to coffee finally got to drink it. This skill was still the most comfortable to use. Even if each theft costs 20% of her health, that's only 50 health points. With a health recovery rate of 10 points per second, Yushiyunga can recover her full health in 25 seconds. The group chatted as they prepared something to deal with Yushiyunga, a large iron cage. You guys think she's incredibly lucky. How lucky is she? Is it 10? Perhaps it's a gift from God. Can't you find out anything? Those people are too tight-lipped. It's alright, being strict is good too. They can't find out about her divine talent, and they won't tell anyone unless we prove our divine talent, right? That's true, but if we're found out, won't we be severely punished? Then let's lock her up here from now on. What a pity, it would have been great if we could have played more. Haha, you can still play even if you don't have legs. Ha ha ha, that's true. Not everyone is as diligent as Yushiyunga. Although the game is fun, when it becomes reality, when you get hurt and die, even if you are no longer immortal, you will feel scared. What's more, players don't have many ways to attack at present, and can only rely on their divine talents. Yushiyunga had been stealing for a full hour, and the group still had it left. This hour was an extremely efficient one. Although she hadn't stopped when she was stealing from Suitong and Lian Yuchuan, constantly replenishing her health by drinking healing potions have a cooldown. Even though she invested heavily, drinking potions and eating meat to replenish her health at the same time, she didn't actually use her skills very frequently. But today, she possesses the talent of a culinary god, and her cooking has reached a higher level. She gains 10 health points per second, but each skill uses 50 health points. So, how long will it take for the pool to fill if one tap is releasing water, and the other is filling it? Yushiyunga started to lose focus as she stole, and she didn't stop until the people split into several groups and left the cave. At the end, she had 5 more items in her backpack and 17 more attribute points. Although the probability of stealing items was twice that of stealing attribute points, players these days didn't have much to offer. Yushiyunga's current attributes: health points, 350 out of 350. Mana points, 650 out of 650. Strength, 10 plus 7. Constitution, 13 plus 2. Intelligence, 15 plus 6. Agility, 21 plus 4. Lucky, 10. Charm, 10. With an additional 17 attribute points, her stats are now comparable to a level 9 player. These aren't bad guys, they're a bunch of easy targets. But this wasn't the end of it. Yushiyunga had no intention of taking revenge after stealing all the attribute points. Although those people's words did not cause any ripples in her heart, it did not mean that she was not angry. She had no doubt that these people would put those words into action. Yushiyunga transformed into a bird and flew in the direction the last squad had left. He quickly found them by following the commotion. The group was using silenced guns to attack a venomous spider. After a Nimigus transforms, it cannot use skills other than its divinely bestowed talents. Yushiyunga is not in a hurry to transform back, she can experiment with it. She used the Soros pocket watch to access the data of the man standing at the front holding the shield. Strength 7. Physical Constitution 4. Intelligence 5. Agility 5. Lucky 5. Charm 3. Yushiyunga seized the opportunity. Just as the spider was charging up to crash into the shield, she used her second skill. Your combination is wrong, I don't like it. On the man holding the shield. This skill rotates the target's fate gear, swapping the target's highest and lowest attribute values. The swap lasts for 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. Yushiyunga felt as if there was a malfunction in the strength and constitution values in his field of vision, and the next second, his strength became 4 and his constitution became 7. She was a little disappointed. It seemed that charm, an attribute that couldn't be increased, couldn't be converted. But then I thought, if it could be converted, the Gear of Fate wouldn't be a B grade. It would be worth at least an A grade. In the later stages, everyone will add points to their attributes. Even those players who like to add points to extremes will add some other attributes because of the requirements of wearing many equipment. After leveling up, most of their attributes will break into double digits, except for luck and charm, which will only reach a maximum of 10. Because of the sudden drop in strength, the shield-wielding man couldn't defend himself and was sent flying. He cursed in terror, not knowing what was wrong with him today. He felt like he couldn't defend himself from the start, and now he had been knocked flying. Once the formation was disrupted, the others also became disorganized. Chapter 58 Investigation. As Yushiyunga cancelled the Animagus transformation, he quickly used Armor Come to transform himself into a goblin, and then cast an illusion spell on himself. Almost instantly, only one person on the ground saw it out of the corner of her eye, but she only felt as if a figure appeared in the tree and then disappeared the next second. She first used an ice flower seal to fly towards the person standing at the back, then drew her bow and shot an arrow using push shot. An energy wave shot out with the arrow, pushing the 5 people towards the direction of the spider, and this skill also stunned them for 3 seconds. 3 seconds is enough for the spider's legs to pierce through both of them. Then she created shadows, which flew to the center of the field and embraced the 2 people in the very middle. Even if they had already woken up from their dizziness, it was too late. With Yushiyunga and Spider's superb teamwork, a small team was quickly wiped out. After killing the player, the venomous spider begins to enjoy its meal. Yushiyunga didn't move. The nearest treehouse was only 5 minutes away. She withdrew her shadow, turned into a bird and flew to another tree, then turned into a spider and hid in the tree crevice, an excellent blind spot. I just don't know if the other side has any detection skills. Although Animagus can only block most skills and items from being detected, even if they are discovered, I still have a goblin disguise under my spider disguise. After waiting patiently for a while, he saw a group of people walking over from a certain direction. They worked together seamlessly to kill the spider that was eating. Yushiyunga glanced at his pocket watch. Only 7 minutes had passed between the annihilation of the small team and their arrival. The group stopped beside the 5 corpses. One of them looked in all 4 directions and said, "Nobody's here." A long-haired woman squatted down, glanced at the blood, and said, "Looks like a mistake." After saying that, she touched the blood with her finger and closed her eyes, clearly using a skill. Yushiyunga, perched in the tree, narrowed her eyes. At that moment, countless plans flashed through her mind. What if her skill could directly display the murderer's information? What if her skill could see the victim's last moments? What if her skill could access the victim's memories? Yushiyunga didn't think she had done anything wrong, but she couldn't figure out the official's thoughts and style of doing things. Things hadn't gotten chaotic yet, and it wasn't time to resort to harsh measures in times of chaos. What exactly was the official's attitude towards the fighting and killing between players? It was hard to say. After using her skills on the blood of the 5 people one by one, the woman shook her head. Behind them, there was an energy impact from that direction that made them dizzy for a few seconds. She was frozen by someone's skill before she died, and these 2 were held by a dark figure. The man with the buzz cut tilted his head and asked the person who had initially said, "Nobody was here. Was there nobody here when we got here?" The person said, "Yeah, I used my skill before I even killed the spider, so I didn't see any player information." The group chatted for a while longer, then noted down the skill information and left. Yushiyunga didn't rush to move, but waited quietly for another half hour. During that time, the official team returned twice, but Yushiyunga was too lazy to look again, so she turned into a bird and flew away. She was quite certain that there were no traces left by the authorities on her. After all, she had been on the run for many years and was more than familiar with various tracking methods than most people, not to mention that she had a habit of checking herself every day. How did the authorities know that these players had died? A gift from God? She suddenly remembered the water balloon that the outpost had given them, which was supposedly given to them if they could be crushed, and someone would come to guide them back to the outpost if they got lost. She threw it away the next day because she didn't like the water balloon taking up too much space. It seems most likely. It's a bit troublesome. However, Yushiyunga had no intention of stopping. She used the disillusionment charm to search the forest for a long time before finally finding another team. This time, instead of using a bow and arrow, she took out the grenade she had bought while collecting weapons and fired 3 at once. Yushiyunga was happy, her mood was pleasant, and her thoughts were clear. Those comments like, "I want one too, boss, I want one too," and "You can still play even if you don't have legs," are all here. With both teams gone, Yushiyunga was ready for lunch. She cleaned herself up, changed her clothes, and finished making her gold coins for the day. Then, carrying her longbow, she walked into the nearest stronghold. Just as she finished eating, she saw the 5-person official team she had met not long ago also walk in. She looked at them curiously for a few more moments before continuing to eat her meal. After finishing his meal, he walked over to the group of people, squatted down, and asked, "Do you buy equipment?" The 5 people weren't surprised. They had all heard of Yushiyunga, the lucky female celebrity. Those of them who were insiders knew even more about her, and they had even used the skill crystal that said, "So happy again." The long-haired woman asked curiously, "What equipment?" Yushiyunga took out a pair of boots, a rare piece of equipment he had obtained when fighting the undead. Shadow rare. Bonus attributes, intelligence +8, constitution +4. Magic attribute, +2% magic damage, +1% critical hit damage. Equipment requirements, intelligence greater than or equal to 19, agility greater than 12. For equipment of rare rarity or higher, there are generally 2 requirements. One is the level requirement, and the other is the attribute requirement. However, sometimes both requirements are attribute-based. Although this situation also implicitly requires a level requirement, since the highest initial attribute for an average person is only 10 to 12, and a level 1 has 5 attribute points, with intelligence greater than 19 and agility greater than 12, one would need to be at least level 3 to have these attribute points. However, if the attributes added by other equipment can make the attribute values reach the standard, it means that you can wear good equipment earlier. Therefore, equipment that only requires certain attributes is generally 20% to 30% more expensive than equipment that requires a certain level. This was originally a piece of equipment that she was going to sell. Even though she needed to improve her physique recently because of training, she was planning to take the archer route later. She needed agility more than intelligence. They all sat up straight, and even after seeing the equipment requirements, they were not disappointed. They arrived early and are already at level 2. Although they are still far from level 3, it will only take a month or 2. Yushiyunga definitely couldn't sell it for more than the auction house price, and what she wanted wasn't gold coins. "I want to exchange it for skill crystals." Long-haired woman. Blank? You can go directly to the exchange point to exchange it. Yushiyunga. They only accept my use of my talent skill crystals to exchange for blank crystals, but I want to exchange with you. I should be able to get more. The group exchanged glances. This wasn't a violation of the rules. There was no rule prohibiting them from exchanging the blank skill crystals they had bought with other players. The man with the buzz cut asked, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Yushiyunga. 50 blank skill crystals. The 5 people immediately stood up. Yushiyunga. 40. The 5 of them didn't even turn their heads. Yushiyunga. 30. The 5 of them started chatting loudly. "What are we having for lunch? Didn't we just eat? Oh, what did we just eat? I forgot." "How could you forget? I was scared by the price." Yushiyunga. "Come back. Let's talk this over sincerely. Anyone who isn't sincere is a dog." The 5 of them turned around at the same time. Yushiyunga. Yushiyunga clutched the boots, somewhat wanting to back out. She should have found a few less intelligent people to replace them with. No matter how good these boots are, they're still low-grade goods and won't fetch much. They'd only be worth a little over 3 gold at the auction house. What Yushiyunga really wants is information. The previous exchange meetings she attended were all with free agents and lone wolves. Insiders have their own circles, and they get discounts when exchanging items with official players, so they rarely trade with lone wolf players. Chapter 59 is all? She asked the group. Do you get a discount when exchanging blank skill crystals internally? She had asked at the exchange point before, and they said she could only exchange with her own skill crystals and they didn't accept money for purchases. The group didn't hide anything. The official benefits were meant to attract more players to join the official team. They explained, "Yes, we give out one for free every 3 days. If you want to buy it from us with in-game currency, it's 60 silver per piece. That's the price." At the time, Zhao Shuang gave her an exchange rate of 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals, which would be exactly 3 gold. A friendship price? After Yu Xuanga finished her internal monologue, she put away her boots. The 5 people opposite her all opened their mouths, and it looked like AC language was about to be uttered. Yu Xuanga flipped her hand and took out the happy again skill crystals she had made today. "Want to trade? 1 with a skill, in exchange for your 7 blank ones." The 5 people quickly shut their mouths and swallowed AC. The long-haired woman bargained. "It's too expensive. You can only exchange for 5 at the official exchange point. How come you can get 7 here?" Yu Xuanga. "How many skill crystals would you need to exchange for this kind of skill at the official exchange point?" The others fell silent. Yu Xuanga realized that things were indeed murky inside. Yu Xuanga. "Want to trade? I have 2 here. If you trade them all, I'll sell you my boots for 3 gold each." Long-haired woman. "Friend, this isn't how you do business." Yu Xuanga immediately stood up. Long-haired woman. "Didn't you say that whoever isn't sincere is a dog?" Yu Xuanga. "Woof, shall we switch?" The 5-person team. A few minutes later, Yu Xuanga left with 3 gold coins and 14 blank skill crystals. Yu Xuanga had one more thing to confirm, so she found the staff at the exchange point and asked directly, "Do you have a way to exchange gold coins from NPCs?" The staff member at this location was a cute girl with a bob haircut. She smiled and said, "This involves one of our paid services." Yu Xuanga raised his hand. "Who is Zhao Shuang to you?" The girl's smile became more genuine. "She's my sister, my name is Zhao Xianin," Yu Xuanga said with a long face. "The case is solved, you can continue." Zhao Xianin said, "There are 3 methods, but all require signing a contract. The first method requires you to share 10% of all the gold coins you exchange. The second method requires you to share 30%. The third method does not require any sharing, but you need to join our team for a period of 1 year. During this period, you can enjoy all the benefits that regular staff members can enjoy." Instead of getting agitated and calling them heartless, Yu Xuanga frowned and pondered. She knew what being able to exchange for gold coins meant. She felt that the higher she climbed in this life, the more she learned, and many things she couldn't understand in her previous life gradually became clear in this one. For example, why are Yu Xunhuan and Sui Tong still not the most powerful in the country despite their good fortune and smooth sailing? Why are the Su, Han, and Liang families, despite their immense power, still afraid to openly break the law? Even when hunting her down, they first have to fabricate charges against her. Why, in her 3rd year on the run, did she hear that the Blue Star people were organizing a counterattack, dropping anchor points on Zealand Star to launch a counterattack? She suddenly realized that many of her previous ideas were somewhat ridiculous, such as not speculating on herbs, not competing with the government for profits, not being able to make selfless contributions, but not wanting to hold the planet back, etc. She remained silent for a long time, then sighed deeply, realizing that she had drifted away. She said, "What if the method I know for exchanging gold coins overlaps with the one you told me? Does that mean I have to share the profits with you if I exchange gold coins using my own method?" Zhao Xianin's eyes lit up. She said, "It will be stated in the contract that if you have already exchanged gold coins using the method we told you before the contract is signed, then the contract will be invalid. In the future you will not have to share the gold coin exchange with us, and you can even sell the methods you know to us." After thinking for a long time, Yu Xuanga decided that she should buy another channel to exchange gold coins. How could she, alone, compare with the national machine? So she chose the first option. Zhao Xianin found someone to cover her shift, and then took Yu Xuanga to the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the stronghold. There was a wooden table and 4 tree stumps inside, and someone was already waiting for them. Not long after they sat down, Yushiyunga received the contract. She read it word by word and found that the provisions were indeed very fair. If she had used the method she knew before, then the contract would immediately become invalid. She wrote down her full name, and then Zhao Xianin told her how to efficiently earn gold from Zealand Star. There's a drunkard in the basement of a small tavern in the southeast of the city. He buys all kinds of alcohol. You can go to the real world and buy some alcohol to sell to him. A vat of ergotu can sell for 50 silver, and better alcohol can sell for more. The highest record is 1 gold for a vat of alcohol. But if you want to sell, you'd better be quick, because he only buys a maximum of 100 gold worth of alcohol per day. Yushiyunga remained expressionless, only feeling herself slowly floating up again. That's it? That's it. I said anything when I traded tens of thousands of gold coins each time? Yushiyunga propped her elbows on the table, her thumbs pressed against her forehead, afraid that if she didn't, she would float away again. Zhao Xianin and her partner exchanged a glance and asked curiously, "Is it because you're too happy?" Yushiyunga raised her head and straightened her collar. She felt that at this moment she was just like the business elite she had played before. "Do you buy gold coins? I can help you buy gold coins. 200 G of gold can be exchanged for 1 gold coin." Zhao Xianin partner. Zhao Xianin. Would you sell your method? Yushiyunga smiled and said, "I won't sell it, and the most I can get for you using this method is 100,000 gold coins." After deducting the 360 G of gold required to make 3 gold coins every day, she still has 10,778 G of gold on her. She needs 21 caddies of gold to make gold coins every month. Of course, she can't exchange all of this 10,000 caddies of gold for gold coins. She can only exchange up to 10,000 caddies of gold, which is about 27,777 gold coins. She recently learned a lot of information that she didn't know in her previous life, such as that there are 12 races on Zealand Star, and each race has 3 main cities, for a total of 36 main cities. She doesn't believe she can't exchange them all. But if you help the official gold coin purchasing service, that's a different story. You can extract 20 G of gold from each coin. With 100,000 gold coins, you could extract 4,000 kilograms of gold. Is that a lot? Not much. Not only that, this is just the exchange ratio. I haven't even mentioned my reward yet. I can forego my commission, but from now on, my Destiny Gear skill stones will be placed with you for you to sell on my behalf. You will provide blank crystals and will not charge any fees. But you must tell the public that you only give me 20% of the profits. You won't lose out in this, right? Zhao Xianin and the other person fell silent. Chapter 60. I told you, but you don't want to hear it. It's definitely worth it. The value of 100,000 gold to them is self-evident. For example, if they used it all to buy C-grade spells, they could create a powerful army. The sales channels for the Happy Again Skillstone are themselves a resource. What Yushiyunga wants is for them to provide her with protection without taking a cut. The items are confiscated by the authorities, and she only gets 20% of the profits. Other forces won't dare to touch her easily, nor will they covet this benefit. But from another perspective, any of these forces that want this skill crystal will come to negotiate with the authorities. Not to mention, official sales mean they have priority purchasing rights. Zhao Xianin said that she needed to consult her superiors. Yushiyunga smiled calmly and took a cup of coffee out of her bag. "No rush, go ahead." She had only drunk half a cup when she saw Zhao Xianin return with Zhao Shuang. Yushiyunga. Yushiyunga sat up straight. "I have some urgent business to attend to. If you agree, let's sign the contract quickly. I don't have time to discuss the details." Zhao Xianin? Didn't you just say there was no rush? Zhao Shuang found it amusing. She had just seen this person leisurely sipping coffee when she went upstairs. She took out the contract and said, "I want 40% of the profits. This is our bottom line. After all, if we publicly claim that we will only take 20% of the profits from you, it will damage our reputation, and such damage is priceless." Yushiyunga. "They will believe it. This thing can't stay at the same price forever. It's selling for 3 gold now, which is probably the income of a small team for 3 days. What about later? When the income of a small team for 3 days reaches 10 gold, will this thing still sell for 3 gold? This skill crystal is useless in combat, but its value in farming equipment is immeasurable. I can't protect it on my own, so I can only come to you. Zhao Shuang nodded, repeating the sentence as if sighing. You can't protect yourself, you can only come to us. Yu Xianga pursed her lips, knowing that she had still given herself away. After all, she was no match for those who were truly skilled at negotiation. She said, I can also pledge allegiance to other forces. Zhao Shuang. But you don't like factional fighting, right? If you join a faction, there will be internal struggles. Once the true value of your skill is discovered, other factions will also fight for you and the faction you belong to. Yu Xianga remained silent for a long time before standing up and saying, Then forget it. Zhao Shuang paused, her hand holding the coffee cup still. Why was this happening? She looked at Yu Xianga with a shocked expression, as if to say, Why aren't you following the script? Yu Xianga clicked his tongue, his face full of annoyance. I'm tired of talking, that's enough, I'm leaving. How come you're halfway through a mahjong game, about to win, and your opponent flips the table? Moreover, after Yu Xianga overturned the table and turned to leave, before he could take a single step, his hand was grabbed by Zhao Shuang. The negotiation expert, who was leaning on the table just a second ago, grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Sister! Yu Xianga. I'm only 26. Zhao Shuang had already gotten up and quickly walked to her side, affectionately putting her arm around her shoulder. Little sister! Zhao Xianin behind him. Hey! I'm here! Zhao Shuang didn't even turn her head. Get lost! Zhao Xianin suppressed a laugh. Okay. Zhao Shuang. Little sister, let's talk this out. Yu Xianga. You wouldn't want to hear it anyway. Zhao Shuang. This sounds familiar. Yu Xianga. 40% impossible, at most 1%. Zhao Shuang. 1% is really impossible. Yu Xianga shook off Zhao Shuang's hand and was about to leave. Zhao Shuang gripped it tightly. She hadn't tried this hard to win back her school heartthrob ex-boyfriend back then. 20%! This is the bottom line, this is truly the bottom line. I swear, this is the bottom line. What a coincidence, this was actually Yu Xianga's bottom line. She couldn't possibly refuse to pay the fee, but she still maintained a cold expression. Then I'll take a cut when exchanging for gold, 1%, is that too much to ask? Zhao Shuang pushed her away. Go away, and don't even think about coming back. Yu Xianga lifted her foot to leave, but before she could take a step, she was hugged by Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang smiled at her. Because I will pursue you. Yu Xianga. Zhao Shuang put her arm around him and walked back to the table. If you only exchange for 100,000 gold coins, you can only get 0.5%, but if you can exchange for 200,000 gold coins, you can get 1%. Yu Xianga held out his hand. Deal, I'll find a way to exchange it for 200,000 gold coins. Zhao Shuang's smile froze. Zhao Xianin leaned closer. Sister, what amazing negotiation skills. Zhao Shuang. Get lost. Yu Xianga was no longer in a hurry to go out and kill Su Ji and the others. She waited for the contract to be delivered and then checked it again, confirming that it was the same as what they had just discussed. 1. Player Yu Xianga exchanges 200 G of gold for 1 gold coin at a rate that the Special Affairs Bureau uses to exchange gold coins from Zealand Star. If the final exchange amount is less than 100,000 gold coins, Yu Xianga will take a 0.5% cut. If the exchange amount is 200,000 gold coins or more, Yu Xianga will take a 1% cut. During this period, no one may investigate Yu Xianga's gold coin exchange methods in any way. 2. The skill crystal, Happy Again, created by player Yu Xianga will be handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau for sale. The Special Affairs Bureau will provide Yu Xianga with blank skill crystals, claim that Yu Xianga will only profit 20%, and will do its best to protect Yu Xianga. The Special Affairs Bureau will receive 20% of the profits from happy again, which will be settled every 15 calendar days. The contract was very favorable to Yushiyunga, stipulating only that the skill crystals she created be handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau for sale, but it would not be considered a breach of contract if she used them herself or gave them to others. However, if the contract is violated, all members under the Special Affairs Bureau will have 1 attribute point deducted randomly as a penalty, while Yushiyunga will have 10 attribute points deducted and all her gold coins deducted for violating the contract. Moreover, this cooperation is also time-limited, only 2 years, after which everyone will renegotiate. Yushiyunga wasn't surprised. After all, the Gear of Destiny was only a B-level talent. A-level and below divinely bestowed talents weren't unique. Who knew when they might find a second one? But if they didn't find one, then the advantage would be on Yushiyunga's side again. There are also many details, such as Yushiyunga can no longer exchange gold coins for other forces, and a year later, Yushiyunga will tell the Special Affairs Bureau how to exchange gold coins. The price the Special Affairs Bureau has to pay is a promise that if anything happens to Yushiyunga in the next 2 years, the Bureau will use its divinely bestowed talent related to causality to track down the murderer and avenge her. It's fair. Even if it's just for this method of exchanging gold coins, the Special Affairs Bureau will do its best to protect Yushiyunga within 2 years. And if Yushiyunga gets into trouble during this period, the Special Affairs Bureau will help her get revenge. As for a year later, telling the Special Affairs Bureau about this method of exchanging gold coins will not affect Yushiyunga's own development. By then, she will have wiped out all the goblins. Yushiyunga got what she wanted, but she also had to pay a price. She read everything word by word before signing her name. Zhao Shuang signed her name on behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau and affixed the official seal. Chapter 61. I'm a shopkeeper in the game world. Yushiyunga asked curiously, "Does the game contract also recognize an official seal?" Zhao Shuang smiled and said, "Of course I agree." She regained her composure and elegance, and Yushiyunga even suspected that her previous banter was also a negotiation tactic. After signing the contract, Yushiyunga was able to find the relevant contract on her character interface, and she checked it again before she felt at ease. Zhao Shuang, "We will deliver the gold within 3 days. Whenever you go to any outposts recently, just let the staff there know. We have already entered your information and rank into our system. Your current rank is the highest among the non-staff personnel." Yushiyunga glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. If she didn't rush out to kill him soon, her revenge would be delayed until the next day. She said, "Okay, I won't go far these next few days. I'm leaving now. I haven't gotten anything important done this afternoon." Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianin escorted her to the entrance of the base on the first floor, attracting the attention of other players. After leaving the treehouse, Yushiyunga ran into the forest. She put on a black robe to cover her entire body, then cast an illusion spell to arrive at the cave she had reached that morning when she followed Su Ji. She stood in the corner and began to wait. While she was at it, she watched alchemy videos in her mind and thought about her next plan. With 5 days left until New Year's Day, she plans to level up for the next few days and start exchanging gold for coins once she has enough. She will use her rest time in between to practice alchemy. After all, she needs to use the Thief God's Disguise skill to exchange for gold. After deducting the reduced cooldown time, she works for 1 hour every 5 hours. During this cooldown time, fighting monsters is not worthwhile, since the environment outside each main city is different. She might finally find a monster, fight for 2 hours, and then have to go back. It would be better to go to the sewers or somewhere else to practice her professional skills. Anyway, she can transform into animals and apparite, so escaping won't be a problem no matter what. As darkness fell, Yushiyunga could already hear the sounds of cursing approaching. It was Su Ji and several burly men, a total of 8. Yushiyunga had calculated this morning that there were a total of 21 people in their group, and she had only killed 10 of them. How come only 8 have returned now? Do you think she's noticed something? No, she's been invited by teams before but she refused, so she wasn't wary. She's probably gone to another base again. Didn't they say she didn't have a fixed base? Probably. We'll go back to that area tomorrow to fight monsters and keep watch. How could she dare to go so far and by herself? We only dared to fight at level 4. And several of us died today. Did you guys notice how much stronger the monster was today? I really couldn't defend against it, otherwise Xiao Si and the others wouldn't have died. Yuxiunga was too lazy to listen. She took out a grenade, pulled the pin on one and threw it, and after throwing 5 in a row, she teleported to the outside of the cave. As soon as Yuxiunga materialized at the cave entrance, he heard an explosion inside. She waited patiently for 5 minutes, then, still under the illusion's spell, went inside. Looking at the 8 mangled corpses on the ground from a distance, she didn't approach them but instead pulled out her gun and fired 3 shots at Suji's head, then at the burly man, and then one after another, firing 3 shots at each head. After waiting quietly for a while, she drew her long knife, went inside, cut off everyone's heads, poured gasoline on them, and set them on fire. It remained invisible throughout the entire process. Only after seeing the bodies of the several people burned to a crisp did Yuxiunga feel satisfied and use Phantom Teleport again to arrive at Outpost 0003, which was at least 2 hours away from the crime scene. Zhao Shuang said 3 days, and it was 3 days. Before New Year's Day even arrived, Yuxiunga not only paid off all the skill crystals he owed, but also received 100 blank skill crystals and 40,000 caddies of gold, which was enough to exchange for 100,000 gold coins. So much gold was an astronomical figure for her, and even for the Su, Liang, and Han families, it was a huge sum. But for the country's reserves, it was nothing. She could imagine the internal debates they had about this transaction. After obtaining the gold, she left the stronghold and ventured deep into the forest, running to the territory of level 8 monsters. After circling around to make sure no one was following her, she transformed into a goblin and used Phantom Teleport to reach the teleportation array in Undercity. Next, she would go find her goblin friends in her various main cities. She could exchange 40,000 caddies of gold for 111,111 gold coins. If she spent more time bargaining with the goblins, she might be able to get a lower price, but these were just her assumptions. 180G for one? My friend, you can't be serious. Do you know Bill, the rich man in Undercity? He traded 170G with me. Then go find him. But I want to be friends with you, so 180G is fine. Yuxiunga left the goblin area and felt that he needed to learn some speaking skills from Zhao Shuang. 200G for just 1 gold coin? Why don't you just rob someone? I never wanted to switch, you were the one begging me. Do you know Bill, the rich man from Undercity? I know, so what? I heard he used all his savings to buy gold, and for a while he couldn't even afford to eat. Yes, I've heard that too, but he can earn 60G of gold for every gold coin he makes, which means he earns a gold coin for free every 2 days, and that adds up to 182 gold coins a year. Add 50 silver coins. Yes, 182 gold and 50 silver, which is 1,825 gold in 10 years. So, are you going to exchange it? 180G per gold coin, that's the most I can offer. No one but me would be willing to give you such a great deal. Alright, I only have 1,000 here. Some goblins in the main city are poor, while others are rich, but their bottom line is 180G for 1 gold coin. If you bargain further, you'll easily anger them. Moreover, after going around and around, she found that Bill was the richest. She never encountered another goblin willing to exchange 20,000 gold coins with her in one go, which greatly reduced her efficiency. She could disguise herself twice a day, for 1 hour each time. She originally planned that 1 hour would be just enough for her to exchange for gold coins and also take a stroll around the alien capital city of Zealand Star. However, she didn't expect it to be not enough at all. Goblins like Bill, who could exchange for 20,000 gold coins at once, were rare. She could only chat with each goblin and exchange for 800 or 1,000 gold coins from them. There were hundreds of goblins in a capital city, and she chatted with them one by one. She can only visit one main city each day, and that takes 2 trips. The remaining time is barely enough for her to browse the restaurants in the main city and find local chefs to learn local specialty recipes. Yuxiunga simply rolled up her sleeves and slept while her skills were on cooldown. Once the 5-hour cooldown was over, she would disguise herself and go into the city to chat with goblins and exchange for gold coins. Fortunately, there was a time difference between the major cities, so she could always find a major city that was in daylight. With nearly 4 hours of work each day, Yushiyunga managed to exchange for 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins every day. After a few days, Yushiyunga felt that he knew more goblins than his colleagues in the entertainment industry. Yushiyunga returned to Undercity and transformed into a cow-cat she had found in Ironforge, the dwarven capital. It looked almost identical to the cow-cat she had become when she first arrived on Zealand Star. She then ran to Outpost 0003, jumped onto the table, announced her name, and said she was looking for Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang arrived quickly. It's unclear whether she had been waiting for her. Seeing the 100,000 gold coins that had been traded, Zhao Shuang finally felt relieved. There was indeed a voice inside the company that suspected that Yushiyunga would leave the gold behind on Zealand Star. Yushiyunga was unaware of these things, or rather, she thought of them but didn't care. After getting another 40,000 yen of gold from Zhao Shuang, she continued to act as a gold coin reseller. Chapter 62 Consumption. On January 11th, Yushiyunga was so exhausted that she lost a lot of weight. She felt like she had never spoken so much in her life, and she suspected that she could now have simple daily conversations with goblins even without a translator. However, she was extremely satisfied. She not only exchanged her 10,000 yen of gold for 27,777 gold coins, but also earned 22,222 gold coins by taking kickbacks. In addition, she had more than 70 gold coins left after learning the recipe. All things added up, her net worth exceeded 50,000 gold coins for the first time. She felt she could live a lifetime. After delivering all 200,000 gold coins, I also received a 1% commission, which was 2,000 gold coins. She now possesses 52,073 pieces of gold and 87 pieces of silver, as well as 778 yen, approximately 384 caddies, of gold. Yushiyunga was almost embarrassed. She took the money bag, and at that moment, the dark circles under her eyes faded considerably. "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you," Zhao Shuang exclaimed. "You're the richest one among us players." Yushiyunga's mouth had been dry from talking for the past few days. "Maybe I finally have money to buy skills." Zhao Shuang pulled out a booklet. "Want to buy it? These are our internal skill crystals." Yushiyunga's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take the booklet, but Zhao Shuang pressed his hand down on his. Zhao Shuang smiled shyly. "You know, this is also a paid service. You're not losing out by paying to see so much information. Many people want to buy it but can't. It's confidential." Yushiyunga. "How much?" Zhao Shuang. 1 gold medal. Yushiyunga. "Do I look like I deserve to be taken advantage of?" Zhao Shuang patted the back of her hand. "How can you talk like that? This is a friend's price." Yushiyunga revealed a smile that resembled that of a boy with a fake smile. "The friendship price you told me last time is exactly the same as the market price." Zhao Shuang wasn't embarrassed at all. "Because we only met for a day last time, how could we have any real friendship?" Yushiyunga was speechless. 50 silver coins, take it or leave it." Zhao Shuang reached out with one hand to ask for money, and immediately stuffed the booklet into her hand with the other. Yushiyunga asked suspiciously, "You didn't take a kickback, did you?" Zhao Shuang looked bewildered. "Who doesn't take kickbacks these days? Don't you?" Yushiyunga shut up. She ate it. She even ate it twice. Upon reading this, Yushiyunga was truly amazed. She had lived for 3 years in her previous life and thought she knew enough about divinely bestowed talents, but she knew less than half of what was in this booklet. However, they only contained skill descriptions, with no other information available. Most of them are priced below 1 gold, with only a few extremely special ones or those with very high attack power selling for a high price. Some even have no price listed and require further discussion. For example, she saw her own skill stone on the first page. Feeling happy again, this skill modifies the target's luck stat for 6 hours. Price negotiable. It's a very simple description. There's no cooldown, no divinely bestowed talent level, and no source of skills. Yu Xiuanga couldn't help but marvel at how well the Special Affairs Bureau knew how to handle things. She bought 2 divination-related skill stones. The Ouija board tells me, after use, it can provide the answer to your question. The difficulty of the question will directly affect the level of detail in the answer. Price, 3 gold. Oh, I won't die, will I? This will allow you to predict the fortune of your next action. Price, 1 gold. She didn't have high hopes because she herself had the ability to block divination, but she still bought it. It was a bit pricey, but worth it for someone who needed it. Moreover, the price can give a general idea of how useful a skill is. After saying goodbye to Zhao Shuang, she immediately used the Ouija board, tell me. She clasped the skill stone in her hands, thinking, I want to know if Yu Xiuanhuan still has a chance to turn the tables. A fog filled her mind. As she continued to ponder this question, the skill stone in her hand slowly shattered, and the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a scene. In the scene, Yu Xiuanhuan stood in the middle of the array in the basement of the Su family. Not far away, in another array, lay a man covered in blood. The man was wearing an eye patch, and his messy hair covered half of his face. His lower face was covered in blood and grime. He was cursing, but she couldn't hear his voice. Just by looking at his mouth, she knew that he was reciting Yu Xiuanhuan's family tree. She felt that this person looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize him for a moment. But she was familiar with this place and this formation. She had lain there in her past life. Wasn't it a formation that stripped away talent? Where did Yu Xiuanhuan get such an evil formation from, and when? She didn't know the date in the divination image, and even from the clothes they were wearing, she couldn't tell. The Su family's indoor temperature was constant all year round, like spring all year round, but she was certain that the time was definitely not recent. Because the blood used in this formation is not ordinary blood. In her previous life, she personally witnessed the entire process of the Su family drawing the formation. They used the blood of a level 15 boss and also used several high-level gems that could only be made with jewelry processing. Even if the formation is compromised, it shouldn't be necessary to replace the monster's magical blood with ordinary blood, and there are no gems at all. Knowing what Yu Xiuanhuan's next move was, Yu Xiuanga's mood not only didn't worsen, but actually improved. He could shatter Yu Xiuanhuan's hopes once again and see him collapse. What could be more delightful than that? She found Zhao Shuang eating with her sister on the first floor, and then picked up the booklet and bought 2 skill crystals for. The Ouija board tells me. Yu Xiuanga is preparing to return to the real world. Firstly, she is worried about Yu Xiuanhuan. Secondly, she is worried about the cat in the backyard. And thirdly, there has been some undercurrent here recently, and Zhao Shuang has given her a hint, telling her to try to stay away from the base as much as possible. Yu Xiuanga didn't care much about the matter, but she could sense that it was related to people like them who had special divine gifts. Su Ji and the others were definitely not isolated cases. When she left Dark City and ran around the entire Ceylon Star, the number of people coming to find Yu Xiuanga not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. Fortunately, the authorities intervened in time and announced that all of Yu Xiuanga's divinely bestowed talent skill quotas would be sold by the official team, which finally calmed Yu Xiuanga down. However, considering that the real world would soon be officially invaded by Zealand Star, Yu Xiuanga decided to go back as soon as possible to guard those treasures that might mutate. Before leaving, Yu Xiuanga made a trip to the Undercity auction house and bought 1,000 excellent grade belts. Because the styles were different, and could not be stacked, she specially took out a large box and stuffed them all into it before putting them into her game backpack. I also bought a lot of materials needed for intermediate and advanced potions. Advanced alchemy only sells a few basic herbs in herbal shops. Most materials need to be purchased from auction houses. Many materials required for advanced alchemy are products refined by other professions when they reach an advanced level. The materials that Yu Xiuanga had stockpiled before had long been used up in repeated practice. The path after advanced alchemy is basically a process of repeatedly watching alchemy videos to learn, spending money to buy materials to practice, and then watching alchemy videos to learn again. It requires patience and sincerity, and she is prepared to study for several years. Although she has failed every time she tries to practice advanced formulas, and can only increase her score by 1 or 2 points, she can't just watch without trying. She can afford to wait. Chapter 63 Back to Reality. In addition, she bought 3 more skills. Teleport, rank A, allows you to set an anchor point in a certain location. After use, you can reach the anchor point through the teleport. At most 2 anchor points can exist at the same time. 1526 gold, but isn't that much cheaper than the official teleportation price? Although the price is 10 times higher, it's permanent, and can also be used as an escape route. Hunter's Eye, rank A. After activating the skill, all living beings within 50 meters will be displayed in your perception. It consumes 100 mana points per minute after activation. 817 gold is more effective than the revealing potion. She herself can transform into an animal to escape the official team's pursuit, so it's hard to guarantee that others can't. Although the names of these life forms cannot be displayed, it is normal for A-level skills to have limitations. Rain of Hatred, Tier A. Scatter a large number of energy arrows at the target area. The rain of arrows falls from the sky, dealing damage to all enemies in the area over 5 seconds. Each use costs 250 mana and has a 3-minute cooldown. 1279 gold, Area of Effect skill, she'll need it for farming monsters later. Beast Language Proficiency, rank B. After use, you will learn 27 of the most common beast languages. 388 gold coins. She'd been wanting to know what the cats in the backyard were saying for a long time, and she could use it to gather intelligence later. Spider Silk Trap, rank F. Sets up a trap that can trap and paralyze the target. Each use consumes 3 strands of spider silk. She needs to add something to the villa. This kind of trap is easy to escape, but if she adds some poison, it will be different. And it's not expensive, only 17 gold. Spider silk is even cheaper, just a few dozen copper coins for a bunch. I spent 3,000 gold on high-level alchemy materials, plus 3,639 gold on skills, 1,000 gold on a belt, and 388 gold on entertainment, and in the blink of an eye, I had spent 8,027 gold. If I hadn't made a fortune, I simply couldn't afford to spend like this. She became increasingly certain that most of the players on Earth in her previous life who had leveled up their skills to a high level were cultivated by the official team. However, she wasn't envious. There was definitely a contract involved, otherwise, there was no way to restrain someone with a conscience for something this big. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any skill book on how to make skill crystals even after searching the entire auction house. It's probably a divine gift. However, she doesn't need to buy them. The contract will provide blank crystals for her to craft, and the amount she needs is not large. She can just exchange them with internal staff. Then she found the Pleasure Witch's bed, which was now on sale for 19 gold each, but she couldn't bring herself to buy it. She had given it to Sui Tong and Yu Xuanhuan as a wedding gift before, and she was happy to spend the money to make the world a little more loving, but spending 19 gold on Ichiohua and Yu Qinshan? Forget about it. She searched for a while and found a suitable alternative. The Devil's Handcuffs, rank D, have similar effects but cost only 2 gold. This is it. After giving Yu Xuanhuan some bait as well, Yu Xuanga left the auction house. When she passed by the general store, she threw away all the props she had stolen from Su Ji's gang and sold them for more than 90 silver coins. Then she went to the sewer, turned into a cat and wandered around, and finally turned into a spider and arrived at the underground storage room of the restaurant. Finally, she anchored herself on the ceiling in the corner. Even if she came up headfirst, it wouldn't be a problem. She felt that the ceiling was the safest place than the floor, as it was almost a blind spot for most people. After doing all this, Yu Xuanga ran to the sewers, cancelled her disguise skill, changed into modern clothes, and the next second, she crushed the teleportation stone that the official had given her. The first thing she did after arriving on Earth was to sense the teleportation array. Only after confirming that the skill could be used at any time did she feel relieved. She then set up another anchor point in the safe house on the top floor of the villa. This adds another way to escape. Yu Xuanga is finally back. Sui Tone was stunned for a second when she heard the name before she reacted. She almost immediately ordered Yu Xianhuan to find a reason to invite Yu Xianga to dinner. After a pause, she added, "Your parents can also come along." Yu Xianhuan readily agreed. "How about we have a family dinner? I'll cook." Su Yitong shook her head. "You're the master, why are you cooking?" She was quite satisfied with Yu Xianhuan. He was good-looking, knew how to please her, and his family was also considerate. Apart from the fact that he had to turn off the lights when they had intimate conversations at night, which she found a little strange, he was fine. So she felt more protective of him. In addition, recent news has revealed that luck is a very special and important attribute, and Yu Xianhuan's luck is a rare perfect value, so she naturally has a bit more patience. Yu Xianhuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied with an "Okay." After returning to her room, she put away her smile and sat quietly for a while, lost in thought, before finally sending a message to Yu Xianga. "Yu Xianhuan, at Sister Yu Xianga, I miss you so much. Let's have a meal together as a family." This wasn't a lie, on the contrary, it was a rare honest statement from him. Although Su Yitong has been kind to him lately, she never tells him about important matters of the Su family, especially plans related to the game. He doesn't even know the specific effects of Su Yitong's divine talent. After all this time, Yu Xianhuan doesn't even know what level her divine talent is. He knows less than the Su family's driver or butler. Even though my attitude towards him has improved a lot recently for some reason, it's only improved a little. The more he compared, the more he realized how good Yu Xianga had been to him, the more he felt that she had told him about the game without hesitation. "Yu Ge, okay, when is it? I also brought gifts for you all. Happy autumn fruit, hee, my dear daughter, Mom loves your gift." Depressed Qinshan, it's alright. Yu Xianga, small face, pale yellow. JPG. Yu Ge, it's not necessary to share everything with children. Autumn fruit of happiness, a gift worth 30 gold. Mom, why don't you share your experience using it? My daughter is so thoughtful. Depressed Qinshan, that's enough, that's enough. Yu Ge, making trouble for society. JPG. Looking at the lively chat group, Yu Xianhuan smiled with a rare sense of ease. Yu Xianga was cooking for the cats in the backyard. She left in mid-December, and now it's almost mid-January. She heard meowing all around her. The cats would meow like that whenever she cooked late. She couldn't understand it before, and always thought they were cursing her. Now that I've learned beast language mastery, I can finally understand it. I was indeed criticizing myself. I wish I hadn't studied it. With a blank expression, Yu Xianga made them roasted spider legs and a large bowl of fresh meat and goat milk soup. He also roasted a lot of dried fish and chicken, filling all the food bowls in the backyard. She even created a well using the Fountain of Light, whose water has the power to restore life. Whether it works on the cat's health is unknown, but the well water tastes very good, and she has used it a few times when fighting monsters before. Sure enough, several cats ran to the well and tasted the gushing spring water, and for a time they drank so much that they didn't want to go back for dinner. Hearing the cat purring as it ate and drank, Yu Xianga lay down on the lawn, put her hands behind her head, and enjoyed the rare tranquility. Su Yitong probably came to the dinner party with a specific purpose in mind. Although the news that players could go to Zealand Star could not be spread due to the contract, there are always loopholes. Information about how useful the "so happy again" skill was could still be leaked. She didn't believe that no one from the Su family had infiltrated the official ranks. It was too late, she had already been, forcibly, requisitioned by the authorities. Chapter 64. The relationship was torn apart, but not completely. As for whether he has a divine talent that can detect lies? Of course he does. Yu Qingshan's second skill can detect lies. But she believes the authorities must have a solution, otherwise her 20% profit would be wasted. Yu Xianga closed her eyes, feeling relaxed. Why did she stay out for so long? Go hunt for us to eat. Meow meow meow, so delicious. Such delicious food must be hard to make. Let's bring her a gift next time. What are you bringing? Rats? She cooks so well, she wouldn't eat rats. I don't know, I just always felt like I wanted to bring her something. Me too, meow, I feel the same way. How amazing! Yushunga felt relieved after hearing this. It seemed that the cat's nest was most likely capable of mutating. After relaxing for half a day, Yushunga started looking for cockroaches, but couldn't find them even after searching the entire villa. In the end, she went to the flower and bird market and bought 2 small spiders. After killing them, she used the "dead people will obey" technique, which she hadn't used in a long time, to control them and place them in the safe house as her surveillance cameras. The next day, Yushunga was taken to the Su family by Yuxiunhuan. For some reason, Yuxiunhuan did not take Ichogwa and Yuqinshan. When they arrived at the Su family home, not only was Suitong there, but Su Beige and Su Jinxian were also there, as well as several of Suitong's cousins. Yuxiunga maintained her smile, even though she already knew that her 2 cousins were no good, and were even somewhat famous but exposed internet celebrities. She did not lose her composure. However, when faced with the Su family's subtle and overt inquiries about where she had recently gone, Yuxiunga chose to be direct. She had long since discovered that being direct was more effective than anything else when dealing with these people. I can't say. If I sign a contract, I will be immediately silenced, and from now on, my first skill with the God-given talent will have to be made into a skill crystal and handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau for processing. Suitong and the others exchanged glances, all feeling that Yuxiunga was being inconsiderate by not informing their Su family about such a significant matter. Yuxiunga didn't see the looks in the eyes of the others, but she could guess what the Su family was thinking with her bare hands. In her past life, once a player joined the Su family's team, it was difficult to leave. If you wanted to leave, you had to see if the Su family wanted to keep you. If the Su family wanted to keep you and you still left, they would be on good terms with you on the surface, but they would be ruthless behind the scenes. Suitong sighed. If I had known you had this connection, I wouldn't have bothered to introduce you to it before. Yuxiunga knew they were targeting her. They were simply upset that they had kindly introduced her to business opportunities before, only for her to turn around and cooperate with the Special Affairs Bureau. That thought seemed reasonable, but Yuxiunga knew that if she didn't run faster, the Su family would really treat her talent as their possession. They had already shown signs of this after only a few collaborations. However, she did not deny that she had taken advantage of the Su family before, earning some gold while also letting the skill reach the ears of the authorities. Moreover, Suitong's words don't stand up to scrutiny. From another perspective, is the Su family really helping her introduce business opportunities? Or are they using her as a resource to curry favor with others? She pretended not to notice and laughed. I didn't want either. I was hoping to make a lot of money from this, but the authorities came knocking. I can't exactly go against them, and besides, a 20-80 split is pretty good. Suitong felt that Yuxiunga was disappointing, so she tried to win him over, saying, If you cooperate with our Su family, we can split the profits 50-50ths. The Special Affairs Bureau did indeed have members of the Su family. Although they couldn't transmit important information due to the contract, they already knew about the importance of the luck value in the data. As for Yuxiunga's talent, those informants gave it an importance rating of 7, which was equivalent to an A-level divinely bestowed talent rating. Yuxiunga shook her head, looking quite satisfied. I can't protect too many people by myself, Suitong said forcefully. Our Su family can protect you. She looked into Yuxiunga's eyes and added, You can cooperate with our Su family. Does this mean she needs to back out of her deal with the Secret Service? That's far too domineering. But Yuxiunga was already used to Suitong's domineering and unreasonable behavior. She said helplessly, The Special Affairs Bureau does the same thing when they talk to me. They won't let me leave until they agree. They just drag me away. And they call me Sister Dot. He threatened me, saying that if I left, I could never come back. Because Zhao Shuang would come after him. And they even signed a contract, which was stamped with the official seal of the Special Affairs Bureau, which is recognized by the game. I can't bear the consequences of breaking the contract. Those consequences are no different from killing me. Deducting 10 attribute points and all the gold coins on my body, what difference is there between that and killing her? Yuxiunga spoke in a serious yet calm tone. During this time, the butler standing behind Suitong did not pour her any wine, so Suitong knew that Yuxiunga was not lying. Her anger subsided somewhat, but she still complained, lingering indignation. You should have approached us for cooperation sooner. This is not the attitude one should have towards an equal partner. Yuxiunga didn't believe that after a failed collaboration with someone, she would complain to the other party that they should have contacted her sooner. Yuxiunga didn't say anything more. She wasn't begging the Su family for anything, and she wasn't willing to suffer this injustice. The fact that she was willing to sit here and explain to Su Yitong was already an act of forbearance. Su Beish noticed Yuxiunga's displeasure, and then raised his glass and said, I'm sorry, Yitong didn't mean to blame you. It's just a pity that we considered you a member of the Su family, but we were unable to establish a cooperative relationship with you immediately. Are you targeting me again? How did I become a member of the Su family? Yuxiunga adopted the professional smile he used when he was in the entertainment industry. Maybe. I'd rather be a member of the government. Although they take a share of the profits, they promised in the contract to protect me, and if I die, they will use their divinely bestowed talent related to causality to find the murderer and help me get revenge. They are much better than you guys. The atmosphere immediately turned cold. The three Su siblings were displeased that Yuxiunga didn't give them face, but more than that, they were alarmed by the contract. It meant that they couldn't use drastic measures against Yuxiunga, such as destroying him if they couldn't have him. Moreover, this contract further proved the importance of Yuxiunga's talent. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have attached so much importance to him. The group increasingly regretted not bringing Yuxiunga into the Su family sooner. Yu Xunhuan, however, only felt relieved. The Su family had never taken the Yu family seriously, but at this moment he actually envied Yuxiunga. Although her talent was only B-level and not very lethal, it was practical. She had a voice. Yuxiunga's assertiveness brought the Su family to their senses. I roughly understand that she's not the kind of person who would lose her dignity and principles to curry favor with the Su family, nor would she give up everything out of fear of their power. More importantly, Yuxiunga already has the backing of the authorities. The younger generation of the Su family are not useless. Although they are strong and arrogant, they are still smart and tactful. After noticing Yuxiunga's attitude, they quickly changed their attitude. Even Su Yitong no longer showed the anger in her heart. What one thinks in one's heart is one thing, but for now there is only one, gear of fate. Before figuring out why this skill is so important, the Su family is willing to give Yuxiunga a good look. Chapter 65 Unhappy. Yuxiunga watched the three siblings laughingly change the subject and raise their glasses to toast her, and sighed inwardly. Before coming, she had thought that by bringing up the official channels, she could maintain a superficial peace with them, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't resist. She had overestimated herself. However, she felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the three Su siblings clearly extremely unhappy but having to suppress it. What's even more satisfying is, Yuxiunga glanced at Yu Xunhuan, who was sitting next to her pouring wine for Su Yitong. In her past life, Su Yitong would take her anger out on her whenever she was unhappy. For a while, she even suspected that she was Su Yitong's son-in-law. But considering the god of cookery's innate skills, she suspected that Su Yitong's emotions had been transferred onto her by Yu Xunhuan. So, was Su Yitong so unhappy today, Yu Xunhuan was probably in for a treat. The situation is such that everyone has broken off relations, but they've only made a small opening before covering it up again. It has a few cracks, but it's not beyond repair. Everyone started chatting and laughing again. Although this kind of banquet wouldn't involve Yu Xunhuan, who was practically the host, cooking, Yuxiunga still didn't dare to eat much. She only ate a couple of bites throughout the meal. After exchanging a few polite words, Yuxiunga left. Before she left, Su Yitong, perhaps to make up for the unpleasantness at the dinner table, not only sent someone to take her home but also delivered a whole carload of things. Although she didn't suffer any loss today, Yuxiunga was still unhappy. And if she was unhappy, she would cause trouble for the Su family. However, this really requires finding someone to cooperate with. She planned to make a fortune from the Su family using green-grade equipment that would soon be obsolete in the early stages, thus depleting some of the Su family's gold reserves. Although she believed the Su family likely had connections on Zealand Star, they might not have as much startup capital as she did to acquire the equipment. She rushed back to reality for this very reason. No matter how well the Su family inquired, only a select few knew that she was exchanging 200 G for 1 gold coin. As long as she acted early, she was confident that she could exchange less than 1 gold coin of excellent grade green equipment for 1 gene of gold from the Su family. Moreover, these belts were all carefully selected by her. After the game officially invaded on February 22 this year, a machine in a factory near S City that made belts mutated. The belts it produced were all excellent grade green equipment with +2 strength and +1 agility, which were extremely useful for players of level 0 to 2. The machine was directly requisitioned by the official in the form of profit sharing, and a large number of green belts were produced to supply domestic players to get through the most difficult period in the early stages. In less than half a month, the price of waste equipment was directly driven down. Even if production can't keep up with demand for a while, knowing that there is a fixed output, everyone will naturally prioritize buying equipment for other parts, especially players in S City, who are in a prime location and have the least shortage of belts. During those months, the highest price for a green item of the same level was 1 gold, but a green item for the belt slot was only 40 silver. Because the official belt is only 15 silver. Yushiyunga bought 1,000 belts. Her goal was to obtain at least 1,000 gene of gold from the Su family. She couldn't help but sigh. It's still faster to just grab it directly. However, she doesn't plan to go to the Su family's underground treasure room anytime soon. She can think of countless ways to deal with these invisible players, and the Su family will only have more. Maybe that treasure room is now filled with electric fences, and you'll be paralyzed as soon as you land. She knew that she could earn more by selling these items to the Su family a day or two after the game officially invaded the market. However, the Su family would definitely know about the mutation of items in the real world much faster than ordinary people. Who knew if they would also find out that the machines in the belt factory had mutated? Selling 1,000 pieces of equipment would take at least a few days from initial contact to negotiation to the transaction. If it was even a little slow, the belt would be stuck in her hands, and she would lose the opportunity to set a trap for Yu Xianhuan. She wasn't worried about aiding the enemy. By mid-March, most players who were obsessed with grinding dungeons had 1 belt, so everyone was essentially on the same starting line. This wouldn't give the Su family too much of a lead, but she could use this to give the Su family a push and get them to exchange for some gold. As long as the Su family dared to exchange, she would dare to snatch it away halfway. Yu Xiange immediately used his phantom teleportation to the airport, found a plane to Hong Kong, transformed into a kitten, hid inside, took a nap, and after landing, he phantom teleported to the place he had been when he bought weapons. Then, he used his disguise skill to disguise himself as a 2-meter-tall strong man, and found a Hong Kong player who was involved in organized crime. He asked him to help him sell equipment, and promised to give him 3 green equipment pieces in return. The other party immediately agreed. Yu Xiange then gave him Yu Xianhuan's contact information. This is the buyer I found. He's rich and a player. His wife's family can afford 1,000 pieces of green gear. I'll pay 1 pound of gold for each piece, and anything over that is yours. Okay, leave it to me. Yu Xianhuan didn't feel well after having dinner with Yu Xiange that day. When Suitong gets angry, she doesn't yell or scream hysterically, nor does she deliberately pick a fight or yell at you. She considers herself a well-mannered and superior person, and she hurts you silently. Yu Xiange made her unhappy, so she made both Yu Xiange and Yu Xianhuan unhappy. As a result, Yu Xianhuan discovered in recent days that a lot of his information had been exposed. Even after marrying Suitong, Yu Xianhuan did not give up his career as a live streamer. It wasn't because he was overly ambitious, but because it was one of the few times he could be in a position of power. In the small live streaming room, people would analyze the luxurious decorations in his background, praise his looks and his gaming skills, and even the water glass he picked up casually would be discussed and its price analyzed. No one knew about his physical disability, nor did anyone openly or secretly despise the disability that was a gift from God. However, the wind direction has become strange these days. He used his nickname when he was a game streamer and never revealed his real name. Even when Yushunga was a celebrity, he never tried to ride on her popularity. After all, the fact that Yushunga gave them money couldn't stand scrutiny, and he didn't want Yushunga to be called a brother-supporting demon. It wouldn't be good if such criticism woke people up. But now his real name has been revealed. Not only that, but information about him and Yushunga being siblings and him marrying into a wealthy family as a live-in son-in-law has also been exposed. However, no one knows which wealthy family it is. This made him an overnight sensation. But this kind of fire was not what he wanted. Although times have changed and everyone is saying that being a kept man is lucrative, those who can't actually do it will only laugh at the wretchedness of those who are actually being kept men. But in reality, these words meant nothing to Yu Xuanhuan. He knew what he was after, and had already prepared himself mentally before becoming a live-in son-in-law. What bothered him was the Su family's attitude. She had inexplicably become much nicer to him before, but recently she has become cold again. Sometimes he felt like Su Yitong's pet for amusement, and his status was even lower than that of the border collie that Su Yitong kept, which was indeed the case. Yu Xuanhuan ignored the chat comments in the live stream, finished playing the game for the day, and ended the stream with a smile. Just as I was about to close the software, I saw a private message in the background. 4289359285, do you buy green gear from games? Do you know which game? It was such a coincidence that he received thousands, if not tens of thousands, of private messages every day, but he just happened to see this one today. Yu Xuanhuan didn't find this strange at all. He was just that lucky. Moreover, ever since he started cooking and delivering meals to the brothers in the studio from time to time, he was even more successful. He secretly took a lot of things from the Su family to build his own power, but the Su family didn't find out. According to his premarital plan, he intended to cooperate well with Su Yitong, using his good luck to help her develop her career and gain the trust of the Su family. However, Su Yitong's entry into the game and her refusal to tell him about this made him change his mind. He planned to first use the Su family's influence to strengthen himself and gradually improve his status before cooperating with Su Yitong. But recently he has been having a hard time in the Su family, and has no say in anything. Even today at the dinner table, he couldn't join in the conversation when they were discussing games with his sister. If it weren't for Yu Xuange taking care of him and talking to him several times, he would have been like an outsider the whole time. Yu Xuanhuan stopped trying to close the software. Chapter 66, Digging a Hole for His Good Brother. K God, what game? 4289359285, Divine Gift, Warcraft, 10.10. K God, what part of the gear is it? How much does it cost? 4289359285, 1000 belts, can you handle that? Only accepting gold transactions. Yu Xuanhuan, who hadn't taken it seriously and was only interested in getting to know another player, suddenly became serious and began to consider how much benefit this matter could bring him. His first thought was to sell it to Yu Xuange and use Yu Xuange to connect with the authorities. Nowadays, the people he trusts most, besides Yi Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, are Yu Xuange. But he rejected the idea the next second. Connecting with the authorities would mean offending the Su family, which wasn't worth it. However, he himself couldn't handle such a large profit. He had only managed to win over fewer than 10 players. K God, how much is it in gold? What are its stats? I want to see the actual item. 4289359285. Each item can add 3 to 4 attribute points, and costs 2 gene of gold. 2 pounds of gold, around 500,000. This is clearly an exorbitant price. Although Yu Xuanhuan only participated in one closed beta test, he had browsed the auction house. Although he had a long-term vision and used all his money to learn professional skills and buy materials and skills, he didn't remember the specific prices of these equipment, but he could make them himself. Take jewelry crafting as an example. Although he is only a beginner in jewelry crafting, he can already make earrings that can add 5 attribute points. It's just that the materials are extremely rare. Even if he could find substitutes in reality, they would cost more than 1 million. However, this is largely due to the fact that jewelry processing materials are all jewelry. But based on his own situation, he could deduce that those in leatherworking, sewing, and engineering could also make this kind of equipment that adds attribute points, and the cost would definitely not be high, at least not like jewelry processing, which often requires purchasing hundreds of thousands or millions of gems. But here's the problem. Not everyone is like him, able to get hundreds of gold coins just by logging into the game once. Most people only get a few dozen silver coins from quests, which isn't enough to buy materials or even learn skills. God, I want to see the real thing. Yu Xiunga spent her days in her villa practicing alchemy. She refined 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions, intending to sell them to the Su family in exchange for gold. This item is the fastest to become obsolete, but it's still quite valuable. Everyone starts with 100 HP, and a potion that restores 60 HP is basically a life. Ordinary people might hide and wait for it to regenerate automatically, but for rich people, they can't stand having their HP below 90%. Although it's uncertain whether the Su family has trained its own alchemists, selling them and giving it a try won't be a loss. Although she seemed to have provided initial assistance to the Su family, they could have bought these items even without her. It's not like the Su family would collapse without her. What difference does it make who she sells to? She can also reduce the Su family's gold reserves in the early stages before the importance of gold becomes apparent. Otherwise, the Su family would be waving paper money around if they went elsewhere to buy gold. Yu Xiunga didn't intend to take the lead herself. She disguised herself and found the Gun King, dumped the matter on him, and specified that it could only be sold to the Su family. One bottle of potion was worth 100 G of gold, and he could keep the rest. Basic healing potions sell for only 1 silver in Zealand Star shops, but can be sold for 100 G of gold, which is an astronomical price, 50 times the original price. But don't cross-border e-commerce sellers always have to add a markup? She left the medicine behind and took 200 G of gold from the Gun King. She wasn't worried that the Gun King wouldn't do as she asked. Everyone was smart. She had her connections to bring out so many good things. Although she didn't know whether she had a grudge or a favor with the Su family, if the Gun King didn't sell to the Su family, they wouldn't come to him again for such a good deal. However, Yu Xiunga was not at ease with Aberdeen. Although Aberdeen was also smart, Hong Kong was far away and he did not value his reputation in the underworld like Gun King. Therefore, Yu Xiunga only sold 3 samples to Aberdeen and told him to come to him after he had made a deal. Driven by huge profits, Gun King and Hong Kong boys set ruthless prices. Yu Xiunga uses the teleportation array to go to Zealand Star every day because when she transformed into a goblin to deliver wine to the female undead mentor last time, the mentor accepted the wine and then asked her to take out the potion she had recently refined, and then gave her a 10-minute lesson. Since then, Yu Xiunga has been bringing wine to the alchemy shop every day to ask questions of the female necromancer mentor. A bottle of high-end red or white wine can be used for a 10-minute lesson. She brings 5 bottles each time and has a 50-minute lesson. Subtracting the time spent walking and recarving the teleportation array, she makes the most of her 1-hour disguise time. Then go to the wilderness to level up for 5 hours, and in the afternoon use the disguise skill to find the undead female instructor with wine for a 50-minute lesson. Although her experience points didn't increase, her understanding of potions grew every day. She could only learn the techniques from watching videos, but she could learn the properties of the potions and various pharmacological principles from the female necromancer mentor. Yu Xiunga's schedule is packed every day. So much so that when she received a message from Aberdeen in early February asking her to bring the rest of the belts to Hong Kong City for the transaction, she was surprised to realize how fast time had passed when she checked the date. She immediately used the old method to take a free flight to the port city, and then used her disguise skills to reach the agreed location. Aberdeen was waiting for her in a private room at the hotel. Yu Xiunga had already used Hunter's Eye to check how many people were around. She found that both the private rooms on either side were full, but she wasn't dissatisfied. The number of people was within the normal range, and there was no ambush. She didn't touch the tea on the table. "Is it the person I introduced?" The Hong Kong man didn't ask why the other party wanted him to sell to that person. "Yes, you can check. He and his wife live next door." Yu Xiunga nodded. "Where's the gold?" Aberdeen opened the box on the table, which was full of gold bars. Yushiyunga felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. What a familiar style. She also deftly took out a box of belts, and the two pushed the boxes in front of each other before starting to inspect the gold/equipment they had received. Gold is easy to inspect. Her Soros pocket watch's detection skill can detect not only character information but also item information. As long as the purity of a piece of gold meets the standard, she can put it into her game inventory and see if it can be stacked. Not only that, it can also quickly calculate how many kilograms it weighs. Those 900+ pieces of equipment were a bit troublesome, as each one had to be checked individually. However, Yushiyunga was very patient and waited for the other party to check, but she was secretly on guard against whether the other party would cause trouble. Half an hour later, Aberdeen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid it was a scam. He carefully put away the equipment and said, "Happy transaction. If there are any more big orders like this, let's continue to cooperate." He didn't intend to double-cross them. This was the city center, and everyone here was a player. Peaceful trade was the best option. Besides, they had made a good profit from this deal. Although the Su family was unwilling to pay more gold, only offering 1 gene of gold per belt, they were willing to pay more money. With this transaction, they could earn an extra 10,000 yuan for each piece of equipment. With 1,000 pieces of equipment, that would be 10 million yuan. Even if they kept a few for themselves, the remaining 9 million yuan would be enough for them to live on for a year. Yushiyunga got up and left decisively. Her time to pretend was running out. The medicine and belt together brought them a total of 1,200 gene of gold from the Su family. Chapter 67 Iron Pot. The next day, Yushiyunga was about to go out to buy alcohol. She had been consuming too much alcohol lately, so she planned to stock up on more and get some cocktail recipes to give to her mentor, hoping to get some good stuff out of him. But before the car even left the villa area, she received a message from Yu Xiunhuan asking if she was at the villa, saying he had something nice to give her. Yu Xiunga then went back, and then he received the belt that Yu Xiunhuan had sent him. Yes, it was money she sold yesterday. It's a belt that adds 4 attribute points. Of those 1,000 belts, only about 50 had 4 attribute points added, the rest only had 3. Yu Xiunga was not surprised. That's how Yu Xiunhuan and the Su family do things. When they're not human, they're worse than animals. When they're human, they're more human than anyone else. After putting on a show of deep sibling affection, she gave Yu Xiunhuan 3 bottles of her homemade basic healing potion and then sent him away. Yu Xiunhuan was already used to Yu Xiunga's behavior. If you gave her something, she would definitely give you something in return. He left satisfied, feeling that he had not only gained his sister's favor but also won without losing anything. He was completely won. Since facilitating the transaction of 1,000 pieces of green equipment, he has recently gained some influence in the Su family. At least he is no longer excluded from many matters. He knows that the Su family has recently purchased a lot of this potion, and each bottle costs 250 G of gold. By this calculation, he has actually made a profit. As for the fact that the door was blocked after the transaction was completed yesterday, and several members of the Su family died, what does that have to do with him? After seeing the person off, Yu Xiunga immediately rearranged the spider web trap and then hurriedly left. She didn't get home until the afternoon, but Yu Xiunga wasn't in a hurry to go to Zealand Star. She had already taken all the weapons and antiques she had collected in the past 6 months out of her backpack and put them in the safe house on the top floor. She didn't know the cause of the anomaly, but she was worried that the game backpack would isolate the substances that could cause the items to mutate. She even kept the few Polaroid cameras and durian shells she received as a joke in Sawadika here. She checks it every day now. There's a spiderweb trap every half step around the safe house, and all the spiderweb has been soaked in poison. Corrosive agent. Upon contact, it causes the target to lose 10 health points per second for 3 minutes. This is the most potent poison Yu Xiunga can concoct, a product of intermediate-level alchemy, capable of killing a player in 6 seconds. After checking the safe house, Yu Xiunga immediately used her disguise skills to take the wine she had just bought to Zealand Star. She attended a 50-minute class and then returned. She was going to cause trouble tonight, and needed to prepare in advance. Although selling the useless belt to the Su family resulted in gold of greater value and also tricked Yu Xianhuan, deepening the conflict between him and Su Yitong, more importantly, she didn't believe the Su family wouldn't take action after 2 game-related orders required gold transactions. As long as the Su family exchanged the gold, she would have a chance to make her move. Overall, it was a triple win, but Yu Xiange couldn't sleep at night because she thought about the Su family having 1,000 more green outfits. She needs to find a way to get something back to balance things out. The Su family is large, and the 3 branches of the family have businesses in various fields, but the majority are in 4 major sectors: real estate, pharmaceuticals, catering, and new energy batteries. The fact that the stocks in the first 2 sectors are down indicates that the Su family's situation in recent years has not been very good. However, after the game invaded, an old iron pot in Su Yitong's restaurant, which had been in use since the restaurant opened, underwent a mutation. The dishes cooked in it could be upgraded by a level. At first, the Su family did not notice it. It was only when the Su family restaurant's business was getting better and better, and the dishes they made were all home-style dishes, but the effect of eating them was no worse than the cooking skills that players learned from alien races, that other players revealed that the Su family restaurant had a magical pot. Later, this pot fell into the hands of Yu Xianhuan. Although we don't know exactly what level of prop it is, the fact that it ended up in the male protagonist's hands and became his cooking utensil means it must be a good thing. Yu Xiange hadn't gone to get it yet because she was worried that taking it away in advance would affect the iron pot. Iron pots aren't like cat beds, where you can just leave them there and expect cats to come and visit. If you don't use and maintain an iron pot properly, it will easily lose its luster. Her schedule after her rebirth was even busier than that of a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, so she simply didn't have time to maintain the pot. But it's already the 10th, time to bring my pot home. It's only 4 o'clock now, but Yu Xiange has to go scout the location, otherwise he won't be able to teleport there at night. After picking up Yu Qingshan and Ichiobwa these 2 tools, she went to the Su family restaurant together. This restaurant required reservations several days in advance. After ordering, Yu Xiange took the opportunity to stroll slowly down the restaurant's corridor, admiring the oil paintings on the walls and observing where the staff serving the food came from. She had eaten here in her past life, but she never cared where the kitchen was. After observing for a while, Yu Xiange returned to the private room. Only then did she notice that Yu Qingshan's expression was not good. It wasn't that he was not good, but he seemed to be completely out of sorts. He hadn't said much since picking her up. Although the 2 men in her family had been acting like they were about to die every now and then, she hadn't done anything lately. Why was he so emotional again? She asked casually. Why are you unhappy? Yu Qingshan pursed his lips and asked the waiter to bring the wine first. He didn't know where to begin. He recently found a player who could repair items. Although the player's price was not low, he had obtained a considerable amount of money from Yu Xianhuan. His son, who had married into a wealthy family, would occasionally give him some money, so he could repair those items without having to use his savings. But the problem was that after the repairs, he realized these things were too fragile. Anyone in the family could destroy them in a fit of rage. Since last week, Yu Xianhuan had been advising him to exchange some of his belongings for gold and store them. Yesterday, he took a few items to sell, but after the seller appraised them, they were said to be fake. His legs went weak. Without even eating, I took all my belongings out and had them appraised by 3 different groups of people, all of whom said they were fake. Yu Qingshan felt as if the sky had fallen. He drank the wine one sip after another, his heart filled with bitterness. He couldn't tell Yu Xiange about this yet, since Yu Xiange had no idea that the family had these things from the beginning. He suspected that the player had switched the items and wanted Yu Xianhuan to find someone to settle the score. Yu Xianhuan was 95% responsible for this, so he didn't shirk his responsibility. However, after using the Su family's connections to find out the person's information, he backed down because the other party was from the Liang family. If he wanted to settle accounts with someone, he would have to rely on the Su family's influence. But the Su family and the Liang family were currently cooperating, and their relationship was very delicate, so it was not easy to make a move. After asking Yu Qingshan a few questions without getting an answer, Yu Xiong'e stopped asking. Yu Qingshan was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and Yu Xiong'e was using the way Yu Qingshan was drinking to relieve his boredom as a source of amusement. As for Ichigwa, she is taking photos and posting them on her WeChat moments to show off her happy life. She knew that those things worth billions were gone, but these things, like the surname of her future grandchildren, had little to do with her. Even if they were converted into cash, she could only spend a few hundred or tens of millions, and her life would be no different from now. So she wasn't really sad. She considers herself the most insightful and clear-headed woman in the family. Chapter 68. The atmosphere in Jilan has gone bad. It turned out that bringing Yu Qingshan and Ichigwa along was the right decision, because after taking a picture of the meal and posting it in the group chat, Yu Xiunhuan very tactfully sent her gold coins in the group chat, saying that he would treat her to the meal. Yu Xiong'e arrived at the location without spending a penny. After sending the depressed Qingshan and the happy Chilgua home, he went to bed early. At 2 a.m., Yu Xiong'e got up on time to cause trouble. As usual, he first applied a layer of disguise skill, then a layer of illusion spell, and then teleported to the Su family restaurant. Using the illusion potion, they could pass through the wall and find the kitchen. There were 8 pots in total, all of which looked exactly the same. She didn't have the ability to tell the age of the iron pots, but they all looked quite clean, with the rust already gone from the food. She put all 8 pots into a storage box and then into her game backpack, without even thinking about buying a few more pots to replace them. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. Yu Xiong'e left happily carrying 8 black pots on his back, though he was a little regretful that he couldn't let the Su family feel heartbroken over this. Thinking of this, Yu Xiong'e teleported directly to the outside of the Su family manor, and then transformed into a bird and flew towards Su Yitong's villa. After landing by the window, she transformed into a small spider and crawled into the house. As she expected, the spider, which weighed only a few grams, was unable to activate the pressure sensor in the Su family's house. However, crawling was a bit of a struggle. Places that a person could walk in one step took her more than 10 seconds to jog, not to mention climbing stairs. Fortunately, Su Yitong had invited her to this new house before, so she didn't need to waste time figuring out which room belonged to Su Yitong and Yu Xiunhuan. Instead, she went straight to the master bedroom. After slipping through the crack in the door and heading straight for the bed, a long-lost sense of happiness and security washed over Yu Xiong'e. This place is so nice, it feels like coming home. Yu Xiong'e didn't try to steal from Su Yitong. Her target tonight was Yu Xiunhuan. As usual, Yu Xiunhuan was given a happy again message, his luck was changed to 1, and then he was robbed 3 times in a row. 0 results. But Yu Xiong'e can afford to wait. After climbing to the bathroom, she stood on the toilet and reverted to human form. She ate a dish that continuously restored her health, and under triple critical hits, she recovered 600 health per minute. Then she transformed back into a spider and climbed back. When her health was full, she continued to steal. When the health restoration effect wore off, she returned to the toilet and ate another bite. While maintaining the illusion spell and gnawing on a meat patty, Yu Xiong'e said to himself, Yu Xiong'e, you're not allowed to be so lewd next time. Then, in the middle of the night, Yu Xiong'e stole 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points from Yu Xiunhuan. As she transformed into a bird and flew away from the villa, she glanced at her younger brother lying on the bed and decided to come back the next night. Yu Xiunhuan truly lives up to his reputation as the Yu family's little silver coin. His highest attribute value is intelligence, and all 3 points he stole are intelligence. Yu Xiong'e's current attributes are as follows. Health points, 350 out of 350. Mana points, 800 out of 800. Strength, 17. Physical constitution, 15. Intelligence, 21 plus 3. Agility, 25. Those pieces of equipment weren't very interesting. They were all low-level green gear, and Yu Xiong'e planned to sell them. But that prop was quite interesting. The god of cookery's magical spoon, grade B, the spoon that the god of cookery used to taste the saltiness of his dishes after cooking. Over time, it has become imbued with the god of cookery's essence. Using it to eat allows one to taste the imperfections in the dishes. Although it's not a set, it feels like it's from the same series as the God of Cookery's drool bag. Yu Xiunga decided to go to the auction house on Zealand Star tomorrow to see if there were any other God of Cookery series. When Yu Xiunga returned home, it was just dawn. After drinking a cup of homemade milk tea that could boost her mental strength, she got busy. First, she prepared several bowls of food for the cats in the backyard, and then she started using the 8 large iron pots to cook 8 dishes that could restore health. She planned to do this once a day until the game invaded, to ensure that the pots were in good working order. After snatching the female host's favor, she took some wine to class on Zealand Star. Today, she only attended for 40 minutes before sneaking off to the auction house to search for the keyword, God of Food. However, there was nothing there. She tried searching for the God of Thieves, but found nothing. She tried the Water God, without much hope. The result was a very interesting prop, shaped like a ruby button. Water God is my enemy, rank A Fire God's toy. When worn, if someone tries to drain your life points, and the drain fails, you will drain 1% of the drainer's life points in return. If the drainer succeeds, the drainer will be inflicted with the burning status, losing 1% of life points per minute for 5 minutes. It's very expensive, 998 gold. The skills to deal with it are very limited. Perhaps because she didn't have any detection skills in her previous life, the only blood-sucking skill she has ever seen so far is Liang Yuchuan's Water God, Talent, Vampire, which has a 20% chance to absorb 1% of the opponent's health. But Yu Xiunga still took a picture of the prop without hesitation. What is the point of her working so hard to earn money? Isn't it just to deal with that group of people? After getting the ruby button, she immediately used the binding stone to bind it, and then attached it to the chain of the pocket watch. Considering that her disguise time was always running out, Yu Xiunga searched for other disguise skills, but most of them had limitations and weaknesses. Even the most practical Animagus skill had many limitations. She couldn't find any disguise skills comparable to the Thief God, Jia Lai. She glanced at her remaining disguise time and used Phantom Teleport to the outskirts to start her leveling up for the day. She also searched for Sui Tong's talent, Holy Light, but found nothing. Finally, Yu Xiunga picked and chose and bought the Jade Feast skill, which is a rare skill that heals based on a percentage of health, and it's also an S-rank skill. S-rank skills are extremely rare even in the auction house on Zealand Star, with no more than 10 available most of the time. Yu Xiunga didn't not want to buy them before, but either he didn't have the money, or when he did, he didn't see any suitable skills. Jade Feast, S-rank instantly restores 50% of the user's health upon use, and restores 10% health per minute for the next 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Can extract and store the life force of plants, up to 500% of the user's health. When using pre-stored life force to restore health, the amount of healing can be freely controlled, and the skill will not go on cooldown. This single-target healing skill is comparable to Sui Tong's strongest healing skill in her previous life in terms of the amount of health restored. However, this Emerald Feast can store 500% of health. What does that mean? It means that she can steal health 25 times without taking any damage. Oh my god, the thief's addiction is about to kick in. Priced at 12,999 gold, which is roughly 10,000 gold, she bought it immediately. She noticed that the auction house had recently picked up some bad habits. Before, they would offer whole numbers or fractions, but now they were offering 99, 999, or 9,999. It felt like a big sale, and she felt like she wasn't spending money, but getting a bargain. She had reason to suspect that Zhao Shuang was the one who brought about this bad trend. There's no evidence, it's just a feeling. Chapter 69 The Second Brother. The next night, Yu Xiunga went under Sui Tong and Yu Xiunhuan's bed again. She felt as comfortable going under other people's beds as if she were at home. This time there were no attribute values, only a few pieces of junk equipment. Although her success rate was not high, she always stole more attribute points than equipment and items. She always felt that her luck 10 was useful for this, and in her opinion, attribute points were indeed much more important than those external things. Yu Xiunga stayed up until 3 a.m., but didn't leave immediately. She had been busy for a while and had only recently started to have frequent contact with these two people. The pocket watch prop was on 24-hour energy-saving mode. Yesterday was fine, but today Sui Tong was nowhere to be seen. When she entered the room, she found that her life value was not 100%, but 99.8%. She didn't pay attention to it at the time, but after going to the bathroom to eat, and seeing the open sanitary napkin, she realized that her period had started. However, several hours have passed, and Sui Tong's blood volume is still at 99.8%. Why has it automatically recovered? Is this person urinating blood in bed? She also had her period, and it did fluctuate slightly, but the player's health would automatically recover. The speed was determined by the constitution attribute. Although it was not as good as the undead eating meat and drinking blood, let alone drinking potions and using skills, it was still useful to some extent. At least according to Sui Tong's current constitution, even if the bleeding during her period was heavy, it could definitely be automatically restored to full value. Thinking of a possibility, Yu Xiunga flew to the bedside table, used the illusion spell the moment she returned to human form, and then immediately knocked the two people on the bed unconscious. She carefully took out a syringe and took their blood. After that, they rushed to the Liang family's property, a private school. He pried up a statue from the school grounds, put it in his game backpack, and took it with him. This statue is of an ancestor of the Liang family. According to seniority, he should be Liang Yuchuan's great-grandfather. If his resume is true, then he is indeed a good person whose greatest hobby is doing charity. But that has nothing to do with her. He is a good person, but Yu Xiunga is not. After the game was invaded, this statue was transformed into a great item that could provide a group buff to the team. After the game invaded, the Liang family carried their great-grandfather's statue all over the world to play dungeons. Many people laughed at them, but in reality, they were extremely envious. Sui Tong had felt envious many times. Yu Xiunga decided to keep the great-grandfather with her for now. Once the game officially launched, and all its functions were enabled, she would auction him off through the game's auction house. As long as the Liang family didn't want their great-grandfather to fall into someone else's hands, they would have to buy him. After working all night, Yu Xiunga returned home at dawn. She realized she hadn't slept for the past 2 days, but she was used to it. She ate a simple meal and rested for a while. After the cooldown of Jia Lai ended, she immediately went to the dark market, disguised herself as an old lady, walked into a black clinic, took out 2 vials of blood and asked the clinic to test her for any diseases. She would come back to pick up the results that night. After sleeping for 2 hours at home, Yu Xiunga went to Zealand Star to attend classes and level up. It was another fulfilling and busy day. When she saw the results in the evening showing that both of them had successfully contracted the disease, she felt that the day was not only fulfilling but also perfect. Wow! These 2 characters' health points can't regenerate automatically anymore? I wonder if there are any other effects. I wonder if this disease will be displayed after all players' game panels are officially updated on the day of the game invasion. Hopefully, when Sui Tong is messing with Yu Xiunhuan, the blood won't splatter on her. It's a pity that Yu Xiunhuan and Liang Yuchuan definitely hadn't gotten together yet at this point. No, she even doubted whether Liang Yuchuan would ever be interested in Yu Xiunhuan again after he lost the title of God of Cookery. She didn't think those 3 women were fools. On the contrary, Sui Tong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan were all intelligent and rational people in her eyes. Although she thought they each had their own personality flaws, such as arrogance, violence, and malice, that was because they were too lazy to pretend in front of someone as insignificant as her, and they didn't need to pretend. However, to outsiders, these 3 women were not only shrewd and well-regarded, but they also had considerable influence in their respective families. Male leaders are not necessarily smart or outstanding, many are incompetent. But female leaders are all exceptional. Every time she recounts her past lives, she wonders if they truly loved Yu Xiunhuan. Not necessarily. Love cannot be shared, only interests can. Yu Xiunga lay in the backyard, with kittens running around her. She was thinking about how to dig a pit for the Su and Liang families. What kind of torment is it if it's just an incurable disease? But at this point in time, if she remembered correctly, Yu Xianhuan met his second good brother, Lin Qingze, during this period before the game officially invaded, right? That's a piece of trash. These days, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be portrayed as a devoted simp. Lin Qingze is that infatuated simp, not one of the 3 female leads, but one of Yu Xiange. But in reality? This person is even more hypocritical than Yi Dong. After Yi Dong made a few sweet talk and realized that he was ignoring him, he changed his attitude. Compared to Lin Qingze, Yi Dong seems to be the one with the true nature. Lin Qingze pursued her, and the more she rejected him, the more enthusiastic he became. Everyone knew that Lin Qingze liked her, but in reality, when the Su and Liang families were dealing with her, exploiting her, and taking her things, he became blind. You're blind, fine, but after the incident, you come back as if nothing happened and continue to say you love her. In modern times, when pursuing a girl, you at least send her a bouquet of flowers. But after being invaded by a game, this guy just gives her a buff and considers that a gift. He's never seen any equipment, gold coins, or skill books. What a money-saving genius! Even though Yu Xianhuan tried hard to gain her trust, he would still find time to tell her his heartfelt words, saying that she was heartless and that Lin Qingze loved her so much, yet she didn't reciprocate. Yu Xiange felt that even if he hadn't been hunted down in his past life, he would have suffocated to death sooner or later if he had stayed in this wretched place. This person only became a player after the game officially began, which was a bit late, but his divinely bestowed talent was S-level. This is outrageous. She decided to take some time in the next few days to find him by following Yu Xianhuan. She's not a bloodthirsty person, and she hasn't done anything terribly wrong. She just likes him. Is it wrong to like someone? Lin Qingze hadn't committed any major crimes. He'd simply told her to bear it when she was wronged, said he loved her, but then watched everyone criticize her for being heartless and rejecting him, liked Yu Xianhuan but didn't dare confess for fear she'd find out he was gay and kick him out of the group. So he used her as a tool to perform his affectionate act, and after she discovered his secret, he knelt before her begging for forgiveness. But a few days later rumors started circulating that Yu Xiange had accepted his advances on the condition that Lin Qingze give her 1,000 gold coins and a full set of level 20 blue gear. That's all. It would take a whole day and night to tell the whole story. What's the big deal? She gouged out his eyes, and that was the end of it. It's fair, isn't it? If you were blind in your past life, you might as well stay blind in this one. He got off too easy. Chapter 70 Blind spots are great. February 22nd was a very special day. In the past, many people thought this would be the date of the 4th closed beta test. During that time, although Yu Xiange did not know about the existence of the game, she knew about Yu Xianhuan's big moves. Before the Spring Festival, he recruited a few people to set up a small studio, including gamers and ordinary people from very wealthy families. Lin Qingze was one of those rich second-generation heirs from a very wealthy family. 2 days before the game officially invaded, I brought a few people home for dinner. During that time, my career was completely ruined. The resources that Yu Xianhuan obtained through the Su family weren't particularly good. She spent most of her time at home, and she was also there on the day of the meal. Among the group of people were Yi Dong and Lin Qingze. If you calculate the time frame, it's the most recent one. With less than a week until the official invasion of Zealand Star, Yu Xiange's schedule was packed, and he was too lazy to even eat this meal. She used the illusion spell to teleport to the vicinity of Yu Xianhuan's small apartment, then transformed into a bird and flew to his apartment window. Through the window, she saw several people playing on the computer inside, including Yi Dong, Lin Qingze, and a few other familiar faces. They weren't playing games. Their computer screens were either filled with chat boxes or forums, suggesting that Yu Xianhuan had already begun building his own power base. She didn't even wait until dark before flying straight to the toilet, and using her disguise skill to impersonate a member of the Liang family she had met before. Wearing a mask and gloves, she pushed open the door, walked up to Lin Qingze, who looked bewildered, quickly grabbed his neck, then took out a dagger and gouged out his 2 eyeballs, severing the nerves connecting them. After the eyeballs hit the ground, she stomped on them twice, crushing them. Then, releasing the wailing Linqingzi, sheathed the dagger, calmly turned around, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a familiar figurine in the cabinet, exactly the same as the one whose arm she had twisted off and whose scalp she had shaved off before. She wondered if He Dong had repaired it or bought a new one. She limped over, smashed the glass with a punch, took out the figurine, crushed its arm twice, and then roughly shaved off the spiky hairstyle with the dagger, instantly transforming the cool figurine into a bastard samurai. She then tossed the figurine behind her, pushed open the door, and left. From the moment she appeared until she gouged out and stomped on the figure, to the moment she stopped and left, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The people in the room were all stunned, their brains overloaded. I really didn't expect that in broad daylight. Someone would just walk in, so elegant and composed, as if they were back in their own home, and then without uttering a single harsh word, they would gouge out someone's eyes, and treat a figurine so cruelly. And where did this person come from? Yi Dong suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the room. Everyone then scrambled to get moving, some picking up figurines, some chasing after the person, some giving medicine, and some calling an ambulance. Yu Xuanga was not surprised by their reaction. She had a lot of combat experience in her previous life, but after 10 months of peaceful life after her rebirth, she still needed to fight low-level monsters for half a day to regain her combat readiness before she started leveling up. Let alone these people. Although they are now players, they have never experienced the baptism of battle. Like an ordinary person who suddenly gets a gun, they may not even remember that they have a gun when faced with an emergency, let alone draw it and hurt someone. As soon as Yu Xuanga left the apartment, she drank the invisibility potion in front of the surveillance cameras. After that, I teleported directly to Zealand Star, turned into a cat, left the city, and went to find a place to level up. While I was at Zealand Star, I absorbed some plant life force to fully replenish the health of Emerald Feast. None of the people Yu Xuanhuan befriends are simple. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as the Su or Liang families, they are not simple either. It's just a matter of how they will treat Yu Xuanhuan this time. In their past life, the Lin family had placed their bets on Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanga had already figured it out. Yu Xuanhuan had a say in the Su, Liang, and Han families. This was not only due to his own abilities but also to his skill in balancing various forces. He not only created a delicate balance of power among the Su, Liang, and Han families with him at the center, but he also had the support of several smaller forces behind him, making him difficult to deal with. Otherwise, why would the Su family strip her of her talent? Wouldn't it have been better to just strip Yu Xuanhuan of it directly? While leveling up today, Yu Xuanga couldn't help but laugh out loud from time to time. She also went to the treehouse outpost to exchange some of her unwanted equipment with other people. She plans to collect another set of equipment that fully boosts agility, so that she can solo dungeons with high attack and agility. As for the equipment that fully boosts constitution, she'll save it for when she's in a party. She didn't hide her ability to teleport freely between Blue Star and Zealand Star. Zhao Shuang knew how much money she had. Buying a teleportation portal was a piece of cake for her. As for those who don't know, there's no need for her to explain. What strong person ever explains to others every day why they are so strong? Her preference for keeping things to herself is a personal one, but it doesn't mean she's afraid of those people. After the disguise skills cooldown ended, Yu Xuanga went to the undead female instructor for another lesson in the afternoon. On her recommendation, he also used gold coins to buy a few old notebooks and professional books from her. Yu Xuanga suspected that the female necromancer was taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. However, she still has more than 30,000 gold coins and more than 2,000 catties of gold. As long as it can enhance her strength, she doesn't mind spending money. It's better than having money but nowhere to spend it before. Money can be earned anytime, but opportunities to enhance strength are rare. Based on her observations over such a long period of time, this female instructor only taught her classes, and she didn't say much about other people who were suspected of being players spending a lot of money in the store. Moreover, a single bottle of master-level potion costs several hundred gold coins, and the best days are yet to come, This was what the female necromancer mentor said to Yuxiunga when she collected the money. Yuxiunga no longer aspires to master level. She'll be satisfied with making high-grade potions that sell for tens of gold in the auction house. In fact, she won't lose money just by relying on her beginner and intermediate alchemy skills. When she died in her previous life, players with alchemy skills were considered high in talents, and various guilds were vying for them. When I got back to the Yu family home that evening, I saw 3 missed calls on my phone, all from Ichigwa. She checked the family group chat, but there were no messages. So she simply turned on speakerphone and called back, asking what was wrong while cooking. "Where have you been? I can't get through to you on the phone. Your brother's colleague had his eyes gouged out. Oh my God, it's terrifying, in broad daylight. Your father and I rushed over there during the day. I just left the hospital and was about to go home. That person seems to be someone special. Your father said he might cause trouble for your brother, but your brother wasn't there at the time. Why blame him?" Yuxiunga suppressed a laugh and comforted her. "No matter how powerful they are, they can't be as powerful as the Su family. It's alright, don't worry." Ichigwa clearly thought so too, otherwise her tone wouldn't have been gossipy after the call connected, showing no sign of anxiety or anger. "That's right, no matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than his wife?" Yuxiunga gave a few more perfunctory replies and then hung up the phone. Blind spots are great. Chapter 71 Magic Eye. Yu Qingshan felt that the Yu family had been having bad luck lately. His daughter had retired from the entertainment industry, his son had gotten into trouble several times, and even the family's precious treasure, which had finally been repaired, had been switched. He had actually considered whether Yu Xuanhuan had switched the items. Otherwise, even in a fit of rage, why would someone smash their precious possessions? Whoever sees someone tearing up money in a fit of anger? He even suspected that Yu Xuanhuan did it on purpose, using a loss of control as an excuse to smash the fakes, but he never expected that he would find a player to repair them. However, having doubts is one thing, but now that Yu Xuanhuan has entered the Su family, he has to pretend not to know, no matter how many doubts he has. That's one thing, but Yu Xuanhuan has also offended the Lin family. Although this matter had nothing to do with Yu Xuanhuan from beginning to end, the Lin family quickly identified the person's appearance and identity through surveillance footage, finding that he was a member of the Liang family. But with their youngest son's eyeballs being stepped on and burst, it was hard for the Lin family not to be furious. They couldn't afford to offend the Liang family, and directly confronting them would likely be counterproductive. But could the Lin family not touch the other members of the studio? Even if Yu Xuanhuan was half a member of the Su family, he was essentially a son-in-law. As long as the Lin family didn't actually come knocking on their door, they were in the right. The incident involving the Lin family's youngest son happened at your studio, so you should at least take responsibility, right? Maybe it was you who caused this trouble, and the Lin family is just taking the fall for you. The Lin family pretended not to have found any information about the murderer, and neither contacted the Liang family nor the Su family. They only focused on Yu Xuanhuan and his group, demanding an explanation. Yu Xuanhuan, Yi Dong, and the others were also confused. Although their family background was no worse than that of the Lin family, even if their family background was not as good, they still had the identity of players. Players' methods were unpredictable. The Lin family would not really break ties with them if they were not sure whether they could kill them with one blow. But they could not solve this kind of thing by their own strength. Yu Xuanhuan, in particular, was in a complete mess. He had inexplicably lost 3 attribute points, and also lost several pieces of equipment, and an item. Before he could even recover from such a serious incident, Lin Qingze got into trouble again. Yu Xuange heard that things had been resolved satisfactorily on the 19th, because Yu Xuanhuan called her to invite her to dinner at the Yu family home the next day. He wanted to introduce some friends to his family. This plot was exactly the same as in her previous life. She asked Ichigwa privately, and Ichigwa didn't hide anything and told her everything she knew. It can only be said that Yu Xuanhuan truly deserves to be called the Chosen One. He solved this problem on his own. He gave Lin Qingze an A-grade magic eye that he had obtained. Although there was only one, it not only saved Lin Qingze from becoming blind, but also allowed him to possess a top-quality item that money couldn't buy even if he wasn't a player. This made the Lin family very satisfied. If a fourth closed beta test truly exists, Lin Qingze will have a higher starting point than most players thanks to this magic eye. The Lin family naturally shook hands and made peace with him. Moreover, Lin Qingze and his brothers became even more devoted to Yu Xiunhuan. Yu Xiunge was speechless. He had painstakingly spent several days hiding under the bed and stealing, and all he got besides attribute points were a few pieces of trash equipment. Where did Yu Xiunhuan get this A-grade magic eye from? Besides, she didn't see any magic eye from Yu Xiunhuan in her previous life. Even putting it another way, aren't the Lin family afraid that this eye will be gouged out again? Yu Xiunhuan is not a magnanimous person. If the Lin family can't provide any assistance later, she is sure that Yu Xiunhuan will find a way to get this demonic eye back. The next morning, before dawn, Yu Xiunge arrived at the Yu family villa. She was worried that Yu Xiunhuan would arrive early to cook for her, and she had to keep an eye on these unavoidable meals to be safe. She didn't waste any time. She appeared to be lying on the sofa watching TV, but in reality, she was watching alchemy videos in her mind. That's why people say starting to learn after 25 is just right. When people are young, they don't understand the importance of learning at all. Only after being beaten down by society do they realize what they want to learn, what makes a lot of money. Don't be fooled by her current turnover of thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins. In her previous life, during the first year of the game's invasion, she never had more than 10 gold coins. The expenses for potions, equipment, and skills were too high, especially potions. Even though the real world has seen the emergence of many mass-producible medical treatments, these things all have cooldowns. When fighting monsters, you need to heal almost every minute, so you can only use various methods in rotation while keeping the cooldowns on: basic healing potions, hemostatic bandages, modern mutated blood replenishing pills, mutated red dates, etc. If you want high efficiency, you can't avoid treatment drugs. A basic healing potion that sells for 1 silver on Zealand Star could initially fetch 20 silver in the real world. Thinking of the batch of potions he sold to the Su family for 100 G of gold, Yu Xiunge couldn't help but laugh. How could the Su family not know the true value of these potions? But they can't go to Zealand Star. Everyone who goes there is busy leveling up, and even if they have money, they spend it on strengthening themselves. They don't have time to waste reselling such trivial things. The round-trip travel expenses alone would be more than this. For truly wealthy people, 100 G of gold is nothing. 50,000 yuan is just a drop in the ocean. Even a simple drink of cordyceps costs more than that. They would gladly buy such a valuable item that can directly replenish their health, even if they weren't gamers. Yu Xiunge hesitated whether to go to the Gun King again today and asked him to sell some more to the Su family, but then she gave up. It was almost February 22nd, and even if the Su family was not short of money, they would not be taken advantage of. The previous 1,000 bottles were enough for their family to deal with various emergencies. Everyone is probably waiting for February 22nd. If there really is a fourth closed beta test on that day, they can just buy it in the game. Unlike the nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, which are too expensive and can be bought with gold, potions are cheap. The Su family can scrape together 5 gold coins. If they really need them, they can just go to the pharmacy and buy them for 1 silver coin a bottle. Just then, Yu Qingshan walked over and sat down next to her. After a few words of fatherly care, he got to the point. "Daughter, do you still have any gold coins? Could you lend Dad some?" Yu Xiunge glanced at Yu Qingshan, took out a gold coin from the money pouch in her backpack, and handed it to Yu Qingshan. "The Special Affairs Bureau hasn't settled my money for this month yet. Take this and spend it first. Don't mention lending it to me." Ever since Yu Qingshan became a player and gained divine talent, Yu Xiunge wouldn't lie when talking to Yu Qingshan face to face. What she said wasn't exactly a lie. She only signed the contract at the end of last month and submitted a batch of skill crystals on the 15th. This batch of skill crystals wouldn't be settled until the end of February. Although it was less than expected, Yu Qingshan had communicated with players and even played the game himself, so he naturally knew how hard it was to earn gold coins. Many people were already considered rich if they had a few dozen silver coins. He patted Yu Xuanga on the shoulder and said a lot of heartwarming words. Yu Xuanga cooperated with him and acted out a scene of fatherly love and filial piety for a while. A short while later, Yu Xuanhuan brought his 5 friends inside. Chapter 72 Shield? Yu Xuanga spotted Lin Qingze wearing an eye patch at a glance. His exposed eye was blue and quite handsome, making one want to gouge it out. She immediately used her detection skill. Magic Eye, rank A Petri's magical eye, which accompanied him on his adventures at sea for decades. Skill 1, Time Reversal. After using it on the target, you can see the target's experiences in the last 6 hours. Each use consumes 20% of mana and has a 24-hour cooldown. Skill 2, Mind Reading. After use, look directly into the target's eyes to read their thoughts. It consumes 10 mana points per second. Note, it must be placed in the eye socket to be effective. Upon seeing the skill description of the demon eye, Yu Xuanga was taken aback. She had broken out in a cold sweat, but then she thought that she had Soros, which should be able to resist the spying of this kind of skill. Moreover, Lin Qingze was not a player. He didn't even have magic power and couldn't use this item at all. She was certain that Lin Qingze could see with this magic eye because a player had used a healing skill on him. However, I must get my hands on this magic eye. Even if I can't use it myself, I must take it. While Yu Xuanga was examining the demonic eye, Lin Qingze was also watching her. Almost instantly, he had a brilliant idea, a way to stay openly by Yu Xuanhuan's side without attracting Su Yitong's attention. He would use Yu Xuanga as a shield. During the meal, Lin Qingze began to fawn over him. Not only Lin Qingze, but the others were also somewhat attracted to Yu Xuanga. After all, Yu Xuanga's temperament and appearance were truly outstanding. However, none of them were as quick as Lin Qingze. However, as soon as he poured Yu Xuanga a glass of wine, Yu Xuanga stared at him thoughtfully. Lin Qingze suppressed his smugness and smiled shyly. Why wait for someone to make a move before retaliating when there's a way to resolve potential problems beforehand? Yu Xuanga then said, I think I've seen you before. Did you talk to Lan Qing? These words, like a thunderclap, silenced everyone at the table. Lan Qing is a talented actor who is based in Hengdian and is known as a workaholic in the industry. Not to mention young people like Yu Xuanhuan and Yi Dong, even older generations like Yi Qishan and Yi Qiuhua have seen his TV dramas. Lin Qingze was startled for a few seconds, then immediately retorted angrily. How dare you spout such nonsense? How could you slander me like this? Yu Xuanga suddenly realized and immediately poured wine for Lin Qingze. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to discriminate, it's my fault. After saying that, he slapped his mouth in obvious annoyance, then took out a fine belt and handed it over. This is an apology. I'm really sorry, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. He kept apologizing, but refused to admit that what he had just said was false. They were just short of raising their arms and shouting in support of comrades and against discrimination at Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze didn't say a word before a piece of equipment was shoved into his hand. He wasn't even a player, so he couldn't wear it yet. But he didn't have time to think about that. His mind was full of Yu Xuanhuan. He was worried that Yu Xuanhuan would distance himself from him after finding out he was gay. He kept an eye on Yu Xuanhuan's expression out of the corner of his eye. Only after noticing that the other person only showed surprise and not disgust did he breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Yu Xuanhuan was distracted, his mind filled with the attribute points he had lost and the A-level demonic eye that was temporarily residing in Lin Qingze's eye socket. However, Yu Xuanhuan's calmness did not affect Lin Qingze's disgust for Yu Xuanga. At the same time, he also gave up the idea of using Yu Xuanga as a shield, because he had indeed talked to Lan Qing, but very few people knew about this. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. How could he have forgotten that Yu Xuanga used to be in the entertainment industry? Outsiders might not know about his affair with Lan Qing, but gossip spreads incredibly fast in the industry. Maybe Yu Xuanga heard about it sometime and took it seriously. It's not really his fault. In his previous life, although Yu Xuanga didn't do well, she was still active in the entertainment industry. When Yu Xuanhuan introduced her, he would mention her famous works more. After Lin Qingze came, he still tested her to make sure she didn't know about his relationship with Lan Qing before he started using her as a shield. Yu Xiong'e retired from the entertainment industry early in his life, so Lin Qingze wouldn't care about a third-tier star. He just thought Yu Xiong'e looked familiar, so he unilaterally decided to use her as a shield. As for this secret, Yu Xiong'e discovered it herself in her previous life, because Lan Qing was the one who eventually joined the core of the male protagonist team. He and Lin Qingze had a complicated past. In his previous life, Yu Xiong'e discovered that Lin Qingze was gay only after noticing something was off between the two. All I can say is that the author of this son-in-law novel adds all sorts of random trendy elements. They completely disregard whether the audience of novels about sons-in-law can accept the idea of a gay man having a crush on his own son. This minor embarrassment was quickly brushed off by Yu Xiong'e's witty remarks. No one else felt dissatisfied with Yu Xiong'e because she was a player, while Lin Qingze was not. Moreover, she even compensated him with a piece of equipment. The belt emitted a faint green light, clearly indicating that it was a high-quality item. This compensation was quite sincere. Whether it's equipment or potions, even though everyone knows they will depreciate over time, they are currently the things players desperately need, and they are extremely rare on the market. Many people want to buy them but can't. Even Lin Qingze couldn't say anything. Although he disliked Yu Xiong'e's lack of tact, he suppressed his anger and simply assumed that Yu Xiong'e had just spoken too quickly. After finishing his meal, Yu Xiong'e took his leave, generously giving each of them a basic healing potion before departing. He left the Yu family amidst the well-liked gazes of the group. She began to understand Yu Qishan and Yu Xiong'e. It was indeed worthwhile to create a good image with something that was useless to them, and could not change the fate of others. Yu Xiong'e left a small spider controlled by the dead only obey technique next to Yu Xiong'e's car before driving away in his own car. I'm going to get my hands on that magic eye tonight. She always felt that Yu Xiong'e must have had a use for this demonic eye in his past life. Even if he didn't use it himself, he would have used it on his brother's wife. How come she had never seen it before? Surely he couldn't have installed it on his, but could he? Forget it, let's get our hands on it first, and then study it. The little spider had already climbed into Yu Xiong'e's car and hid behind the back seat. Under the little spider's watchful eye, Yu Xiong'e knew as soon as Lin Qingze and his group left the Yu family villa. Although they were all brothers, they only worked together at Yu Xiong'e's apartment during the day and went home separately at night. Yu Xiong'e sent them all home one by one, leaving only Yi Dong and Lin Qingze. The former had been living in Yu Xiong'e's apartment since coming to S City, and after living there for a long time, he was too lazy to find a place to live. The latter didn't want to go back to the Lin family recently either, because he was afraid that the other members of the Lin family would gouge out his eyes. At least Yi Dong could protect him in Yu Xiong'e's apartment. Yes, the friendship among the main characters is so touching. Lin Qingze trusts these brothers he has only known for a few months, but he doesn't trust the Lin family members who risked offending others to pursue compensation for him. Chapter 73. You said you went blind again? At 2 a.m., this time has almost become Yu Xiong'e's biological clock. Even when she doesn't stay up late, she still wakes up once at 2 a.m. Using his disguise skill to become a goblin, he crafted 3 gold coins for the day, then put on gloves and used the illusion spell to teleport to the apartment. He first activated Hunter's Eye to check if there were any ambushes nearby, and only after confirming that did he go to the next room and knock Yi Dong unconscious. On his way through the living room, he also checked the figurine. Great, the arm is gone, the scalp is gone, but it still looks better this way. Upon entering Lin Qingze's room, she also made him faint. Then, she took out a dagger, pried open the eyelid containing the demonic eye, and with a single thrust and pry, gouged out a complete eyeball. The immense pain and injury interrupted the effect of fainting, and Lin Qingze reflexively covered his eye and screamed. At this moment, Yu Xiong'e had already taken the demonic eye and teleported away. First, he went to the beach and gave himself a thorough cleaning, then put the magic eye into the magician's dentures before operating back home. What? He's gone blind again? At noon on the 21st, Yu Xiong'e received a call from Yu Qishan. This phone call was clearly not for gossip, but to ask if she had any good things she wanted to borrow to apologize to the Lin family. Yu Xiunga feigned a laugh of anger on the phone. Have they ever considered who the Lin family might have offended? Why is it always Xunhuan's fault when something goes wrong? Isn't it enough that our family lost an A-grade item? Do they even know how much an A-grade item is worth? Considering that Yu Xunhuan might be listening nearby, she deliberately spoke louder than usual, as if she was so angry that she had lost her composure, and her voice also revealed a hint of grievance and heartache. Yu Xiunga thought that if he participated in an acting competition, he would definitely get a high score from the mentors. Although he had retired from the entertainment industry after his rebirth, he still practiced his acting skills every now and then. After feeling aggrieved on behalf of Yu Xiunhuan, Yu Xiunga finally got down to business. Instead of just complaining without doing anything, she said seriously, I have already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. Forget about my divinely bestowed talent. I can only help you find inside connections, such as buying equipment or potions. The Lin family will pay for it themselves, and they will only accept gold. This is the limit of what I can do. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiunhuan, who had been listening in, breathed a sigh of relief and felt grateful to Yu Xiunga. He looked at the Lin family on the other end of the line and his attitude hardened. What my sister said is the attitude of the Yu family. Do you want to investigate whether you have offended anyone? You have seen the attributes of that demon eye. I would offer it for hundreds of millions on the market, and someone would buy it. Let alone hundreds of millions. If you could spend 500 million to buy an A-grade item that can rewind time and read minds, I would do anything for you. I have already done more than enough in this matter. Although the Lin family members still looked furious, they were actually putting on an act. They were also wondering if Lin Qingze had really offended someone. Otherwise, why is everyone else fine except for Lin Qingze? Of course, it's also possible that they're after the mystic eyes. But no matter how you look at it, you can't blame Yu Xiunhuan. He went back to the Su family last night, and they used the Lin family's access to check the surveillance footage this morning. Yu Xiunhuan left the apartment, and never came back. This was clearly the work of the players. They couldn't help but regret not being more forceful in making Lin Qingze go home. The matter was simply dropped. Although Yu Xiunhuan did not offer compensation, he promised that if Lin Qingze could obtain eye-like items in the game again, he would definitely help him get them so that Lin Qingze could see again. During this time, Lin Qingze would stay in his apartment, and he would send someone to take care of him. Through a combination of persuasion and coercion, the Lin family seemingly reluctantly agreed to a reconciliation, but in reality, they secretly admired Yu Xiunhuan's kindness. But while the Lin family managed to calm things down, the Su family started making a scene. Sui Tong is very controlling. Although she didn't put people directly by Yu Xiunhuan's side, someone would report Yu Xiunhuan's whereabouts to her every few days. It wasn't about how much he did every day, but she needed to know his general movements. Whether it was opening a studio or making friends, Sui Tong thought they were just minor things. But what was the report this week? Yu Xiunhuan offended the Lin family but then reconciled with them. Sui Tong didn't care about such a trivial matter. What she cared about was that A-level demonic eye. Such a good thing. You should give it to the Su family. Sui Tong had never sworn before, but at this moment she blurted out, Holy shit! Without any instruction. It can see what a person has been doing recently, and it can even read minds. Even if you offend the Liang family, the Su family can take care of things for you. Do you even know how much benefit an item with this kind of skill could bring us? You could have kept it for yourself. And all you did was use it to appease the Lin family? What kind of family is the Lin family that you'd have to apologize to? Even if you offend the Liang family, if you hand over the demon eye to our Su family, we'll not only protect you, but we'll also give you anything you want. And what business is it of yours that the guy surnamed Lin had his eyes gouged out? Maybe they just offended someone somewhere. Even Yu Xiunga knows that, yet you're still apologizing to them. And your sister? Why didn't you say so last time that there were channels to buy this kind of equipment? Sui Tong became increasingly angry as she spoke, and she didn't mind revealing that she had sent people to investigate the whole matter. Yu Xiunhuan sat on the sofa, propping his head up with his hand, staring at the floor and silently listening to Su Yitong's rare outburst of curses. Su Beige, who had been watching Yu Xunhuan with a cold face, waited until Su Yitong finally got tired of cursing before saying to Yu Xunhuan, "You don't trust our Su family." This was a statement that left Yu Xunhuan no room for rebuttal. Yu Xunhuan didn't even think of refuting him. He sighed, closed his eyes, and leaned back on the sofa, his voice filled with exhaustion. "Have you ever included me in your core meetings related to the game? Even after I helped you buy nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, you still excluded me from important matters. How can you expect me to trust you like this?" Su Yitong and Su Beige both fell silent. It was the truth, and no matter how shameless they were, they couldn't refute it. In their eyes, Yu Xunhuan was indeed an outsider. Coupled with his God-given talent that was practically useless, Yu Xunhuan was only lucky enough to be of good quality. This was why they let Yu Xunhuan develop on his own, without investing too much in his training. But who knows, there might be some surprises in the future. To everyone's surprise, the person was indeed lucky to obtain such a powerful A-grade item, but was also shocked that the item was given to someone else in the blink of an eye. However, this incident also made Su Yitong realize something. Yu Xunhuan was indeed generous to those he trusted. Anyway, she didn't think she could give the demon eye to someone under her command. From this perspective, Yu Xunhuan can be considered to be loyal and righteous. Chapter 74 Yu Xunhuan, a man of compassion and righteousness. The sentimental and righteous Yu Xunhuan dared not open his eyes, for fear that if he did, tears would fall. He did give away the magic eye, but he planned to secretly retrieve it in a few days. He had it all planned out. If there was a fourth closed beta test on February 22nd, he would use the money he had to buy skills, one disguise skill and one attack skill, and then, as soon as the game ended, he would dig the magic eye back. Who knew that someone would intercept it halfway, and so efficiently at that? After giving the magic eye to Lin Qingze, he and his brother stayed together. He didn't even go home for those few days. Last night was the first time they went home separately. He was thinking that the internal test would start at 2 a.m. on the 22nd. He couldn't be wandering around outside on the 21st. What if the Su family made some big move and he missed it because he wasn't home? Who knew that something would happen in the early hours of the 21st? The demon eye is gone. Men don't easily shed tears, but when Yu Xunhuan thought of that demonic eye, sorrow welled up within him, and he truly wanted to cry. He spent half a year trying to get the magic eye, but he didn't dare to ask for help or tell anyone. He planned step by step and even killed 2 people to finally get his hands on it. He was thinking of bringing the magic eye into the game during the closed beta to see if it could be installed painlessly. If it didn't work, he would go to the hospital to have his eyeball removed and then come back to install it himself. But plans can't keep up with changes. One wrong step leads to another. Thinking of that demonic eye reminded him of his divinely bestowed talent. If his divinely bestowed talent hadn't been mostly ruined, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to plot the demonic eye. Thinking of his ruined divinely bestowed talent reminded him that his main purpose in playing the game was to heal his half-ruined injury. The events of that year flooded back to him, and Yu Xunhuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He covered his face and wept silently, tears dripping down between his fingers. Su Beige. No way, really not. Su Yitong. You're really crying? The siblings weren't feeling guilty. Rather, it seemed they were the ones who had initially put others out of the running. They all have one flaw: they treat their subordinates well on ordinary days, whether it's winning people over or poaching people from others. The Su family is naturally good at this, but once someone becomes family, they easily become complacent. They themselves know this is a problem. Their own parents have told them about it countless times. They were usually more generous to their subordinates than to their collateral relatives, and naturally even more casual with Yu Xunhuan, who had married into the family. Su Bei and Su Yitong exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning. Yu Xunhuan's luck was indeed amazing. He managed to get the demon eye this time, and with the help of the Su family next time, he might be able to get something even better. The brother and sister tacitly walked to sit down on either side of Yu Xunhuan and began to comfort him. They even apologized to him, saying that they were wrong to do this and that they would treat him as a member of the Su family from now on, and would let him participate in decision-making. However, beneath his palm, Yu Xuanhuan's eyes were cold and sinister. If Yu Xuanga were here, she would probably laugh out loud. She was so good to Yu Xuanhuan, but just because she didn't give him her all, Yu Xuanhuan disliked and even resented her, thinking she was selfish and scheming against her in every way. Given how Su Yitong has treated him in this life, it would be strange if he could cooperate with the Su family like he did in the previous life. In his previous life, Yu Xuanhuan became a player early on, and was evenly matched with Su Yitong. Even though Su Yitong's feelings for Yu Xuanhuan weren't entirely genuine in the early stages of their marriage, and she only wanted to use the marriage arrangement to avoid a potential political alliance, treating Yu Xuanhuan like a toy she liked, his abilities were undeniable. Even if he didn't fully reveal his divinely bestowed talent, Su Yitong knew that his talent was no less than hers. How could she let go of such a valuable asset? She involved him in all matters, big and small, within the Su family. But in this lifetime, Yu Xuanhuan only became a player during the third closed beta test. His talent was SS level, but it was still not as good as D level. He was like a piece of trash. It would be strange if Su Yitong would value him. Yu Xuanhuan lowered his hand, his eyes red, and shook his head. It's okay, it's not your fault. It's my divinely bestowed talent that's malfunctioning, and I can't help you. I understand. He whispered to Su Yitong. Didn't you keep asking me what the only divinely bestowed talent I can use is? I was too embarrassed to say before. As long as I cook for others and the diners feel happy after eating my food, I will become lucky for a period of time. He looked at Su Yitong eagerly. Actually, my talent is still useful, right? I can help you. My sister's talent is also related to luck. Since the Special Affairs Bureau values her talent so much, it shows that luck is really useful, right? Su Yitong's gaze softened as she hugged Yu Xuanhuan and gently comforted him. Of course it's useful. Why didn't you say so sooner? It's incredibly useful. On the other side of the embrace, Su Yitong and Su Beige looked at each other. The siblings have a perfect understanding. They can understand each other with just a glance. Have someone verify this. Good. Yu Xuanhuan held Su Yitong in his arms, his eyes coldly fixed on the curtains. He knew Su Yitong would investigate when he said it, and for the past 6 months, besides being busy with the demon eye, he had been searching for items or skills that could disguise his divinely bestowed talent. Chameleon Tea Pet, Grade A. Its shed skin can conceal or forge any information, including character panel information, item information, and skill information, lasting for 7 natural days. During this time, it cannot be detected by any Grade A or lower items or skills. It needs to be watered with high-quality tea daily. When the tea pet is satisfactory, it can shed its skin once per natural day, and each skin can modify 1 piece of information. Note: the quality of the tea may affect the molting time. Even the finest tea in the real world is just ordinary to magical items. He spent 3 months watering them and only got 12 tea pet molts. After confirming that the production efficiency of tea pet molts could completely cover his daily needs, he had been waiting for an opportunity to open his heart to Su Yitong. Su Yitong and Su Beige came to settle scores with him in a rage, but their anger subsided when they left, and they even left Yu Xuanhuan a set of equipment. Yu Xuanhuan opened his character panel. A pale blue light curtain, visible only to himself, unfolded before his eyes. He took out a layer of tea pet molting skin as thin as a cicada's wing, and gently covered his only divinely bestowed talent that radiated light. Skill 5. People who cook well will have good luck. Passive: the mission of the god of cookery is to make every diner happy. As long as the diner feels happy after eating the dishes you cook, you will become lucky for a period of time. The happier the diner is, the luckier you will be. Hoping that his skills might be able to be restored in the future, Yu Xuanhuan also modified his 4th skill. Hey! Friend, look, there's a pot here. Skill 4. Nothing a meal can't solve. Mark a diner and convert their negative emotions into luck points, which are the same as the number of god of cookery dishes the diner has tasted that day. Perhaps influenced by Yu Xuanga, Yu Xianhuan subconsciously associated the effects of his disguised skills with luck when he was disguising them. Chapter 75 Game Invasion. Yu Xianga was unaware of Yu Xianhuan's shady dealings, but even if she didn't know, she wouldn't underestimate him. It's true that she agreed to help the Lin family make connections. Why wouldn't she do something that could make money? It's just personal shopping, right? After she gouged out Lin Qing's eyes, she considered her past life's grievances with him settled. She didn't have the habit of wiping out entire families. Her greatest enemies were always Yu Xianhuan, Su Yitong, Lian Yuchuan, Han Xianshan, Han Xianhai, the Su family, the Liang family, the Han family, and those who had bullied her in the past. Yu Xianga was stunned as she thought about it. The list of enemies was far too long, like reciting a menu. However, she really didn't intend to touch the Lin family. She would settle scores and seek revenge. She wouldn't let Yu Xianhuan and the others die too easily. Correspondingly, for those who didn't deserve to die, she would at most make them live a life worse than death. Yu Xianga touched his forehead, as if afraid that a red birthmark, just like that of a bodhisattva or Buddha, might suddenly appear there. She's still too kind. TSK. She stood in the backyard looking at the silvery full moon in the sky. She thought she would be excited when this day came, but when the moment actually arrived, her heart was as calm as a lake. A magnificent red pattern slowly emerged from the full moon, and this pattern quickly spread throughout the moon. She took out her phone and glanced at the time. 2:21, and then instantly, the one jumped to 2. Yu Xianga silently counted to 22 in his mind. A mechanical voice rang in my mind precisely on time. Byte. Game. Clash of Races Fear Rift. Officially launched. Server Earth, connection successful. Connection to server Zeylan, successful. Welcome to Clash of Races, the Rift of Fear, where every player can draw their own divinely bestowed talent. Player has been detected to possess the following divine talents: God of Thieves, Immortal, God of Food, and Sharpshooter. Character panel feature officially launched. Chat channel feature enabled. Auction house feature now available. Achievement feature enabled. Map function enabled. Team up feature enabled. Dungeon feature enabled. Email function enabled. Player has been detected to have leveled up. Leaderboard feature now enabled. Ding! Player Yu Xianga has entered the top 10 of the wealth ranking. You can choose whether to hide your information. Whether. Yu Xianga skillfully skipped the long list of prompts and directly selected yes. After the system goes online, everyone's ID will be the name that is recognized by the public. Those with ID cards will follow the name on their ID cards, and those without ID cards will be referred to by their ID by default. She reopened her character panel. Once the character panel was officially open, in addition to the 4 main attributes of strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility, the previously grayed out advanced magic attributes also lit up, such as critical hit rate, critical hit damage, movement speed, hit rate, evasion rate, cooldown reduction, health regeneration, and more than a dozen others. These cannot be added to points. Instead, they are increased by the magic bonuses from equipment. 3 dots appeared in the lower right corner of the light blue screen. Clicking on them would reveal functions such as Team Up, Chat Channel, Auction House, Leaderboard, and Achievements. She opened the chat channel. The character panel screen shrank until it disappeared, and the chat channel screen enlarged. The bottom left corner allows you to switch channels. She switched to the World channel, where various languages filled the screen, and new information quickly pushed the top spots up. Each sentence stayed on the screen for no more than a second. The information was scrolling so fast that the text was even distorted, giving one a feeling of mental pollution. She switched to Huaxia, and the refresh rate was the same. She could barely make out that the text was in Chinese. She switched to City S, but still couldn't see clearly. All she could say was that there were just too many Chinese people. She switched to the nearby area. Happy Autumn Fruit, hi. Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yu Xianga. Yu Xianga silently closed the app, too lazy to bother with it. Yu Xianga checked the teleportation array she had set up on Zealand Star. It was still in a teleportation state, which reassured her. Then she picked up the cat bed on the ground. Before she even touched it, she was already smiling because she could see the red light emanating from the cat bed. This was the magical energy left over from the invasion of another world, and it was the same color as the magical patterns in the full moon. Meow Meowin, S-rank, place it at your doorstep. It has a chance to attract stray animals. If an animal stays overnight, and you treat it kindly, it will leave you one of its favorite recent collectibles as a thank you gift. She placed the cat's nest deep inside the cat villa. Although the item could also be bound with a binding stone, once it was used, no other creature could touch the bound item or equipment except for the bound user. This cat house only works when used by a cat. Yu Xianga can only place it here for now. She will take it with her when she goes out in the future, and open the Meow Meowin when she is at home. Yu Xianga walked to the glass room on the second floor. The floor was filled with things, weapons, antiques, iron pots, durians, and a statue lying on the ground. These were all things she had collected over this period of time. Although she didn't know the exact principle of the mutation, she still took them all out to ensure that they were exposed to the air during the period of the otherworldly invasion, so that they could feel the magical energy generated during the invasion. Just by looking at Meow Meow Hotel, you can tell that mutation is just a matter of time. Success is either a success or a failure. To avoid any unforeseen complications, she immediately activated the detection function, then went forward and put all the weapons and items that displayed equipment information into her game inventory, while throwing the remaining unmutated ordinary weapons into the storage box next to her. After dealing with these matters, she opened the door to the safe house and saw an oval-shaped light screen about 2 meters high in the corner. The light screen was a very light purple color, and its level was no more than 10. Great, we have the dungeon now. After confirming all this, Yu Xianga hummed a little tune as she went downstairs. Yu Qinshan and Ichobwa should be arriving soon. While waiting, the first thing she checked was the pair of meteorite desert eagles that she cared about most. Ember's legend. Every bullet fired from this weapon is as dazzling as a falling meteor. Bonus attributes: Agility plus 67, Constitution plus 21, Strength plus 14. Magic attribute: plus 18% critical hit damage, plus 15% skill damage. Legendary skill: Relentless Fury. After use, every bullet you fire will be covered in flames, increasing fire damage by 55% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: Agility greater than 85, Strength greater than 37. The same goes for the other Desert Eagle. With only a slight difference, the second magic attribute, plus 15% skill damage, has been changed to plus 15% movement speed. What Yu Xianga was most satisfied with was not the attributes, but the equipment requirements of these two weapons. It's a rare combination of attribute requirements plus attribute requirements, with no level requirements. This is the most valuable attribute for her, which means that as long as she has enough attributes, she can use it. Based on the average initial attribute of 7, the equipment requirement actually requires the character level to be around 21. If the attributes of other equipment are also improved, the requirement will be even lower. This is what makes the equipment so valuable. As long as the attribute requirement is met, it can be equipped. Yu Xianga is least afraid of attribute requirements. Without hesitation, she used the binding stone to bind the 2 guns to herself, and then stored them in the magician's dentures. This will be her most valuable piece of equipment recently, and she conservatively estimates that she will be able to equip it before level 10. Legendary level 20 equipment of this caliber and requirement isn't unavailable in the auction house, but it would cost at least several thousand gold. With that money, she might as well buy skills or learn professional recipes. Equipment bought with real-world currency is practically free. Chapter 76: Sudden Wealth. After seeing the weapon she had been most looking forward to, she didn't rush to count how many things had mutated. Instead, she strangely took out the durian shell she had bought in the country of Sawadika. Durian shell, grade D, an ominous object emitting a strange fragrance. It produces a piece of fruit pulp every day. After eating it, your luck value will decrease by 2 for 2 hours. The more fruit pulp you eat, the longer the effect lasts. A very plump piece of durian flesh had already appeared on the palm-sized durian shell. She leaned closer to smell it, and it smelled just like Muzang King durian. Durian. Yu Xuanhuan really likes to eat it. I just don't know if this luck -2 will be displayed on the panel. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yu Xuanga carefully put the durian away. She didn't plan to expose this to the Yu family before figuring out its effects. There would be plenty of opportunities for them to eat it later. Yu Xuanga quickly ran to the backyard to put the cat's nest into her backpack before running back to open the door for Yu Qinshan and Yi Qiuhua. As she went downstairs, she activated the detection function of her pocket watch and examined all the visible items in the house to make sure nothing had changed. As soon as Yi Qiuhua entered the room, she started exclaiming, "Oh my God! Has everyone become a player now? Is our money going to be useless soon? Should we spend it quickly?" Yu Xuanga went to the bar and poured 2 drinks for the 2 of them, and made herself a cup of coffee, which she then carried to the living room. Since Yu Qinshan became depressed, he has not only become less talkative, but his whole demeanor has also changed. He used to give people the impression of a gentle and refined professor, but recently he has become a melancholy middle-aged prince. Yi Qiuhua doesn't even dare to let him go out, saying that he is too handsome lately, and is afraid that he will seduce young girls outside. He sat quietly drinking tea, listening to Yi Qiuhua and Yu Xuanga chatter, only occasionally saying a word or two. But Yu Xuanga was certain that Yi Qinshan, that old silver coin, had activated his lie detector skill after entering the house, because his mana value had been slowly decreasing since he entered. Yu Xuanga added them as friends. "If you still have money, just spend it now. I also think the money is going to collapse, but I'm okay. I don't have much money left, only a little over 10 million, which I can spend in the next few days." Yi Qiuhua was troubled. She asked, "What's the safest thing to buy? Equipment? Or some kind of medicine or something?" Yu Xuanga replied without hesitation. "Gold. If you have money, hoard more gold. Everyone I know in the Special Affairs Bureau uses gold to exchange for in-game currency. You can also ask Xuanhuan. The Su family's information is definitely more reliable than mine. Ask them what holds its value." Yu Qinshan frowned. "Do you have any connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Can you exchange it for something more valuable? Like skills or something?" "Wow, you're quite clever." Yu Xuanga didn't refuse. "Sure, but this kind of thing definitely involves kickbacks, and they only accept gold. Can you accept that?" Yu Qinshan's mana was down to 13%, so he quickly asked, "How many gold coins can I buy a more powerful skill?" Yu Xuanga gave a rough range. C-level skills cost 50 to 200 gold, B-level skills cost 300 to 1500 gold, with a large fluctuation. A-level skills are even more expensive, possibly costing tens of thousands. Yu Qinshan pressed further. "Then how do we exchange the gold coins?" According to the contract, Yu Xuanga cannot help other factions exchange large amounts of gold coins in the game, but selling her own gold coins is not a breach of contract. However, she does not want to help Yu Qinshan exchange them, because if she keeps exchanging them, he will take advantage of her. She said, "The Special Affairs Bureau has redemption methods, but they take a cut. There are redemption methods that take 10% and redemption methods that take 30%. If you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Special Affairs Bureau, where you can get even more discounts." Yi Qiuhua immediately asked, "Can I join?" Yu Xuanga. "Sure." Although Yi Qiuhua's talent isn't particularly special, the Special Affairs Bureau is short-staffed, and once a contract is signed, she's one of their own. Yu Qinshan shook his head with a deep expression. "No, Xuanhuan is now a member of the Su family. It's one thing for you to be alone, but what would it look like if I joined the Special Affairs Bureau as well?" Yu Xuanga was not surprised by Yu Qinshan's reaction. Yu Qinshan. "What about you? Can you exchange them for gold coins?" Yu Xuanga. "Sure, but my methods are very expensive, it's not worth it. Do you have a lot of money?" At this point, Yu Qinshan's mana had reached 0. He regretfully cancelled the skill and said, "We've saved all the money you've given us over the years and haven't been willing to spend it. There's still over 30 million left. Yu Xiuanga smiled and didn't say whether she believed it or not. She said, "Let's exchange it for gold first. My way is 300 G of gold for 1 gold coin. You can ask Xuan Huan if he has any connections. Compare and contrast before deciding. It's not a loss to have gold in your hands." I cooked a meal and patiently chatted with them for half an hour before finally seeing them off. Yu Xiuanga then closed the door and began to take stock of the items or equipment that had enabled her to successfully mutate. First, there were 3 items that were seized from the Yu family's treasury: a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and a jade pendant. These 3 items were things I had seen on Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan in my previous life. Looking at it now, they have indeed all been transformed into equipment. These are all the rarest types of jewelry. All 3 are legendary level, and all require level 10 or higher. They are level 10 purple jewelry items with decent stats. Their market price is around 800 gold, and all 3 pieces could conservatively be sold for over 2,400 gold. Although these 3 pieces of equipment have good attributes, they are nothing special. She doesn't plan to wear them herself, as it would be easy to expose her. She could sell them on Zealand Star or Lan Star, which would also make Yu Xiuan and Yu Qingshan feel heartbroken. However, she doesn't intend to take that risk. There are many ways to make them feel pain, so this one won't make a difference. Of the 8 iron pots that Su family restaurant acquired, one of them mutated. An old iron pot, grade A, an iron pot that has witnessed the rise and fall of a restaurant over a century. When cooking with it, there is a chance to have a flash of inspiration and learn the old chef's unique tips. There is also a 20% chance to make the dishes even more delicious. She put the unmutated iron pot aside, intending to destroy it another day. The statue of Liang's great-grandfather is divine. An ancestor, S-rank, touching the statue and praying fervently increases maximum health and maximum mana by 10% for 10 minutes. This effect can only be active once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player's surname is Liang, an additional 10% damage is added, and the duration is 15 minutes. Yu Xiuanga had never actually touched this thing in her past life. She had only seen it when she was playing in a raid. This thing was only allowed to be touched by core members of the Liang family. But in this life, it ended up in her hands. Yu Xiuanga's mouth was sore from laughing. This thing is too special. There is also a biographical introduction of the ancestor below the statue. As long as the Liang family does not want to be laughed at by the people of S City, they will definitely buy it. However, its attributes are top-notch for any team, and someone will definitely spend a lot of money to compete for it. It is impossible for the Liang family to buy it without spending a lot of money. Unfortunately, now is not the time to sell them. We need to give them time to develop and accumulate wealth, otherwise it would be a huge loss if we couldn't sell them for a good price. Chapter 77 Dungeon. The 60 historical and storied crossbows, swords, and knives she collected in Hong Kong were ridiculed by the locals, who thought she had been ripped off. After all, even the best firearms wouldn't cost 8 figures, but this weapon collector was willing to spend prices comparable to antiques to acquire these items. But the result was good, 31 items mutated. It was worth the hundreds of millions that Yu Xiuanga spent. 27 pieces of blue equipment, and 4 pieces of purple equipment. They are all rare blue equipment ranging from level 5 to 19. Whether you keep them for yourself or sell them for money, you'll make a fortune. She picked and chose, and finally picked out a longbow that required 2 attributes. All killed rare. Bonus attributes, plus 21 agility, plus 9 constitution. Magic attribute, plus 7% attack speed, plus 5% critical damage. Equipment requirements, agility greater than 30, strength greater than 25. Based on the attribute point requirements, this is an equipment of around level 8. However, Yu Xiuanga currently has 25 agility and 17 strength without wearing the equipment, which is not much different. She only needs to equip herself with equipment that increases agility and strength to easily meet the attribute point requirement of 15. Of those 4 purple grade items, 3 explicitly require the character to be level 20 or higher to equip them. The most unique purple grade item, the shield, only requires the character to meet certain attribute requirements to equip. The most expensive equipment in a team is often not the weapon, but the shield that needs to be placed at the front to block monster skills. The same level 20 purple equipment, weapons, can fetch prices ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 depending on their stats. Jewelry can sell for over 2,000, while shields start at 2,005. That's the difference. Even excluding the 27 blue items, Yushiyunga made a huge profit from these 4 purple items alone. Although she can't cash out any of it right now, she's not short of money. As for shields, a crucial strategic resource that can affect the success rate of dungeons, she'll naturally sell them to her rival. She put all the weapons into a custom display case, then closed the door and put them into her game backpack. Store the durian shell in the refrigerator and let it slowly develop flesh on its own. After tidying up, Yushiyunga went upstairs and took out the costume from the closet that had accompanied her through a year of hardship in her previous life. Did you make money today? Rare. Bonus attribute, plus 32 agility. Magic attribute, plus 17% movement speed, plus 15% stealth. Equipment requirements, agility greater than 21, intelligence greater than 36. This is an extremely specialized piece of equipment. The plus 15% stealth is an extremely rare attribute, which can reduce all the sounds she makes. Yushiyunga relied on this equipment to escape repeatedly in her previous life. Although she was a little disappointed that the clothes hadn't mutated any better in her owner's hands, she was already quite satisfied. Given her attribute growth rate, she would be able to wear the clothes soon. Yushiyunga pondered for a long time before realizing that he had become incredibly wealthy, but most of the good things from the mutation were unusable. She went straight to Zealand Star, bought several pieces of excellent grade equipment worth less than 1 gold each, increased her agility to 30 and her strength to 25, and successfully equipped them, after killing them all. Her attributes at this moment, fully armed. Health points, 800 out of 800. Mana points, 650 out of 650. Strength, 17 plus 8. Constitution, 15 plus 9. Intelligence, 21. Agility, 25 plus 27. Emerald Feast has already replenished its health to 500% by consuming trees on Zealand Star. It has brought potions and plenty of arrows. Yushiyunga closed the door to the safe house, took a deep breath, and stepped into the light purple light curtain. The instance is an anchor point set up by the other world, but it is not just a simple army coming directly. Instead, it follows the rules and projects a piece of the other world's history as a framework. The alien races in it must play that history. When the instance refreshes, they have not been killed yet, so they can jump out of the rules and enter reality from the instance. Blue Star has studied this rule and believes it is actually a form of cultural invasion. Because once players enter the instance, they will passively learn about the history of the alien races by hearing their words and seeing their actions, even if they are not interested. Races like trolls, orcs, and goblins are fine, but races with exquisite appearances, such as blood elves, undead, and night elves, easily attract people's favor. Many people's values are swayed by their appearance. Moreover, each race has a glorious, touching, or inspiring history, which is a kind of subtle spiritual invasion. The pretext for Zealand Star's invasion of Blue Star was that their world was too short of resources. Blue Star had a population of billions, while Zealand Star had hundreds of billions of inhabitants, some of whom were immortal and could live for hundreds of years. The undead were even more troublesome, as they could continue to live after death. Their magical energy was almost exhausted, so they set their sights on Blue Star, whose magical power had not yet been developed. Although Blue Star was small in area, its magical power was more than 100 times more concentrated than that of Zealand Star. They wanted to cooperate with Blue Star to achieve a win-win situation. Humans could sign a contract to join them and cooperate with them. Later on, quite a few players did betray Blue Star. The instance Yushiyunga is currently in is a historical event depicting the war between the troll race and the undead race. It's a level 3 instance, with most of the alien races inside being level 3, and the highest level leader only being level 4. You need to survive for more than 45 natural days to enter Blue Star. As for the instance in the downtown apartment, The alien races inside are all around level 10, and you need to survive for 150 natural days to enter Blue Star. These are instances that Yushunga carefully selected based on her divinely bestowed talents in this life, so that she can not only level up but also farm equipment. The dungeon is also very safe. Once a player enters the dungeon and starts attacking the first monster, the dungeon entrance will close, and other players will not be able to enter. Once she leaves the dungeon will restart, and the dead aliens will be replaced. Aliens that have not been killed will have their survival time recorded. If no friendly unit with a resurrection skill is present, then if anyone dies, they are truly dead. In her past life, Yushunga had come 3 or 4 times. Every time she came, she felt like vomiting blood. Just thinking that she had given this villa to Yushunhuan made her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs ache. Every time Yushunhuan brought her here to play games, she had to say thank you. Stepping into the instance's light curtain, Yushunga found herself in a dense forest. She didn't know much about this history, only that it was a small battle. The troll camp was in the south, the undead soldiers' camp was in the north, and there were a few scouts in the forest. Yushunga activated Hunter's Eye, and then used the illusion spell before starting to explore. A few minutes later, she found her target. Troll Scout, level 3 health, 350 of 350. Drawing the bow and aiming, Yushunga used the push shot technique, released the bowstring, and the arrow struck the scout squarely in the back of the head, pushing the scout down from the tree and stunning him for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough time for Yushunga to fire a second arrow. With her current agility of 51, she can take down 180 points of a scout's health with a single arrow, even without using skills. If she weren't worried about the scouts making noise, she wouldn't even need to use push shot. Yushunga cleared out troll minions along the way, and even encountered a troll patrol squad along the way. However, she had 2 area of effect skills, Explosive Arrow, and Rain of Hatred, and wiped them out in less than 30 seconds. The only downside is that it consumes a lot of mana. Explosive Arrow costs 100 mana per use, and Rain of Hatred costs even more, 250 mana. Yushunga slowly adjusted his rhythm, using the shadow manipulation technique to release a shadow, which went to the front to lure monsters and draw their aggro, while he slowly shot from behind, occasionally using explosive arrows. With the divine talent that guarantees a critical hit every 7 hits, Yushunga's monster killing efficiency was no less than that of him and Yushunhuan's group in his previous life. Chapter 78 is a bit off. Sis. Yushunga entered the dungeon at 3 a.m. and played until 6 a.m. before finally wiping out the 300 troll minions in the troll camp. During the most dangerous moment, she was cornered by more than 20 trolls. She resisted the urge to use Phantom Teleport to escape and directly activated the sharpshooter skill. I am now terrifyingly strong. Every arrow instantly turned into a magic arrow and occasionally hit a critical hit. In less than a minute, she wiped out that squad. The drop rate in this game is still disgustingly low. Even though Yushunga's luck stat is 10, not every monster drops anything. After killing 300 level 3 to 4 trolls, she only picked up 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins. The camp still has a level 5 troll leader and 5 level 4 guards around him. But Yushunga couldn't hold on any longer. She stayed up all night again. She planned to go out for a meal and a rest before coming back, even if it meant replaying the game. After all, it was all about leveling up and improving her movement skills, so what difference did it make who she killed? However, as soon as he left the instance, he received a friend request from Yushunhuan. After the game's features were fully implemented, a friend adding function was added. However, there are too many people with the same name. If you want to add someone you really want, you either have to look at their profile picture one by one. Everyone's profile picture is a photo of themselves, or you can add friends face to face. You can also add new friends by clicking on their game name in the chat channel. There aren't many people with the same name as Yushunga, only a few dozen. Yushunhuan probably found her by looking at her profile picture. Yushunga accepted the call and casually picked up her phone to check it. Wow, 17 missed calls. There's Yushunhuan's, and there's Suitome's. The game's official intrusion disrupted many people's plans. Most people thought that February 22nd would be the fourth closed beta test, but no one expected the game to come directly into reality. The Su family had originally planned to buy equipment and potions in the game to arm their team, but now it seems there is nowhere to buy them. The more than 900 belts and 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions that they had stockpiled suddenly became precious. Within an hour of the game's arrival, the Su family had already discovered the existence of dungeons within their own properties. Most young people have played games to some extent, and if reality is a giant gaming arena, then dungeons represent wealth. They had already found 12 dungeons in just a rough count. The Su family immediately organized a team to enter the instance. However, the person sent to scout inside died in less than 10 minutes. The Su family sent another team in to find the body and bring it out. After trying various methods, they found that the dead could not be resurrected, which made the Su family much more cautious. After exploring over 100 dungeons under their own properties, the Su family selected the lowest level, Level 2 dungeon. Although this low-level dungeon could only accommodate a maximum of 20 people, it was enough. The monsters inside were only level 2, and 20 players could easily overwhelm them with a single attack. Moreover, the Su family had equipped each player with a gun and armor, which, while not as good as game equipment, were better than nothing. However, the monsters also deal high damage. Even if the player is wearing armor, they can lose 40 points of health in one hit, and 2 more hits will kill them. Even if the Su family's main goal in this instance is not to level up but to gather information, they can proceed slowly and retreat to the back to recover when their health is low. However, as long as they don't want their subordinates to feel that the Su family doesn't value their lives, they must distribute potions to them so that they can save their lives in critical moments. A small dungeon only had about 100 monsters, and it took them 3 hours to finish. The reward was less than 10 silver coins, and they didn't get a single piece of equipment. They also used up more than 200 potions. We lost a lot of money. After leaving the dungeon, everyone analyzed the situation and concluded that to maximize benefits, it's best to have no more than 10 people entering the dungeon each time, otherwise everyone won't get much experience. But this means having a sufficient supply of potions as a backup. The Su family had also tried to recruit players who had learned alchemy, but due to the theft of the Su family's treasury, they had focused most of their energy on developing potions of manifestation, leaving them with limited stock of basic healing and mana potions. Su Yitong and Su Beige simultaneously recalled the promise Yu Xiunga had made to the Lin family for Yu Xiunhuan's sake, and wanted Yu Xiunga to help them make connections. They wanted not only the potion, but also the equipment. Yu Xiunga listened silently to Yu Xiunhuan's words. Giving the Su family over 900 belts is already the limit. There's no room for maneuver in other equipment slots. Boots are a similar case, but their production efficiency can't compare to belts, so the price can't be lowered much, and there's not much room for maneuver. Yu Xiunga had been waiting for the Su family to come to her door to be scammed. She patiently said, "I asked about the equipment last night. They don't have that much game currency. If you have game currency, I can try to negotiate with them. I can find someone to buy you some basic healing potions. Some people have stockpiled a lot. You can buy them with gold, but are you sure you want them now? The price won't be low at this time, so it's not worth it." The phone was on speakerphone. Su Yitong and Su Beige stood by the phone. Yu Xiunhuan glanced at their expressions and continued. "What's the price range for basic healing potions and basic mana potions?" Yu Xiunga. "If you use game currency, it's 5 silver coins per bottle, but if it's gold, I bought it before for 100 G of gold per bottle, but now it's definitely more expensive. How many bottles do you want? I'll go ask for you. If you need them urgently, I can give you 3 bottles first." Su Yitong pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience exhausted. She picked up the phone, her voice as gentle as usual. "Sun Ge, this is Yitong." Yu Xiunga stopped pretending to be stupid and suddenly realized. "Oh, your Su family wants it? That must be quite a lot, right? How much do you want? I can help you talk to them, or I can just give you their phone number and you can talk to them yourselves." Yu Xiunga's frankness and straightforwardness caught Su Yitong and Su Beige off guard. They thought he was trying to make a profit by taking advantage of them. Sui Tong secretly admired Yuxiunga's tact and said politely, "If that's the case, that's great. Thank you. I'll remember this favor." Yuxiunga gave Dao Shuang's phone number and instructed, "This is someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Doing business with them doesn't mean you have to join them. Actually, the officials are quite easy to talk to." After hanging up the phone, she crossed her arms and stared at her phone, waiting. Was Zhao Shuang a legitimate businessman? No, if he was sent to Myanmar, he would be king. Less than 5 minutes later, Sui Tong called again. A sweet, cloying voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey sis, have you eaten?" Yuxiunga. That's a really fast change of expression. This was the first time in both lifetimes that Sui Tong had called her sister, and it was rather disgusting. Chapter 79. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up for asking that price? Sui Tong had no choice. After hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed the number Yuxiunga had given her, and then got a price from Zhao Shuang for 300 G of gold to buy a bottle of basic healing potion. Yuxiunga is heartless. She quotes 100 G of gold for something that costs 1 silver coin, a 50-fold increase. Zhao Shuang's scheme was even more ruthless. Whether she was certain that these powerful families were willing to spend money and were eager to expand their influence, or whether she simply didn't want to sell, she directly increased the price by 150 times. Not to mention the equipment that sells for 1 gold in the auction house, they sell for 2 Jin of gold. 500,000 for a piece of equipment? At first glance, it doesn't seem expensive. Sui Tong's own jewelry alone costs more than that. But she has more than 1,000 people under her command. Even if each person only has 1 piece, it would still cost 2,000 Jin of gold. Besides, she's not unfamiliar with games. This kind of basic equipment will be outdated very quickly. The replacement speed is much faster than Apple's. In the future, no one will even pick it up if it's thrown on the ground. 500,000 will only add a few attribute points. It's not even as good as eating a cooked dish. The person Yuxiun Huan hired at the time only had a belt worth 1 Jin of gold. He could grit his teeth and buy it, considering it a benefit for his subordinates to win their hearts. Sui Tong couldn't help but ask after hearing the price. "Are you really from the China Special Affairs Bureau? Not the Myanmar Special Affairs Bureau?" Zhao Shuang had probably heard this question many times before, and she replied confidently, "Of course, you can still find me on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website." After hanging up with Zhao Shuang, Sui Tong realized just how honest Yuxiunga was. Even after Sui Tong called her sister, Yuxiunga didn't seem particularly pleased. She immediately asked, "Did the negotiations fall apart?" Sui Tong avoided answering. "What's the price over there?" "I just messaged them, and they only gave me a quota of 500 bottles of basic healing potions and 500 bottles of basic mana potions, each bottle containing 150 G of gold. There's no bargaining, but they can give you 50 basic hemostatic bandages. While healing isn't as instant as potions, if you have a wound, applying a bandage will restore 1 point of health per second for 1 minute, which is about the same effect." She paused, her voice slightly embarrassed. "But if I help you close this deal, you'll have to take care of my brother and the Lin family's affairs. After all, this order used a lot of favors I had. It was originally intended for the Lin family." Sui Tong glanced at Yuxiun Huan, who was staring blankly at the phone, and immediately agreed. "No problem." The fact that they only managed to get a few dozen silver coins in 3 hours completely broke the Su family's morale. Moreover, compared to the price Zhao Shuang offered, 150 G of gold for a bottle of basic healing potion was a truly reasonable price. Zhao Shuang's price was clearly an attempt to force the Su family to cooperate with the official authorities. With prices so chaotic these days, if you're willing to spend the time and effort, you can buy currency or medicine in small amounts from short-sighted people at low prices. Or you can wait a while, or even less than a week, a few days, until prices stabilize and you might be able to buy these things with cash. They could grit their teeth and wait a bit before dealing with the equipment issue, but they absolutely needed medicine, something that could restore health and save lives in emergencies. Things that can be solved with money aren't really problems. Since they couldn't directly buy resources from the game store, They were grateful to Yushiyunga for finding a way to exchange gold for game resources. Are you sure you can't get the equipment? The price is negotiable. Suiton was trying to buy more important equipment from Yushiyunga. Su Beige had already called to have more gold purchased. Back when they bought the belt equipment, the other party only accepted gold transactions, and the Su family had started discussing whether to hoard more gold. Now it seemed that this gold must have something special about it, and hoarding more would not be a mistake. It was safer than currency that was bound to collapse. Yushiyunga didn't want to sell the Su family's equipment. She offered a price that the Su family couldn't afford. I've already asked around. I want to buy it myself. I only accept game currency. I don't accept cash or gold. There's another trading method, but I think it's too uneconomical. Suiton. You go ahead. Yushiyunga. If you don't have game currency, you can exchange it with items. A-grade items can get you 1,000 pieces of green clothing that you can wear right now. Tell me, how is that any different from robbery? There is a difference. The robbery wasn't this ruthless. Suiton asked with genuine concern. Did you offend him? Yushiyunga. Finally, Suiton talked for a long time before convincing Yushiyunga to find a way to get her 2,000 bottles of potions, 1,500 bottles of basic healing potions, 500 bottles of basic mana potions, and 150 of gold per bottle, which they would buy. Yushiyunga said, as if she genuinely cared about her. This price is outrageous. You might find it cheaper in a few days. It's only 1 silver coin a bottle in the game. Suiton said calmly. It's just 600 caddies of gold. Yushiyunga shut up. She hadn't taken advantage of her enough. Where else could she find such a sucker? 2,000 bottles of medicine were exchanged for 600 kilograms of gold. The cost is only 20 gold coins, plus some bandages I made while practicing first aid skills. These low-level products don't even have the maker's ID, so they're safe to sell to anyone. This way of making money is much faster than exchanging gold for gold coins from goblins. She wasn't surprised that Suiton had been buying potions and equipment everywhere in her life. Some things could be deduced with simple reasoning. In her previous life, Yushiyunhuan's talent was the most attractive benefit, and it required almost no cost. Just the talent that had a chance to increase attribute points when eating was enough to attract high-level players to pledge allegiance to the Su family. Moreover, they might start recruiting and improving the core team's attributes after the first closed beta test, so even if they don't have equipment and potions for a while after the game officially launches, it won't affect their ability to quickly clear dungeons and rise to prominence. If the Su family wants to retain these players, they have to offer them corresponding benefits. Otherwise, the Special Affairs Bureau offers very good benefits, so why don't they join the Special Affairs Bureau and work for the Su family? Yushiyunga happily accepted the friend requests from Yushiyunhuan, Suiton, and the others. After seeing the friend request from Zhao Shuaying, she also accepted it. Zhao Shuaying, hi. Yusunge? Zhao Shuaying, so cold-hearted. Yusunge, how much do you sell basic healing potions here? Zhao Shuaying, 1 bottle of 300 G gold. Yusunge, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up if you say this price out loud? Zhao Shuaying, yes, I'm scared. A face-to-face meeting means a different price. This is just over the internet or phone. Yusunge. However, Yushiyunga did not regret it. The price of 150 G was just right. She did not expect to make a lot of money from this. She just wanted the Su family to know that she had connections while maintaining a superficial harmony. Now everyone has become a player, with billions of players scrambling to buy the few basic healing potions available on the market. 150 G of gold? She didn't make much money at all. Chapter 80 AAA. Although the situation quickly stabilized in the previous life, beta testers who knew alchemy would come out to sell the basic healing potions they made, and the official team also began to ship out large quantities to help all players get through the initial difficulties. At the same time, modern technology could also produce medicines with healing effects, including injections, pills, and capsules, in a variety of forms. However, a market of over 1 billion players will take time to grow, no matter how fast it grows. Unlike belts, which can only be worn by each person no matter how rich they are, and most people who buy them will not buy them again. Healing items are consumables. They will be sold out instantly as soon as they are put on the market. The market for basic healing potions will likely remain hot for at least half a month. She made up her mind to find a way to sell some more suitong in the next few days. She didn't believe the Su family was truly in dire straits. After all, they were a family that had started preparing after the first closed beta test. If they didn't have enough alchemical potions, they had first aid bandages. If all else failed, they had cooking. There were always solutions. This is perfect. She made money, resolved the issue between Yuxiunhuan and the Lin family, gained favors from Yuxiunhuan and Suitong, left the Su family with the impression that she had connections, and more importantly, she always seemed to be thinking of them. Where can you find such a good relative? The thought that she had tricked them so much, both openly and secretly, and that they were still so grateful to her made Yuxiunga feel refreshed. She could clearly feel the pain and hatred in her heart being healed. Yuxiunga didn't specifically tell Yuxiunhuan that she had settled the Lin family's affairs for him. He could find out for himself. Her taking credit would be unnecessary. After finishing breakfast, she put the cat bed into her game backpack, drove out, shook off the people following her, and parked her car near the entrance of the dark market. She found a secluded spot, used her disguise skill, and went to Zealand Star. She often concocted potions and didn't lack them, but wasn't this just to make it seem like the potions were hard-won? She attended a 50-minute lesson with the female necromancer, and after dividing the potions the Su family needed into 2 storage boxes, she returned to Blue Star. In this way, after going through countless hardships, 2,000 bottles of medicine were delivered to the Su family in exchange for 600 gene of gold. Although she could use the game's mail function to send these things to Suitong, she still wanted to pay in cash and receive the goods, mainly to see if the Su family had any new equipment. After entering the room, she habitually checked Yuxiunhuan's divinely bestowed talent. Then he silenced me with his current skills 4 and 5. They were all pure white and flawless, benefiting both themselves and others. However, the 2 lines of skill descriptions appeared illusory after being explored, and then a black line quickly crossed them out, revealing a line of solid text below, which was the true information of the divinely bestowed talent skill. Yuxiunga pretended not to see it. This pretense was probably not to deceive her, who only met her once every few days or even weeks. It was more likely that he wanted to do something to the Su family. She didn't want to expose him now. These are not the main points. The main point is the red blood drop symbol after the names of Yuxiunhuan and Suitong. However, Yuxiunhuan's red blood droplets appeared illusory, while Suitong's were more solid. Her attention shifted to the drop of blood, and with a thought, she sought out more detailed information. Unknown curse tier 1, reduces all healing effects by 5%, health cannot regenerate automatically, contagious. Oh dear, what curse? This is just that. It's AI. This is AI. Yuxiunga suppressed a laugh, exchanged a few pleasantries with Suitong and Yuxiunhuan, and then declined the Su family's invitation to stay for lunch, leaving on the grounds that she still needed to pay the remaining balance. She was afraid that if she didn't leave soon, she would burst out laughing. Level 1, I wonder if it will escalate as the illness worsens? But then I remembered the part about it being contagious, so I guess I'll have to be more careful in the future, lest these 2 discover the curse and start taking revenge on society, infecting everyone around them. I wonder if Yuxiunhuan and Suitong have discovered it themselves. If they have, that would be quite interesting. But considering that the blood droplet, like the food god's 4th and 5th skills, was illusory, she suspected that Yuxiunhuan had already sensed something was wrong and had hidden it beforehand. Keeping this matter to herself and determined to closely observe the group's reactions, she drove away from the Su family. On the way, she even made a special trip to the dark market, where she wandered around for 10 minutes before returning home. After placing the cat bed in the backyard, she washed up and lay down on the bed, forcing herself to stop and sleep for a few hours. She had been waiting for the game to invade early this morning, and digging out the demon eye early yesterday morning. By this calculation, she had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Even though the body has been digitized, there are still various unhealthy conditions. Otherwise, how could Yu Xiunhuan and Sui Tong have gotten sick? Didn't I also fall into severe weakness due to frequent phantom teleportation before? I need to rest, I absolutely must. After closing her eyes for 5 minutes, just as she was about to fall asleep, Yu Xiunge remembered that line of explanation and woke up laughing again. Yu Xiunhuan did indeed notice something was wrong. After the game officially invaded, he immediately checked his divinely bestowed talent, hoping to see if any miracles would occur. However, he did not find any miracles, but instead discovered a strange curse. Although he didn't know what the unknown curse was, the fact that it was contagious was enough to make Yu Xiunhuan wary. At that time, Sui Tong was in a hurry to go and discuss with Su Beige and the others how to deal with the situation. Almost the next second after Sui Tong left the room, he used the skin shed by the chameleon tea pet to hide the information of the curse. Until dawn, Sui Tong was busy leading her subordinates to conquer the dungeon, while he absent-mindedly practiced his cooking skills in the kitchen. He wanted to get checked out, but the Lin family incident had only recently occurred, and Sui Tong would definitely be closely monitoring his movements. He couldn't go to the hospital for a checkup by himself, but he also didn't trust his brothers. What if the test results were a handle against him? Wouldn't that be like handing himself over to Sui Tong? After much deliberation, he still felt that Yu Qingshan was the most reliable. When Yu Xiunge came earlier, he had wanted to find an opportunity to speak with her and ask her to take a vial of his blood back to Yu Qingshan, but Yu Xiunge was too busy. She didn't even have time to sit down and drink water, let alone speak with him privately. Yu Xiunhuan grew increasingly restless. Was this curse unique to him? It was a pity he lacked any detection items or skills. Thinking of the game, he directly messaged Yu Qingshan privately. Yu Xiunhuan, Dad, what are you doing? Yu Qingshan, looking for a dungeon. Yu Xiunhuan, could you come to the Su family? Yu Qingshan, what's wrong? What happened? Before Yu Xiunhuan could reply, Sui Tong brought someone into the house, saying that she was her friend and wanted to introduce them to each other. However, Yu Xiunhuan knew perfectly well that Sui Tong had sent someone to investigate Yu Xiunhuan's divinely bestowed talent. The so-called friends were just a fig leaf to avoid hurting their feelings.